Mount Olympus, the center of godly world, hovering above the current heart of Western civilization, New York City. This was not just the place where gods and goddesses gathered to have their yearly meeting every winter solstice, the mountain was also called Paradise, with golden buildings and happy people. Located at the top of it was a large city containing the palaces for the Olympian gods, goddesses, and residences for many minor gods and other creatures of Greek mythology. But the greatest structure of Mt. Olympus was the throne room, the hall of the gods. It was the place where the gods of Mount Olympus have their summer, winter solstice, and regular as well as emergency meetings. High above, the blue ceiling could be seen glittering with constellations. The thrones of the gods stand in a U around the hearth, starting with Zeus and Poseidon's thrones as they are the most powerful Greek gods. From Zeus and Poseidon's thrones the goddesses sit on the left side of the hearth and the other gods sit on the right side, and Hestia's hearth is in the center of the hall. Since no meeting was currently being held in the throne room, most of the Olympians, the 12 most powerful gods, were minding their own business all around the world, or taking care of the domains that they represented. However, there was a god and a goddess currently sitting in the throne room, sitting on their respective thrones with a dark atmosphere surrounding them. The god was tall, imposing, and very muscular, with long black shoulder-length hair with a gray and black neatly trimmed beard. He had brilliant electrically blue eyes with a serious and proud, but very handsome face. His attire was a dark blue pinstripe suit. This was Zeus, the Greek god of honor, justice, lightning, rain in the sky. He was the king of Olympus, the youngest son of the titans Kronos and Rhea, and the husband of the goddess Hera, who was sitting next to him with a face void of any emotion. Hera was the eldest daughter of Kronos and Rhea, whose long licorice black hair she inherited. She had a face of regal and unapproachable beauty like that of a supermodel on a fashion runway, and a pair of large, soft brown eyes that one could get lost in. She was the goddess of familial love, marriage, motherhood, women, and also the queen of Olympus. As they sat on their respective thrones next to each other, the atmosphere between them was thick and heavy, as if one could cut through it with a knife. The king and queen of Olympus had not spoken any words to each other for a whole week now, all because of the horrible event that had happened last Sunday. Talia Grace, the latest demigod daughter of Zeus, was killed by the monsters sent by Hades right in front of Camp Half-Blood and later turned into a tree with magic to protect the camp from all monsters by Zeus himself. Hera wasn't happy about it, not in the slightest. Zeus had cheated on her again, her, the goddess of marriage, for a mere mortal woman. Not only that, but he had also turned his daughter into a tree to make sure that she would never fall into their eldest brother's grasp. She loves her husband with all her heart, but he could never keep it in his pants and stay loyal to her, like how she had always done to him. They had gone through so many things together, and yet. Hera, Finally, Zeus decided to speak up, breaking the uncomfortable silence between the two of them with a low tone. I am not in the mood, Zeus. Hera plainly said while looking away, her face still remained the same. After so many years of having Zeus cheated on her for so many times, she had come to get used to it. But, unlike her son, Hephaestus, who would gladly divorce his unfaithful wife, she couldn't ever get over it mentally. It didn't change the fact that it still hurt a lot whenever an offspring of his showed up, or was discovered. Hera. I am heading back, Hera said emotionlessly as she stood up from her throne and got ready to transform into her true form to teleport away, but her husband suddenly grabbed her wrist. Wait, Kushina. Just how many years had it been since the last time he called her by that name? It had been so long ago, one of the only times in her long, immortal life that Hera had found true happiness with him. And the marriage between them. Sure, they still had powers. But they were not godly. There were no divine responsibilities that they had to worry about, nothing. It was just the love between them, two regular mortals. Elemental nations, the place where their oldest ancestors, the primordial gods and goddesses had created a very long ago, separated from this world. It was the world where mortals called shinobi, or simply ninja in modern language, lived and worked, wielding a special energy called chakra to bend the powers of nature to their will and do things only them, the gods and goddesses of this world, as well as their demigods' offsprings, could do. Beside the primordial gods themselves, only Zeus, Hera and their siblings knew about the place, as it was kept as top secret information from the other gods, who they deemed way too young and irresponsible to know about a world like that. Zeus, who had wanted to experience the life of the mortals of elemental nations, thought it might be a good idea for them to take some time off from the life of deities. At first, Hera did not think it was a good idea, for they were gods who had important works to take care of, but after being convinced by her husband, she had finally agreed to come with him, as long as there were just the two of them. With the powers of the Fates and Hecate, goddess of magic, who both agreed to help them, they were able to create artificial bodies to fuse their divine essences into, while temporarily suppressing their godly aspect as well as their powers, making them almost entirely humans. And with the powers of the fates, Zeus and Hera were born into elemental nations as mortals, with the king of the Greek gods becoming a young man named Minato Namikaze, while his wife was born into the Uzumaki clan, with her mortal name being Kushina. In order to conceal their true identities from other gods in the situation that they somehow discovered elemental nations by accident, Hecate had made sure that their mortal bodies did not look the same as they were as god and goddess. Despite her best efforts, however, the goddess of magic could not alter Zeus' appearance completely due to his immense power as the king of the Greek gods, leaving him with his brilliant electric blue eyes. He was, however, the god of drama, so Zeus was able to play into his character so much that Hera couldn't help but do the same with her new identity, to the point that there had been times that the two of them completely forgot who they really were. They had so much fun together. "Get your hand off me," Hera said coldly without even looking at her husband, "and don't you dare call me with that name again, Zeus." Even though they were gods, whose powers allowed them to control the aspects of life, Zeus and Hera were well aware of the fact that their authority was not absolute, and they were restricted by the ancient rules that Chaos himself had written in order to keep them from doing exactly what they wanted. For them, everything came with a heavy price, and the fates themselves had warned them about it. They had a son there. And his name was Naruto. He was no god, just a normal boy who Hera had given birth to in the traditional way. She had given birth to many of Zeus' children before, but it was the first time in her life that she had felt so much love and pride for a child. Naruto was everything that she had ever wanted. But the night that they had Naruto, they had to pay the price of happiness. The price of being Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, two mortals whose true natures were two of the most powerful gods of their world. "Hera, please," Zeus pleaded as he stood up, "I can't just leave Talia like that. I cannot let her fall into the hand of my brother. You know what he will do to my child. Then you shouldn't have brought her to this world in the first place, husband. You know the consequence, but no, you still have to do it. It was you who suggested the oath to your brother, and yet, you broke it first." Hera turned around, her beautiful brown eyes radiating with power. "It was all your fault. I know. Talia was your daughter, yes, she's but a child. She does not deserve such a life, such a tragic end. When are you going to realize that you always make the worst, stupidest decisions?" She spoke to him sternly, and even though her voice did not hold any emotion, even Zeus could tell that she was incredibly angry, and was ready to explode at him for real. "And don't you dare forget, that if it weren't for you, Naruto would still be alive." She finished with a tear falling from her left eye, as she remembered her mortal son, her beautiful mortal son who died the same day she cradled him in her arms for the first time. Kyuubi, a creature so powerful his power easily rivaled Typhoon, Olympus destroyer, also killed them that night. However, because they were gods in mortal bodies, what the tailed beast killed were simply their human aspects. Their divine essences remained and thus, allowed them to return to life soon after. The first thing that they did as soon as they reformed had been heading back to Konoha and looking for their son, Naruto, who became the new vessel for Kyuubi, making him a Jinchuriki. Because Kushina, or Hera, were the previous vessel of the beast, knew better than anyone the difficult life of a vessel of a tailed beast, so she did not want her son to be raised in elemental nations, knowing full well that he would have a difficult life ahead of him if he stayed there. She had wanted to raise him on Earth, not just because she did not want such a life for her son, but also because he was the clearest proof that Zeus and Hera worked, and there was genuine love between the two of them. But when they came back to Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, one of the only people that they had revealed their true existences to, had told them that he was dead. Their son, Naruto, was dead. Of course Hera did not believe it. With her godly powers, she had threatened to kill the old monkey and everyone he held dear, including Konoha itself, for the lie that he had said. But when she looked into his mind and saw Sarutobi laid a small coffin down the hole between the graves of Minato and Kushina, she could not hold it anymore and broke down into tears. Even worse, she couldn't come to Elemental Nation's underworld to see him, or to hold him in her arms, because it was not the same as theirs. Elemental Nation's underworld was out of order, and there was no Elysium, no mercy was ever shown there, just the worst punishment for the souls that had committed crime in life, and simple afterlife for the innocent like her baby. Zeus wasn't any better than her. He had tried to act tough, for he had a pride and an ego that was unmatched by any man or gods, but the death of his mortal son, who was very special to him, had been too much for even the prideful king of the Greek gods to handle. For the first time ever, Zeus had broken down into tears, and called for Naruto in vain. After that night, they both swore to never return to Elemental Nations, for they were well aware of the fact that it would only bring them the worst memories. Sure, they had had their moments of happiness, but the pain of losing their son was too much for either of them to handle. Hera locked herself in her palace for days, then weeks and then months and then years. She had never experienced the death of one of her children before, as all of them were gods or goddesses. But it broke her heart just to remember about Naruto. Do not try to vindicate yourself, Zeus, I know you better than anyone. Hera looked away, she didn't want to look into his eyes now. They were the same eyes as those of their son, who had inherited his father's trademark eyes. You sealed the Kyuubi in Naruto and that was the reason why he was dead, it was all because of you. I don't have anything to justify myself. But, you know that I don't have a choice, Hera. I did what I must, as a shinobi and the leader of Konoha. Zeus said firmly, and Hera decided to not say anything in return, knowing that she could not argue. Shinobi. She still remembered the meaning of that word. But before neither of them could speak up again, the entire throne room was shaken violently by a massive wave of power. All over Olympus, the gods and goddesses had no choice but to stop whatever they were doing and looked up in shock when they felt such a powerful feeling. While the minor gods were confused by it, the 12 Olympian, especially the eldest 6, knew the feeling very well. It had happened once before, many millennia ago. It was the feeling that they would all feel when a human transcended the boundary between mortals and gods, and utilized a power that was on par with a primordial being. Such a fact was almost impossible. Zeus. I know. Nodding his head at his wife and deciding to leave their personal issues for a later time, Zeus summoned his master bolt and launched a massive bolt of lightning to the sky, summoning the other Olympians, even his eldest brother Hades, who was not welcomed on Olympus except for the winter solstice event. In flashes of light, all 12 appeared in the throne room, with many looking at their king in confusion. Poseidon and Hades were the only ones who immediately took their seats, knowing full well that they would want to sit down to take in whatever that was happening. Despite not being an Olympian and no longer had a seat among them, it did not take long for Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, to arrive and sit down at her usual place beside the center hearth, with no one questioning her arrival despite it being an emergency meeting of the 12 Olympians. Olympians. Zeus spoke up with a thunderous voice after every other Olympian had taken their seats and looked at him in expectation. I am sure that you know why I have summoned you here tonight. We are all here to discuss the wave of energy and the feeling that you have felt just a moment ago. What was it, Father? Athena, the goddess of war and wisdom, asked in a curious tone. In all my immortal life I have never felt something like that. I have already tried to look for it in the ancient records. Please, Athena, we don't need you to rant about your library and your books right now. Ares interrupted with a tone full of boredom and a dismissive wave of his hand. You have a death wish, Ares. The goddess of war asked while glaring at her half-brother dangerously. Hey, you wanna fight? Enough, both of you. Zeus warned them firmly, causing the two deities of war to look away from each other. Now is not the time for your usual bickering. We have a more important matter to care for. Listen carefully, what you felt just a moment ago was the alerting energy that Chaos himself has created at the point of humans' creation. Let there ever be a human that has transcended the boundaries between mortals and gods, and fighting on equal ground with a primordial being. Almost every jaw in the room was dropped down to the ground in shock. You can't be serious, Father. Athena broke the silence, picking up her jaw from the ground to utter the only logical statement that she could manage in her mind to speak to her father. No mere mortal could fight against a god, let alone a primordial being which could be even stronger than gods themselves. My words are the truth. I swear it on the sticks. Thunders rumbled outside and, even though most of them didn't admit it, they had hoped that Zeus would be punished for telling a lie, no matter his position at the king of the gods. It did, however, confirm that he was telling the truth, that somewhere out there, a human had become as strong as a primordial being. For a mortal to wield such power, they can become a dangerous threat to us if we don't do something about it. Hades said seriously while looking around the throne room. And there is also the problem of the being that they are fighting. Poseidon pointed out, receiving a nod of the heads from both of his brothers. We always keep a close eye on our oldest ancestors, so we know that it couldn't be any of them that are fighting this mortal. Whoever it is, they must have the powers that rivaled one, and is considered a primordial being by nature itself. Which makes them even more dangerous to us than this mortal. Zeus said, before summoning Iris, the goddess of rainbow, who appeared before them looking as confused as the younger Olympians had been. Take this, Iris. With that said, Zeus summoned with his master bolt a brilliant crystal, which he then handed to Iris before telling her, it will allow you to show us with your powers the mortal and this primordial being, if they are still fighting. Make sure that it's one way only. We need to see who they are without alerting them of our presences. Yes, your majesty. Iris replied before activating her powers with the crystal in hand. A rainbow soon appeared in the center of the throne room, showing them the images of a shadowy figure that soon became clear. No. They all heard Hera gasping in shock, even Zeus couldn't hold his master bolt in his hand firmly anymore and rose from his throne in shock. "It can't be," Zeus muttered. The person within Iris Rainbow soon revealed themselves to be a woman with extremely long, sweeping white hair that hovered like a cloak behind her back. The most noticeable features about her, however, were the two horn-like protrusions that stuck out from her head. The woman had abnormal white eyes, and a third eye on the center of her forehead that's eyelids parted vertically. For clothing, she wore a transitional high-collared hime kimono, which was adorned with intricate lines that were gold and purple and tomo running down the center and edges of the gown. "Kagaya Otsutsuki," Poseidon muttered in absolute horror, with Hades, Demeter and Hestia sharing a similar expression. "Father, who is she?" Athena asked with a worrying tone. She had never seen the look of shock and horror on her father, his wife and those of the other older gods and goddesses, like that. Kagaya Otsutsuki, a otherworldly woman who attained primordial leveled powers by eating the fruit of the world tree, becoming as strong, if not stronger than even some of our ancestors. Poseidon informed them, making every other Olympians widen their eyes in shock. But since she wasn't born a deity, her mortal mind cannot comprehend such power, and she had grown despotic. More or less, you can say that she became mad with power. "But father, how come we have never heard of her?" Athena couldn't help but ask, surely someone with that much power will. "Because, fortunately for us, she is not from this dimension," Hades answered. All questions then disappeared from the Olympians' mind when suddenly a flash of light appeared next to Kagaya. With energy-like claws formed around their hands, the person then used it to cut away one of the goddess of rabbit's arms before disappearing again in a flash of orange light, so fast that even Hermes couldn't keep up with him. "This must be that mortal who has ascended beyond the boundary between mortals and gods," Poseidon said, with a hint of admiration in his tone. "Is that?" Hera raised an eyebrow in confusion before looking at her husband, who nodded his head in confirmation before saying, "Hirishin," the lighting god muttered, but only his wife could hear him. It was Hirishin or something similar to it. Being the one who had perfected the technique, Zeus could recognize it anywhere. The person then reappeared behind Kagaya and delivered a roundhouse kick to her back, sending her flying before pulling out two black sticks from the black orbs leviating behind his back, throwing it toward the limp arm of Kagaya on the ground, stabbing through it like he was doing it to keep that arm immobile. They finally got a glimpse of the mortal who was fighting Kagaya head-on, which made Zeus and Hera widen their eyes in utter shock. The person bore a striking resemblance to Zeus, human disguise with spiky blonde hair. His eyes, however, were orange instead of brilliant blue, with his pupils greatly resembling a cross. However, Hera could see that his face had the same shape to that of Kushina Uzumaki. He was wearing what looked like a yellow, energy coat with a black bodysuit underneath. The bodysuit covered his torso, reaching down his arms to his knuckles, and down his legs to the point just above his sandals. He also had a pattern of 6 magatama around his collar. "Sasuke, out of the way." It seemed that he wasn't the only one who was fighting her, as there was another boy who had his entire body in a thick, purple-like energy in the shape of a gigantic warrior samurai with wings. "Quick Naruto." The black-haired boy, Sasuke, shot himself out of the warrior and shouted to the blonde, who nodded his head and attacked Kagaya after him. "Naruto. It can't be." Hera, who couldn't stop herself from gasping loudly in shock, shot her hands up and covered her mouth in realization. She had recognized the blonde-haired boy long before his friend shouted out his name, which was the only confirmation to her suspicion. "Yosh, let's do this guy," he shouted before in 9 puffs of smoke, 8 identical clones of himself appeared and stood on thin air, circling around Kagaya with each raising their hands above their heads and creating 9 different kind of spinning energy orbs above them, with the same spinning wings of energy that made them look like large shurikens wielded by ninja. "Wow!" Apollo and Hermes Wolf whistled in amazement at the sight of such techniques, while Ares was crackling in excitement because of the battle that was unfolding before his eye. "The rasengan," Zeus muttered in AEW as he sat back down his throne, his eyes never leaving the young man as he and clones prepared to throw the energy shuriken at Kagaya. "I can't believe it." He completed the rasengan. "Senpo, Cho Biju Rasenshuriken." They shouted and threw all 9 Rasenshuriken at the goddess of rabbit at once, creating a massive explosion that sent her flying. The combined explosion was so powerful that even though they were only watching, the gods and goddesses of Mount Olympus couldn't help but feel as if it was happening right before them, with some even feeling the intense shockwave and energy generating from it. "Incredible," Athena said in amazement, "so this is the human whose powers matched that of a primordial being. But powerful as he is right now, are you sure that he's just a normal human?" "Well, you can argue that he's a bit more than just human, even before attaining such power." Poseidon answered with a shrug of his shoulders, watching the fight with interest. "He must be a shinobi, but I have never seen one this powerful for so long." "Shinobi?" Keep your damn voice down, owlhead. This is starting to get good. Ares once again interrupted his sister when another massive warrior formed, this time around a man with silver hair and a mask covering the lower half of his face. Kakashi. Zeus couldn't help but ask in surprise. Zeus, do you think it is him? Ignoring the silver-haired man, Hera turned to her husband and asked him with the most hopeful tone, do you think he is really our Naruto? I think he is, but I don't understand why Hiruzen told us he was dead. Zeus said, as lightning crackled dangerously around his master bolt. Hiruzen has a lot to explain. That is not the case now, Zeus. Our son is fighting Kagaya Otsutsuki. Hera gritted her teeth and reminded him. It was fortunate that every other Olympian was watching the fight so intensely they did not notice the conversation between them. We have to help him. Before she could stand up, Zeus suddenly put a hand on her shoulder, stopping her. I don't know why, but I think he got this, Zeus said, turning to look at Hera with a look she had not seen since her husband reformed from the death of his human aspect. Plus, remember our oath. Going to elemental nations right now will only bring bad luck to Naruto, and that is the last thing he needs at the moment. Hera bit her bottom lips in frustration, wanting nothing more than to argue with her husband and head straight to elemental nations to help Naruto, but deep down, she knew that he was right. God's oath was not something that even they could break so easily. Normally, it would be their children and those who related to them that would have to suffer the consequences, and in a situation like this, bad luck would be the one thing that she did not want to bring to her son. So without any other choice, Hera chose to sit down to her throne and turned back to Iris, Rainbow to watch the fight worriedly, praying to the fates that her son and his friends would triumph over Kagaya. And so, for the next several minutes, the Olympians sat on their thrones of powers and watched as Naruto and his teammates fought Kagaya Otsutsuki, who was slowly pushed back by their combined efforts and powers. Eventually, the four, with Naruto and Sasuke being the two main factors, successfully sealed away Kagaya and the giant rabbit monster that she had become by a sealing technique that gathered rocks on the ground to lock her inside an enormous, planet-sized orb of Earth, which then flew slowly to the sky and looks just like a small version of the moon. Interesting technique. Artemis, the goddess of the moon herself, said after seeing the similarity in the new moon Naruto and Sasuke had created to imprison Kagaya and the moon that mortals of their world interpreted her chariot, which was the moon itself. They did it. They defeated Kagaya. Poseidon uttered in shock, awe and admiration. Son, Zeus muttered proudly while fixing his gaze on his son. Never before had he felt this proud in his immortal life. Then everyone saw Naruto turning back to normal, revealing his normal features as well as his brilliant azure blue eyes just like Zeus. Besides the fact that he's kinda hot. Am I the only one who thinks that his eyes look a bit familiar? Aphrodite asked slowly while glancing toward Zeus, who chose to ignore her and everyone else as he kept his eyes on his son, who walked toward the severed arm of Kagaya, making the Olympians finally notice a strange, blob-like shadow with a face and sharp teeth hiding inside the sleeve. URG. What the hell is that? Aphrodite couldn't help but ask in disgust at the sight of such creature. By the way, you didn't want to leave your mom, right? Naruto then asked with a slight smirk down toward the dark being inside the sleeve. Why, you, it muttered in shock. You have been hiding in the shadows all this time, but I noticed you. He reached his hand down out and grabbed the arm, picking it up. You're just a part of the shinobi's history I created so far. You are just a brat, you can't. Naruto's eyes hardened before saying firmly. The shinobi's history was made by the lives of many ninja and their deaths. With that said, Naruto then threw it toward the moon along with the arm of Kagaya, a firm look on his face as he shouted after them, a brat who can't even leave his mother's side. Won't ever understand a thing about it. Indeed. Athena nodded her head in approval before snapping her head to look at her father, Shinobi. Ninja. Father, you have a lot to explain. Zeus looked at his daughter for a moment before sighing longingly and nodding his head to Iris, who made her rainbow disappear before handing the king back his magic crystal and leaving the throne room, allowing the 12 Olympians and Hestia to stay behind and discuss what just happened among themselves. To say that they were all shocked would be an understatement. Hera, wait, just think about it for a second here. Zeus called as he followed his wife into the palace they shared together. The Queen of the Gods was in a hurry as she headed into her room and grabbed whatever that she could bring with her, including her peacock cloak and staff, the symbol of her powers. Don't you dare think you can stop me now, Zeus. I am heading there, Hera replied to her husband with a firm tone. I know that you are worried for Naruto, believe me, I do as well, but we just can't stomp into his world and say we're his parents just like that. Zeus frowned. We have an oath to uphold, Hera. You know how ridiculous it sounds when you are the one who said that. Hera asked sarcastically, making Zeus roll his eyes at her, and I don't care. I am heading there and I'm gonna bring Naruto back with me. Then what? You wait for the sticks to finish punishing our son. Zeus asked in a serious tone. Calm down and think about it for a moment here, Kushina. We swore to Styx that we would never return to elemental nations, so the moment that we put our foot back on its earth, Styx would turn her attention to Naruto. He might be powerful now, him defeating Kagaya is the clear proof of that, but there are punishments that even one as powerful as a primordial being cannot avoid. Do you want to make his life even more difficult than it already is? You know better than I do what the life of a Jinchuriki is. Do you want our son to suffer even more because of the decision that we made, and will make? But Hera tried to argue, but once again, she knew that her husband was right. It was rare for him to win an argument of theirs so easily like that. Then what are we going to do now? I can't just leave him there. It has been 17 years already. I think our best course of action now is to send one of the Olympians to come and get him. Maybe two, just to be sure. They are not bound by the oath like we do, so they can travel to elemental nations with no consequences. Zeus told his wife, making Hera nod her head in understanding. They better bring him back to us unscratched. Hera's eyes then turned cold. What about Hiruzen? And Tsunade as well as Jiraiya? They lied to us, Zeus. It was Hiruzen who told us that our son was dead, and even faked the scene in his mind. I don't know how he did it, but I want an answer. I do as well, Hera. Zeus replied to his wife with a nod of his head. Why are we here again? Artemis, the goddess of the moon and hunt, asked while looking around the hall of the Greek gods, patiently waiting for someone to give the answer to her question. Anyone who looked at Artemis could see that the goddess of the hunt did not want to be there, and no one could blame her since none of them wanted to be summoned at this time of the year either, with the only exception being maybe Athena, who was sitting on her throne burying her face in a book in a manner not unlike a hard reader in a library. Around the throne room, every other Olympian was minding their own business. Ares was yawning in boredom as he sat on his throne in the most ungodly manner. At the same time, Aphrodite was, just as Artemis had expected, caring only for herself, double-checking and even triple-checking her own looks in a handheld mirror, trying to perfect her already so-called perfect look. At the very least, Artemis appreciated the fact that the goddess of love was not trying to bother her again, something that she had been doing a lot recently much to her annoyance. Hephaestus, meanwhile, was tickling with the machines on his lap, trying to put together or invent a new mechanical item that Artemis did not recognize. Dionysus, meanwhile, was reading a wine magazine while drinking from a can of Coke, looking quite miserable and more drunk than he normally had been before the punishment their father had put on him. Demeter was ranting again about how good cereals were again to their health even if they were gods to anyone who was bothering enough to listen to her, which in this case was none other than the goddess of the hearth, Hestia, everyone's most favorite auntie. Her childish brother was, just as Artemis had expected, engaging his brother in arm in more things than just blood and best friend Hermes about the women that they met in their immortal life, which disgusted her to no end. Poseidon, on the other hand, was sitting by himself and twirling his trident around in his hand, probably thinking about the Atlantic and his people. Surprisingly enough, Hades had also been summoned to the meeting, and the god of the underworld was currently sitting on his throne-like chair, looking quite laid back with his hands behind his head. She had no reason to not like her uncle, but his presence on Olympus outside of winter solstice meeting had always meant that something big was going on and they needed every god of the Olympian council to present. Yo, Artie. Do not call me that, brother. Apollo's face instantly lost its color when a knife flew past his head, missing his cheek by only an inch and stabbing into the backrest of his throne. Artemis, please try not to murder your brother here. Poseidon spoke with an amused chuckle. It was him who had changed the trajectory of the knife in the air and saved Apollo the trouble of having to use his own power on himself. I will keep your suggestion in mind, uncle, but no promise. Artemis said with a smile to the king of the sea, as she retrieved her knife with a wave of her hand. And how can I help you, brother? Do you know why we are all here? Didn't I just ask the same question? Artemis responded with her own question, but Apollo simply shrugged his shoulders at her in response. I am also in the dark just like you, brother. Artemis answered, thinking about her huntress. She had no doubt that her Lieutenant Zoe would keep everything in order for her while she was gone, but she was worried that monsters might attack them where they were camping while she was away. The monsters had been a whole lot more active recently, and it was in their duty to find out the reason. Artemis opened her mouth to speak, but her father beat her to it as he arrived in the throne room as dramatically as ever in a bolt of lightning. Standing beside him was none other than his wife, the queen of the Greek gods, who had a strange look of worries on her face. The beauty that could even rival Aphrodite herself was totally in ruin. Her hair was a mess and her white dress was messy and taken carelessly. It was Artemis' first time seeing the queen like that. She respected the queen, but she did not like her either for the mistreatment she and her brother had had to deal with since the moment that Zeus could not keep it in his pants and wooed their mother. Whoa, what happened? Aphrodite could not help but ask, looking away from her mirror for the first time. You're a mess, Hera. But the normally short-tempered goddess chose to not say anything in response, simply ignoring the goddess of love as she walked to her throne and sat down. Want me to help you fix your look? No. All right then. The goddess of love waved a hand at Hera dismissively, looking as uncared as ever, but Artemis could see that Aphrodite was somewhat nervous by the tone that the queen had just spoke to her. Go back to your seats, everyone. Let us start this emergency meeting. Zeus spoke up, tapping his lightning bolt lightly on the floor of the throne room after clearing his throat. He waited until everyone had settled down on their seats, and Ares had woken up to begin. Now, let's discuss the most important matter at hand. It's about the boy we saw last night fighting the primordial being Kagaya Otsutsuki, Naruto Uzumaki. Fishcake Spiral? Apollo asked, raising an eyebrow in wonder before grinning broadly and nudging Hermes with his right elbow. Hey, sounds like him and I are gonna be good friends. What about him? Ares asked with another yawn. Before we begin, Ares. You should know that. He is your little brother. Hera interrupted her husband, speaking up for the first time, and made Ares along with the rest of the Olympian council gasp in surprise. However, it was for a different reason. Man, not again, Apollo groaned, throwing his hands in the air in defeat. Wow, talk about keeping an oath. Aphrodite giggled playfully in amusement. I am not surprised. Hades spoke as he glared at his brother. Brother. Poseidon bellowed as he shot up from his seat and stood facing his youngest brother with power radiating from not just his trident, but also his whole body. You broke the oath twice. Explain yourself. Wanna say anything before I send some underworld folks after him? Wherever he is, little brother. Hades asked absently. He was a lot less surprised and angry than he thought he would be. Maybe he had just already seen it coming. He defeated a primordial being. As if those monsters from the underworld are gonna give him trouble. Demeter reasonably pointed out, making Hades shrug his shoulders. Won't stop me from trying though. That boy is a threat for not just being a potential child of prophecy, but for the unimagined power that he poses. It is just like you said, sister, he defeated a primordial being. Is it not already worrisome enough? Hades reminded them all, whether you like it or not, he cannot be kept alive. We gotta do something about it. He's also my son. Right, then that make him even more worry. What? Hades nodded his head in understanding, before widening his eyes in shock at what he had just heard and gasped, looking at Hera as she sat on her throne and tapped her foot on the floor rather impatiently. So you were saying, he's fully my brother? Hephaestus asked, looking at Ares and then back at his mother, our brother. Yes, he is, Hephaestus. Hera answered with a sigh, before glancing over to Zeus and giving him a meaningful look, as if urging him to be quick. Ahem, allow me to tell you a story. Kinda unnecessary dramatic, father. Ignoring Apollo's remark, Zeus began to tell them all the story of elemental nations and how it all began, from the day that Kagaya ate the fruit of the world tree, originally the Jubi itself, whose power was far more terrifying than anything that they all could ever imagine, and attained otherworldly godhood. She then gave birth to 2 sons, who defeated their mother for the tyrant that she had become. Hagoromo, the younger son, later became the creator of shinobi and their arts, ninjutsu, which led to the creation of the ninja world and the great nations of shinobi. He then told them about the many wars between ninjas, starting with the first, then the second and the third, eventually leading to the births of many shinobi villages, by uniting clans of ninja together. Then he told them about his short but eventful journey there with Hera with the help of the Fates and Hecate, how they had become Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, who both grew up in Konoha and lived their life as shinobi of the villages before marrying each other, giving birth to a son whose name was Naruto. It was then that he began to tell them what had happened the night that their mortal self died. Even though Zeus had tried his best, the story was still incredibly hard for him to tell, because it was not something he nor his wife wished to ever relive again. He thought he had lost a great son that night, but it turned out that the boy was still alive and grew up to be an amazing young man, and a powerful shinobi. In the end, no one dared to say a word, not even Ares. As much as Artemis wished to deny it, she was in shock. It would be much easier for me to summon Mnemosyne and have her show you all our memories, but it will take a lot of time to watch. Zeus then said after finishing the story. But we need to talk about the reason that I have summoned I call you here. You wish to bring Naruto Uzumaki here, don't you, father? Athena asked, having come to the conclusion the moment that she found out who Naruto was. She was also the first member of the Olympian Council to collect her composure, as the rest was still trying to process all the information that they had just been given, too shocked to even say a word. You are correct, Athena. We swore to the Styx the night our mortal selves died that we would never return to elemental nations, so we need one of you to go there and retrieve Naruto for us. Zeus spoke to Athena, making the goddess of wisdom nod her head in understanding, having expected as much. Allow me to go, father. Ares shot up from his seat and volunteered instantly with a bloodthirsty grin. I shall bring little brother Naruto back to Olympus. In one piece? I think not. Hermes pointed out while Apollo snorted, and I am not talking about him. You think I will lose to him? Duh. Apollo and Hermes spoke at the same time, after looking at each other. How about you allow me to go? Artemis was not surprised to see Aphrodite then volunteering herself, raising her hand in the air and speaking in a sing-song voice. I am good with people, so why don't you let me bring Naruto here? I am sure that he can use a guide like me. I think we can both go also. Apollo said, with Hermes nodding his head in agreement. Who can bring Naruto back to our world faster than the fastest duo of Olympus? He asked dramatically, his whole body glowing like the sun, making Artemis cover her eyes with a hand as he got up and high-fived Hermes. While I am very glad that there are so many volunteers, Zeus said, while Hera could shake her head while looking around the throne room in slight disappointment and annoyance. It appeared that no one wanted to bring Naruto to Olympus because it was his rightful home, and it was something she had fully expected before going to the meeting. But last night, Hera and I had decided the most suitable choices for this mission. Athena and Artemis, please come forward. Ah, what? Was all Artemis could utter in surprise when her father called for her name. Fair enough. The goddess of wisdom, on the other hand, nodded her head, closing the book on her lap and stood up from her seat, having fully expected her father to choose her and her sister. She had nothing against it, and not to mention that it would be a great opportunity for her to see elemental nations with her own eyes. Father, may I know why you have chosen me for the job? Artemis decided to ask while looking at her father. Artemis, you are my best tracker. Elemental nations is a massive world. It's far larger than ours. Hera and I can teleport you to Konoha, but we need you to help your sister track down Naruto and bring him back as soon as possible, just in case he's not in the village and has gone off on a mission somewhere else. He's a shinobi. My decision is final, Artemis. Zeus spoke up before Artemis could open her mouth to speak anything again, making her blow a strand of her auburn hair away from her face in annoyance. If you're worried about your hunters, send them to Camp Half-Blood and have them stay there for the time being. Make haste, you two. If there is nothing more to talk about, then this council is dismissed. With that announcement from the king, most of the Olympians got up from their seats, with Hades and Poseidon bidding a quick apology for their youngest brother for flipping out at him earlier before teleporting away. A few, however, continued to remain. I will go make the preparation. I will meet with you later, sister. Athena spoke to Artemis before flashing away herself, leaving Artemis to be the only one left in the throne room besides Zeus and Hera. Strapping her hunting knife into its holster, the goddess of the hunt then stood up and walked toward her father, but to her surprise she was stopped by none other than Hera, who grabbed her hands and spoke to her with a pleading look in her eyes. Artemis, please bring Naruto back to me as soon as you can. Hera spoke, making Artemis widen her eyes. I know after everything I have done to you, your brother, and your mother, I do not deserve to ask you anything. But please, please bring my son back to Olympus. Artemis became puzzled. On one hand, she wanted to ignore the queen and walk to her father to reason to him that there were obviously better choices for the mission he had given her and Athena, but on the other, she wanted nothing more than to help this woman, realizing that under all that bitterness that she always took out on those around her, she was still a mother who loved her son, her children dearly. She knew how special Naruto could be to her. She was no goddess of love like Aphrodite, something that she was thankful for, but she knew that Naruto was not just her son. He was the proof of her love for Zeus, the husband who had cheated on her so many times just because that he could. All right, Hera. Artemis spoke finally after making up her mind, squeezing her hands around the queen's as she looked straight into her eyes. I promise to bring your son back to you. Break. With a sad look on his face, Naruto put on his black attire, standing in front of the mirror in his room. A week had passed since the end of the Fourth Great Shinobi War, yet, villagers and shinobi all around the world were still burying their beloved fallen comrades, friends, fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, sons. In grief. Thousands of shinobi had lost their lives in the war. Some Naruto knew, but many others. He hated himself for not at least knowing their names. Everyone would be there for the funerals, even Sasuke. Standing beside his friends and comrades, Naruto remained silent as he looked at the new names that had been carved on the stone. He did not know what to say, and could only stand there with a bunch of flowers in hands. Each flower was for each shinobi of Konoha who had fallen down on the battlefield. But after the rain, the sun would once again rise. A new day had started. A new beginning. What do you mean I cannot become the Hokage just yet? Naruto asked in surprise with a dramatic look on his face, one hand holding his head. The other one would have been used to do the same thing, but it was no longer there, having been blown up during the final clash in his battle against Sasuke. Keep your damn voice down, brat. It is still way too early in the morning for you to shout. Tsunade scoffed in annoyance as she glared at Naruto, while her assistant Shizune could only laugh softly in nervousness while standing behind her and watching the argument between the fifth and Naruto. And my decision is final. Kakashi Hatake will be the Rokudaime Hokage of Konoha. You can work to earn your seat next time. But why not me? He groaned. Standing next to him was Kakashi, who was giving Naruto his trademark eyes smile while holding his shoulder comfortingly. I thought after the war. Yes, you are the hero of the shinobi world now, Naruto. Many people will think that you deserve to become Hokage more than anyone in this village. Tsunade spoke as she got up and walked around the table to reach her godson. But you're still way too young for the seat in the hat to handle the tremendous responsibility of it. I am giving you time to be ready for it, Naruto, not just physically but mentally as well. Saying that, Tsunade then pulled out a bottle of sake from under her jacket, shocking Shizune as she was sure that she had thrown them all away. Now, let's just go to have a drink to celebrate the day I finally escaped from this job. With that said, Tsunade wrapped her free arm around Naruto's neck and pulled him out of the room using her ridiculous strength, with Kakashi and Shizune following closely behind them. The whole way, Naruto tried to reason with the blonde woman, but the moment that they arrived at the street of Konoha, the cheer of the villagers caused Naruto to stop, leaving him standing there in surprise. Well, you might not be the Hokage yet, Naruto. Kakashi said as he walked over to his student and spoke to him warmly, but isn't this almost all but only thing that you have ever wanted? Naruto could only nod his head slowly in response as he looked around, finding himself experiencing the same feeling he had had after Kakashi brought him back to Konoha after he had defeated Pain and confronted Nagato. Once again, they had called him their hero. Break. You are drinking too little, brat. Here, drink some more. Tsunade spoke excitedly as she tried to make Naruto drink another bottle of sake, giving him no choice but to try to push it away. It was 3 in the afternoon and he had already been forced to drink his 7th bottle. At the same time, they weren't the only ones currently celebrating in the restaurant. All of his friends were there with them, including even Sasuke himself who had just been released from prison after much efforts from Tsunade and Naruto to convince everyone that he was no longer a threat. Regardless, because they had shown up, Tsunade had invited them to join the celebration with her. Choji was screaming at Lee for eating his last piece of barbecue, but instantly lightened up when Ino, who knew her teammate far too well, brought a brand new dish of barbecue to him. Can I sit here? Naruto asked, after managing to shrug off Tsunade and leave the table to walk over to his so-called best friend, who was sitting all by himself at his own table. Sure, the last Uchiha answered simply. How is your arm? Naruto then asked after sitting down. The same as yours. Once again, Sasuke gave Naruto a short answer. Ba-chan told me she was making prosthetic hands for us from the cells of the first Hokage. Naruto informed him, she is still working on it, but we will have both of our arms back soon. I don't think I'm going to stay in this village till then. Sasuke said, surprised Naruto. Hey, don't tell me you're thinking about becoming a missing nin again, he said, looking at Sakura who he knew had been sneaking glances at Sasuke for the past few minutes. There are people who won't accept it if you are just gonna leave again, you know. I need to find my own path, Naruto. Not to mention it will be better for us all. I don't hang out around the village often. Sasuke answered before he decided to ask, what about you? What are you going to do now? At that, both young men turned their head to the Hokage monument, where a new face was being carved onto it. I am going to train and study harder. My dream is to become the Hokage, and that hasn't changed. Naruto said with a determined expression on his face. I see. Pouring some sake into an empty cup, Sasuke then pushed it toward his blonde-haired friend before picking up his own cup and holding it out toward him. So, for the Nanaidaime Hokage. Yeah, for me. Naruto grinned. At the same time training ground 44, the Forest of Death. A bolt of lightning then shot down from the sky and struck an empty spoke between trees. From there, 3 women emerged, the first being none other than the virgin goddess of the hunt and moon herself, Artemis, dressed in a white shirt, silver jackets and black jeans to go with black combat boots. On her back was a quiver filled with silver arrows emitting a moonlight glow, while in her hand was a beautiful silver bow that was radiating a tremendous amount of raw power. "Is this the place?" Artemis asked, looking at her older sister who was looking around in wonder. Standing beside them both was a girl who was dressed in almost the same outfit as Artemis did, with the only exception being the camo pants. She was also a tall, graceful and gorgeously beautiful young woman with dark brown eyes, a slightly upturned nose and copper-colored skin. "I think we are," Athena finally answered, nodding her head to her sister. "What nature?" Zoe, the lieutenant of the hunt of Artemis, spoke in amazement while looking around. "This forest. It's breathtaking." Artemis could only nod her head to her lieutenant and best friend in agreement while looking around the place herself. Being the goddess of wildlife, she had a powerful connection to the nature around her, and she could feel a very powerful natural energy within the forest, reminding her of Earth before mortals invented machines and started cutting down trees for their own profits. "Sister, are we close to Konoha?" "I believe we are actually inside Konoha. This must be the forest training ground that father mentioned." Athena spoke as she walked around ahead of both Artemis and her hunter and brought out from her back pocket a map of Konoha, which her father had given to her before teleporting them to the place. "It seems we need to go this way to get to the village. From there, we can look for Father and Lady Hera's old home, where Naruto Uzumaki lives." "Very well," Artemis said, and together, the three of them headed out of the Forest of Death, with Athena having no trouble keeping up with two incredibly agile hunters who had spent thousands of years fighting in the wild, being the goddess of war herself. During their journey, they had an unpleasant encounter with a giant centipede, but it was quickly shot down by Artemis and Zoe before it could do anything. On the other hand, they also had many pleasant meetings with the animals of the forest, which all had incredible sizes. Artemis, the goddess of wildlife, did not have much trouble befriending them and asking them for directions, which they were more than willing to provide after finding out who she was. When the village came into view, Athena stopped them and spoke up. "From here, we should be a bit careful. I know that you two are more than capable of taking care of yourselves, but we must try to stay away from troubles as much as possible, especially unwanted encounters with the shinobi. Some of them can do feats that even the strongest demigods could not hope to compare. Let's keep to the shadows then." With that said, Artemis, Zoe and Athena entered the village, using alleys and corners to hide from attention while traversing the street of Konoha, skillfully avoiding the eyes of the mortal villagers. As soon as they stepped into the village, the group of goddesses and huntress got a lot of attention from the villagers because it wasn't every day they got women as beautiful as they are walking in the village. However, when they were deciding the best way to cross a street to reach Namikaze residence, Zoe and Artemis spoke up at the same time as they felt presence approaching them at rapid pace from above. "We got companies." They all spun around, and saw a ninja wearing a bird mask appearing in front of them, with two more accompanying him from behind. With the exceptions of the masks, they all wore a type of uniform, which consisted of black clothing, a gray flak jacket, metal arm guards and gloves, ninja sandals with spike, 3 ninja pouches on their back waist, a signature spiral tattoo on their shoulder and sword on their back. "Who are you and what is your intention?" the bird mask shinobi, an Anbu, asked in a dead serious tone. "Let me handle this." Athena stepped forward and spoke calmly, holding up both of her hands. "Greetings. My name is Athena. My name is Athena and this is Artemis and Zoe Nightshade. We're friends of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, your Yondaime Hokage and his wife." The Anbu captain's eyes widened behind his mask at the introduction, but visibly he made no bodily reaction to show them what he was feeling. At the same time, he could tell that the woman was not lying. "Our superiors will decide if you're speaking the truth or not," calmly, he replied to them. "If you do not mind, please follow us peacefully. We will escort you to the ones in charge." "Very well then." Athena turned to the two eternal maidens and translated everything she had just said to them, having been speaking to them in their languages, which he had been learning. "He wants us to come with him." Artemis nodded her head in understanding and removed her quiver from her back, making Zoe do the same, the both of them understanding very well that they would have to give their weapons to secure some trust from the other party. It was standard procedure anywhere and not just their world, not to mention that they could retrieve their gears any time with just a snap of their fingers. But before she could give her weapons to Athena so that her sister could hand them to the shinobi, a glint of yellow caught her attention, causing Artemis to snap her head up and look at the house on her right. Time seemed to slow down around Artemis as she focused her sight on that yellow blur, having no trouble keeping up with it and fully seeing it as Naruto Uzumaki, who was jumping from rooftop to rooftop at the speed and grace that surpassed even some of her best huntresses. "Artemis, wait!" Athena called when suddenly the goddess of the hunt turned around and leapt into the air, launching herself so high up the Anbu was left gasping in surprise. Transforming into an eagle, Artemis then flew forward until she was ahead of Naruto and transformed to drop down right in front of him, causing the blonde to gasp in surprise and stop himself, tripping on his feet and falling down on his ass before incredibly beautiful auburn-haired woman that suddenly appeared in front of him. "Found you, Naruto Uzumaki," Artemis said. "Wah, who are you?" was the only logical question that Naruto could ask in response as he gazed up at Artemis. Artemis. Oh no, Kurama thought inside of Naruto's mindscape, knowing well who this woman was from Naruto's mother. "Oh right, I cannot understand what you are saying," Artemis said, hitting herself mentally for not giving enough effort in learning his language before leaving. Sorry, but I cannot understand what you are saying." Naruto spoke to her while silently reaching behind his back to pull out a kunai at the ready. Anyone who could suddenly appear out of nowhere in such a manner could be quite dangerous. Naruto, I sagely advise you to keep your weapon holstered in front of this woman. And try not to piss her off, okay? Why? You know her, Kurama. Naruto could not help but ask his Biju companion, looking at the gigantic nine-tails fox in his mindscape. Her name is Artemis. I can reassure you that she's friendly and quite reasonable to talk to so long as you do not rub her the wrong way, as she has some problems with the opposite gender. What does that even mean? She doesn't trust men. Why didn't you just say so? Naruto scoffed in amusement at Kurama, making the fully merged nine-tailed fox roll his eyes at him before turning his attention back to the auburn-haired woman standing before him. Standing up, Naruto pointed a finger at her, making her look at him disapprovingly, before saying, Artemis. How do you? Before the goddess of the hunt could finish asking how he would know her name, even though Hera had told her and Athena that he did not have any knowledge about them, Naruto pointed at himself. Naruto pointed to himself, Naruto Uzumaki. I know who you are, boy. TCH. Where is Apollo when you need him? Artemis clicked her tongue in annoyance, making Naruto mistake it for a gesture that was directed at him and step back in caution. Before either of them could say anything, they heard voices. Artemis. Hold it right there. Instantly, Artemis spun around and notched an arrow, holding her bow up and aiming it at the Anbu who had shot down behind her, aiming at his forehead. Do not sneak up behind me, boy. Artemis warned in a firm tone, pulling the string of her bow back and making it glow with her divine power. Before she could say anything, a whole group of Anbu then appeared around her and Naruto, looking alarmingly at the auburn-haired woman who did not look worried as she glanced around before seeing Athena coming toward her with Zoe, the two of them being chased by a team of shinobi, using aegis to knock away the throwing weapons that were thrown at them as warnings. Whoa, easy there, you guys. Naruto called out as he stepped forward, pushing Artemis back with his hand just as Athena and Zoe arrived at Artemis' side, with the lieutenant huntress immediately backing her mistress up with her own bow and arrows. Everyone, calm down. Naruto-san, these women, they. Naruto Uzumaki, we are friends with your parents. Before the Anbu leader could inform Naruto of the situation, Athena spoke hurriedly to the blonde in his language, making him widen his eyes in surprise and immediately turn his head to look at her. At the same time, still with Artemis aiming her arrow at his forehead, the Anbu leader held up his hand and made a signal for his squad to lower their weapons, but at the same time keeping their guard up. You know my parents? He asked. It's not strange for people to claim to know his parents, now that the truth about him being the son of the fourth Hokage and his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, one of the former last surviving member of the Uzumaki clan had gotten out, but he could not help but feel that there were more to her claim that meet the eyes. What do you mean when you say you know my parents? Who are you? The blonde continued to ask. Before answering his question, Athena looked firmly at Artemis, who narrowed her eyes at the Anbu around her before lowering her weapon along with Zoe, causing her bow to stop glowing. My name is Athena. Naruto, we are here to bring you back to your parents. The truth is that they are still alive. Athena answered him, shocking everyone standing in the area, and Artemis and I. We are your sisters. Hey Naruto, don't take it too seriously, but your sisters are freaking hot. Be nice, Kiba. Naruto scoffed lightly and spoke to Kiba with a roll of his eyes, but it only made the smile on his face get wider. As much as he had his doubts just like everyone else, it would be an understatement to say that Kiba had been shocked to learn that the two out of the three incredibly beautiful and attractive girls currently standing only a few feet in front of them had claimed themselves to be the sisters of the hero of the shinobi world. Though, nothing could surprise him more than the claim that Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage of Konoha, and his wife Kushina Uzumaki were both still alive. And they are not my sisters. But even if they are really not, they are still hot. Woof. The two young shinobi then turned their head when they heard a playful bark, and both found themselves widening their eyes in surprise when they saw Akamaru nodding his head to the auburn-haired girl, who appeared to be conversing with him in a casual manner in her language. Is she? Talking to Akamaru? Kiba asked in shock before looking at Artemis, who reached a hand out and petted Akamaru softly on his head. Hold on a second there, you can. Really, real talk to dogs? Naruto asked in disbelief with his and Kiba's eyes widening as wide as dinner plates, despite having been told that Athena was the only one who could understand their language. What is she saying? Naruto looked at Athena and asked her after hearing Artemis spoke something more to Akamaru, making the black-haired woman then turn her attention away from Tsunade for a moment to answer him. She said his dog appeared to be smarter than him. Aden said, making Kiba drop his jaws in shock, and yes, Artemis can talk to dog, but her power does not just limit to carnies. She can talk to all kinds of wildlife. Seriously? Naruto said, looking at Artemis as she kneeled down to stroke Akamaru's fur with Zoe, who gave Naruto the impression that she adored the Ninken far more than she liked anyone else in the room, or at the very least, the boys. My apology, Tsunade-san, Athena continued as she turned her attention back to Tsunade, who continued to give the woman a puzzled look from behind her desk. As I was saying. My name is Athena, and these two here are my sister Artemis and her lieutenant, Zoe Nightshades. We are Naruto Uzumaki's sisters, and here to bring him to his parents, who are both alive. That, I must admit, is a lot to take in, Athena-san. Tsunade shook her head and said, glancing over to Naruto who only gave her a shrug of his shoulders, looking just as disbelieving as everyone in the room. Minato Namikaze and his wife Kushina Uzumaki were two of the most beloved shinobi and kunoichi of this village, of our life. For you to suddenly appear from nowhere and make claims that they are still alive like that. I am very sorry but it is very hard to believe. Understandable, Tsunade-san. However, I believe that there is someone who can justify my claim. Athena nodded her head in understanding, before she turned slightly to the side to look at Naruto, who crossed his arms on his chest in wonder as everyone else in the room turned their attention to him. Naruto, can you ask the Kyuubi, or Kurama, I believe that is his name. You know. Yes, your mother told me. Athena nodded her head in confirmation, making Naruto look at her for a second before closing his slightly opening mouth in surprise to move his consciousness into his mindscape, finding himself standing before Kurama who was also scratching his chin in wonder. So, are they telling the truth, Kurama? Unfortunately, she is telling the truth, Kyuubi told Naruto, your parents are alive and well. What? He asked in shock, both at the outside and inside world, how can that be possible? And why didn't you tell me if you have known this the whole time? I wanted to, but I also wanted to give you some time to collect yourself after the war. I figured a few weeks after the funeral would be a good time. Kurama answered, making Naruto widen his eyes slightly before calming down, finding his reason to be reasonable as he could still remember. And for your information, the knowledge and memories that I had about your parents just happened to be split to the other me. It was only after fusing with him that I remembered that your parents were really alive. I see, Naruto nodded his head in understanding at Kurama before returning to the real world, looking at Athena to ask her, so my parents are alive. How were they alive again? Because they are not humans, or in our terms, mortals. Naruto, your parents are the king and queen of the Greek gods. Athena answered, and her words made everyone in the room gasp and widen their eyes in shock, with no one more so than Naruto himself, who could not stop looking at Athena as if she had just grown a second head instead of dropping that piece of information on him. Of all the answer that she could give him, Minato and Suhina being gods was the last thing that they could think of. About 40 years ago, your parents came to this world to rekindle their marriage and start everything over not as gods, but as mortals. With the help of the Fates and Hecate, the goddess of magic from our world, they created mortal, artificial bodies for themselves and blend in this world. Athena explained, and she raised her hand to create a projection of the king and queen of the Greek gods in the room, each standing alongside their mortal selves who then joined with them to create a singular being in a bright flash of light. The display left Naruto and everyone completely speechless, even though it was far from the most impressive thing that they had ever seen and also did not prove anything. Our father, Zeus, the king of the Greek gods and the Olympians god of lightning and skies, became the man that you hear all addressed as the Yondaime Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Meanwhile, his wife Hera, the Olympian goddess of family and marriage became Kushina Uzumaki. After that, Athena made the projection she created disappear, remaining silent with her sister in order to give the mortals time to take it all in, as no one knew what to say about what they had just heard and witnessed. Kurama, Naruto whispered. Yes, Naruto. As hard to believe as it is, everything she just said to you is the truth. The orange-tailed beast answered with a solemn nod of his head, making Naruto look down. I need a moment, Naruto said with his hands reaching out to stop Kiba and Shino when the two tried to help him as he stumbled back, at the same time giving Hinata a weak smile when she tried to do the same. I know it's incredibly hard for you to believe it, Naruto, but I swear it on the sticks that I am telling the truth. And in that moment, the sky rumbled, causing the shinobi to widen their eyes in shock. And if you need further proof. With that said, Athena raised a hand and summoned a bronze spear, causing the Anbu to instantly appear around her, with Naruto and Team 8 becoming alerted at the sight of the weapon. But the black-haired woman did not use it to attack any of them, and instead turned the spear to the palm of her other hand as she held it out for all to see. You see, Naruto, you are immortal because you were born from the mortal selves of your parents. Athena then pressed the blade of her spear down her palm and slid it back a little to make a shallow cut, but I was born a goddess, and as a deity, my blood is not the same as yours. With that said, Athena raised her hand and showed them her palm, showing them the cut where a glowing, golden liquid was trickling down much to the shock of the shinobi in the room. This is ichor, the blood of a god, and I am the goddess of wisdom and war. After a moment, the cut suddenly healed itself and Athena simply wiped her ichor away with a handkerchief, which she had magically summoned after making the spear disappear. Artemis is goddess of the moon, hunt, maiden and wilderness. The goddess of wisdom then continued her introduction, and to show them the proof that she was indeed what she had been introduced as, Artemis caused the sky to turn dark and the moon to appear, glowing brighter than anyone had ever seen in their life for a brief moment. However, those few seconds of the darkened sky and the full moon right in the middle of the day was far more than enough to cause the villagers of Konoha to look up in confusion, but only the shinobi and kunoichi inside the Hokage office knew what was happening. Even so, they could stop themselves from gasping like fishes on water. Kurenai, who was acknowledged as one of the best genjutsu users in the village, could tell that what they had just seen was no illusion, even though it had happened too fast for her to collect herself and try to dispel it. A bit too far, sister, and unnecessary. These ninjas have techniques that allow them to create illusions like that, so you can't convince them by showing them your powers in such a manner. Athena spoke to Artemis, who simply shrugged her shoulders in response before she turned back to Naruto to speak to him. And if you still need further proof, I believe someone other than Kurama holds the answers to every question that you have. With that said, Athena then looked at Tsunade, who was still trying to collect herself and comprehend what happened, and spoke to her. If it's possible, Tsunade-san, I would like to talk to this man whose name is Hiruzen Sarutobi. I believe he is your teacher and predecessor. You are correct, Athena-sama, but unfortunately, after a moment of silence, Tsunade finally spoke up, in a more respectful tone than she had before, showing everyone that she had accepted the fact that the two women standing in front of her were indeed goddesses. Sarutobi-sensei passed away 2 years ago. He was killed by another student of his during an invasion against our village. What about Jiraiya? Minato-sensei? Aden asked, but it was Naruto who answered. He died also. The blonde said in a low tone, and that was enough for Athena to know that she had mentioned someone that Naruto held dearly. I see, so everyone who might hold the answers to your questions are gone. Sadly, those are the only people that Minato and Kushina trust with their secrets. Athena said with a small sigh before turning to Naruto to speak to him. A couple of weeks ago, you fought against this Kagaya Otsutsuki, correct? Yeah, Naruto nodded his head. What about her? Well, your father had magical measures set up to alarm us of individuals who might have the strength to overthrow Olympus, where we're from. Athena answered, and a few weeks ago, your fight against Kagaya has released so much power that it could be felt across all realms, and set off our alarm. We tried to locate the source, and we saw you fighting Kagaya. That was how your parents found out that you were alive, Naruto. Wait, what do you mean that they found out that I was alive? Naruto asked with an arching eyebrow. I still don't know the full story, but they believed that you were dead. They were both in so much grief that they refused to return to this realm after that night, the night that their mortal selves died. Athena answered, making Naruto widen his eyes in shock. Us gods cannot die, but when we were slain in battles, we entered a static state and returned some time later. It could be days, months, or even hours in the case of your parents. When they returned, they tried to look for you, to bring you to Olympus to live with them. Athena said, and then looked over to Tsunade to continue, but they were told that you did not survive and died. It was Hiruzen Sarutobi who told them that Naruto Uzumaki was dead. The statement caused Tsunade to become completely speechless, and was unable to do anything but look back at the goddess standing before her with shock-filled eyes. Your mother searched his mind to see if he was telling the truth or not. Athena then continued, and he did. I don't know how he tricked her, but he did. So, you're telling me that he lied to them, and he lied to me about my parents? Naruto asked Athena in disbelief, his voice trembling a little. He did not want to believe it, and was forcing himself to. But he knew, deep down inside, she was telling the truth. I will assume nothing, Naruto. You are going to have to figure out a way to discover the truth yourself. Athena said in a calm tone, however, you can trust that every word that came out of my mouth is the truth, or at the very least, what I know. I did not make anything up, and I did not lie to you about what I know. I swear it on the sticks, Naruto. And once again, the sky rumbled and Naruto could no longer stop himself from asking about it. What kind of swearing is that? The river Styx is a sacred river that separates the land of the living from the realm of the dead located in the underworld. Oaths made by this river bring forth something, worse than death, to the oath-bearer if not fulfilled. Athena explained it to him, causing Naruto to widen his eyes in surprise. Oh, alright. Naruto nodded his head in understanding before he continued, you don't have to go that far to prove that you are telling the truth, but still. I guess I appreciate it. Thank you, brother. Too soon for that. Naruto immediately spoke up to stop her, we didn't know that for sure yet. Fair. Athena nodded her head to him with an acknowledging smile before she decided to ask, and it also happened to be the question that everyone was having in their mind, so what are you going to do now? I guess I need some time, you know. It just, a lot to take it. Naruto said with a weak smile, this is not how I thought my day was going to be when I woke up this morning. Hey man, same here. If you need any help with this, feel free to ask any of us. We will be happy to help. Kiba reached out and grabbed his shoulder comfortingly, making Naruto smile at him in appreciation before doing the same to Shino and Kiba, who nodded their heads to him alongside Kurenai. Please, take as much time as you want. We are in no rush. Athena said to him, before turning back to Tsunade to ask, Tsunade-san, would it be possible for you to arrange us a place to stay in your village for the time being? That night, Naruto sat on top of his father's head at the Hokage monument, looking at the village below while thinking about all that had been said to him earlier on that day. From where he was, he could see the inn where Athena, Artemis and Zoe were staying, and wondered what they were doing there. Because they were not allowed to leave the inn unless absolutely necessary, Athena had requested a bunch of books to read, but Artemis and Zoe did not strike him as someone who could stay still in one place for too long and be happy about it. So you're here, Naruto. A familiar voice spoke up from behind him, making Naruto turn around to look, not feeling surprised in the slightest when he saw Sasuke walking toward him. I heard the story from the Godime. Sakura and everyone are worried about you. Naruto only replied to him with a shrug of his shoulders as Sasuke walked up and sat down next to him. Remember our first fight at the Valley of the End? Sasuke asked. The fight you literally shoved your whole arm through my chest. Yeah, I remember that. Naruto nodded his head. There was a long moment of silence before both of them broke out in chuckles. Very funny, but, you remember what I screamed at you? About our parents. Yeah, at that time I didn't even know who they were. Naruto said as he stretched his legs out and leaned back a little. I thought they were killed during Kurama's attack on the village, or maybe they left me. But it turned out your dad was the Yondaime Hokage and your mom is a very skilled kunoichi. Sasuke nodded, pausing for a moment before continuing with a very small smile, and now. It has turned out that they might be even more than that. The king and the queen of the Greek gods, huh? Naruto said and looked up, finally noticing for the first time that night that the moon was larger and brighter for some reason. Although it did not take long for the blonde to figure out that it might have something to do with a certain goddess of the moon who was staying in the village, if she really was who she claimed to be. Anyway, Godime-sama also told me about the Sandaime. It doesn't matter anymore, Sasuke. Naruto shook his head and interrupted his friend, stopping him because he could finish it. He's dead. Even if I want to ask him why he told my parents that I was dead that night, we couldn't. Who said we couldn't? Sasuke asked, causing Naruto to snap his head over to look at him. And it was only at that moment that Naruto thought about the idea. But didn't that snake face disappear shortly after the war ended? He asked, and they both knew who was referring to. Can we find him? Which snake face are you talking about? Orochimaru or Kabuto? Who is more likely to help us? It might take time to find him. Sasuke pointed out, but we can start looking tomorrow. I know a few places that he can be. We might be able to find something there. But what about the sacrifice? Naruto then asked, remembering the requirements for that certain technique to be possible. I'm not going to let him kill another person just to summon Oji-chan back so I can ask him a few questions. Don't worry, we will both make sure that will not happen. That night Naruto couldn't sleep, his mind filled with so much thoughts that it kept his eyes from closing and rest. He just laid there and stared at the ceiling, and the next things he knew, it was 4 o'clock in the morning. It wasn't like he could get any sleep anyway, so Naruto put on his shirt, a little hard because he was getting familiar with working with one hand only, but Naruto still managed to put both of his feet into his pants and tied the kunai porch around his legs, with another shuriken porch on behind him on his belt. Tying the Konoha's forehead protector at the back of his head, Naruto walked to the door of his apartment and walked outside, heading to training ground number 3 to have a morning workouts. It didn't take long for Naruto to arrive at the memorable place, the training ground where Team 7 was formed and the place Kakashi taught them the first lesson, one of the most important rules of his life. Those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their friends are worse than scum. The training ground held so many memories, so maybe he should ask Sasuke and Sakura about having one last lesson with Kakashi before he became the Rokudaime of Konoha, to let him know how much Team 7 had grown after reuniting with each other. Suddenly Naruto heard the very familiar twang of a bowstring and the following thud of an arrow hitting its target. He followed the sound until she reached a clearing with 3 wooden logs, the same place he fought Kakashi for the first time. There he found a little girl about the age of 10 or 11 years old with a very family auburn hair firing arrows at a target around 100 yards away. Even when Naruto knew very little about bow and arrows, he was slightly awed at the girl's skill with a bow. The speed and accuracy she was shooting at was better than any shinobi throwing their weapons. That girl looked oddly familiar though. You know that I may shoot you down right there, Uzumaki, the girl suddenly spoke up when Naruto landed on top of a tree. The voice was much more childlike, but it was the same kind of tone that Goddess of the Moon used to talk to him yesterday. Artemis? Naruto asked, jumping down to the ground about a few feet away from the goddess, then walked toward her very carefully so that she would know he don't have any weird intent. Wow, you're a kid, what happened? Kurama was in action again to translate everything for Naruto. The only one he knew could change their age like that was Tsunade, but she was a 50-year-old lady who had problem with gamble. He doubted that she and Artemis shared the same interest in wager. Us gods can change our appearance as will, this is the age I usually look like, she said and shot another arrow, saying that calmly. Huntresses. Like Zoe. Yes, like Zoe, she nodded her head before saying, I could appear as a grown woman like yesterday, or a blazing fire, or anything else I want, but this is what I prefer. This is the average age of my hunters, and all young maidens for whom I am patron, before they go astray. Go astray. Grow up. Become smitten with boys. Become silly, preoccupied, insecure. Forget themselves. Oh, you mean fallen in love? Naruto suddenly realized with a large smile, his hand hitting his other palm. Artemis, left eyes twitched, turning around she returned to her training, shooting arrows straight to the middle wooden log. I rather not talk about it. She used that sentence to end their conversation, but Naruto still standing there right behind her. Then, the blonde reached his hand into his shuriken porch and pulled out a half-dozen of shurikens. With just a simple throwing move, all 6 shuriken left his hand and flew straight forward toward the middle wooden log, which was filled with silver arrows. But unlike Artemis, who hit the wooden surface right away, Naruto's shuriken splitted 6 arrows of Artemis in half before their blades striking into the log. Artemis instantly turned around, glaring at him. You're welcome. His chuckling then stopped. Artemis, my mom and dad, did they have any more children other than me? Kurama had filled him in that gods was immortal and his so-called godly parent had lived for more than 3,000 years as husband and wife, so it wouldn't be a surprise if they had any more children than him. Artemis looked at Naruto for a moment. She didn't know if she should tell him the truth or not, that her father was basically the biggest man whore ever and had countless affairs. Even the goddess standing in front of him, the goddess who was reading books in a tent not too far away, were all his half-sisters. But since he asked Zeus' children with Hera, she would answer the things he wanted. There are Hebe as the Greek goddess of youth and also the former cup-bearer of the gods back at the old day, Artemis started, then Enyo was a goddess of war and destruction. Wait, isn't Athena the goddess of war? Naruto asked, cutting Artemis off her speech. Athena is the Olympians' goddess of war and wisdom, while Enyo was a minor goddess of war. She told him, Athena has a more important role than Enyo, but it's kind of opposite in Roman. She wanted to pull out the knife and gut Naruto right there for making that totally confused face. Imagine your leader Tsunade and your shinobi council. So why didn't you just say so? Artemis nearly face-palmed. It seemed that she had figured it out, his problem. This whiskered cheeks idiot wasn't as stupid as she thought. Quite opposite actually, it just that he was relatively naive, simple, and slow to understand principle or situations, often requiring an oversimplified analogy in order to grasp what was being explained to him. In short, to Artemis, a simple-minded idiot boy. Please continue. Okay then, next is Enyo, the goddess of war and destruction. Can't say I will get along with her if we ever met, so the boy wasn't like war, Artemis mused, fair enough since he already went through a war himself. The goddess of the moob already figured it out what he was going to say when she mentions Ares. Eileithyia, the goddess of childbirth, Artemis continued, and then Hephaestus, the Olympians' god of forges, fire, technology, craftsmen, sculptors, volcanoes, and blacksmiths. Wow, that is a lot. Some of us Olympians have more than one domains, like me other than the goddess of the hunt and moon, I'm also the goddess of the chastity, animals, and the wilderness. Okay alright, is there anyone else? Yes Ares, Artemis said that with a very distasteful tone, making Naruto raised an eyebrow at her, Olympian's god of war. That's it. Yes, your eldest brother is mortal's least favorite, Naruto nodded, unlike Athena, who is the goddess of wisdom, making her somewhat a goddess of war of justice, your brother is the complete warmonger, battlemaniac and bloodthirsty, typical man. Damn, Naruto scratched the back of his head, why do I have a feeling that he is going to challenge me for a fight? Probably, was all Artemis said before returning to what she was doing. He got a big family was all Naruto thought in his head, he got a big family waiting for him at this place, Olympus. While most of them might not as pretty as he thought like Ares or Enyo, they are his family, the family he always wished for when he was young. Then suddenly, after 30 minutes of neither party said any words to each other and focused on their morning workouts, Naruto's stomach suddenly grumbled like thunder earning the attention of Artemis, who looked at him as if she was looking at a strange creature. Hee, sorry about that, Naruto laughed sheepishly. You're never stopped to amaze me, Artemis sighed, shaking her head, just when I thought you're done showing yourself, once again you come back and show a new side of you. Guess it is because I am awesome right? He grinned brightly, which really reminded her of Apollo's upbeat attitude, hopefully he would never turn out like her childish brother. His stomach rumbled once again. I have enough of your hungry ass, she snapped her finger and in a flash of light, a set of picnic table and chair appeared from thin air beside Naruto, surprise him. Wow, how can you do that? Godly power, Artemis replied shortly, now sit down and I will find you something to eat. You know how to cook? Naruto asked, sat down while looking at Artemis in surprise. What do you really mean when you ask that question? Artemis asked, glaring at Naruto slightly who just laughed sheepishly, of course I know how to cook, but some boy like you don't deserve to taste my cooking, let alone eat it, she said that with a smirk. Well, then how, but Naruto was silenced for the second time because Artemis clicked her fingers once again and food suddenly filled the entire table, various kinds of foods, some Naruto never tasted or even saw in his life. Consider this an apology for how I acted yesterday, said Artemis, sat down the chair opposite from Naruto, I attacked you for something nonsense and my behavior was like of an immature little girl. Well you're a little girl right, I mean, you can continue, Naruto was about to tell a joke, but stopped himself because Artemis looked up and glared at him like he wanted to eat him alive or put an arrow through his head. As I was saying before being rudely interrupted, Artemis said, voice full of sarcasm, please consider this simple breakfast at the redemption for my actions. It wasn't like I was holding something against you, Naruto grinned, but thank for the meal anyway, he then picked up the chopstick and dug in. But after the first bite was in his mouth, Naruto looked at Artemis and asked. You don't eat. Gods don't eat, we live from the mortals, faith in our domains. Artemis then summoned a bowl of small cubes that put a piece in her mouth. But we can eat this, ambrosia, the food eaten by gods or drink this, nectar the drink consumed by the gods. She then summoned a cup filled with strange color liquor inside. Can I have some? He asked, wondering how the food and drink of gods taste like. Sure have some, Artemis gave it to Naruto, who took it and threw it into his mouth. But since you're mortal, unless you want your blood to be turned to fire and bones to sand then sure, have as much as you like, Naruto instantly spitted it out of his mouth, horrified. What the hell? He screamed in Japanese, and even though Artemis couldn't understand, he knew he was cursing and couldn't help but laugh. Naruto looked at the laughing little girl, pouting before turning down and returned to the normal foods. Right about the time I thought you're nice enough, he said, putting the food into his mouth, hey Artemis. What? Can you summon ramen? Why is that food? It unhealthy and. Please, it's my favorite food, he begged with hand in front of him, if he still had his right hand then his hands would clap together. To me, it's the food of the gods, not that, dangerous cookies, he pointed to the bowl of ambrosia, which Artemis was pouring the nectar inside and ate it from a spoon. Okay go on, Artemis groaned and summoned the food he wanted. Itadakimasu, he shouted and dug in. Not even 10 seconds later. Done, can I have some more? He asked, grinning brightly and put the bowl down much to the shock of the goddess of the hunt. What in the Hades, what is wrong with you? She asked before shaking her head with her hands massaging her forehead. Forget that, here just eat. She replaced the entire table with bowl and bowl of ramen, making Naruto grin. Thank you. The rest of Naruto's breakfast ended in just 10 minutes, as he finished 10 bowls of ramen in just a few seconds really surprised Artemis. Artemis had never seen a boy like him before, who had proved to her that he was much more than he appeared to be. Sure, he was simple-minded, disrespectful and sometimes full of himself, but he had amazing skills in fighting and a very great mind for strategy, as Athena had commented it when they watched Naruto and his friend fought against Kagaya. She hated to admit it, but she would have to fight her hardest if she wanted to keep up with a Naruto who only fought with just one arm, who easily defeat her yesterday and actually show enough skills with just that to defeat her 3,000 years of experience. Or maybe she was blinded with anger and he defeated her easily using that at his advantage. That must be it, Artemis mused to herself. It was her anger that clouded her judgment and made her to lose to him. He fought on the equal ground against a primordial being, remember? Artemis shivered, she could hear those words from the deepest part of her mind. Even ninja of this village was able to keep up with Zoe and could kill her in a close combat battle by the time her arrows ran out yesterday. She now knew why the older gods and goddesses never told them about this world. Hey Artemis, Naruto suddenly spoke up, clicking his fingers in front of her face to draw the goddess of the moon back to the ground, her mind probably like the moon going somewhere above the sky, he mused. Oh sorry, what do you want to say again? She blinked and looked at him. I want your help today Artemis, he said. I want to find out the truth about Sarutobi Oji-chan's lie about me to my parent. But wasn't he already dead? Artemis crossed her arms on her chest. Sure, gods like us can go to the underworld if the owner allow, but your world's world of afterlife is very different than ours. There is no guarantee that we can enter it the same way. I don't need you to take me to the underworld, hell or heaven, whatever it is. He shook his head. But I heard from Kurama that you have the ability to track one down even if they are halfway around the world. I want you to help me find this man, Orochimaru, and he is the key to all my questions. Find another man, this mission can't get worse. Artemis wanted to slap herself. Alright, I will help you, but as soon as you got your answer you will come with us, alright? If that satisfy me, Naruto nodded. Line break. It's nice to see you two so friendly this morning, what happened? The goddess of wisdom asked Artemis, sitting down the picnic table, the same spot Naruto had been sitting a few hours ago to talk to her half-sister. The blonde shinobi was standing in the water while punching and kicking his feet around, trying to get used to fight with his left arm since now he had to fight with just one hand for some time. We started off in the wrong foot, Artemis nodded, but at least he didn't do anything wrong yet, at least until now. So you two, talk? Athena asked before bringing out a book. Just yesterday, the two was head-to-head against each other and Naruto had absolute problem with the opposite gender after all. And treat him breakfast, as an apology for action tomorrow. Did he talk anything about coming with us? Yes, but he needs to find out the truth about him being here without his parent knowing. He need me to help him find this man, named Orochimaru. Athena raised an eyebrow at this, something about this man could help him talk to Hiruzen. Well, Shinobi has plenty ninjutsu and powers that we still don't know anything about. Artemis couldn't help but agree. You two talk. Can we just talk about something else? 7 o'clock, the two goddesses and Huntress stood in front of the main gate of Konoha behind Team 7, the same team of mortal fought against a woman who was as strong as the primordial gods. Naruto and Sasuke had told Tsunade about the idea of finding Orochimaru to search for the information he wanted, and since Sakura was there as well, Naruto couldn't help but ask the last member of Team 7 to go with them to make their team a whole again in this mission. Tsunade-sama is nearly done with the prosthetic hands made from Hashirama-sama's cells. Sakura told her teammate, I guess when we come back after this mission you two will have your hands back. Great, Naruto grinned. At least he wouldn't have to learn to do the simplest kind of things with just one hand for the rest of his life. Like fighting with both arms were better than with just one. I don't think I can receive it anytime soon, Sasuke suddenly spoke up. What do you mean? Sakura asked while Naruto remained silent. He knew his friend would bring up this subject and told it to Sakura. I need to see it for myself. How the world looks, Sasuke told her. What? Sakura shuddered, looking down. Artemis, eyes twitched a little, did that girl in love with that black-hair boy? In her opinion, that was the worst possibility that could happen to any girls, no matter what worlds they were. Sakura was a strong young woman. The fight with Kagaya clearly showed that and would be a fine addition to her hunt. Maybe she could ask the young pink-hair lady to join her hunt after this, since it looked like the black-haired boy was going to leave her. Before Sakura can say anything further, Kakashi Hatake appeared with his hands in his pocket. So, the team is all here, Kakashi said with his usual tone. Yo, he greeted Team 7 with an ice smile before turning to the goddesses and huntress. It's my pleasure to see two goddess in person. I'm Kakashi Hatake and the Rokudaime Hokage of this village. He then added, I was also the sensei of Team 7. Kakashi sensei, Naruto gasped in surprise, what are you doing here? I thought you're. Now don't worry, the masked man smiled. When I heard that you three are about to head out to find Orochimaru, I couldn't help but come here as soon as I can. As soon as you can? Naruto asked, slightly smirking. So, there is no black cat on the street and helping old lady this time. It was 2 hours ago that I walked out of the Hokage's office. Naruto and Sakura groaned while Sasuke just sighed. Relax, I'm just kidding. Great, Team 7 are all here for our last mission. Naruto grinned brightly before turning to the immortal group behind him. I think it's time to go, ladies, he spoke in English. Okay, but first, Artemis walked to the group. Can anyone tell me how is this Orochimaru looks like? Snake face, evil eyes, Naruto described very simple, really pale skin, look like someone already dead. Those who can speak English looked at him. What? It's the truth. Kakashi, do you have a picture of Orochimaru or anything that can show Artemis about him? Athena asked the new Hokage of Konoha. Oh, Tsunade-sama gave this to me. Kakashi pulled out from his shirt pocket a picture and gave it to Athena, who could see a younger Tsunade and a man with long spiky white hair and another one with long black hair and pale skin. Naruto was right, his skin was really pale and looked like someone already dead. I take that this man is Orochimaru. Athena nodded her head before giving it to Artemis, pointing the pale-skinned man in the picture. Then, she closed her eyes and not a moment later the shinobi could hear the sound of lot of animals were approaching them. All gasped in shock when hundreds and hundreds of various kinds of animals instantly present in front of Artemis. Birds gathered around the area and there were still more to come. Foxes, wolves, wild cats, even creature like bugs, butterflies and snails were present and in front of the goddess of the hunt. Damn, Naruto said in amazement, she probably a goddess, Naruto commented while looking at Artemis, who was showing the animals the picture of Orochimaru and the other Sannin. Alright, split up and find this man for me. Also tell your friends and the other creatures as well, she said loudly and instantly, the animals all bowed to Artemis before parting away, disappeared as fast as they appeared. Now we wait. Just in case they can find him, Sasuke spoke up, we should head to one of Orochimaru's old hideouts at Otogakure, in case he decided to return there. Alright, Kakashi nodded his head while Athena translating everything back to Artemis. Let's go, team. They all nodded and the shinobi shot up, moving fast on top of the tree while the goddess of the mood and her lieutenant ran below them on the ground. Athena transformed herself into an owl and flew up, flying on the sky. They traveled for 3 hours at top speed. Neither parties talked to each other but talked among themselves, as Athena and Artemis were conversation through telepathy about Elemental Nation and what Athena had found out about this world. Zoe was keeping a close eyes on everything around her, taking in every details of the incredible wilderness of Elemental Nations. Neither huntress had seen such fine nature like this before. Then suddenly when they about to arrive at the border between Land of Fire and the Land of Sound, Artemis shouted. Wait! Everyone stopped and the shinobi got down to the ground. The stormy grey owl flew down and transformed back to Athena. Did you find him, mistress? Zoe asked, the same question all wanted to ask her. Just wait a second. After saying that, the auburn-haired goddess put her hand on the ground and stayed silent for a little before standing up again. Found him. What? Just like that? Naruto asked, surprise. I mean, shouldn't one of the animals return to you and tell you wherever Orochimaru is? I can communicate with animals even from far distance. Artemis shook her head. One of them found Orochimaru and 3 more shinobi at the underground base about 3 miles from here. I know that place. Orochimaru returned there to gather all of his research with the rest of Taka. Sasuke nodded his head at Naruto, and he was wondering where his short-time teammate was. His old team, Naruto explained. I will lead the way, the auburn-haired goddess said before heading toward the direction the animals were leading her as fast as she could while everyone following closely behind. It didn't take long for them to arrive at their destination, a small area surrounded with trees and rocks, hard to find Orochimaru's headquarters if not for Artemis leading them. The first impression about Orochimaru's headquarters was an underground basement, with a secret door hid really well but soon found by Zoe. Naruto, wait, Sakura shouted when suddenly, Naruto launched himself forward and rushed toward the secret door of Orochimaru's hideout without any stopping. However, before he could get in, Naruto was bounced back by an invisible barrier. Interesting, Athena got next to Naruto, bringing her hand out to touch the invisible barrier. Of course, Orochimaru will put something like this to protect his base. Kakashi nodded his head before turning to his team. This is a very. But before he could say anything more, Naruto, who just took a few seconds to gather natural energy, with his left hand, punched a barrier with so much raw strength that the collision shook the entire area and shocked everyone, completely shattered Orochimaru's protection with his physical power alone. Powerful barrier, Kakashi finished his sentence while the barrier collapsing in front of them. Sasuke just sighed. Idiot, Sakura shouted and punched Naruto upside down on his head, actually held back a lot of her strength in order to not seriously hurt him. Now he is going to think someone is attacking him. Hey, this is faster than waiting for Orochimaru to come out or else unseal the barrier, Naruto cried out while holding his head in pain. Typical do first think second, Athena commented, blindly charge into battlefield like that can get you killed sometime. So you have any other ideas to get in? It's not like we are in good term with Orochimaru and Taka, well, other than Sasuke. I had plans, Athena said blankly, but you ruined it, thank you very much. Duh, a guy is trying to find the truth here. Athena only shook her head and followed the other inside, with Naruto opened the door for all of them. Naruto, Kakashi was the last one, standing at the door and looked at Naruto, can I have a few words with you? Of course sensei, he nodded. I know that you're very worried about the upcoming meeting with the Sandaime, the Rokudaime Hokage said, but you need to calm down, losing your cool and risking everyone's life like that is not you at all. Sensei. Artemis-sama said Orochimaru inside, a goddess said Orochimaru is inside this place then mean he is in here. Kakashi gave him an eyes smile, he is not going anywhere and more friendly than before, I believe that he will help you summon Sandaime-sama. So takes a deep breath and calm down. With that Kakashi walked inside, leaving Naruto with himself outside of the underground basement. The blonde sighed, he shouldn't act like that, Kakashi was right, he needed to calm down and think more carefully about the situation. He had to make sure he was calm and clear-minded when talking with the man who currently the reason for his childhood without his family. Taking a deep breath Naruto walked in. When Naruto were 3 steps inside. Sasuke-kun. A squeak could be heard and a girl with red hair and glasses launched herself forward towards Sasuke, who had foreseen it and replaced himself with Sakura. To say the student of Tsunade Senju was unpleased was an understatement. Her eyes twitched when Karen crashed into her with the redhead's arms wrapped tightly around her head, which she thought should be Sasuke's. Gripping her hand into a fist tightly, Sakura then crooked it back and punched Karen away from her, sending Naruto's human-side relative across the underground basement and crashed into a wall. This is the worst, Zoe commented about what the redhead just do. I thought you only have problem with boys, Naruto asked, looking at the lieutenant of Artemis, not the girls. I don't have problem with love-struck girls, Zoe said emotionlessly, I pity them. Blindly got into something that only hurt them later on, while they can do much better than following behind boy. Artemis Hunt was a group of girls and Naruto already figured out why Artemis formed said hunt in the first place as well as their opinion about the opposite sex. Karen got out of the wall, Sakura punched her through with the last 2 shinobi of Team Keita, Suigetsu and Jugo right behind her. My, Sasuke, Suigetsu said with a mouth full of sharp teeth. It's just 2 days and you're already here with the hero. He then looked at Naruto, you're here to capture us or something? Of course not, idiot, Sasuke-kun is here to visit me and later bring him back to the village. She then shot to Sasuke and wrapped her arms around his left arm, leaning her head slightly on his shoulder, isn't that right Sasuke-kun? Those women behind them, Jugo spoke up with his usual calm tone, they're not normal. Suigetsu and Karen looked at him as if he was crazy while the 3 immortal beings just looked at the orange-hair man in a little surprise. Up to this time they shouldn't feel any surprise from what the shinobi can do anymore. They're my friends, Naruto said before looking around, can you 2 lead me to where Orochimaru is? I got a favor to ask him. There is no need for that, a cold and chilling voice could be heard as Orochimaru made himself present to everyone, wearing the same attire he wore. The legendary Sannin of Konoha walked out from a secret tunnel with a smile. You 4, especially the Hokage and Sasuke-kun are the last person I expected to visit this place. He then turned his eyes slightly to the immortal group, and bring some unfamiliar women with you too. Good to see you too Orochimaru, Kakashi sighed. So can I ask why you are here? The snake Sannin asked, not here to bring me back to the village and commit my crime I hope. We need you to help Naruto talk to the Sandaime-sama, Sasuke informed and Orochimaru was a little surprised at this, there is something he needs to ask. Then you perfectly know what jutsu is need to summon him as well as the requirement, the Sannin said calmly. Lucky for you that Naruto, I have one here with me. Orochimaru then turned around and walked ahead, please follow me. Oh right, but let me warn you if you intend to use a human's life to summon the Sandaime, I will make sure that you have a few scars that can never heal. Naruto quickly followed right behind Orochimaru, saying that and made the Snake Eyes man stopped. If using a human is the only choice for the sacrifice, will you still do it, Naruto? The blonde was a little taken aback by that question. He looked down a little before quickly turning his eyes back to Orochimaru. I will find another way, I just want to ask Oji-chan directly, Naruto told him. If there is no other choice, I will find a different way to find out the truth. Very well then. They all head to a wide room of Orochimaru's underground basement, where the room was being lighted up by multi-candles inside of the snake's mouth, which were opened wide on the wall. Athena could clearly see the place was some kind of laboratory in a way, with multi-strange device and documents on the papers, with lots of scroll and some books as well. And in the middle of the room there is a tank filled with liquid, and inside was. Isn't that Zetsu's clones? Naruto asked, surprised. I thought they was all disintegrating. Took me a while to keep him alive, but he is not the original one from Zetsu army. Orochimaru smirked. He is the second one and the most stable one. The original and the first clone already crumble away before I could stable them. He cloned that man from original man. Athena asked Naruto quietly. As far as she concerned, their origin shouldn't be known by too many people. Athena was talking with Naruto while looking at the pale man with spikes on his body floating inside the tank filled with water. Taka was helping Orochimaru drank the liquid away to take Zetsu outside. Indeed he was. Naruto scratched his chin. Your worlds doesn't have cloning. Artemis and Zoe turned to hear their conversation in interest. Cloning isn't an unfamiliar term to our world, but clone a human being was banned right after the idea was given. It was wrong, simply inhuman, but we can clone animals or an organ to replace the damaged organ. Wow, I think I can understand that. Naruto nodded his head. I don't think my world have any rule forbid us from cloning, but I don't think anyone other than Orochimaru and Kabuto ever done this. He then made a clone of himself appeared next to him with one hand seal, surprised the immortal group when a perfect replica of Naruto appeared. We also have a jutsu that allow us to create copies ourselves, called Kage Bushin no Jutsu. He dispelled the clone, who grinned at the immortal group before disappearing. These clones are just real as I am because I distributed my chakra among every clone, giving each clone an equal fraction of my overall power. Then that mean you split this chakra energy in half and give it to each clone, right? Athena's head perked up with interest. She knew what was chakra from the books she read at Olympus, given by her father. Then the more clones you make, the more exhausted you are. Yeah, kind of. Naruto nodded. It was particularly true, but Naruto was a different case. He never felt tired before when summoned hundreds of clones. The preparation is ready, Orochimaru said, drawing everyone's attention. Zetsu, still breathing but was just barely, was lying on the ground in front of them. I'm sorry because this is one of the first jutsus you have to see, Naruto told the immortal group. Orochimaru then opened the scroll contained the Sandame's DNA he got long ago and put it on the ground and put his hand on it, activating the jutsu. Once the scroll was activated, the marks inside spread out in the form of a special seal with Zetsu, the living sacrifice, in the center. Then dust and ash encased the Zetsu's body before slowly forming itself into an old man wearing black battle attire with the Konoha's forehead protector on top of his head. What was that? Artemis asked. Did he just summon the dead people? Naruto said. In order to make this technique work, he needs a DNA sample and a sacrifice, a vessel for the soul of the person he wants to reincarnate. Now Athena and the other immortal understood why Naruto was so against the idea of using a human's being. To them, Zetsu was nothing but human and the goddesses couldn't feel any human from them. The Sandame then looked around, realizing himself was at the living world once again. He then turned his eyes to the only person in the room he knew was there and could perform this technique. Orochimaru, the Sandame said before looking around. He could see that every member of Team 7 was here as well. What is going on here? Why did you summon me this time for Orochimaru? Naruto Uzumaki wanted to ask you a question, and who am I to refuse the request of the hero of the shinobi war? Orochimaru chuckled before turning around. I will leave you guys two alone. With that, the Sannin worked out of the room with Jugo and Suigetsu pulling Karen behind them, who was screaming about not leaving Sasuke's side. We will let you here too, Naruto, Kakashi said and hurried outside with the rest of Team 7. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Now that we are alone, the Sandame turned to Naruto and said kindly, Naruto-kun, what do you want to ask me? If the question wasn't very important, Naruto would never go to Orochimaru to ask for help from a forbidden jutsu to have a direct answer from him. He got a feeling that he knew what Naruto was going to ask, but he didn't think that the blonde could find out after all these years. Oji-chan, do you know who they are? Naruto asked, stepping aside a little and motioned his hand to Artemis and Athene, the two Olympians goddesses. They are Athena, Olympians goddess of war and wisdom, and Artemis, Olympians goddess of the moon and hunt. Sarutobi widened his eyes in shock before his expression returned to normal, instantly letting Naruto know that the old man knew more than he appeared to be. So you find out, Naruto-kun, Sarutobi said calmly, his eyes not leaving Naruto. Your parent finally finds out the truth. But why, Ji-chan? Naruto asked. He could barely believe all of that was true. Why did you not give me to my parent when they came back to find me? Naruto-kun, not just because you're the son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, you're also the son of Zeus and Hera, the royal couple of Mount Olympus, the gods' realm. Naruto stayed silent in order to let the Sandaime explain. The great Toad Sage had foretold that the child of the prophecy would be a student of Jiraiya that would bring a great revolution to the world of the ninja. Jiraiya's actions would determine if this revolution would be for the world's salvation or the world's destruction. You, Naruto-kun, is one of the children of prophecy and the one who bring the world's salvation and fulfill the prophecy. Lady Athena, Lady Artemis, who is the first ones you think about when it came to prophecy? He then turned to the two goddesses and asked with a respectful tone, someone who can decide, who can change and control the destinies of others. I would think about my brother Apollo, the god of prophecy, but, Artemis then said, but if you're talking about someone who can control the destiny, then the fates. Athena nodded her head and Sarutobi also nodded. They came to me the same night Minato and Kushina died, releasing their godly counterpart from their body, Zeus and Athena. It was a dark night and Sarutobi never felt so scared before in his life. I am one of the only two people that know about Naruto-kun's parents' true origin, the other is Jiraiya. That night, 3 women appeared before me when I was about to bring Naruto-kun to his parent, knowing full well that they will come back for their son. They came and told me that no matter what happened I must not give Naruto-kun to his godly parent because by the time Naruto left this world, there will be no children of prophecy, and if there was no children of prophecy, this world by this time is done for. Sarutobi continued, sooner or later when Kagaya Otsutsuki is done with our world, she will head to the realm of the gods to take the position she thought was hers. Everything would end if you did not stay here, Naruto-kun. Was my life is just a simple game for someone to control? Naruto asked through gritted teeth. He still remembered Neji's words during their fight at the Chunin exam years ago, that fate could not be changed. He said he could change fate, and yet, all his life, what he do had been decided by 3 old women. They took the opportunity of having a family, what he desired the most, away from him just because some stupid prophecy. The fates shouldn't be able to affect your life, Naruto-kun, Sarutobi said with a sad eyes. Our world is completely separated from theirs. Each person can choose what they want to do in this world, but you're the son of 2 Olympians. Human or god, you're still the son of them, 2 beings from that world. Zeus and Hera didn't know that they had gave birth to a perfect child who the fates can use to stop the end of the war. Naruto gritted his teeth even harder and slammed his fist on the wall, completely shattered that section under his strength. Fates, huh? Naruto snorted with anger. You 3, can you leave us alone? The immortal group knew better than argue with Naruto at the moment, so they quickly got out of the room and left Naruto alone with Sarutobi. What are you going to do now, Naruto-kun? The old Hokage said. Now, I'm going to that world, he said before grinning evilly, not just because I want to meet my parent and seek for something I always wanted. I want to mess with fate. Truthfully, he wanted to beat them. Since gods couldn't die, simply fade away for a few years or so before returning, it would be very simple to beat them until they couldn't get up from the ground. No, that would be too easy. He wanted to prove to them that his life wasn't for them to decide. He would piss them off first, do something that was out of original, he would mess with their domains. He would change every single future they decided to his liking. Unpredictable is in your name, brat. Kurama smirked, but not even gods dare to defy the fates like you. Are you sure you're ready to take this challenge? You know me, Kurama, Naruto said with a confident smile. I will show them I am more than capable of doing that. Ji-chan, Naruto looked at the Hokage. Thank you for telling me the truth. I think I know what I should do. I'm sorry for not telling you, Naruto-kun, but as you can see, I died too soon before you can mature enough to handle the informations, Sarutobi said sadly. Don't worry, Ji-chan. But Naruto-kun, if you decided to go to your parent world, I have a few words for you, he then said with serious tone. The world you are about to go to is a very complicated world. The gods held pride and powers that sometime, they shouldn't be the people you think they should be. Even your parent Naruto, Zeus and Hera. While they could be one of the greatest people in this world at human, they was not the best kind of gods out there. Even the 2 goddesses waiting for you outside, Naruto nodded. Athena might appear to be a wise goddess, Artemis could be a very prideful goddess, but sometime, they are not who you think. Just promise me that when you know the truth, you will handle wisely everything like the hero you are, who led the shinobi world to victory. I promise, Ji-chan. Oh okay, Naruto scratched the back of his Pacific Ocean. Good, what about this one? Athena pointed to another area on the huge map she was using to teach Naruto about their world. Around them was multi-books and various kind of comics, which were all for children half of his age. Of course, Naruto couldn't depend on Kurama all the time, so he asked Athena to help him with English since she was the most friendly one among the immortal group. But it wasn't make her an easy teacher, quite opposite to say the least. Naruto totally forgot that this woman was the goddess of wisdom and his normal behavior wasn't tolerated by Athena in the slightest. This goddess made Uruka's strict teaching look like teaching children how to count from 1 to 10. But he learnt fast, Athena said that herself. Even the goddess of wisdom was surprised by this. Artemis, however, wasn't. What Athena was teaching was pretty simple, so of course the simple-minded idiot understood it pretty fast. It would soon change when they get to the complicate things. Speaking of whom, the huntress along with her lieutenant already went hunting at the forest outside of Konoha. In just a few hours after Naruto and his team returned to Konoha and told Tsunade about his upcoming leaving, the news somehow spread all over elemental nations like fire on hay. Of course, the information about Naruto's real parent and his true origin, as well as the immortal group with him right now, was kept at the Triple-S top secret information. It would cause chaos all over the countries if they found out that Naruto was the son of two powerful gods and the two women staying at Konoha right now was goddess, not to mention Zoe being an immortal. What the people of elemental nations knew was that he was about to leave for a very long time, going to the faraway lands that were even outside of the elemental nation, and became a wanderer like his late sensei. I heard that you dreamed to become this village's leader, the Hokage, right? Athena asked as she put the book down and asked Naruto. Yeah, to be Hokage, that's my dream. Naruto smiled slightly. At first I just want to be Hokage in order to have people acknowledge me, grow up, and I found it is more than just acknowledgement. True, Athena nodded her head. She of all people was too familiar with the word leader. You know, you don't have to leave this village forever. With your father's power he can teleport you to this place whenever he wants, it's just that he can't come to this world due to the oath he made with the sticks long ago. As the sticks that terrify. For us gods, we won't be affected by her curse. But the curse itself will go to our children, Athena explained, so if they broke that oath, bad fortune will get to you and that will be the last thing they want to do. Is that so? Naruto nodded his head and stood up. Hey, where are you going? We're still finished this yet. Athena tried to grab him but the boy already got to the front door of his apartment. Hey, what is the big deal? I already have the clones study for me, he pointed out. Clones filled the every single area of his apartment, with a book in each of their hands. His copies were helping him speeding up the language learning process. With the speed they were learning and the amount of clones Naruto summoned, he would more or less have the basic grab of the world he was going to come to. To say Athena was shocked was an understatement because she'd never seen such useful technique before in her immortal life, both in daily learning and war strategies. Athena could read dozens of books per day and perfectly understand them, but the idea of Naruto with his clones could read hundreds, maybe thousands of books depend on the amount of clones he summoned. Then at the end of the day all knowledge transfer back to him when the clones disappear was truly terrifying. It wasn't like she didn't believe in this method of learning and she could teach the clones if she wanted to, but she preferred to teach the original, since everything gone to him anyway. Plus, teaching a whole class with the same face was a little bit creepy, even for a goddess like her. Naruto put on his jacket and opened the door. But the moment he opened it, Naruto-senpai, please don't leave. Please, our village needs you. You're our hero, don't leave. Please give me your child first before departing. If you really have to go, please accept my gifts first. The hero of the elemental nation instantly slammed his door closed and used his back to block the door. There were a lot of people waiting outside of his apartment. Most of them were girls and young women, and some of them even had gifts in their hands, from foods to various kinds of gifts that he could think of. Well, don't let Artemis see that girls are swooning over you. Athena advised wisely while explaining a few details to a clone of Naruto. You don't have to tell me. He quickly escaped through the window and headed to the hospital, where Tsunade was waiting with his new hand. Line break. How do you feel, Naruto? Tsunade Senju asked as she held a small board with a pen in her hands, looking at Naruto who just went through a surgery just fine. Naruto looked at his new hand made from the Shodaime Hokage's cells, which was wrapped completely in bandages. Tsunade thought it would be best wrapped his new hands by bandages, since her grandfather's cells combined with the flesh of other could get a very unhealthy feeling for the one who saw it. At least he didn't have the Shodime's face poked out of his arms like Madara or Danzo. The blonde moved his index finger and saw that it reacted to him immediately. Naruto then turned his hand around and tightened his hand into a fist, gripping it tightly and smirked. "Well Ba-chan, this is as good as my original one," he grinned at the former Godime Hokage. "Good, but we still need to run some more tests on your arms," the blonde groaned, making Tsunade glared at him. "Shut up brat, this is for your own good." Yeah, what about Sasuke?" he asked. If Tsunade had finished with his right arm, then she probably finished with Sasuke's left arm. "Sakura is taking care of his hand," Naruto Wolf whistled before receiving a light swat on the head by Tsunade's clipboard. Naruto quickly gathered his things and got out of the hospital before the 53-years-old lady in disguise could grab him, heading toward Ichiraku Ramen to grab a hot and delicious meal. The surgery took him 3 hours in the morning. It could take longer, but since Tsunade was a professional, she made it way faster than normal medic nin, so Naruto particularly very hungry right now. Thanks to Naruto's reputation, in just a few days after the world, Ichiraku's Ramen had become one of the most popular restaurants in the entire elemental nations. The place literally overwhelmed with customers 24 hours. What made him super glad was that the Naruto topping had become the most popular topping now, and every shinobi and kunoichi of Konoha came to eat a bowl of ramen before missions in hopes of getting success on mission like Naruto. Now just wait a minute, Ichiraku Tyuki even hired some of the shinobi team of the village to become the entrance guard for his restaurant, so it was the common sight to see some of the new graduated teams of Konoha standing in front of the entrance and stop the massive crowds of customers trying to get into the place. "Please step in line, please." Maybe it wasn't a good decision for coming to a crowd place like this, remembering what happened this morning at his apartment, but Naruto was craving for an extra big bowl of ramen with ramen topping, so he decided to take the risk. Stood at the end of the line with both of his hands in his pocket, Naruto waited patiently for his turn until "It's Naruto-senpai." He heard the shout and turned behind to see a young boy pointing at him with the brightest smile ever. Instantly those words reached everyone's ears and they turned around and soon got to see the familiar hero of elemental nations. Yeah," he chuckled nervously, "that's me." Soon, villagers surrounded around him and tried to ask him for his signatures or even trying to convince him to not leave the village at this timing. Luckily for him, a certain teacher of Ninja Academy came into rescue as he pulled Naruto out of the crowd by his collar, making everyone yelled out in disappointment. "Sorry guys, let me borrow him for a moment." Naruto turned around and a smile made it to his face when he saw one of his most favorite teachers, Uruka Yumino, standing behind him with a smile on his face. "Uruka-sensei." The blonde grinned widely. "Let's come in Naruto, my treat this time, this day couldn't get any better." A few minutes later, sitting at a table in the middle of the crowded ramen restaurant, Naruto and Uruka were eating their foods, which the former more or less gulping down bowl after bowl of extra big ramen served by the restaurant's waitresses. The blonde ate his food with a happy smile on his face, happy that he didn't have to worry about his Gama-chan became thin because of him. "So Naruto, when are you going to go?" Uruka started the conversation, slowly eating his ramen. "Well, after Sasuke go I will go too." Naruto nodded his head, putting the empty ramen bowl down and grabbed another one. "He told me something about traveling the world to see how it works, so more or less we both will leave Konoha in a day or two." Uruka was one of a few people knew the truth behind Naruto's departure. "Can't say that I'm not sad when you are about to leave," the teacher smiled at him. "Don't worry Uruka-sensei, Athena said that I can visit Konoha from time to time if I can ask Pop help me with the transportation," he pointed out with a grin. "Plus I don't think that world ramen is as good as Ichiraku." The brown-haired Chunin laughed at that. To say Naruto was glad when he found out the earth also had ramen was an understatement. Artemis or any gods could summon foods and really delicious at that, but he prefers handmade more than magical made like what the goddess did. "I never got to say this to you Naruto, but I thought it was just yesterday that you're still a genin and I treated you at the small ramen restaurant like usual," Uruka said, looking Naruto with soft eyes, "but now you sit here, the hero of the fourth great shinobi war, adores by many and loved by all. I couldn't be more proud of my little brother." The teacher smiled and rubbed Naruto's head, making him grin. A few minutes later, Naruto and Uruka exited the ramen restaurant with the brown-haired Chunin's wallet literally broke, but he didn't have anything against it. The owner of the restaurant, Ichiraku Tyuki, wanted to treat his favorite customer free ramen, but the both of them quickly shut down the ideas and paid for the meal. Uruka paid for the meal. "Naruto ni-chan. Oi." The blonde turned his head and saw Konohamaru running toward him while waving his arm. "Hey Uruka-sensei." "Konohamaru." He asked in surprise before grinning, "How are you?" "I'm great," the grandson of the late Sandaime Hokage grinned before saying, "Hey, check this out. There is something I want to show you." "Really?" "Yeah," he nodded before running ahead. "Hurry." "Oi, wait for me." Naruto quickly followed behind, not forgot to wave goodbye to Iruka. "See you later, Iruka-sensei." The two of them got to Konohamaru's house and the genin leaded Naruto into a room looked like a storage room with a lot of stuffs and boxes and things that looked pretty old and untouched for a long time, though the place was well kept and tidy. "I found this while cleaning the place." The smaller genin grabbed a big box and put it down to the ground, opened it and showed Naruto a grinning monkey wearing the Hokage's hat as well as the costume of the Sandaime Hokage. "What is this anyway?" He looked at it with curious eyes, glancing into the box and saw a lot of things inside too. "Junks." "It's not junks," Konohamaru shook his head, "they are all remembrances of Oji-chan." "Oh," Naruto nodded his head, "so what is this stuff's all about?" "Ah, I think this is your mother's things." Naruto ni-chan, his eyes widened in surprise. "Oji-chan keeps all her things here." He then reached his hands into the box and pulled out a blue scarf with white stripes. "Here, I think she made this for you." Naruto gently took the scarf from Konohamaru and held it in both hands. "Mother," he whispered in English. "She made this for him. Kushina Uzumaki, or better known as Hera, made this for him. You should keep them, this is your mother's belongings after all." "Okay, thank you Konohamaru." Line break. "Yosh Naruto-kun. The flame of youth within us is burning brighter than ever, so let's party until both of us can even walk anymore," Lee shouted energetically, with a voice full of power. Youth, and put his hand on Naruto's shoulders, leaning against the blonde while holding a bottle of water in his hand. "Hee hee, alright," Naruto chuckled nervously, glad that Guy had changed the bottle of sake with the bottle of water from Lee's hand, or else he would be screaming and using drunken fist to destroy the whole place. They were at the Ichiraku's ramen again, but this time the place was used to give Naruto the farewell party. He had tried to explain to Tsunade that he wasn't going to go forever and would visit the village from time to time, but the busty Hokage shook it off and forced him to go to the party against his will. All of Naruto's friends and close people were here, from the Rookie 12 and Team Guy to Konohamaru and his squad, with Ebisu sitting at the round table in the middle of the street, which had been closed at both sides in order to have enough spaces for the people invited to the party, laughing with each other. Guy and Kakashi and the teachers of each team with Iruka were talking with each other, with the former sitting on a wheelchair and still hadn't fully recovered yet but still came here, which Naruto very grateful about. Even the Cages were here, sitting at the table while talking with each other. The Sand siblings were having a hard time trying not to get sucked too much into the party, but he could see that Shikamaru and Tamari was pretty close with each other now. The Immortal Maidens were also invited and they currently sitting at a lone table at the corner. They would never come here if not for Naruto forcing them to come, with Athena was the first goddess since she was curious about the villages, and Artemis and Zoe had no choice but followed her as well, since Athena was the only one who could speak Japanese. Misunderstanding in language could cause unnecessary trouble. "Here you go Naruto." Ino and Sai approached him and gave the blonde a small box, a departing gift. "This is from the both of us." "Thank you, Ino, Sai." He nodded gratefully and opened his scroll to store the next departing gifts his friends gave him, which he had received all night. The party continued for the next 3 hours with a lot of things happened. Lee finally got his hand on sake, and the next things they knew, Guy's favorite student was dancing around while moving his body wildly in the drunken fist, destroying everything he caught sight of and sent anyone who tried to stop him flying until Artemis snapped her finger, turning him into a creature that resembled a rabbit and antelope horns, much to everyone's shock. But she did turn him back to normal after everyone secured him, to make sure he wouldn't destroy the restaurant if he is turned back to normal. Naruto sat opposite from Sasuke, who liked him already had a new hand. They talked about their own intention in the future, separating themselves from the wild party. However, when the party was about to end, Naruto caught sight of a young woman sitting at Team 8's table. Unlike everyone who had already drunk and laughing, she was having her head down and her eyes looked sad, hands gripping a small box tightly on her lap. Since the funeral, he'd never seen Hinata Hyuga looked so sad like that. "Excuse me, Sasuke, Sakura-chan." He stood up from their seat and walked toward Hinata's table. "Where are?" But Sasuke was stopped when Sakura put a finger on his lips. She was smiling while looking at Naruto. Naruto stood at Team 8's table for a moment. It seemed that Hinata still not realize he was standing behind her yet, so he spoke up. "Hey Hinata, can I sit here?" The girl's head snapped up and she turned around to look at him with wide eyes. Naruto-kun," she stuttered in surprise, "of course you can." And he did, sitting at the chair next to Hinata. They stayed silent for a moment as neither party decided to be the first one who start the conversation. Getting uncomfortable with the silence between them, Naruto decided to speak up first. So Hinata, Naruto-kun. However, Hinata also decided to break the silence as the two looked at each other for a moment. You, once again they said at the same time, but the light lavender eyes beauty quickly said. You go first, Naruto-kun. Oh, alright, he nodded. Why didn't you enjoy the party and sit here all alone? He asked, looking at her. I don't feel like partying tonight, she whispered, Naruto-kun. Yeah. Are you really going to leave? She asked quietly. Yeah, was all his reply. I don't know for how long, but I will make sure to ask my dad bring me back to visit you guys every chance I got. Even himself was unsure of that. Sorry Naruto-kun, but I need to go now. Hinata then suddenly stood up and ran away with the box held close to her chest. In just a moment Naruto could see a small glint of light from her eyes. It was tears. Dumbfounded, Naruto sat there, questioned himself about what just happened, scratching the back of his head in confusion. His eyes stayed on Hinata. Sigh, Naruto turned around and saw Sasuke and Sakura standing behind him. You will never learn, do you? Learn what? Naruto asked with a slight forced smile. Follow her, dumbass. Sakura shouted and slammed her hand on the table, making it broke into pieces and made the foods and plates fell down to the ground. Naruto flinched and jumped out of his chair. Hi, he shouted, spinning around and went after Hinata as quick as he could. With his speed he quickly caught up to her, but Hinata already got into her house and closed the door behind her. Oi Hinata, he shouted, slamming his hands against the door rapidly, please open the door. There was no answer. If you don't open the door I will break in. He was going to be in so much trouble with Hiashi after this, but then again, he wasn't going to stay in this village for long, so luckily he would escape the usual stoic Hyuga's wrath. And it was about time he test his new hand's ability to use ninjutsu. Bringing his hand back, Naruto summoned an orange rasengan in his hand. It was a lot easier to do it with only one hand than before, and the blonde couldn't help but grin at that. I will count to 3. If you don't open it I will break in. Maybe this method was a bit extreme. 1, 2, 3. He thrust his hand forward. However, right at that moment the door opened. But the girl who opened it wasn't Hinata, but her sister Hanabi. Shit. He stopped midway and deactivated the jutsu before it could touch Hanabi. Naruto-senpai. The girl looked up. What was that? Nothing. He hid his hand behind his back quickly while the other scratching the back of his head, laughing forcefully. Nothing at all, Hanabi-chan. I heard your voice so I came to open the door, she explained. You want to come in? Ne-sama just returned home. Oh alright, he walked in and followed behind Hanabi. Sorry for not coming to the farewell party, Naruto-senpai. Hanabi glanced at him and said apologetically. Don't worry about it. He shook his head and followed Hanabi until they were in front of Hinata's room. Ne-sama, Naruto-senpai is here to see you. She knocked the door slightly. Ne-sama. She is not inside, Naruto suddenly said. He could feel somebody else in this mansion other than Hanabi, but they wasn't in the room. I will go to her. You go to your room, alright Hanabi. Alright then. The young Hyuga waved slightly. Naruto got to the place appeared to be a garden of the Hyuga mansion, the place filled with plants and all the kinds of flowers he could think of. He could hear the faint sobbing sound and moved toward that direction as quickly yet gently as he could, knowing full well that Hinata was there and he didn't want her to run away again. True enough, the girl was having her head resting against her arms, with both of them put on her knees as she was sitting while leaning her back against a tree. The box was being held closely to her. Hey, Hinata-chan, Naruto kneeled down next to her and said with a gentle tone, you alright? The dark blue hair Hyuga princess looked up and turned her eyes at Naruto, showing her beautiful lavender eyes, which were full of tears to Naruto. Looking at her now, the blonde felt like he was really an ass now. Then suddenly, Hinata threw herself into his chest, crying out loudly. Naruto was surprised by her sudden action, but his eyes then softened and gently brought his arms around her, hugging her tightly to his chest. It's okay now, I'm here, he said gently running his hand through her hair. This is going to be a long night, he thought. Line break. This is for you, Naruto-kun, Hinata said with her head resting on his shoulder. The both of them was sitting close to each other while leaning their back against the tree. She handed him the small box, which Naruto took it with both of his hand. Thank you, Hinata-chan, he smiled. He had decided to wait until he got to the new world, but everything had its exception, so he would make one with Hinata's gift. He reached his hand inside and felt something very soft, like clothes or something like that. Naruto then grabbed a hold of it and pulled out. It was a long red scarf. And it looked very familiar. This is. You remember Naruto-kun? She asked quietly, closing her eyes. That is the scarf you wore many years ago. On a snowy day, when we were both preparing to enroll the academy, you came and saved me from a group of bullies. Memories returned to his mind. Now Naruto remembered that day and the scarf in his hand, though you failed and easily beaten, and your scarf trampled over by them. I asked you to keep it right. Naruto asked, chuckling to himself. He was so weak back then, since it was ruined. Yes. And you kept it till this day. He looked at the scarf, and you even knitted it back again. Yes, Naruto-kun, she whispered. Strange, in just a day and I got 2 scarf. He chuckled, pulled out from his pocket the green one of his mother, showing it to Hinata. My mother made this to me before, you know she died and returned to her world. Is that so? Hinata put her hand on the scarf and gently moved her hand on it. She could tell that the person who made it put a lot of effort into making the scarf, just like her when she knit Naruto's scarf. Thank for the gift again, Hinata. He smiled at her, thought it would be weird if I wear them both at once, so maybe he would change them to a regular basic. Naruto-kun, you said you will return. She then moved her head back slightly to look at him. Or you really mean it? Of course, Hinata, I mean it. He nodded. No matter where I go, this place will always be my home. To me, there are a lot precious people here, those that I consider my family: Sasuke, Sakura-chan, Kakashi-sensei, Ba-chan, Haruka-sensei. You. He looked up, leaning the back of his head against the tree. So of course I will be back. There is no way I can leave this place for long. Every weekend if I can help it. I'm glad. Hinata smiled softly and leaned her head against his shoulder once again. The two of them stayed like that for the rest of the night, enjoying each other company. Line break. All set. All set. Naruto nodded his head, gathering the rest of the scrolls which was containing his ninja's gears, weapons and of course the gifts everyone gave him and put it into his backpack. He walked to the table and took the old picture of the Team 7 when they were just past Kakashi's belt test ad, put it into his bag, checking every drawers to make sure he didn't leave anything back. Naruto opened the last drawer and saw Sasuke's old head protector. Freezing for a moment, he then reached his hand out and grabbed the thing, put it into his pocket and threw the backpack on his shoulder after zipping the zipper up. Alright, let's go, Naruto said to Athena, who was standing by the door waiting for him. The two of them walked to the main gate of Konoha in silence. He was going to leave the village very soon in the morning, so there weren't many people currently on the street of Konoha. The two regrouped with Artemis and Zoe after the two of them had finished packing up their things, some of which were the fur of animals Artemis said could only be found at this world. When they got to the main gate, Naruto caught sight of his best friend, standing with his back leaning against the gate. Can't say I'm not surprised to see you here, Sasuke, Naruto said with a slight grin. His hand reached into his pocket and grabbed Sasuke's forehead protector. I thought I would be the first person to say goodbye, the Uchiha said, but I guess I was wrong. He stepped forward and stood in front of Naruto, so I guess this is it, huh? Yeah, when I return to visit Konoha, Naruto said. I doubt that you will be here to greet me. Do you really have to leave? Naruto asked, pulling what he was holding out of his pocket. Sakura-chan will be sad, you know. I know I have to do this. Sasuke shook his head, to see how this world really work, and read him for my sins. Naruto sighed before his face spread out on a small smile. He then brought the forehead protector up and gave it to Sasuke. I think this is yours. Sasuke grabbed it with a nod. You can leave this world to me, Konoha, Fire Country, Elemental Nations. Sasuke then smiled. If you need any helps, you know where to find. I know. Take care, Naruto, Sasuke said loudly. You too. With the final nod, Naruto stepped up and stood beside the immortal group. Sasuke then took a few steps back to make some distance with them. Let's go, Naruto said, earning a nod from Athena. Okay then, she then looked at the sky. We're ready, father. Father. Naruto asked in confusion, but the next moment, a lightning bolt shot out from the sky and struck the four of them. In a blink, the group was gone. Why did they have to be here anyway? Zeus asked blankly as all of his children, including the children he had through affairs with immortal women, were present in the throne room, the place where he and Hera planned to have a warm welcome for Naruto. Speaking of his wife, she was pacing back and forth around the throne room, looking nervous and worried. He could understand what his wife was feeling, as he was also experiencing the same feelings but hid it better than her. What if something goes wrong? What will Naruto do when he reunites with them? What is he going to say to them for all the years Naruto had to live alone without his family in the Elemental Nations? He knew that Hera was also having similar thoughts. While the parents were worrying about their son, the other Olympians however were having different thoughts about the incoming blonde. Damn man, Apollo was chatting merrily with Hermes with his usual, shiny smile, displayed for all to see, much to their annoyance. I don't know what to say but, I think we're gonna have so much fun hanging out with Lil Fishcake. You know, I think it's about time we did our jobs as big bros and take our lil bros to a brothel. A 17 years old hormonal teenager. Yeah, it's good to be young. The god of messengers nodded his head, and Naruto seems pretty fast too. I want to challenge him for a run already. His sandals flapped their tiny wings rapidly while the Olympian god grinned. Dionysus, as usual, was reading a wine magazine and really not that interested in Naruto. Being here was just an excuse for him to get away from Camp Half-Blood as long as possible. Babysitting a bunch of disrespectful demigods could get boring in just a few hours after he received his punishment. Demeter was sitting beside the goddess of the hearth, Hestia, who was tending the main hearth. Aside from Zeus and Hera, Hestia was one of the only goddesses that really wanted to get to know Naruto as a family member, which wasn't a surprise since it was her main domain. Demeter, however. Do you think that he loves cereal, sister? Demeter asked, clearly unaware of the blonde's love for a more unhealthy kind of food even if ramen noodles were made of cereal. I don't know, sister, the kind goddess shook her head with an amused smile. At the far side of the throne room, sitting on their respective thrones were the rest of the Olympians who were present in the Hall of the Gods. Hephaestus, I need you to fix these weapons up for me, Ares said loudly and dropped a magical bag full of weapons, from the traditional ones like swords, spears, shields to the more modern, heavy weapons like machine guns, explosives, RPGs. I need them in the best condition when little brother arrives, he said with a bloodthirsty grin. Why should I? Hephaestus grumbled, picking up a spear which had many cracks adorning it. He really wondered what Ares did these days when peace was a lot more spread out than before for his weapons to end up in this state. You're going to give them to him as a welcome home gift. No, I want to have enough firearms to show that Blondie, who is the bigger man here. Hephaestus just shook his head. Since he currently didn't have anything to do, he took the bag and began to fix Ares' weapons. The last Olympian, however, was in her own little world. Aphrodite was looking at herself in a mirror, with her hand holding a pink lipstick and gently moving the tip on her kissable lips. What are you doing? Ares asked his lover with an annoyed tone. I'm making myself perfect, Aphrodite said as she winked at herself in the mirror. The makeup was applied flawlessly. The Prince of Olympus is going to arrive, so I can't make myself look bad, can I? She giggled to herself. It was bad enough that Naruto had showed himself to be a better warrior than Ares, as much as he hated to admit that. And never will. The blonde also caught Aphrodite's interest as well. Not only was she making herself look even sexier than their daily routine, but she also took to her true form. As the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite could change her appearance at will, depending on the perception of beauty of the person she was in the presence of. But this power only applied to mortals, demigods and minor gods, as Olympians could see through her power and get to see her true form, which at the founding of Olympus had driven the gods mad with lust. She was more beautiful than any mortal's perception of beauty. Breathtaking wasn't the right word to describe such an example of physical perfection. With deep sky blue eyes and long, curly golden blonde hair that flowed like a waterfall on her back and the sides of her beautiful visage, the latter which was perfectly decorated with magical makeup that seemed to enhance the woman's beauty even further. She was dressed in a skin-tight hot pink backless dress that hugged her otherworldly voluptuous figure and showed off her sexy curves, especially her wide hip and round ass. The dress was tied together behind her neck, with the upper part just enough to cover the front part of her large breasts and left the rest of her cleavage for all to see. Babe, you don't have to look perfect for a little pretty boy who doesn't have a single drop of ichor in his veins, he tried to reason with her, leaning over and put his massive muscular right arm on the armrest of her throne, showing off his muscles. You do know that you have me, right baby? Even with these muscles, Naruto still has more charm than you, dear. The smirk on Ares' face instantly dropped after hearing Aphrodite said that. He's so handsome, not to mention so adorable with those whisker marks, it just gives him a feral look. It's so appealing, and from what I've seen, he sure has lots and lots of stamina, Aphrodite daydreamed. This was just more reason for the god of war to punch Naruto's face in. Father, we're ready, Athena's voice rang inside Zeus's head, which snapped him out of his musings. The master bolt instantly appeared in his hand and Zeus shot a massive bolt of lightning to the sky, making the other Olympians look at him in surprise before understanding what was about to happen. Naruto Uzumaki was about to come. About a minute later, a blue lightning bolt shot out from the sky and struck the throne room's floor. Those who were standing near it instantly backed off to make the room for the ones who just arrived. Artemis and Athena were the first ones to appear from the lightning bolt, followed closely by Zoe. Naruto, however, fell face first onto the ground, crashing into the hard floor. his clothes were singed and his hair became even spikier and blackened at the tips. Transportation like this, while very cool, made Naruto feel like Sasuke just punched him with a full-powered Chidori, and the fact that he wasn't used to it made him fall and look like an idiot. "I'm good." He instantly got on his knees to his belongings which had fell out of his backpack before standing up with a large grin. "I'm good, whoa. Damn." His eyes were as white as dinner plates, totally amazed at the sight of the place he was in, which was big enough to make the Chunin exam arena look like a small closet. 12 gigantic chairs with different kind of designs, the thrones of the gods, stood in a U shape around the hearth. Even standing at a distance, Naruto could feel a massive amount of energy radiating coming from those thrones, which surprised him. This whole place has yet to blow up and could withstand such a powerful amount of energy. Naruto. The blonde was surprised once again when a beautiful brown-haired woman threw herself as him with tearful eyes, wrapping her hands around his neck and hugging him tightly against her body, openly crying. Normally Naruto would have blushed because of the sudden close contact with such a beautiful woman like her, but at that moment, a sudden familiar wave of warmth washed over him. Slowly looking down at her, he gasped. Mom. Yes, it's me Naruto." She looked at him and put a hand on his cheek. "It's your mother, my baby boy." Naruto wanted to smile, to cheer in glee, but all he could do was let tears fall out from his eyes as he hugged the goddess who called herself his mother, his arms wrapped tightly around her. He had waited so long for this moment, to be able to feel the motherly love from his mother, who a month ago he thought was truly dead. A little moment in his mindscape wasn't enough to tell her how much he loved his mother, his family. "You're wearing the scarf I made for you." Naruto looked at the green scarf he had wrapped around his neck. "I found it a few days ago." Naruto nodded his head. "Hey mom, where is dad?" He pulled back and asked his mother, using his right hand to wipe away his tears. "Is he here?" "Yes my son, he's here." Hera nodded her head, letting go of her youngest child and stepped aside. "Hello son." The king of the gods slowly approached his son with a smile on his face. Like Hera, while his appearance looked nothing like Minato Namikaze, he could feel the familiar feeling of his father coming from the man standing in front of him, the same feeling he felt when he met the Yondaime in his mindscape during Pain's invasion and when his father came to his aid with the previous Hokages during the Fourth Shinobi War. This man was his dad, and he knew it. "Hey Pops." Naruto grinned widely, walking towards Zeus. Zeus spread his arms a little to welcome his son in a fatherly hug. However, the instant Naruto got in front of his dad, Zeus found his son's fist buried in his stomach and delivered a massive blow into his abdomen, knocking the wind out of the king of the gods. Every Olympian save for Ares gasped at his sudden action. Naruto, what the hell?" He coughed. His son really knew how to punch. It had been ages since Zeus received a hard blow like that, and he would never think that his youngest son would be the one who struck him this hard. "That's for sealing Kurama into me." If someone ever asked him, Naruto would say that punching his father in the gut for the second time felt extremely good was an understatement. "Well I think I do deserve," but he wasn't able to finish that sentence because Naruto's bandaged right hand suddenly engulfed in Kurama's chakra and went straight at his face, sending the proud and prideful king of the gods himself flying across the room, straight into the opposite wall with so much force that it shook the entire place violently. "And that's for cheating on mom, bastard," Naruto said, loud enough so that Zeus from the other side of the hall could hear him loud and clear. Hera didn't know what to say. Her son just punched her husband in the face with so much force it sent the most powerful god flying like he was just a simple punching bag. A side of hers was so satisfied to have her beloved son stand up for her like that, which never happened before with her other sons, but another side of hers wanted to scold her son for what he did. "Damn," Apollo and Hermes said at once with dropped jaws, turning their eyes back and forth between Naruto and a stumped Zeus, who was wiping the ichor from the corner of his mouth and checking his slack jaw, which appeared to be punched out of the place by his human child. "Wow, did you see that Kurama?" Naruto said in amazement while looking at his right hand, which had returned to normal. "I think that with this new hand I really don't need to transform my whole body to fight." "I agree, but was it necessary to do that?" Kurama asked, sighing boringly. "Well, he did, but he was stopped when his mother swatted him on the back of his head slightly. No fighting between family, understand?" She told him with a motherly glare, the kind of eyes a mother gave to her child when she caught him with his hand in the cookie jar. "Huh, yeah, but he does deserve it for cheating on you," Naruto said firmly. "Athena told me everything after she called dad, father. I knew something was off with these gods thing." During the teleportation Naruto was able to force the goddess of wisdom to tell him everything, and to say he was shocked to know that his father was literally a man whore was an understatement, cheating on his mother for thousands of years without stopping. Having a punch to the face from his son was the least kind of punishment Naruto could think about. So you know. Naruto nodded his head without even turning around to look at Zeus. From now on you better watch your move, old man, or I'm going to kick your ass. Naruto turned around and glared at him with a smirk before turning around to look at his mother. So mom, can you introduce me to the rest of our big family? He asked with a happy smile. A palm then collided with his upper back in greeting as he stumbled forward to regain balance. Looking at the side, the blonde saw a handsome-looking teenager about 18 or 19, with sandy blonde hair and outdoorsy good looks, a bright and playful smile and a look that just screamed, movie star. The guy was very tall, taller than him by almost a head, and was dressed in jeans, loafers, and a sleeveless t-shirt. But what surprised him the most was that his face greatly resembled a certain feisty moon goddess. Yo little bro, Apollo said with a bright smile, I take that you already know little sis over there. He pointed his thumb at Artemis, who was crossing her arms underneath her chest, but instantly turned to glare daggers at Apollo. Apollo for the 1000th time, we're twins. The goddess of the moon scolded, plus, mother birthed me first. Whatever little sis. Don't call me that. Naruto chuckled a little at the brother and sister's bickering. Well, good to see you, Apollo. Naruto grinned at him, the name's Naruto. I know fish cake, Apollo said with a hint of humor in his tone and held out his fist, which Naruto punched it lightly. Now we're talking. Guy's shining smile stood no chance against this guy's bright smile, Naruto was sure of it. So, I take it we're half-brothers. Naruto grinned at him, that's cool with me. He didn't have any problem with Zeus' other children, it just made the family he always wanted bigger. How do you do, Naruto? A middle-aged man with a muscular build, curly black hair, blue eyes, elfish features, and a sly grin approached him. He was wearing a black suit and his shoes. The coolest thing about this man Naruto could think about was his shoes, which had a pair of tiny wings flapping slowly on each of them. I'm Hermes, god of messengers, astronomy, thieves, roads, swordsmanship and speed. Yeah, Athena forced me to remember every single detail. Naruto nodded his head, glancing at the goddess of wisdom a little before turning his eyes down Hermes' shoes with excitement. Can those things, you know, let you fly or something? You mean like this? Naruto whistled when Hermes' body was lifted off the ground and floated on the air with the help of his magical shoes. Where can I find one of those? Naruto asked, amazed. Suddenly, a thick and powerful scent of perfume hit his nose, the kind of perfume Ino and the more girlish girls of Konoha would use, but about 100 times or so stronger. What do you want, Aphrodite? Naruto could hear annoyance in his mother's voice as the most beautiful and attractive woman he had ever seen in his life slowly approached him with an alluring smile on her face. How cold of you, Hera, the goddess of love giggled, her blue eyes fixed on Naruto. Well, hello there, handsome, her voice was sweet. He could hear Artemis sniggering mockingly behind him. Any advice about her, Kurama? Naruto asked his partner. This woman smelled exactly like trouble, she made his instincts go haywire. Athena never mentioned anything about this woman during her lectures, and since she definitely didn't forget to, there must be a reason when the goddess of wisdom decided to not tell Naruto about something. Let's see, the fox scratched his chin slightly, your mother once told me about her. Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. Oh, Naruto nodded his head, his mind replayed Artemis and Zoe's reaction when he asked about whether or not they had a love gods. And also of lust and sexuality. Naruto nearly fell face first to the ground. When it came to keep a close relationship, maybe she is only second to your dad. Hera always complained about her. She cheated on her husband, who is your brother, Kurama groaned. These humans' relationships were too complicated for his liking, for her lover, who is also your brother. I think I get it now. Naruto, at the outside world, slammed his fist into the palm of his other hand. Surprise everyone, I think I read about these kind of girls in a book Athena lent me. Oh, and? Aphrodite asked sultrily, slowly closing the gap between them. Let's see, the right word is, floor, no, score, score. Athena instantly knew what Naruto was going to say, whore. That's it, you're a whore. He declared like it was the most obvious thing in the world, leaving everyone stunned and froze in absolute shock. Aphrodite felt like her world was just shattered right in front of her eyes after hearing Naruto calling her that, whore. She had been called that many times before, to the point she was now completely immune to insults. But those insults were never said by a male, most of the time it was Artemis, never a mortal man like him. And that pissed her off to no end. Sorry. She then used her charm's peak, but what did you call me again, Naruto dear? Kurama roared out in laughter before shaking his head, reacting rapidly and negating the affect of the goddess of love's charm's peak. She is using her godly power to charm you, Naruto, the fox warned, be careful. Sorry, but that won't work on me. He took a step forward and used his index finger to flick Aphrodite on her forehead, strong enough to push her down to the ground and stun her momentarily. Aphrodite gasped in shock when she fell on her backside. Her charm speak failed. Her charm speak never failed before, not even the gods themselves could withstand the effect of her full-powered charm speak. If you know what is good for you, Aphrodite, she heard Hera's voice talking to her through telepathy, stay away from Naruto, he isn't someone you can play around with. The goddess of love bit her lips, it seems that she would have to wait for another opportunity. Naruto turned his head to the next god who was slowly approaching him. He was a huge and ugly lump of a man with his shoulders at different heights and a huge, bulging, misshapen head and his leg in a creaking steel brace, with a wild brown beard that sparks fire from time to time. He was the only Olympian he saw so far to show such extreme physical injuries, however, he was also very muscular. His face is red, lumpy and covered with welts. Hello, Naruto greeted him politely. Hello Naruto, Hephaestus' voice was deep, booming, and rumbly, I'm Hephaestus and I'm your brother. His eyes glanced to Hera slightly but quickly returned to Naruto quickly. Naruto saw bitterness inside his eyes, and as you can see, But Naruto stopped him by stepping forward and wrapped his arms around his brother's neck in a brotherly hug, grinning from ear to ear as he held the god of smiths and craftsmanship in his arms. Hephaestus was stunned and looked at Naruto in confusion. None of his siblings, especially a certain warmonger, had showed this much brotherly affection towards him like Naruto. You have no idea how much I wanted to meet my, well, full-blooded siblings, he chuckled when he saw Zeus look down in guiltily, but what happened to you? You seem like someone who had been ran over by a train. Well, as I was saying, Hephaestus said, his usual, permanent scowl, disappeared, I'm not the most handsome kind of gods here. Nah, you're cool to me, Naruto patted the man's muscular arm playfully, I heard that you're very smart and talented in making things, how cool is that? Never judge a book by his cover. Hephaestus might be ugly, but he was extremely talented and could make almost anything. Having such a cool brother like that was something he always wished for in a family. Well, if you say so, brother, a smile made it to his face when Hephaestus nodded his head at his younger brother. Hey mama's boy, voice laced with arrogance made Naruto turn his head slightly to see a rather tall handsome man with scarred cheeks and an oiled crew cut. He wore black jeans, combat boots, a leather duster, and muscle shirt with a bulletproof vest and an iron padlock necklace, red-tinted wraparound sunglasses to cover his flame-filled eye sockets. Come and greet your big brother. I take it that you're Ares, Naruto said blankly before a blank smile spread out on his face. Well, hello. Show some respect to your elders, little punk. Ares pulled out his massive knife and twirling it in his hand. The only reason I didn't gut you right here for that disrespectful greeting is mom and dad's presence here. And the only reason I didn't do anything to you yet was because mom doesn't want violence between family members, Naruto said lazily. I like that kind of tone. Watch your steps, punk. He walked towards Aphrodite and grabbed her by the arm. Let's go dite. Hey, let go of me. Aphrodite shook her hand from the strong grip of her lover, feeling rather annoyed by his sudden action. So, I take that she's your wife, nay. He only had 2 older brothers and one of them was trying to pull the beautiful love goddess with him. It was not that hard to figure it out. Yes she is, Hephaestus grumbled. He used to love her a lot, but after 3,000 years of being cheated on constantly, he didn't feel any love to the love goddess anymore and would happily divorce to her if his mother allowed him to. Too bad for him, thought. Hera was the goddess of marriage and there would be absolutely no chance for him to have their marriage bond broken. Ares left the place while mumbling about going to the mortal world to find a woman, as Aphrodite had refused to go back to his place this time. And nice to see you too, brother, Naruto shouted over. The love goddess turned around and winked at Naruto, who just laughed forcefully at that. From what Kurama told him, Aphrodite was a woman with a happy-go-lucky attitude and immunity to insults similar to him. She was someone who usually just shrugged off insults and lived her days without caring about it one bit. Naruto could already see himself in a future with Aphrodite poking her head into every single corner of his life, as the goddess seemed to take a liking to him already. Oh, how right he was. Forget about it, now. Naruto looked around. Where is this super kind goddess of the hearth and family, who Athena told me about? I think she was talking about me. Another goddess walked toward him gracefully from the hearth, followed closely by a woman with long blonde hair the color of ripe wheat, and wore a bright green dress with a dark cape, which gave her the appearance of a fresh plant breaking through fertile earth whenever she moved. She also wore a crown of woven corn leaves and adornments of poppies, and she had a scent of a rainstorm over a field of jasmine. Unlike Aphrodite, whose beauty seemed otherworld, the goddess of love didn't have the kind of natural beauty Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, had. She was sweet and beautiful in an unpretentious way. She had an honest smile, warm brown eyes, and black hair that framed her face in ringlets. She wore a plain, modest brown dress and kept her hair tucked under a linen shawl. Aunt Hestia, right? Naruto smiled and hugged the black-haired woman tightly, who welcomed him with a tight hug. Welcome to Olympus, nephew, she smiled warmly at him after pulling back, and welcome to the family. Thank you, Aunt Hestia, Naruto smiled and turned to the last woman, and your Aunt Demeter, right? Why yes I am, the goddess of the harvest nodded her head. Tell me Naruto, do you like cereal? She asked hopefully. No, truthfully it is one of my least favorite meals. Naruto shook his head and Demeter was taken aback by his declaration. I like ramen more, he smiled sheepishly. The blonde-hair woman shook her head before turning away, huffing and flashing away with a scowl on her face. Did I say something wrong? Of course not Naruto, Hestia shook her head with a kind smile, she is just upset that you don't like cereal, that is all. Ahem, Zeus cleared his throat. Now if everyone is done with their greetings and introductions, I would like you to all return to your duty, we can't leave the world running without the gods watching over it. Then I will return to the hunt. Father, Artemis was the first one to say that to the king of gods and put a hand on her lieutenant's shoulder, flashing both of them away in a silver flash. Naruto, if you need any help, feel free to ask, Athena told the blonde, who nodded gratefully, before flashing away as well. See you later, handsome. Aphrodite approached Naruto and tried to kiss his cheek goodbye, but the blonde blocked her lips with his bandaged hand. You're no fun at all, she winced playfully, playing hard to get. With that, she teleported away in a thick cloud of perfume, returning to her duty of spreading love and broken hearts all over the world. Naruto coughed while using his hand to blow the perfume away. Hard to get, he didn't even understand what she mean by that. Naruto, if you want any kind of ninja weapon made or just want to chat, feel free to come over my forge. Hephaestus offered. Are you kidding me? Of course I will. He then reached his hand into his pocket and pulled out a kunai. Check this out, I don't think this world has this kind of metal, so have a look at it. The god of smiths nodded his head and disappeared. Oh yeah, I think it is about time I ride my baby around the world again, Apollo said cheerily to Naruto. Sayonara bro. Naruto chuckled when the god flashed away in a blinding flash. If you need ant delivery made, or just want to hang out, contact me, Hermes said, cause I'm the fastest being alive. He teleported away as well. My place is here. Hestia walked toward the main hearth and sat down. You three should go somewhere else to have a family bonding moment. You don't have to tell us sister, both Zeus and Hera said at the same time before leading Naruto out of the throne room. Line break. Damn, Naruto muttered, standing at the cliff of Olympus with his hand leaning against the barrier, looking at the city below. You mean this mountain actually floats in the sky? Even from this place, high above the clouds, Naruto could hear the sound of bustling in the city, with strange vehicles and people in strange outfits. He was looking at the city from the cliff of Olympus with his father, who was standing next to him with his back leaning against the barrier. Hera, who decided to let Naruto have a few moments with his father, who didn't give a very good first impression to his son, had gone somewhere else and would return later. Naruto could also see a lot of tall buildings, called skyscrapers, from this position as well, actually amazed by the capability of the humans of this world. Maybe when he returned to visit Konoha he would bring the idea of making skyscrapers back with him to the elemental nations as well. Yes, Olympus is originally located on Mount Olympus in Greece. It has steadily moved over to the west, following the heart of Western civilization over the centuries. Zeus nodded his head. Instead of being located on a physical mountain, it is a metaphysical duplicate. This mountain does not connect with the ground and cannot be detected by mortals due to the mist. The two stood in silence for a moment before Naruto decided to speak up. Dad, can I ask you a question? Of course my son. Why did you cheat on mom? Naruto asked, his voice remained as calm as possible. Was she not enough for you? I had nothing to say for my actions in the past, Naruto. Zeus shook his head. I fathered too many children with other women, Athena, Artemis, Apollo, Hermes. But you Naruto, the god turned to his son with a smile, you're my redemption to her. After everything I had done, Hera agreed to start everything over with me, not as immortals, but as two normal humans. He then chuckled, well, not entirely normal, but we did start over. I came to love her again, more than ever. Zeus looked at Hera, who was running toward them with a basket in her hand. We got each other once again with the love of two mortals, unaffected by Aphrodite because we formed it in a different dimension. You're the result of that love. All right Dad, Naruto smiled at him, and you better keep it that way or else a punch won't be the only thing you will get from me. But for some reason, something was telling him there were more to this. Okay guys, Hera smiled at them, kneeling on a colorful picnic sheet in the basket next to her, come here. Zeus looked at Hera in confusion while Naruto just grinned and sat down in front of his mother with his legs crossed. Come on dad, come here, Naruto called him. I made some of your favorite ramen Naruto. Hera reached her hand inside the basket and pulled out a few bowls of ramen, and since she already took out about a dozen of them, the basket must be a magical thing to be able to contain that many, and since I don't really know which ones you like the most, I made everything I can think of. Wow, this many mom? Naruto asked, picking up a bowl and took a sniff. And it smells good too, you made this yourself in such a short time. Of course I made them myself. Naruto looked at her, okay, I did make them with the help of magic, but I didn't just summon them. Now eat up Naruto, Hera smiled, eat and tell us everything. Naruto opened the first bowl of ramen and took the chopsticks from his father, starting to eat while retelling his story at Elemental Nations. From the day he became a genin to the day Sasuke left the village, then Naruto and his friends nearly lost their life to the Yonin Shuf not for the help of the Sand siblings and Lee. He retold his fight with Sasuke at the Valley of the End and his departure with Jiraiya for the 2.5 years training trip. Hera scowled a little when she heard the part where Jiraiya tried to make Naruto read his Ika Ika Paradise series while his father just laughed it off while shaking his head. Naruto used to think about what it felt like to have a family that you could return to, a real family where you could share the most important moments with them. And he finally understood that feeling. Later. Clang, clang. The sound of a hammer hitting hot metal could be heard all over the forge of Hephaestus. You work here? Naruto asked as he picked up a celestial bronze sword from the basket full of weapons made in the same metal. It was 9 o'clock in the morning, and after saying goodbye to his parents who returned to their duty after their unofficial picnic, he began to wander around Olympus, and Hephaestus's forge was the first place he visited. What is this metal anyway? Celestial bronze, the powerful metal used by the gods, Hephaestus explained. It is mined by the Cyclops from Mount Olympus. The ore is shaped by tempering the metal in Mount Etna and cooling it in the river Lethe. I take that it's hard to make. Naruto swung the sword around. Try stabbing yourself. Hephaestus returned to his work. Because our parents gave birth to you in artificial mortal bodies, you're fully mortal, therefore it is useless against you. There wasn't a single drop of godly blood within Naruto, so the celestial bronze would pass through him harmlessly. Just like Hephaestus said, Naruto touched the sharp edge of the sword and he didn't feel anything at all. He could still feel the weight of this sword, and yet he didn't feel it cut him in the slightest. He then tried to do something more extreme. Putting his hand on the table, Naruto took out a celestial bronze knife and stabbed his hand with it. He waited for the pain, yet it never came. Cool, Naruto grinned before turning to Hephaestus. You need any help? He asked when the god thrust the weapon into water to cool it down. Don't worry, there is nothing I can't handle. Line break. What can I say? Hephaestus chuckled as he sat down on his chair, using a rag to wipe away his sweat. It wasn't every day that I have so many useful workers like this. He could use his machines, but it looked like Naruto and his clones worked more effectively. Clones could be seen everywhere around the large forge of Hephaestus, as they were doing everything they were assigned to. From sorting weapons to moving objects, with Naruto's superhuman strength his clones made work look easier than usual. Clang. Careful, Hephaestus called out to the original, who was trying to make his very first weapon. You won't be able to get it into shape if you hit it too lightly. So I should hit it with more strength. Naruto grinned and went into sage mode, raising the hammer above his head. Fine then, he slammed the hammer down the glowing hot sword. However, due to the strength he used behind that hammering was too great, it not only completely broke the incomplete sword in half but also the table the anvil underneath used for crafting was sitting on as well. Damn kid, Hephaestus roared in laughter as Naruto looked at the hammer while scratching the back of his head, unsure what just happened. You really pack some serious strength there. Naruto chuckled and put the hammer down. It didn't take him long to realize that he wasn't good at crafting like his brother. But this was just the beginning of Naruto Uzumaki's new adventure in this new world. Give up Ares, Naruto said coolly as he blocked the massive broadsword swung to his head with the back of his bandaged and chakra-reinforced hand. A handgun, as the god of war called it, appeared in his hand and he instantly pointed it at Naruto's face, pulling the trigger not a second later. However, what he didn't expect was for Naruto to jerk his head out of the way so fast that Ares saw an afterimage, making the bullet miss its target. I'll say it again, it's no use. Naruto disarmed Ares by kicking his arm only for the god to grab his little brother's foot and tug on it to throw him away. Naruto backflipped in the air and landed gracefully on the ground, using chakra to propel himself into Ares' personal space and using the momentum to bury his knee into the god's stomach, which was followed with a fast punch to the face. Artemis was right, Naruto mused as he sent the man who was double his size flying back like a ragdoll, smashing him head first into the outside wall of the throne room. His mother had prohibited any kind of family fighting, but Naruto had no choice but give his older brother one hell of a beating for messing around with him. A few hours ago. It had been 2 days since Naruto moved to his parents' world and he had more or less gotten used to the godly realm. He spent half of his time here exploring every single square meter of the mountain, taking in everything that was in sight. To say Naruto was amazed by the incredible architecture of Mount Olympus was an understatement, as he had never seen something like this before, and Olympus truly lived up to its name as the home of the gods. He learnt that aside from the winter solstice or the rare emergency meetings, the gods were free to go do whatever they wanted, taking care of their domains to make sure the mortal world would be functioning perfectly. While his mom and dad were busy, they tried to spend as much time with him as possible, especially his mother. She tried to smother him with love every instance she had some time to spare. They mainly talked about Naruto's life at Konoha, and Hera sometime asked about the more private part of his life. His dad, Zeus, always appeared to remind Hera of her duty as the goddess of marriage. While Naruto's relationship with his father had become better, the blonde still hadn't forgiven Zeus for his affairs. 3 days away from winter solstice and Naruto already got tired of the citizens of Olympus asking him about his name or how a mortal was able to get to Olympus. The only ones who knew about his existence were the Olympians, and it would take some time for the whole godly world to know about his existence, so he would have to wait till the yearly meeting of the Olympians to be known. Hephaestus was the only Olympians that always remained in Olympus, and Naruto spent a few hours every few days with his brother, helping him in the forge. Last night, he slept at his mother's temple, and everything about it gave him a warm, cozy feeling of familiarity, just as he expected from the house of the goddess of the perfect family. As a goddess, his mother didn't need to sleep like him, but he could feel her motherly love for him after waking up in the morning. It was 6 in the morning and Naruto was still exploring his new home, passing the group of beautiful women called nymphs who occasionally went into giggling fits after stealing glances at him. Some of the minor gods greeted him while others demanded to know his reason to be in their amazing presence. Naruto simply replaced himself with a wooden log every time they pestered him. Later, the blonde was standing in front of what seemed to be a giant metal block, with the metal doors closed together at the front and some kind of weird designs on top of it. Reaching into his pocket, Naruto pulled out the notebook he used to take note of everything Athena told him about Olympus, just in case he saw something new that didn't exist in his world. The blonde found out that the thing in front of was called an elevator, the only thing that connected Olympus to the mortal world, or the Empire State Building, the highest building in New York City. Naruto scratched his chin, holding the notebook in front of him while moving his finger towards the control panel, curious what would happen if he pressed one of the buttons. But suddenly, the familiar strong and thick scent of perfume alerted Naruto as his notebook was taken from his hand. Turning to the side, Naruto saw the infamous goddess of love standing next to him, radiating beauty and sexuality like no other. Hey, good morning, Naruto greeted her with his trademark smile. When your parent was a god and goddess, seeing someone having such incredible and unimaginable beauty was something you got used to after a while. Good morning, handsome, the goddess of love giggled, and the notebook in her hand faded away as she closed the distance between them. You know, why are you bothering to write in that pesky notebook when I would be more than happy to give you a more private tour, She stood right in front of him, with Naruto a little taller than her, which gave him a very generous view of her cleavage. Come on, let me show you everything. That was when Naruto realized something Aphrodite and Tsunade shared in common. They were both old, their appearance didn't match their age, and they both liked to expose their bust. Only Aphrodite was hundreds of times or so older than the Godime Hokage. Okay, since I don't have anything to do anyway, she didn't use the charm power of hers, so Naruto was more or less cool with that. Whore or not, cheating on his brother for thousands of years or not, she was a part of his big family and he planned to spend some time to bond with each of them after all. But before they could make any step, Naruto's stomach suddenly grumbled loudly, making Aphrodite look at him in amusement and, as a woman, slight disgust. Hee, I'm kind of hungry. It wasn't like he didn't have breakfast before starting to wander around Olympus. His mother left him with a very healthy breakfast at her palace waiting for him when he wake up. The tradition breakfast any mother would make for their children in the morning, with bacon, eggs, sausage, beans and toast, one of the most delicious breakfasts he ever had in his life. However, such breakfast only applied to the children of this world. He would need more than just a dish of that to fill him in the morning. Okay, then let's make this a picnic, shall we? Aphrodite clapped her hands together and in a flash, her clothes changed to a white, tight-fitting top that clung to her upper body like a second skin, with a large pink heart at the middle, short jeans that barely reached her mid-thighs and a white large hat on top of her head. In her hand was a basket. Let's go. She instantly pulled Naruto with her. Since Hera wasn't on Olympus at the moment, this was the opportunity she was waiting for to get into Naruto's pants. Hey, wait up, he shouted after her. They arrived in a wide garden which acted as the mountain's park, but this place was more like a place to honor the Olympians as he could see there spread out, wearing different kind of armors and costumes and in different heroic poses. He even saw a statue of his father and mother, with his dad wearing some kind of a dress that showed off his massive muscles holding his wife's hand as they leaned their head against each other. Well, here you go. She reached her hands into the basket and pulled out a dark green bottle with 2 glasses. I'm imagining a fancy hotel with champagne and candles when we have times together like this, but this is okay for now. Champagne. Naruto took the bottle and saw the word, champagne, written on it, some kind of wine. Why yes. Can you summon ramen datbayo? Naruto asked with a smile, putting the bottle down. Ramen, that Japanese starch. She visited Japan many times before. Where do you think hentai anime and manga came from? So of course she would know about its national dishes. Hey, it's the food of the go. Well, the food's more than worthy to be listed at the food of gods. Since he learnt that ambrosia and nectar were the only things gods ate, he couldn't call his favorite dishes the food of the gods anymore. Aphrodite looked at him like he was crazy, but shrugged it off. Since I'm the goddess of love, I can only summon dishes that eaten in romantic dinners. She picked up the champagne bottle, combined this with a fancy restaurant with light music, long candles, roses and complete privacy, and it would have everything a couple would like to have a good time. What with that face? She asked, nearly yelled. Oh, alright then. Naruto nodded his head with a straight face. So can I have ramen? Sigh, I told you I can't summon ramen. Tell Apollo to do that for you. She brought out a pink box wrapped in a beautiful white ribbon. But I have this, only the best kind of French chocolate, the richest and most scrumptious you can find. Naruto took a piece from her and threw it into his mouth. The chocolate was really bitter and he wanted to spill it out the moment he took it in. This chocolate was way bitterer than the one he had in Konoha every once in a while. However, the more he chewed, the stranger it became. Naruto couldn't explain it with words. It was like bitter and sweet at the same time. He gulped the piece of chocolate down and felt heat spread all over his body. Wow, it's delicious, bitter at first but, yeah, can't say I have had such a unique flavor before, he told her, making Aphrodite giggle. Well, then have some more. She opened the bottle and poured a little into Naruto's glass. Have some of this too, honey, she told him, smiling sweetly. Thank you. Naruto smiled and put the next piece of chocolate into his mouth, taking the glass of wine from the beautiful goddess. Aphrodite, can I ask you a question? Go on, she nodded her head. I know that my brother wasn't the best good-looking guy in the world, or even the godly world. Aphrodite then frowned. But why did you? There was always a reason for one's actions. Naruto had learnt that with his life. Unlike his father, Aphrodite was the goddess of love, making her the one who understood love better than anyone else. Like Athena, the goddess of wisdom who represented her domains perfectly, Naruto could see that everything about Aphrodite was about love and lust. With his power, it was clear to him that his sister-in-law held no feelings for Hephaestus in the first place. Then how come she didn't marry Ares, her lover, as Kurama told him? But before he could finish his question, Naruto suddenly shot forward and grabbed Aphrodite's shoulders, pulling her out of the way just in time to avoid a gigantic axe swung down from above. The blonde steadied himself on the ground with the goddess of love behind him, his eyes focused on his attacker, Ares, the god of war. You have good reflexes, punk, I'll give you that, the god of war smirked, picking his axe up and putting it on his shoulder. Well, next time you try to teleport behind me, make sure not to do it with someone with big and clear blue eyes like Aphrodite in front of me, he told the god of war. The god's way of transportation was really annoying. If it wasn't for Aphrodite's eyes reflecting Ares, he didn't know if he would have reacted in time to pull Aphrodite out of the place or not. Ares, what the hell are you doing? The goddess of love asked angrily, and did you just try to attack us? The both of us, she nearly yelled. Stay away from my woman Uzumaki. The goddess of war was pretty angry right now. Combine that with his carnal needs that hadn't been satisfied by the one behind Naruto, one could say that he wasn't in the right mood for rejection, and I might just break some of your bones. First, she's Hephaestus' wife, our sister-in-law, not your woman, Jack. Ah, jackass, Naruto smirked. Second, why do I have the feeling that if we don't settle down right here, you will keep bugging me for a proper fight in the future? You got it, brat. He turned his eyes to Aphrodite. Get out of the way, woman. Your flesh will be a nice trophy after I finish little bro here in his place. he was as horny as hell, so maybe he was going to finish this fight fast and get his juicy reward. The fight started faster than the goddess of love could follow. The moment Ares finished that statement, she felt her surrounding change magically. You stay here. She saw a Naruto clone standing next to her and another making a jump to avoid Ares' giant axe 100 meters away from them. Boss told me to protect you. The Naruto standing next to her smiled and gave her a thumbs up. The goddess of love couldn't help but gasp. Even though she already saw this ability during Naruto's fight with Ares, she couldn't help but feel amazed and wonder if there was any more use to this power of cloning. You know that you're way too slow, Ares. Naruto said as he dodged all the sharp blades swung at his head, looking like he wasn't trying at all when he stepped to the side to avoid the god of war's attack. You bet ya little punk, let's see if you're faster than this. An M16 appeared in his hand and the god jumped back to make some distance, licking his lips in a sadistic manner before unloading a barrel of bullets at Naruto. But Ares never expected Naruto to be even faster than bullets. Naruto, actually wondering what kind of weapon was that, took a few milliseconds to examining the bullets coming at his head. But it didn't take a genius to know something with the pointing tip moving at that kind of speed was dangerous, as Naruto disappeared and reappeared even faster than those bullets, playing around with a wide grin. Oops, you missed me again. Every time he appeared he said with an amused tone. Pulling a kunai out from his pouch, the blonde chose a bullet and used the flat edge of his kunai to send it back. Here you go. The bullet went straight into the gun, much to Ares' shock. He didn't manage to stop his trigger in time, so his weapon exploded right in his face. The metal pieces smashed into his nose and his forehead, much to his anger. Damn, didn't know it could do that. Naruto smirked. Hey, where can I find one of them? Damn you, Ares roared and summoned a sword and shield, standing to his godly height which completely towered over Naruto. What the blonde managed to say before Ares smashed his shield down to the ground. But Naruto was faster and kicked into the celestial bronze surface, launching out of the way before the sword can get in contact with his head. Naruto then took several feet back, gathering natural energy in just a matter of seconds before shooting himself forward with his fist brought back. You know what people say about size. Naruto shouted as Ares raised his shield to block. The bigger you are, the harder you fall. Naruto punched the shield with incredible amount of force and did something Ares would never think about. The ground underneath them cracked and a giant hole then appeared because of the collision between Naruto's fist and the shield. Ares gasped when he felt the force of Naruto's punch actually went through the hard shield itself and smashed into his body, sending him flying without anything to stop him. Ares flew like a bullet, going through building after building which didn't do anything to decrease the speed. The god of war roared out in shock when he was shot out of Olympus, passing over the edge and falling freely down to the city below. Damn you, Uzumaki. The blonde heard him roar out in anger. Suck it, jackass. Naruto stood straight up. But the hell now? In a red flash Ares once again appeared behind him with a gigantic broadsword in hand. Haven't you realized that it's no use against me? Present. It wasn't like Naruto enjoyed doing this anyway, beating the holy crap out of his brother. It made him feel like Sasuke years ago. Yield, Ares, Naruto said as he knocked the god of war down to the ground, whose face covered in bruises and cuts. Godly endurance was something really new to him. He didn't think that someone could receive such a beating like this and stay conscious. But thanks to Athena, he perfectly understood the gods' limit and didn't hold anything back. I think he had enough. Aphrodite appeared next to him with the help of his clone. Thanks, handsome, she winked at the clone, getting a laugh from him before disappearing away in a puff of smoke. The goddess of love clicked her finger and a few nymphs appeared, bowing their head to the goddess of love. Bring him to Apollo's palace, girls, the goddess of love said. Yes, Lady Aphrodite, they said at once and brought a half-conscious Ares away. Naruto, Aphrodite turned around to face the blonde, who was dusting himself. I have never seen Ares being beaten around like that before, you were incredible. Thanks for the compliment, Naruto grinned at her. Ares might be the god of war, but he didn't seem to have the fighting skills to back it up like Artemis. So handling him wasn't such a difficult task for Naruto. Anyway, can I have some more of that? The rest of Naruto's morning was spent in the goddess of love's company, listening to her rant about candy and trying out everything she could summon. These chocolate and candy tasted really good, the champagne was outstanding, but he still preferred ramen over the other. Line break. Later that night. Find a book called Greek Mythology and you will understand why I cheat on your brother. Aphrodite's last words for him resounded in his head as Naruto headed to Athena's palace, the only place he could think of that had the information he was searching for. He didn't like this feeling one bit, but the closer he got to Athena's palace, the more he felt himself worried about it, like he was about to discover a horrible truth. Aphrodite told him that the book was about the mortals' point of view about the gods they worshipped, and she did warn him that not everything inside that book was a nice thing to read. She said that it was going to change his point of view about this world, that he would never look at his parent in the same way again. Naruto was totally shocked by the goddess of love's words, and it made him want to find out the truth even more than before. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on Athena's temple's door 3 times, hoping that she was here. He waited for 10 seconds before the stormy gray-eyed goddess opened the door. She seemed to be a little surprised when she saw Naruto. "Naruto, what are you doing here at this time?" Time was meaningless for a god, but for a mortal like him, it meant a lot. "Athena, can I use your library?" The goddess of wisdom widened her eyes a little. "I want to borrow some books." The sound of something falling snapped Athena out of her train of thought. The book she was reading was closed as she stood up from her seat and walked over to the direction the noise came from, looking at the door that led to her personal, huge library, only to nearly gasp in shock upon seeing some of the bookcases lying on the ground stacked on each other. "What the?" A scowl made it to her face when she remembered who was in there, the only person she gave full admission to enter. "You got to be kidding me," Athena muttered under her breath. Moreover, here she thought this child of Zeus and Hera was better than his warmonger brother, who once made all the bookcase of her library collapse the same way his younger brother did today. She stomped towards the library section of her palace with the intent to kill the one who was destroying her collection. But before she could even reach the place, an orange blur went past her before she could even see what it was. Slightly knocked back because of the wind caused by the speed of the movement, Athena ignored the strange phenomenon and continued to walk to her library. Just like she thought, every single bookcase had fallen to the ground. Books were lying all around the floor of her library, and for someone like Athena, this looked like her worst nightmare. The worst part was that there was a bookcase on the wall at the other side of the room, which looked like it was punched across the room and stuck to the wall. Looking around, Athena tried to search for the destroyer of her library but couldn't find anyone other than herself standing inside it. Curious, Athena recalled the orange blur and realized it must have been Naruto trying to get out of the place before she could get to him. Sighing, Athena clicked her fingers and everything was slowly moving back into place. But something caught her eyes when she picked up a few books on the ground. It was lying open on the table used for reading. Her eyes widened when she realized what that book was about. Greek mythology. At the same time, Naruto ran. He ran like never before across the field of Olympus, crossing streets at lightning speed and almost knocking over a handful of minor gods. His body was covered in Kurama's chakra, his eyes' pupils were showing the combination of Sage Mode and Biju Mode. Through the use of Senjutsu, he could feel them all, every single immortal being living on Olympus, including his family. When he reached the cliff, Naruto did the first thing anyone with a lot of troubles on his mind would do, if he had balls of steel, that is. He took the jump. He had enough of this place. He wanted to go somewhere else. He wanted to have some alone time to clear his mind. "Naruto, don't." His head snapped to the side and saw the beautiful love goddess Aphrodite standing there with her hand reached out, her eyes wide and her mouth wide opened in shock. She probably thought he was doing something very stupid, which, according to common sense, he was. It wasn't like falling from the floating mountain above the highest building of New York could kill him. However, her shout made him slip a bit. His right foot slammed into the balcony, making Naruto lose his balance and fall off Olympus head down. "Shit. Fuck you, Aphrodite." That was the only curses he knew. He had read it from a book he borrowed from Athena's collection when she was in his world. Naruto twisted his body in the air, balancing himself before pressing both of his arms as close to his body as he could. His feet stuck together in order to eliminate most of the wind resistance. Mount Olympus was the highest point he had ever jumped from, so hopefully he would be able to land on the ground without any broken bones. "Naruto. Not now, Kurama, I need some fresh air," Naruto told his partner, letting the sound of wind blowing around him soothe his nerves. Some of things he read from Greek mythology, everything that was written from the mortals' point of view, were sickening and downright horrifying. Aphrodite had told him to read it to find out the reason behind her affairs. He did find it, along with a lot of interesting things about his family, though he was not so sure he should be calling them that now. However, what made him sad, not angry, but very, very sad, was that most of it came from his own parents. He didn't think that he could look at them the same way again, his parents. The Empire State Building was in sight. Naruto once again twisted his body on the air so both of his feet could make the contact with the building. His chakra moved from his stomach to the cores of his feet, ready to stick to the vertical surface of the building. With his amazing skills and control, Naruto managed to land both of his feet on the vertical surface of the building. His hand reached out and stuck to the building, also having a large yet controlled quantity chakra on them to slow him down. Naruto slid on the hard surface of the building, slowly decreasing his falling speed. The mist will cover you, so don't worry, Kurama advised him after realizing that he just slid across a window with a man standing on the inside holding window wiper in his hand. How does that work anyway? Naruto asked, mostly to himself. Unlike the elemental nations, Earth had something called the mist, which covered the mortals' eyes from the unnatural things around them. As far as he was concerned, he wasn't affected by the mist and he was very pleased to know that. Not knowing what happened around him was not a good thing, especially for a shinobi. When his speed finally returned to normal, he took a strong jump, cracking the window a bit. Landing on the ground as gently as he could, Naruto fixed his jacket and looked around. This was his first time in the mortal world, New York to be exact, but he was not keen on traveling and sightseeing. Line break. More, Naruto told the barmaid with a very lazy tone. Aren't you too young to drink this much? She asked, her hand pouring the wine into Naruto's cup and he, once again drank it in one gulp. Old enough to kill, old enough to drink, Naruto muttered to himself. That statement was something he got from some drunk shinobi drinking with each other after a day of hard work. Strange, what is this wine anyway? It wasn't like he never drank before. After all, most of his role models were either an alcoholic, Tsunade, or perverts with a love for bars, Jiraiya, Kakashi and Iruka, even if the latter would not admit it. Drink to forget, Naruto thought. As soon as he found out a place that resembled the bars around the elemental nations, he went in despite having no money to pay for the fees later. Naruto immediately ordered the strongest drink they had and began to drink himself silly. He didn't remember how many times he had asked the waitress to fill his cup, but the last time he stopped counting, it was an hour ago. Vodka, the waitress shook her head before heading to serve someone else after filling Naruto's cup once again, wondering how someone as young as him could handle so much alcohol. She didn't complain either way, as long as the guy had money, he could kill himself for all she cared. Naruto kept on drinking for another hour before reaching his limit, his vision a little blurry, not because he was drunk but the fact that there were so many things on his mind. Folding his hands on the table, Naruto rested his head against them and closed his eyes. No sooner did he do that, he found something interesting happening right in front of him. I usually do not drink, the woman who just sat down on the chair beside him said, but I think I will make an exception this time. Give me the same thing he's having, she told the waitress casually. The beautiful woman was drawing a lot of attention from the opposite sex around the bar with her incredible beauty, not to mention she was also sitting next to quite a specimen. Aunt Hestia, a small smile made it to his face when he realized who she was. Did my parents tell you to come here to get me? No, Naruto, Hestia said softly, I came here by myself. The goddess of the hearth moved her fingers and smiled sadly at him. How does it feel, Naruto? She asked him even though she knew most of the answer. Naruto didn't why, but he felt as if the only one he could trust right now with his problems was Hestia. Sad. Yes, hurt. Probably, betrayed. Of course, tricked. Sure. Angry. Not really. He muttered under his breath even though she could hear him loud and clear. He then turned his head to the goddess, Aunt Hestia, how can you put up with them for so long? You're a kind and very peaceful goddess and probably the only one who is still in my good book. Because they're my family, Naruto, Hestia said softly. So it was true, Naruto muttered. He still had some doubts over what he read, but now he finally found out it was all real. Family doesn't throw their member from Olympus to the ground when he was a baby. Naruto said with the emotionless tone, family doesn't fight over each other to decide who is the most beautiful, which results in a war killing thousands of people. The list went on and went on, to the point Naruto hardly believed that some of them were real. I don't know what to do anymore, Aunt Hestia. Naruto grabbed his face, looking at the glass of vodka in front of him. They're my parents and yet, they did something unforgivable so randomly just because they are gods and powerful. He then thought about Aphrodite. They forced Aphrodite to marry my brother, someone who she clearly doesn't love. Despite everything she did, how could they force a love goddess to marry someone she doesn't love? For someone who is just getting used to this world, this is a lot to take in, isn't it? Naruto couldn't help but nod his head. I need time to think, time to accept this. Those were the things they did in the past and I can't change it, he whispered and drank his wine in one gulp. The past is the past, the only thing I can do now is to look at the future. Then suddenly a lightning bolt struck. Said lightning bolt seemed more powerful than normal ones. Zeus is calling for a meeting of the Olympians, sooner or later they will come searching for you, Naruto, Hestia told him, pulling out a stack of dollars and giving it to the barmaid. I will let them try, Naruto muttered. I don't think I should return to Olympus at this time, auntie. I might blow the whole place up if I do so, he said truthfully. He really wanted to blow something up right now. Can you not tell them? Of course Naruto, I respect your decision. Hestia nodded her head, but, what are you going to do now? I don't know, but I think I can manage to find something to do to pass time and know what I need to do, to me and also the ones living in the sky, Naruto said. It's too bad that now I don't have any way to go back to the elemental nations. You can find that help from me Naruto, Hestia smiled at him. If you want I can secretly bring you back to your home in the elemental nations. But you have to promise me that you won't stay there forever. This place, this family needs someone like you Naruto, she said. I will auntie, Naruto nodded his head, leaning his head back against his chair and closing his eyes. In the blink of an eye, Hestia disappeared, as if she never sat next to him in the first place. Looking at Hestia's glass of vodka, he saw that she didn't even touch it at all. Reaching his hand to the cup, Naruto put it close to his mouth, drank the strong substance in one gulp before standing up, and getting out of the bar. 2 years later. She couldn't see their face. Only the back of two men, one was a tall blonde with spiky golden hair wearing a orange jacket and black pants while the other with straight black hair, navy blue sash wrapped multi-times around his head in dark color cloth. Miraculously, they both standing on top of two lightning rod of two skyscrapers as if they were standing on the ground, seemingly unfazed by the unimaginable hurricane around them. Sasuke. Yeah. Thanks for coming, I always know that I can trust my back to you. The blonde man smiled before suddenly his entire body engulfed in flame, golden flame as black marks appeared around his body. You dragged me into this Naruto, want it or not, his companion replied shortly. Purple flame appeared around him before materializing into a gigantic ribcage. Shall we do this? And you want to ask? The blonde-haired man shouted and they both launched each other at two different directions just as a gigantic hand shot down from the black, stormy sky, trying to grab one of them but fail. The angry roar of a monster from the deepest part of her mind woke Caitlin sharp from her sleep, making her fell from the chair she was leaning onto the floor of the running car she was in. She was a woman who was in her late 30s, but looking no older than a woman who was in her mid-20s with dark brown hair and dark color eyes with shapely figure. Caitlin, are you alright? A woman wearing a business suit asked worriedly, abandoning the paperwork she was doing on the table and running over to the teenager girl, who was holding her head, slightly hurt from the impact. I'm alright, Mrs. Kathy, Caitlin smiled at the woman, Kathy, but her head was still hurt a little. I heard you screamed before falling to the ground. What happened? Kathy asked before a frown made it to her face. You had those nightmares again, hadn't you? Yes, Mrs. Kathy, Caitlin nodded her head before looking at the older woman with begging eyes. Please Mrs. Kathy, can I use those sleeping pills? The nightmares are getting worse and worse. I don't think I can't handle it. Sleeping pills were the only things that helped Caitlin had a good night's sleep because from the day she was a little girl, she had been having these dreams. I'm sorry Caitlin, but you know that they are not good for your health. The blonde young woman sighed in defeat. Plus, it not happen very often now so I guess you don't have to worry, soon they will all gone and you will be fine. Okay. The girl nodded her head and stood up, returning to her chair and leaned her head on the window, looking at the dark, raining street outside. All the sleepiness had disappeared anyway. Beautiful, wealth, talent. Caitlin Sharp got it all. She was the daughter of the leader of the Sharp Group, one of the current most powerful joint stock corporations in the world, who got their hands on almost any aspects in life, especially the economy of the United States of America. However, unlike her brother who was working at the company at the position of chief officer operation, she had no talent over politicize and absolutely no leadership. However, it wasn't like Caitlin was useless, quite opposite actually. She dreamed to be a singer at age 4 and an actress at age 5. 8 years old her dream came true when she became a special guest in a music movie. Since then her talent in singing spread all over the world and now, at the age of 19, she was one of the most successful and popular singers, if not the most at her age around the world. Therefore, instead of leading an entire empire by skills, money, Caitlin chose to lead thousand, billion and billion people by her voice and her acting. Just like any girls her age, Caitlin still goes to school, university at this age. During her time touring around the world, she had tutors in order to keep up with her education and Caitlin was proud to say that she was able to get into one of the best school in the world, Harvard College. Currently she was on her way back to school, after traveling to China and had a show there. Of course, since she was already a singer and actress, there was no need for her in learning them right now, but her father still forced her in doing so. Sighing, the beautiful blonde girl looked at the world outside, her crystal clear blue eyes mirroring the raining drops on the windows. The nightmares, Caitlin thought, eventually they would return to her and disturb her sleep once again. She never understood the meaning behind each dreams, nor were they relate to each other. However, lately, that blonde man had always appeared in her dreams since a month ago. She never seen his face, but she did watch him do some unimaginable things before the scary roars or ugly faces woke her up from her sleep. Reaching for her diary hidden deep inside her backpack, Caitlin opened the book and began to write down everything she could remember in her dream and draw the picture of a gigantic creature that its upper body was taller than any skyscrapers. Line break. Man, this shit is so damn good. Naruto Uzumaki moaned out in satisfaction as he took a bite of the hot dog in his hand, grinning ear to ear while chewing happily, which, by far was the impossible fact that was yet to archive by any human. He was wearing bright orange shirt with black jacket wore outside, black pants and black Converse sneakers, an orange backpack laid on the chair next to him as he sat cross-legged looking at the city in front of him. Naruto's hair remained the same way it was these past 2 years, as spiky as possible and as bright as golden sunlight. 2 years had passed since his leaving and Naruto had finally adapted to the mortal world called America around 1.5 years ago. Now, if they didn't know his true identity, they would mistake Naruto for your everyday New Yorker, even though he was 202 miles away from the city. Yes, he was in Boston, Massachusetts. Took him a couple of days to get here, by foot actually, but he managed to get away from the heart of Western civilization, away from the so-called Mountain of the Gods. And of course, away from Artemis hunting wolves and incredible tracking skills. Even though he knew after Day of Ho's leaving the gods were searching for Naruto all over the world, Naruto didn't know how or why, but Artemis in her hunt was the one who was able to get close to him the most. Sure, she wasn't be able to see him, let alone catch him, but every time an auburn-haired woman appeared, Naruto understood that sooner or later her arrows would find the way to the place where the sun don't shine. He could feel her emotions every time he saw her across the street, and not every time they were positive. To tell the truth, the negative emotions became much worse every time he managed to escape right under her nose. At least he found a way to hide his present now. Artemis' present stopped appearing about 3 months ago, probably still searching for him somewhere else. Wasn't it so cool to be able to get away from the hunting goddess? Standing up, Naruto pushed the last of the hot dog into his mouth and turned around. Throwing the orange backpack onto his left shoulder, Naruto headed to the nearest bus station to head to the place where Iruka or any other teachers at Ninja Academy would never imagine he was able to get into, even though the education here was a bit different. Grinning ear to ear, Naruto climbed onto the bus, bought a ticket and sat down on a chair, put on the headphones and turned on the white iPod in his pocket. Throwing the cap of his jacket over his head, Naruto waited patiently for the bus to get to its last stop, Harvard University. Yes. Harvard University, Harvard College to be specific. Now who is going to say he is not smart now? Some might ask how in the freaking Hades Naruto was able to get into a school like that, and why would he need to study since the basic knowledge Athena taught him was more than enough to survive in this world. The problem lay right in the person who taught Naruto the basic information of this world, Athena. He couldn't care less about other gods and goddesses, especially the goddess of wisdom. Escaping from Artemis was one thing, but from Athena was another. She was smart, extremely smart. He already saw it from the first day they met, but he couldn't believe that there was someone who could outclass Shikamaru's late father in tactics. Athena almost caught him once, and if it not for some help, he would have to put on a fight to get away from her. Hell, she even came to elemental nations for the second times to search for him, knowing that it would be the first place he goes to. Because in Athena's eyes, he was rather dumb and stupid, the last place she would choose to search for him would be some of the most popular schools around the world. After a lot of hard works and lot of clones, he got admission and finally got Athena from his tail. It had been 2 years, not a single day Naruto stopped wondering what was going on up there. Hestia visited him every time she got the chance, but she didn't tell him much about the situation on Olympus, but he was enjoying the life like this. He visited Konoha and his friends once every weekend or maybe twice. If he were in the mood he would return and did some missions with Sakura and Sai before returning to this world. If it not for his auntie Hestia, he would leave this world as soon as possible and kick any asses that come to get him back to his parent, in the hard way if necessary. She said this world need him, the godly world needs someone like him to change the way they are, and it was still not the time for him to return. They both agreed at that. Naruto still hadn't forgot what he read in that Greek mythology yet and didn't intend to forget any of that soon. Plus, part of him still not wanted to leave them yet, because they are his family, the people who always wished for when he was young. He would never abandon them for something they had done in the past. Just because they were like that didn't mean they could not be changed. Naruto lives up to that motto after all. No matter how bad they are, as long as you guide them into the right direction, they will become good. His friends always said he got this power to change people, and for some reason Hestia said it too. He changed people like Gaara, Obito, so changing a world full of gods and goddesses from their millions-year way of living wouldn't be a big deal, right? Naruto asked himself that question multi-times before and hadn't stopped asking that from the depth of his mind. What was so special about him that Hestia placed so much trust in him anyway? Deep in thought, Naruto didn't realize that the bus had stopped and the people was slowly getting out of the car. Quickly gathered his things, Naruto got down and headed into Harvard College with hands in his jacket's pockets. Line break. Good morning Fishcake. The dude who was just call him that was Daniel Young, the boy who guided him around school the first day he was here, and for some reason, he called himself Naruto's best friend since then. Now Naruto didn't have any problem with people calling him Fishcake, intentionally or unintentionally it was good nonetheless. However, when they called it like they was making a joke, it pissed him off. It was a nice name, made by his late Ero Sennin when he was eating ramen. The Toad Sage even used it to the main character of The Tale of the Utterly Gusty Shinobi. What do you want, Daniel? He could flick this guy away, knocking his skull in if he want, but he didn't want the tomorrow newspaper's first page's article would be, Dead Body Found in Harvard Campus. This person was excessively annoying to his taste. What are you up to today? You coming to school sooner than usual? The black-hair boy asked with an excited tone. Daniel Young wasn't a bad-looking college student, but compared to Naruto, who was in another league of his own, that kind of level was totally out of Daniel's reach, not to mention Naruto was taller than him, standing at 5'11". The girls hailed Naruto Uzumaki as the most attractive boy on campus, not to mention the whisker marks on his cheeks made them squeal out in delight every time he was in sight. He guessed it was something that would never change Earth or Elemental Nation. Oh, I get it. A mischievous smile made its way to the black-haired boy's face as he stared at Naruto. You came here this soon to see Caitlin Sharp, didn't you? Who is that? Naruto asked, totally confused. Ahahaha, Daniel laughed idiotically for a second before his voice became quieter and quieter before looking at Naruto with a look of horror. You're kidding, right? No, Naruto replied blankly. Did you watch the news? He asked with a shock. Scratch that, did you watch television? Of course, I watch UFC every day. It was the only thing Naruto watches every time Naruto turned the TV on. The other shows were too boring for his taste, only UFC was the only thing that took his interest. Speaking of which, he should try out some of the cooler moves he saw from the UFC fighters. That's not the point, dude. He shouted, earning quite a lot of attentions from the other students. You're telling me you don't know Caitlin Sharp, the Caitlin Sharp? No need to shout lick. However, he didn't have the chance to finish it because Naruto suddenly felt a slight tingle at the back of his head. His warrior intuition was telling him something was not right. Indeed it was. At the other side of the street was a large horde of large, black mastiffs-like beings with glowing red eyes, various sizes from a grizzly bear to a rhino, or a small truck. Hellhounds. Naruto thought with his eyes slightly widened in surprise. This was the first time he saw them, the children of Cerberus, running around the city like this, but this was the first time he saw them in a large numbers like this, which was a very strange thing. Most of the time Naruto ignored them, knowing that they would ignore mortal like him. He let them go away and they let him be. However, this wasn't something he could let off easily. He better stop them before they do something bad. Doggies. Daniel asked with a slight chuckle. Wow, the animal center must be having a massive prison break, don't you think? Naruto glanced to the boy slightly. The mist worked very effectively in blinding human eyes from supernatural things. He had learnt that clear-sighted mortal like him wasn't very common, so he didn't have to worry about they see those hellhounds. Here, catch. Naruto threw his backpack to his self-proclaimed friend. Keep that for me, you stay here, pal. Naruto patted Daniel on his shoulder before quickly running away. Hey, where are you going? Nevertheless, Naruto was already out of sight. Seeing a dark alley, Naruto made a heel turn and ran into it in order to get away from humans' watchful eyes. Channeling considered amount of chakra into his feet, Naruto put his feet on the nearest wall. Launching himself into the next one, Naruto got to the rooftop of the building in the matter of seconds before quickly following the hellhounds, jumping from rooftop to rooftop, catching up to them easily with his shinobi speed. I should take care of them now. Naruto muttered before summoning two bronze black kunais in his hands, a mixture of celestial bronze and chakra steel. Naruto was able to get his hand to this godly metal about more than a year ago. Hestia thought that maybe there would be time when Naruto would need to fight against the monsters, and celestial bronze was the best metal to kill them effectively. Not that he would need them, but his techniques were all too powerful and destructive to fight something smaller and less powerful than Jubi's minions were. A clean-cut lead to a quick dead was something he would need to do inside a city full of people like Boston. Hey! Naruto jumped down from a rooftop, stomping his foot on the surface so hard that it broke to launch himself down as fast as he could. There, Naruto delivered an enchanted kick straight at the head of the lead hellhound, sending it high to the air before landing roughly on the ground of the park beside them. He couldn't care less about their intention, so he would take them down before any of them could kill someone. Kage Bushin no Jutsu. About 10 clones appeared and ran at different directions. They would take care of the people currently at the park, making sure Naruto could fight freely without worrying about innocent people getting hurt. Since when I'd become a superhero? Naruto wondered to himself as he stood facing the horde of hellhounds, which were glaring at him and growling dangerously, bearing their incredible sharp fangs at him. Here doggy doggy, he smirked challenging. At this moment, they probably realized that he was able to see them. All at once, they shot at him and Naruto turned around sharply, starting to run straight at the park. However, right in front of Naruto, running at him with neck-breaking speed, its claws sinking deeply into the ground with each lightning-fast steps. The monster roared angrily and leapt forward to grab him, trying to bite Naruto's head off his head. But Naruto was faster. He crouched down and also leapt forward with his arms outstretched, twisting his body in midair, slashing his kunais deeply into the neck of the massive hellhound, killing the beast instantly. Naruto landed on the air just as the beast smashed into the other of its kind before turning into golden dusts. The smirk still presented on his face. After the war, Naruto didn't get much action, so doing something like this was a great thing for him. Without the need to turn around, Naruto jumped once again, stabbing his left kunai at the side of the head of the hellhound, trying to make a sneak attack on him, turning it into golden dusts. His fist tightened and Naruto punched as hard as he could on the head of another hellhound from upside down, making it roar out in pain as its body was forced down to the ground hard enough to crack the area. Looking up, Naruto saw a gigantic jaw full of teeth a few inches in front of him, which only a millisecond later closed down powerfully. However, all the beast got was a piece of wood in its mouth. Kunai isn't the only thing I fused with celestial bronze, you see, Naruto smirked, standing a few feet away from the monster. Bringing both of his hands behind, Naruto summoned a massive windmill shuriken from the seal at the back of his right wrist. Throwing the shuriken at the hell's monsters, Naruto then clapped his hands together and shouted. Shuriken Kage Bushin no Jutsu, a higher caliber Kage Bushin no Jutsu for Naruto to add into his possession of Kage Bushin techniques learned from Kakashi during one of his first visits. The attack was devastating. Thousands of windmill chakra head toward the horde of hellhounds, which got nothing to do other than stood watching the shuriken finished off their life, acting at the one-way ticket for them to Tartarus. The biggest one, being the fastest and strongest, survived the devastating attack. And it always have to be the big one. A golden rasengan appeared in his palm this morning and like just what he wanted it to be. Line break. A crowd was gathered in front of the school, students, people with their cell phones out, camera mode on and flash of light could be seen almost anywhere. Even reporters and journalists were present, with the gears full on their body. It's her. Here she comes. The crowd roared out excitedly as the door of the colorful bus stopping in front of Harvard College School's gate slowly opened. Hey, get out of the way, I can't see a thing. Daniel shouted as he tried to get past the crowd of people, but it was almost impossible because he was carrying 2 backpacks at once, seemingly stopping him from walking any further. Then suddenly, a hand found its way the orange backpack and grabbed it. Daniel cried out in shock as he was pulled backward out of the crowd. Hey, what are you thin? Naruto, he shouted in shock. Thanks for keeping this for me. Naruto returned his bright color backpack to his shoulder. The first class is microeconomics, so we better get moving. But, Caitlin Sharp is right there, 3 steps away from us, he shouted, pointing his hand at the bus and the crowd, which was crying out in excitement for unknown reason, at least for Naruto. So, she isn't some expensive and rare diamond that you can only see once in your lifetime. Naruto shrugged and walked ahead. However, he stopped when a droplet of water fell onto his face. Looking up, Naruto saw that it was about to rain. 3 minutes ago, the sky was beautiful and cloudless, the sunlight was warm and all. But now, the sky was full of dark clouds and he could feel the wind is about to pick up the speed. More and more drops of water fell from the sky and it started to rain, heavily. Oi, what the hell, Naruto, get in here before you catch a cold. Daniel really doubted a man like Naruto could get a cold that easily, but he was standing in the middle of the rain and looking at the sky strangely, unfazed by the wind. Hellhounds running around the place, weather changed drastically. If he didn't know any better, Naruto would think that this was pretty normal. Just what was happening up there? Line break. Just what are you reading, Naruto? Greek mythology. Naruto answered simply as they were both sitting at a table at Harvard's elegant dining hall, enjoying one of the most luxurious lunches any university around the world could offer. Greek mythology, the book he just borrowed from the library, was in his right arm while a burger, which was the 5th one, was in his left hand. Naruto didn't think that there would be the day he picked up this book again and just by reading it made his stomach sick. Why can't they serve ramen anyway? Naruto asked, finished his burger and picked up the next one from the mountain of various kind of burger on the table at his right. Well, downgrade foods like that. Gah. Naruto flicked the toothpick straight to the middle of Daniel's forehead, making it impaled into his head. The boy cried out in pain and quickly pulled the toothpick away from his head, looking at Naruto angrily. What the hell, man? Don't ever call ramen downgrade food, got that? He warned with a very dangerous tone. Geez, alright, you're a fan of it or something. He looked at the toothpick while using a handkerchief to hold his bleeding forehead. How can you flick this thing so hard anyway? Lot of practice flicking eraser piece at idiots like you, Naruto said blankly. His attention returned to the book, searching for every details that involve problem between gods that would cause changes to mortal world. He could ask Hestia directly, but something was telling him that she shouldn't leave Olympus at this timing. Anway, what are you? Holy shit. What? Naruto asked, looking up from his book. She's here, look. Daniel gestured his head to the behind of Naruto excitedly, and this time, Naruto turned around to see it. Standing in front of the door of the dining hall was by far the most beautiful mortal girls he had ever seen around here, with straight yet stylish golden blonde hair, holding up by a blue headband on top of her head. Her sky was sky blue, the same color of his eyes. She was wearing the wine-colored t-shirt of Harvard University, with the top strained against the size of her bust, dark-colored jeans and brown sneakers. The young woman dressed simple, yet spoke volume of her feminine figure and physical charm. Well, she looks good. She was no doubt the same age as he was. Good. She's totally gorgeous, man. Daniel said in disbelief. We shared 3 classes together this morning, hadn't you realized? I slept mostly through those classes, sorry. Naruto said sheepishly. You're impossible, Naruto chuckled. Now, let's me fill you in what you had missed this entire life. Open your eyes and listen carefully about the background and career story of that girl, Caitlin Sharp. Wait, before we start, we are having a trip to New York next week, aren't we? Naruto asked. Yeah, so. Perfect. Naruto smirked, closed the book up and put it back into his pocket. Now, say you want to say and shut up for the rest of the day. He looked at his self-proclaiming friend, unaware of the fact that the young woman Daniel was telling him about, with Naruto's back facing her, was looking at him with her eyes wide in shock. Dude, she's staring at you, Daniel whispered to Naruto as they stood at the head of the line in front of the principal's office, lining up to get their student cards for the trip tomorrow to New York City, or maybe me, but I really doubt that. His voice lowered. Naruto, while signing the paperwork the principal gave him, couldn't help but turn his head a little to verify his friend's observations, and indeed just like what Daniel was saying, Caitlin, who was standing at the end of the line of students, was looking at him with her head tilted to the side a little. Her eyes widened when she realized that he was looking at her. She quickly stood up and disappeared from his sight, returning to the line where everyone was looking at her excitedly. And, Naruto asked Daniel lazily, why don't you think that she was simply wondering what's taking the two of us so long, making the entire line waiting impatiently for their turn? He shrugged his shoulder, taking the student card from the principal and put the blue necklace around his neck, hanging the student card in front of his chest. Dude, she has been staring at you this whole time, all day. Daniel tried to reason. Of course, since you sleep through most classes you don't know that. You're mocking me, aren't you? Naruto asked, since usually, it was the other way around. Maybe Daniel was spending too much time around him to the point he was greatly influenced by his personality. Not at all, buddy, the self-proclaiming best friend shook his head. What was with that girl anyway? Naruto wondered in his head. It wouldn't be a surprise if she was Aphrodite in disguise and came here to find him. It did happen once before, and if not for the fact that she always used that ridiculous strong perfume, he wouldn't have been able to recognize her. He had come to learn that the goddess of love could change her appearance as will. Normally it would be the person's ideal of beauty, but indeed she could change into any appearance she wanted to. However, that girl wasn't using that kind of cosmetic product. With his sense of smell, Naruto could see that she does use perfumes, but different in both quantity and quality from the ones the goddess of love used, and he was grateful for that. She could be a demigod, Aphrodite's daughter to be more specific. With that kind of beauty, clearly she could be the child of the beautiful goddess. Naruto knew about the way of the gods, especially their affairs with mortals, and he doubted their 1,000 years of living would change the way they were, even now. Naruto, are you gay? Say what? Naruto nearly cried out in shock. That was the last question he would expect from anyone. They was standing in the quiet library of Harvard University, one of the most quiet places in the world, so his voice earned a lot of attention from the students and a rather pissed off glare from the librarians. Shish, they all did at once. Hee, sorry, he scratched the back of his head and smiled nervously at them before grabbing Daniel's collar, dragging him out of the library under the stares of the students and a certain blonde. Naruto threw the black-haired boy into the wall rather roughly before looking at him with an evil smirk on his face, cracking his fists. Give me one good reason not to punch your skull in, Naruto asked dangerously. Relax bro, relax, Daniel was on the ground, looking at Naruto nervously, it just that, a hottie got a thing for you and yet you still give me lot of ridiculous excuses. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that, either you're gay or you're not interested in someone as hot as her, which mean you're gay. Naruto nearly face-palmed at his friend's logic. Can't you see those boobs, that ass and that pretty face? Not to mention her background and her worldwide popularity, men will kill to have her and yet you still react like she is just your next-door neighbor. Sigh, you're impossible. Naruto offered his hand to Daniel, she is Caitlyn Sharp, not Aphrodite. Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty from Greek mythology, right? Naruto widened his eyes slightly when he heard that melodic, very feminine voice behind him. He saw Daniel's eyes almost pop out and his mouth drop to the ground in shock, gaping like a fish. She's right behind me, isn't she? Naruto asked himself. Naruto slowly turned around and saw the young woman in question was standing behind him holding the belt of her blue bag worn across her upper body. She was looking at him with a curious expression on her face and something more that he couldn't read. Hey, Naruto greeted cheerily before he became lost of words, hi. Muahaha, since when did you start getting lost for words in front of a female? Kurama roared in laughter. This boy survived the feisty goddess of the hunt, he was completely immune to the lust goddess charms, he outran a wisdom goddess by getting into the place she would never think he would be able to get to, the best university in the world, and yet, he was lost of words in front of this mortal young woman. Oh wait, it did happen before, it was at the night before his leaving with Hinata. Shut up Kurama, she just randomly appeared behind me like that, what am I supposed to say? He asked the fox with a glare before returning to the living world. Is everything alright? She asked, looking at him and from Daniel who was still on the ground, I heard my name mentioned in your conversation. Everything is perfectly fine, Naruto nodded his head before being shoved out of the way by a very excited Daniel. Miss Sharp, can I have your signature? He asked, reaching his hand into his bag. However, before he could pull out anything, a very muscular black man wearing a black suit, standing at the height of nearly 6'8" stepped up and pushed him back roughly, separating him from the girl before taking a very protective stance in front of her. Oi, what the? Daniel was once again on the ground, holding the notebook he was about to give to Caitlyn to get her signature. The boy looked at the big black man from head to toe with his eyes wide. Is everything alright Miss Caitlyn? He asked with a gruff tone. It's alright John, Caitlyn smiled to him and patted his arm, he's just a fan, am I right? She turned to Daniel and saw his blonde friend already standing in front of him, offering his hand to the boy. You're making yourself look like a total fool, you know, Naruto asked, pulling Daniel to his feet. Even though Daniel was a little annoying sometime, but he was fun to hang around and not to mention good at almost anything, even idiotic things. Nah, don't worry bro, he then turned to Caitlyn, Miss Sharp, he gave the notebook to her, please give me your signature. Okay then, what's your name by the way? She asked, taking the object from him and began to sign her own name. I'm Daniel Young. Daniel then snaked his arm around Naruto's shoulder and said, this is my best friend, Fishcake Uzumaki. John kept a very straight face, but Caitlyn looked at Naruto like he was an alien. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto said, raising his leg and stomped hard on Daniel's foot. The poor boy cried out in pain and fell down to the ground, holding his foot. Oh my god, why did you do that? She asked in disbelief. Don't worry, best friends do it all the time, right buddy? He made sure to cause pain, not break bones so his self-proclaimed best friend would be okay. Indeed the boy was, because Daniel slowly got to his feet, a little limp on his right left but overall looked alright. Here, it's yours, Caitlyn smiled and gave the notebook back to Daniel, all the pain immediately disappeared from his face. Caitlyn then turned to Naruto and they looked at each other for a moment. Oh, sorry but I'm not one of your fans, he shook his head. If not for Daniel being one of Caitlyn's biggest fans and she had become the new icon of the entertainment world lately, he would still completely oblivious of this woman's name, let alone what she was doing. Oh, it isn't like that. She shook her head, smiling at him. Nevertheless, she admitted she felt a little surprise at his confession, you don't look Japanese to me. Kind of, Naruto said. Elemental Nation's language was indeed Japanese, so when people asked where he came from, he could say that he came from Japan, yet his appearance suggested otherwise. I see, she smiled. Oh my, where is my manners? I should also introduce myself, shouldn't I? She offered her hand to him and smiled. I'm Caitlin Sharp. I think your name is kinda cute. Thanks, Naruto smiled. This was the first time someone told him his name was cute, and it was from a girl no less. I got class, so, see you guys later then. She smiled at them before turning her heel around, walking ahead of them. Yeah, see you later. Naruto waved his hand to her, and to his surprise, Caitlin turned around and waved at him, flashing him a very bright and beautiful smile before disappearing at the corner. Naruto put both of his hands into his pockets and sighed. He turned his head to Daniel and saw the guy looking at him with a mischievous and somewhat jealous smirk. Scored, he said shortly. What? Naruto asked, smiling forcefully. She likes you. Naruto shook his head before walking away uncaringly. Daniel quickly followed behind him. Hey, admitted buddy, she got a thing for you. Naruto kept on walking to his next class, remaining silent all the way to his destination, even though Daniel couldn't stop talking for 1 second. As the person who came from both worlds, and with the time Naruto spent at the mortal world, he had come to learn a few things about mortals, more specifically, godly children. Therefore, with the help of Kurama, he was able to develop a special and unique ability to tell the difference between demigods and normal mortals. However, that girl, Caitlin, the feeling fell into neither of them. This was the first time Naruto met someone like her, a clear-sighted mortal. Plus he needed to keep a close eye on her. Girls like that only attract attention from the guys above, and the last things he would want would be Caitlin becoming the next victim of their lust while he has the power to stop it. Line break. That night, it couldn't rain harder, and yet, the crowd couldn't get wilder. Whose idea was this? Naruto asked the boy standing next to him through the sound of cheering and screaming, the sound of winds tearing through the air as well as the hard rain around them. Her. Daniel shouted and pointed his hand toward the stage. There were lights, lots of lights with various colors, moving around in the booming sound of music. The whole campus ground had become the stage for Caitlin's music night. The students as well as a lot of citizens of Boston were gathering around the place to see their favorite idol in action. True enough, when the idol made it to the stage like a troubled teenage girl having trouble with her life and parents, completely ignoring the rain pouring down on her, the bystanders cried out in absolute excitement and all jumped up and started to follow the music. The fuck is this? Naruto asked himself. Daniel was the one who pulled him to this place, while Naruto could just stay at home and watch the UFC World Heavyweight Championship. He got his money on that match, and yet he was standing here, listening to this strange music. Relax Naruto, weren't you the one who thought you should keep a close eye on her? Kurama asked with a slight chuckle. He didn't know much about music, but even a biju like him could see why this girl could become such a famous singer without her beauty in the help. Plus, this is kind of entertaining. To me, entertainment is watching Brock Lesnar getting his revenge on Frank Mir on their rematch. Naruto muttered. He nearly destroyed his television when Frank Mir managed to make Lesnar tap out in his debut match, so Naruto was very eager to watch their rematch tonight, and his money was on Brock Lesnar. Suddenly, his eyes caught something rather interesting. Hey Naruto, where are you going? However, Naruto didn't reply. Instead he kept on heading to the backstage. He was right about keeping his eyes on this girl. Line break. Thank you for your help everyone. Caitlin smiled to her friends and staff, taking a towel from her manager and used it to dry her hair. This wasn't the first time her show got caught in the rain, so she wasn't too worried about catching a cold. I think you should change your clothes before you can catch a cold, Caitlin. Kathy advised, pushing her glass up while holding a hairdryer to help Caitlin dry her hair. The night was still young and Caitlin still needed to save her strength for the rest of the show. Don't worry Mrs. Kathy, I will be fine. She smiled while having her manager's hand ran through her golden hair, trimming it. But you still need to change your clothes. Caitlin shook her head in defeat and handed the towel back to Kathy. The beautiful blonde-haired young woman walked to her bus and stepped inside, closing the door behind her, and began to strip. She got 10 minutes before her next song starts, so Caitlin wasted no time. Caitlin winced slightly at the tightness while trying to put on her bra. Caitlin knew that she was a growing girl and was blessed with greater assets than the girls her age or even older, but her ever-growing cup size were getting on her nerve. A little too tight, aren't we? Kya. Caitlin squealed out in shock and used her hand to cover her body when she heard the strange male voice behind her. Turning back, the blonde saw a muscular, large man with cheeks filled with scars. He was wearing black jeans, combat boots, a leather duster, and muscle shirt with a bulletproof vest and an iron padlock necklace. A pair of red-tinted wraparound sunglasses to cover his eyes. Who are you? She screamed out. How did you get in here? She asked in shock, scared. The door wasn't locked, so I let myself in, he said with a leer and began to step forward, taking his jacket off. No. Get away from me. Caitlin screamed, grabbing everything in her arm's reach and threw it at the man, but he easily swiped them out of the way, even the sharp and pointy things. I like feisty girls, it makes things even more. But before he could finish that sentence, coming from behind Caitlin was no longer the random thing, but an actual weapon. A kunai. No freaking way, Ares muttered before his cheek was cut by the kunai, which was thrown faster than any bullet. Yeah way. From the window at his left, Naruto jumped in with an angry shout, breaking the window with a powerful kick which also made a contact with Ares' face. The god of war cried out in pain at the all-too-familiar force, which was strong enough to shake the entire bus with shockwave before sending him out of the place through the opposite window. Naruto landed on the bus and turned his head to look at Caitlin, who was staring at him in shock with her eyes wide. He gave her a thumb up before jumping out of the window. Fancy seeing you here, Ares, Naruto said in perfect ancient Greek, how are you? Fucking punk. His smirk widened when Ares furiously used his hand to wipe the ichor away from his cheeks, leaking down from the cut. So you were hiding at this place all this time, Ya fucking coward, do you know how much troubles you had caused for us gods on Olympus by simply disappear? I will fucking kill you, asshole. Naruto nodded but didn't care much about it. I happened to come across this place, surprise huh? Naruto asked, if you still want to fight, I will kick your ass harder than what I did last time. His fist tightened. Naruto didn't know what about the other gods, but Ares' actions disgusted him. He wanted to beat this guy until his mother wouldn't recognize him. TCH. Remember, we're not done yet, punk. Ares was one of the first gods who got the pleasure of tasting Naruto's strength, so he chose the smart move in the current situation and teleported away. Damn Hades, and I thought this place can't get any. Stop. Bang. His reaction got the better of him. Before the gun could even release the bullet, Naruto already moved his body out of the way by bending his back to the side, so the lead object flying at almost the speed of sound passed through him harmlessly. The hell, Naruto muttered and turned his head to the behind him and saw John, Caitlin's bodyguard, standing with a smoking handgun in his hand, pointing at Naruto. His face was what people could say absolute shock, and the beautiful singer was no better. She was also in her state of shock with her jaw dropped to the ground. Oi, did you just shoot me? He asked. Sorry, it was a misunderstanding, he said, but did you just dodge a bullet? Okay, I wasn't expecting that, Naruto thought before coming up with a quick excuse. I got lucky. He better get out of this situation quick, or else unnecessary question would pop up from those two. I need to go now, my friend is probably looking for me. He turned on his heel. Wait, Caitlin shouted, stopping him on his track. Naruto turned around, looking at her. Thank you, she smiled at him, a little pink on her cheeks. Naruto grinned widely before running away. Olympus. Inside her palace, Aphrodite looked at herself in the mirror and she saw nothing but herself. Not like that, of course. Unknown to most, even the goddess of beauty herself was affected by her own power. Aphrodite looked at herself in the mirror. A few moments ago she had dark hair and dark brown eyes. Now her hair had become bright blonde with sky blue eyes. Her features became much toner and her face became much more beautiful, almost to the impossible level. This was her true appearance. Yes, Aphrodite's ideal of beauty was herself. Taking the hairbrush on her makeup table, Aphrodite put it on her golden blonde hair and slowly moved the object along the incredible smooth surface of her long and curly hair, tilting her head to the side. Blonde and sky blue eyes, it was just like him. It had been 2 years since the Prince of Olympus left them, 2 years since Aphrodite saw Naruto jumped from that cliff down to the mortal world below. At first she thought he was crazy and had become mad because of what she told him to read, but after hearing from Hades that the boy was still alive, Aphrodite realized how little she thought about him. His disappearance brought huge chaos to Olympus. Every single god and goddess was sent all around the world to find him by his parents. However, no matter how they tried and how many days, weeks, months and years had passed, they couldn't find the Prince of Olympus. Even two of the best trackers, Artemis and Athena, weren't able to find him or even come close to his mysterious location. Zeus and Hera were shocked when they found out about Naruto's reason for leaving from Athena, when the goddess of wisdom gave them the Greek mythology book Naruto borrowed from her library that night. Aphrodite decided to keep her mouth shut for the rest of the night, because she didn't know what they would do to her if they found out she was the one who told him to read that book to find out the reason she cheated on his brother. Ares was nearly blasted out of the throne room by Zeus, Master Bolt, because he couldn't keep himself from laughing. Hera was really distracted and she spent most of her time these past 2 years around the world looking for her son. The numbers of divorced marriage couples rose dramatically the last 2 years because of this, to the point Aphrodite felt sick most of the time and barely had the energy to do anything because of the lack of love from the mortal world. If not for Hestia, who quickly stepped up and comforted Hera, Aphrodite and the goddess of the hearth would have faded away by now. Everything had become quite the past 2 months, at least until the sudden accident happened after the winter solstice. The Olympian gods were barely around Olympus at this time. They had their duty of taking care of their domains and also at the same time continue their searching, and Naruto wasn't the only thing that was being looked for. A mischievous smile appeared on her face at the mention of him. Naruto wasn't only incredibly attractive, and she was talking about a 17-year-old teenager boy, but he was also incredibly powerful, showing enough skills alone to fight on par with the god of war, and enough power to fight on par with an individual whose power rivaled the primordial beings. He was also very caring, warm, and even though they only just spent a little more than a few minutes together, he was kind of fun to hang around, to say the least. But the thing about him that aroused her the most was the enormous amount of love within his body. She was the goddess of love. She could feel the love within a person's heart. She couldn't explain it in word, but she could feel the love in a more physical way, and she could tell the size of these loves within different people, which represent the feeling they would have for their partner when one appear. The bigger it is, the more feeling they will hold for their partner, the more they will love, the more they will stay loyal to their partner. This love could increase or reduce in size, depending on the situation, but normally, it would stay the way it was. The girl Naruto falls in love with, no doubt would be the luckiest girl in the world, because in all her immortal life of being the goddess of love, she had never felt such a powerful and enormous amount of love from someone like him before. He completely surpassed every loyal married couple in history, even his mother, who was the goddess of marriage and faithfully loyal to her cheating husband. The luckiest girl in the world. Aphrodite, the luckiest goddess. She couldn't help but giggle at the sound of that. It did have a nice ring with her name. Aphrodite was snapped out from her thought when a blinding flash of red light appeared in the middle of her palace. Her expression didn't change in the slightest when her lover, the god of war, appeared. However, the second after that, her eyes widened in shock when he pulled out his sword and slashed violently around the place, kicking and punching, destroying everything that was in his sight. "Hey!" Aphrodite shouted, standing up. "What are you doing to my palace?" she asked angrily. "That fucking punk." With a hatred-filled mind, Ares was completely oblivious of Aphrodite's cry, "Someday, I will fucking kill you." He roared and kicked over Aphrodite's wardrobe, making it fall down to the ground. The goddess of love's eyes widened in shock at what he just said. The only time she had seen the god of war this angry was when he was beaten and humiliated by Naruto, so it didn't take long for her to put two and two together. "What? Ares?" She ran to him and grabbed his jacket. "You found Naruto?" "What about it?" Ares asked with a grunt, his eye sockets flared with red fire. "Holy Zeus, you did find our prince," Aphrodite gasped in shock before her lips spread out in a smile. "I need to go and tell." But when she was about to turn around, Aphrodite's throat was grabbed roughly by the goddess of war, and he used it to pull her toward him, glaring into her blue orbs angrily. "Don't you fucking dare tell them, woman," he said, gritting his teeth. His hand tightened around Aphrodite's throat, choking her. "Yes, I did find him, but his location is mine only, and the fact that I found that fucking blonde will be our little secret, got that?" he asked. Oot. He, Ra, Z, love. Aphrodite tried to form some words, but she wasn't able to, no matter how hard she tried. Ares was too strong, his strength was far greater than hers. "The prince." The god of war raised his hand and backhanded the goddess of love hard across her face. Aphrodite fell down to the ground hard, with golden ichor running down the corner of her lips, tears falling down from her eyes as she held her bruised cheek. "Don't you fucking dare call him the Prince of Olympus." Ares roared, his body flared with power, covering the entire area in red light. "That title belonged to me. I'm the rightful Prince of Olympus, not your crippled husband, and especially not that fucking mortal." He ignored her cry. "If you spill a word to them, Aphrodite, I will make sure every single one of your children will be seriously hurt, both mentally and physically. My sons, after all, love to have fun with pretty girls," and he walked out of the palace, grunting mostly to himself. Aphrodite just sat there and sobbed, her hand holding her cheek with ichor dripping down to the ground from her lips. Tears couldn't stop dropping from her eyes. Line break. Listening to the music while doing his everyday morning exercise was something Naruto greatly enjoyed. The iPod must be one of the best inventions that he came across in this world. He could store thousands or even millions of songs within such a small place and listen to the beats any time he wants, and anywhere he wants. Normally, he would prefer the strong and fast kind of music like rock or heavy metal, but lately, he had come to like Caitlin's pop songs and downloaded some of her best albums onto his iPod. He couldn't help but admit how good her voice was and how well she could sing. Kind of made him reconsider about his decision about calling Daniel a fan maniac, of Caitlyn, not to mention that she was not only good on stage but also the best in a movie studio. Currently Naruto was doing his daily 100-mile run around Harvard campus. Wearing long black plant, orange t-shirt and black jacket with hood over his head, headphones in his ear, his usual combo, Naruto woke up around 3 in the morning and had been running for 2 hours since then. He didn't stop for a second to rest, just kept on challenging the limit of his stamina, which by far was nowhere near his limit yet. Then, he felt someone approaching him. Ohayo gozaimasu, good morning. Naruto turned to his right and widened his eyes slightly when he saw Caitlyn running right next to him, with her blonde hair tied into a ponytail behind her head. She was wearing a dark color sports bra that spoke volume of her amazing ample bust and toned figure, exposing her toned stomach and small waist. Same color fitness pants that reached past her knees and clung to her lower body like a second skin, once again showing the world why she was the new icon of the entertainment world. And lastly, white sports shoes used for running. Good morning, Caitlyn, Naruto greeted her with a grin, removing the headphone in his left ear. No need for Japanese, the two kept on running, smiling at each other. But I wanted to surprise you, she giggled, you do this every day. Yeah, it is a part of my morning workout routine. Naruto nodded his head, what about you? I hope you're doing fine. It was clear for Caitlyn the blonde didn't ask her about her health or her morning exercise schedule. I'm fine, don't worry Naruto, she smiled at him, once again, thank you, I don't want to know what would have happened without you there. Don't mention it Caitlyn, he then turned to her, you took it better than I thought, not the first time. Yes, believe it or not, it was not the first time a fan got overexcited like that, Caitlyn sighed, looking away from Naruto. I guess that is the reason why my father allowed John to carry guns within him, to protect me in case anything bad happened. I doubt Ares is a fan of your songs and movies. Naruto could only nod his head, and I doubt John could handle a god of war, even with a tank, he added in his head. Say, Naruto, are you up for the trip to New York today? She asked, changing the topic quickly. Of course, Naruto grinned. The trip to New York was going to take place today and they were going to various places before stopping at New York Metropolitan Museum of Art. He hoped that with this visit he could learn more about the godly realm and find out more what could be possibly happening to it. Yes, it's one of my most favorite cities. She said brightly, my first music night was there. Really? Naruto asked, wow, that's cool, kind of like homecoming for you right? Of course, Caitlyn smiled before smiling mischievously at him, tilting her head to the side. She quickly grabbed the unused headphone before Naruto could stop her. Hey, what are you listening? She'd put it on her ear. Oh hey. A massive smile spread out on her face when she heard the song. I thought you said you're not a fan of mine, she told him, want my signature now? Changed my mind after realizing your voice wasn't half bad, Naruto joked and got a light punch on his right arm. His morning jogging ended like that. Line break. The fuck? Daniel cried out in shock, horror and jealousy before slamming the newspaper down on Naruto's table, surprising him because he was in the state of nearly falling asleep. What now? He asked while yawning, looking at the black-haired boy lazily. Liked it or not, he might have picked up some of Shikamaru's bad habits of falling asleep anytime he wants. Read the front page, Daniel pointed out, glaring at Naruto, that guy is clearly you. Naruto grabbed the newspaper and gave it a glance, his eyes widened slightly at the article in the front picture. Mysterious man seen with Caitlyn Sharp this morning. And the front picture was unmistakably the scene of him and Caitlyn doing jogging with each other this morning. This must be a picture taken by an unprofessional photographer, because they couldn't capture his face hidden under the hood of his jacket, plus he was looking at Caitlyn, away from the camera. Below was various lines written about Caitlyn and the possibility of her love life. Even though his face was trying to remain as calm as possible, he couldn't help but feel a little worry about this. Not because of the picture or the articles, or what was written, but about the possibility of being found out by the godly world. There was a chance that Ares wouldn't tell anyone about his wherever. He was too hateful to do that, but if this newspaper got into the hands of someone like Athena or Artemis, they would feel suspicious about it and come to this place. Not to mention the fact that Ares could figure out his friendship with Caitlyn. He had seen that warmonger wasn't very hesitating when trying to attack him with his axe, even though his lover was right there in the attack range. What would stop this war god from using Caitlyn to get to him? Or maybe he was just thinking too far ahead, maybe spending too much time around Shikamaru made him think too much and become paranoid. Or maybe he was slowly turning into a mini version of his father. He heard from Hera that Zeus was very paranoid. And? Naruto asked, giving Daniel back his newspaper. And? Freaking N. This guy is clearly you, Daniel pointed out. There were not many students in their class and each of them were also minding their own business, so Naruto wasn't too worried about it. You're the only guy the first no around here would wear orange in the morning. This hoodie is clearly yours. And you said you're not interested in her, he cried, with 2 lines of tears running down his cheeks, and only interested in UFC fighters. Firstly, I never said I'm not interested in her. Naruto said blankly, but it was enough to make Daniel widen his eyes in shock. Secondly, why are you so sure this guy is me? There must be a lot of guys out there wearing orange, hell maybe there is a whole summer camp with orange uniforms. Naruto shrugged his shoulder, tugging the newspaper from his hand, reading it quickly before saying, other than spying on her life, why don't they put the match between Brock Lesnar and Frank Mir last night on the front page and tell us how dominated Lesnar was? Naruto stood up and checked the clock on the wall. It was about time. Gather your things, the bus will leave in 20 minutes. Naruto threw his bag on his shoulder and walked to the door. Hey, we're not done yet, Naruto. Daniel shouted, quickly gathering his belongings. Fishcake, wait. Line break. Unfortunately for Daniel and oh so lucky for Naruto, he was sorted to bus 99 while his self-proclaimed friend was sorted into bus 94, which meant Naruto could relax, have his own space and be freed from Daniel's annoying stories for about 5 hours of traveling. Naruto chose a seat at the middle of the bus, beside the window so he could look at the world outside. While there were some differences between Earth and elemental nations, Naruto couldn't help but see so many similar things between the two worlds. Pulling out his iPod, Naruto put the headphones in his ears and chose the songs. Going through various kinds of music, he stopped at the folder where he stored all of Caitlin's songs. When he was going through the list, chose the song he hadn't heard yet, he heard a voice. You should give Love Story a chance, it was my best last year. Naruto turned his head to the side and saw Caitlin standing there smiling at him, her hands put on the chair to support her body. Hey, she greeted him softly, with her head tilting to the side. Hey, Naruto grinned, you are bus 99 too? He asked, looking at the student card lying on her generous bust. Yes, cool huh, she held it in her hand and smiled at him. Mind if I sit here? She motioned her head to the seat next to him. Sure, go ahead, Naruto nodded. Caitlin put her bag into the cargo hold cabin above them and sat down beside Naruto. Raising her hand to adjust the air conditioner above them, she asked, where is your friend? You mean Daniel? He is in a different bus, saving me some headache anyway. Naruto nodded his head while Caitlin giggled. Where's your bodyguard? I thought someone like you will have him around 24/7. John will follow behind us in his car. Caitlin smiled and raised her head when the bus roared to life. Oh, here we go. They didn't talk much the first hour of the journey, mainly because Naruto was watching the recording of the match between Brock Lesnar and Frank Mir he missed last night while Caitlin was reading a guidebook about New York. Many students who happened to travel on the same bus as them came and asked the blonde for her signature, asking Caitlin about her plan for her next movies and songs or just to take a picture and selfie with their idol. Most male students came and looked at Naruto in jealousy, which he ignored. Some of them even asked Caitlin to come and sit with them, but she politely refused. Damn, Naruto grinned and put his phone back into his pocket. The fight was awesome and it was too bad that he couldn't have watched it live last night. You like UFC a lot, don't you? Caitlin asked. Well yeah, the only thing I find entertaining. Naruto nodded his head with a smile. What about my music? Well, you can say that it was added to my list, Caitlin giggled. My brother likes it too, Caitlin said, to meet up with his partners in business actually, you know, the higher class people. Yeah I know, Naruto nodded his head. You have a brother. What is he like? He's really nice and a very hard worker. He is the CEO for my father's company. Naruto Wolf whistled while Caitlin was wondering where Naruto was coming from. Clearly everyone knew about the Sharps, everyone but the blonde in front of her. Unlike him, I don't have this leader's attitude and a mind for business, so I can't be a part of this bigger picture, like my father said. And so, I decided to create a bigger picture of myself, become Caitlin Sharp, not the daughter of Sharp. She looked at him and said with a small smile, I stepped into the world of entertainment when I was 8 years old. With my performance on stages and in movies around the world, I fulfilled my own dream faster than I thought. I finally stepped out of my family's shadow. She smiled. What about you, Mr. Japanese but not Japanese? I lived on my own since the day I was born. Caitlin gasped and was about to say something, but Naruto quickly added, not like that. There was an accident and my parents thought I was dead, so they returned to their home and didn't know that they left me there on my own. Naruto said, I grew up with the dream of becoming the leader of the village I lived in. It was really hard at first, but slowly I think that the villagers finally recognized me and accepted my existence among them. Then 2 years ago, my parents found out I was still alive and brought me to their homeland. Naruto continued, but then I suddenly realized that they weren't the people I thought they were, doing a lot of bad things in the past that I can't accept. So I decided to move out and stay on my own. After all, I had always been alone most of my life, so I'm kind of used to it by now, he chuckled bitterly. Nobody likes to be alone, Naruto, Caitlin said softly as she took his hand into her hands. No matter what they did, Naruto, the past is the past, what's important is that they love you, you're their son, Naruto. Caitlin, Naruto looked at her and smiled. Thank you, his hands tightened around her smaller ones. My pleasure, she smiled at him and leaned back in her seat, closing her eyes, but the smile never left her face. Line break. The buses arrived at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, Manhattan, New York City at 12 o'clock noon after 5 hours of traveling. If not for Caitlin, who sat next to him and got a lot of amusement tricks to entertain him, Naruto would have been bored to death because sitting in the same place for 5 hours straight. Caitlin was a little sore, but she quickly got out of the book and stood next to Naruto, holding the guidebook in her hand. She read. Did you know that this museum is the largest art museum in the United States and among the most visited art museums in the world? She read excitedly. Its permanent collection contains more than 2 million works, divided among 17 curatorial departments. You're slowly turning into Athena, you know. Caitlin looked at him questionably. I mean, the smart kind of girl, which says everything can be found in a book. Oh, you do compare things around you a lot with the gods in Greek mythology, don't you? She smiled mischievously. And I do remember that you said, she's Caitlin Sharp, not Aphrodite. Naruto chuckled while scratching the back of his head. Luckily for him, Daniel came to the rescue. Konbanwa, good evening, my friend, he said happily at Naruto looking around the blonde's shoulder. Who's your? Oh my god, Caitlin Sharp. He cried out and tripped over himself, nearly falling to the ground if not for Naruto, who quickly caught him. First idiot, keep your damn voice down, Naruto said before letting go of his arm, making the boy fall down to the ground. And Konbanwa is, good evening, Caitlin giggled, using the guidebook to cover her mouth. Let's go guys, the others are already coming in, the singer-actress said, motioning her hand for the boys to follow her, which the black one did faster than Naruto could even blink. Shaking his head, the Prince of Olympus quickly followed them, but when he was midway up the steps that led up to the museum, Naruto stopped when he suddenly felt a slight tingle at the back of his head. Turning his head back, Naruto's eyes were met with a bus with the world, Yancy Academy, on top of it. The students inside began to move out of the bus, and he could see that most of them weren't the best kind of teenagers you could find, most of them around the age of 15 and 16. But two of them caught his attention the most. One smelled like goat while the other smelled like the sea. And there was one explanation for this. One was satyr and the other was a demigod. Did you guys know that this collection presents works of art all the way back from classical antiquity and ancient Egypt, paintings and sculptures from nearly all the famous European artists, and an extensive collection of American and modern art? The museum also has many relics of African, Asian, Persian, Byzantine, and Middle Eastern art. The museum is also home to large collections of various instruments, costumes and accessories, antique weapons and armor from around the world. Several notable interiors, ranging from 1st century Rome through modern American design, are permanently installed in the Met's galleries. Naruto groaned and inwardly cursed. He didn't spend much time around Athena to truly understand her. However, if he didn't know any better, he would say Caitlin was one of her demigod children. However, Athena was a virgin goddess. He doubted she had any offspring because of her oath. Cool, Daniel nodded with a dazed smile, walking next to them into the museum. The three of them were at the back of the long line of Harvard students. Not cool at all. He snatched the book from Caitlin's hands, much to her surprise. Caitlin, where is the fun of the tour if you keep on reading about it in a guidebook? Well, this is my first time came to this museum, so. She laughed nervously. Naruto chuckled before putting the book into the bag she was carrying, zipping it up and smiling at Caitlin. Don't take it out, you got me and, this guy here, he motioned his head to Daniel, who then nodded rapidly, to help you. I might look of Asian descent, but I once lived here, so don't worry about getting lost. Okay then, Caitlin nodded her head slowly, I'll trust you. Okay, let's go, we're falling behind. Since the Harvard students were old enough to take care of themselves, they soon separated into smaller groups and went on their own tour around the museum. They could do whatever they want all day as long as they returned to the bus stop at the end of the day with enough information for an assessment test. Naruto, Caitlin and Daniel gathered into a group of 3 and headed to the Greco-Roman section. Since Greek mythology already piqued their interests, all because Naruto read too much on the subject around. Daniel and Caitlin walked along with the mysterious blonde, silently observing him. Here we go, Naruto and his little group entered the section. Right in front of them were 3 statues, standing at the height of roughly 12 feet. The middle statue was that of a beautiful woman with long, curly hair. A long robe was carved into the statue while pieces of Greek battle armor, and an imperial gold helmet stuck to her head, which was decorated with pictures of griffin and owls. Holding a spear in her hand and a shield on the other, the woman looked like a symbol of the war maidens. The statue on the left represented yet another young woman, only this one was carved with a cloak hiding her modesty. Her hands were put together in front of her with her palms facing upward, holding a small flame made out of gold. Though her features were hard to make out, Naruto could see a small smile on the statue's face and was very thankful of the artist for keeping the woman's very own characteristic on her statue. The last statue was that of a young woman, looking in her teenage years, wearing a long tunic and wielding bow and arrows on her back, her hand resting on top of the head of a deer standing next to her. Athena, Hestia and Artemis, Naruto spoke up, nodding his head, the 3 virgin goddesses of Olympus. Artemis. You mean the man-hating goddess? Daniel asked, pointing his hand to Artemis. Statue, what's with the deer? The golden deer, Saranian hind, Naruto said as the 3 walked to stand in front of the huntress, her sacred animal. She's always one of my favorite goddess when it comes to myth, Caitlin spoke up, smiling at the immortal huntress's statue. Not that I have problem with boys, but I always wonder what it would feel like to be free all the time, like her. Well, you should consider joining her hunt, Naruto smiled, patting her shoulder. I'm sure the rank of huntress is still available. Come on dude, you're talking like she's real. This one is Athena. Naruto moved on while ignoring his annoying friend. This, however, piqued Caitlin's interest. She is the goddess of wisdom and war. Naruto then muttered, knowledge is power. Shikamaru taught him that during his short visits, but Athena was the one who taught him about the power of knowledge better than anyone, even though she didn't do it directly. She was someone who could decide the fate of a battle before it happened through pure strategizing and data. She was literally the smartest person he knew. Even Shikamaru and his late father paled in comparison. The goddess who's afraid of spiders, Daniel said sarcastically, a war goddess, afraid of a spider. Well, she is a girl, right? Caitlin shuddered, those creepy things, with tiny, little legs and many eyes. You hate spiders? Naruto asked with an amused smile. This was even more proof to back up his theory about her being a child of Athena, even though such a thing should be impossible in his opinion. I hate any insect with many eyes and legs. I can understand. Naruto nodded, everyone has their own fear, even himself. So, I guess the last one is Hestia. Caitlin looked at the last statue, the goddess of the hearth, home, the right ordering of domesticity, and family. That's right, Naruto smiled softly at the statue of his most favorite goddess, Aunt Hestia, my favorite goddess. There were no words to describe the kindness Hestia showed him these past 2 years, even though it has been 3 months since her last visit. Hestia was the one who brought him back to Elemental Nations every weekend to visit his friends these past 2 years under his parents' nose. She was also the one who helped him adjust to the life in the mortal world, giving him some money the first few months before Naruto got himself a part-time job to earn his living. Unknown to the Olympians, Hestia was also the one who was hiding his presence from them. She was literally breaking a few laws her youngest brother made recently ago to protect Naruto. No, she didn't break any ancient laws. Since demigods often reminded people of their parents' domains through their appearance and actions, Hestia soon realized that because Naruto was the son of Olympus king and queen, even if it was their mortal counterparts that conceived him, he would have the same problem. As soon as he found out about his heritage, Naruto started comparing everything around him to the Olympians' domains. This was very dangerous because Naruto couldn't control when he was going to say their names out loud, so Hestia overrode the magic Zeus created with her power. He wouldn't be too happy if he found out Hestia could override his law that easily, but that was understandable because after all, she was more powerful than him and cared for family more so than he ever did. Let's go boys, we still have a lot to see. Caitlin called for them and pulled the 2 boys further into the area. The 3 then came to a bunch of students who Naruto recognized to be Yansei Academy's group. They were gathering around a 13-foot-tall stone column with a big sphinx on the top. Around was the carvings of Hercules, 12 labors. The teacher, who was sitting on the wheelchair, was telling the students about the carvings on the stone. Surprisingly, the 2 kids Naruto saw back then were present among them as well. Caitlin was surprised when Naruto suddenly pulled out a cap and turned to her, gathering her long golden hair into a bun before putting the cap on her head. Some of the student might recognize you, Kate. Naruto smiled at her, we wouldn't want to disturb the teacher's lecture after all. Thanks, she smiled at him and pulled the cap down, blushing a bit. Naruto turned back to the group, listening to the teacher's lecture just like the other younger students around him. He then realized Daniel was smiling mischievously at him. What? God. His attention then returned to the studying class when he heard the teacher ask that. Titan, the boy with the scent of the sea, corrected himself. And he didn't like his kids, who were the gods. So, Kronos ate them, right. But his wife hid baby Zeus and gave Kronos a rock to eat instead. And later, when Zeus grew up, he tricked his dad, Kronos, into barfing up his brothers and sisters, the boy continued with his answer. Ew, said one of the girls. Bro, now that is disgusting, Daniel grimaced. Awful, how can he eat his own children? Caitlin winced at the thought. Paranoia, was the Naruto's one-word answer said. Apparently, that was something hereditary. Hopefully he wouldn't become like his father and his evil grandfather. And so there was this big fight between the gods and the titans, the black-haired, green-eyed boy continued, and the gods won. He just summarized a godly battle, Naruto started, in a couple of sentences. Nice, he chuckled. Like we're going to use this in real life. As if it's going to say on our job applications, please explain why Kronos ate his kids. A girl with red hair among the group of students whispered to her friend. She does have a point, dude. Daniel thrust his elbow into Naruto's rib slowly. He always wondered why his golden-haired friend only read Greek mythology instead of something else, like thriller novels. And why, Mr. Jackson, the teacher asked, to paraphrase Miss Bobofit's excellent question, does this matter in real life? Busted, the boy who smelt like a goat muttered. Shut up, Bobofit hissed, her face a brighter shade than her hair. Naruto watched Jackson's actions very carefully. To him this boy was clearly a demigod, but he did not seem to know about his true origins. Hestia didn't tell him much about demigods and their relationship with their godly parent, but she always had this sad face whenever they talked about it. I don't know, sir. That was the answer he was expecting. I see, the teacher looked disappointed. Well, half credit, Mr. Jackson. Zeus did indeed feed Kronos a mixture of mustard and wine, which made him disgorge his other 5 children, who, of course being immortal gods, had been living and growing up completely undigested in the Titan's stomach. The gods defeated their father, sliced him to pieces with his own scythe and scattered his remains in Tartarus, the darkest part of the underworld. On another, happier note, it's time for lunch. Mrs. Dodds, would you lead us back outside? Speaking of which, anyone hungry? Daniel asked, checking the clock. Yeah, let's go, Naruto nodded, and with that, the three went to the cafeteria. Line break. Caitlin, if you're friend with fish cake here you will have to get used to this, Daniel told the gasping idol, who was freezing with her eyes as wide as dinner plates and jaw dropped to the ground in shock. Because sitting right in front of her, Naruto was enjoying his own lunch in a way that could only be described as extremely disgusting by the girl. Not only was he eating his 15th burger but he also eating it very fast as well, like he hadn't eaten anything for days, maybe weeks. At his left were multiple wrappings of finished burgers while at the right was a mountain of burgers he bought from the cafeteria a few minutes ago. Where did they all go? She asked, looking at Naruto. You should eat something. Naruto looked at Caitlin's lunch. It was only a triangle piece of sandwich and vegetables, with a bottle of milk at the side. You will die if you eat like that. And I will live healthily if I eat like you. Caitlin rolled her eyes. Sorry, I would like to keep my figure. What's with girls and keeping a figure? Daniel asked. He was eating his own burger and sipping on a cup of soda. So far, the guy had become more comfortable with the fact that he was sitting next to and enjoying lunch with Caitlin Sharp. Duh, it is a girl's thing, Caitlin smiled at him. We like it when guys notice us and see how attractive we are, especially at this age. Lame, Naruto spoke up. He only loves Ronda Rousey, the kind of woman who can hit hard and fight harder. Daniel shrugged his shoulder before quickly lowering his head to dodge an incoming paper bag balled together and thrown at him by Naruto. Caitlin couldn't help but giggle at that. I actually prefer ramen over this thing, but the cafeteria doesn't sell them so I guess this will work for now, Naruto said as he got to his 18th burgers. And you said you weren't Japanese. Ha ha, he laughed sarcastically. But right at that moment, his eyes caught something very interesting. It was the boy, whose last name was Jackson, following the pre-algebra teacher to the back room of the museum. What caught his attention the most was that the curly brown-haired boy was looking at their Latin teacher like he was begging for him to help. The kind of eyes the teacher was giving to Grover was something Naruto only saw on his teachers like Kakashi or Jiraiya, the kind of eye could only be found on an experienced man who spent years and years of guiding young ones to become strong. Sorry guys, Naruto used a handkerchief to clean his mouth before standing up. Bathroom, he said shortly, walking away but not before grabbing a burger and pointing to his lunch, saying, don't touch my food. What was that all about? Daniel asked Caitlin, who only shrugged her shoulder. Line break. Turned out, Mrs. Dodds, as Percy Jackson called her, was an ugly bat-like demon. From an ugly pre-algebra teacher something even more ugly, with a bald head, gray skin, bat-like wings, long talons and a mouth full of teeth. She was a typical Greek monster. Since most monsters didn't appear like the carving of the ancient people, Naruto wasn't so sure which type this monster was, but it could talk, it could think, it could disguise itself into an old lady, so Naruto could only say it was powerful. Hiding carefully in a corner, Naruto unwrapped the paper bag around his burger and started to watch. If things started to turn out too bad, then he could lend the kid a hand. The next moment Naruto turned his eyes to the doorway and saw Mr. Brunner, the Latin teacher of the Yancey group, wheeling his wheelchair in with a pen in his hand. "What? Oh, Percy," he shouted, and tossed the pen through the air. Mrs. Dodds lunged at him, and at the same time Naruto pulled out his kunai. It was like watching a thriller movie, but this time Naruto would do something about it. With a yelp, Percy dodged and felt talons slash the air next to his ear. He snatched the ballpoint pen out of the air, but when it hit his hand, it wasn't a pen anymore. It was a bronze sword. "Now that's cool," Naruto said in amazement. He had to make sure to ask Hestia for something like that. It's not like he was being a spoiled brat or anything, but a pen that turned into a sword was too good to pass up. Mrs. Dodds spun toward Percy with a murderous look in her eyes. Naruto raised his hand, the kunai ready. She snarled, "Die," and flew straight at him, and Percy did something that was natural when you were holding a sword. He swung it, but from the look of it, her talons would get to his head even before she could perish into golden dust. Naruto threw the kunai with the speed of sound, even faster than a bullet, leaving the barrel of a gun and pierced through Mrs. Dodds' head even before she could realize it, killing her. Mrs. Dodds' body exploded into golden dust, vaporizing on the spot, leaving nothing but the smell of sulfur and a dying screech as well as a chill of evil in the air. "My job here is done." Naruto sneaked away without Percy or Mr. Brunner noticing. But the old teacher did feel something strange with the way Mrs. Dodds just died. Line break. "I'm back." Naruto smiled at his two friends, sitting down the spot opposite from Caitlin, and grabbed another burger to eat. "What took you so long?" Daniel asked. "Got lost on the road of life," Naruto said simply. His eyes glanced slightly to Percy, who was slowly exiting the back room with total confusion on his face. "Really?" Caitlin deadpanned but was nonetheless amused. "There are a lot more things you don't know about me, Kate," Naruto smiled. The kunai he left there would do its job, hopefully. Line break. Mr. Brunner wheeled his chair back into the back room of the Metropolitan Museum of Art, deep in thought. This situation was worse than he thought. One of the Furies was here, Electo to be precise, to hunt the boy down. He couldn't imagine what kind of monsters would be sent in the near future to kill the boy in order to get back what was lost. Olympus, for the past 2 years, was in the state he'd never seen before. There were rumors about the gods were searching for someone, but other than that, a simple teacher of demigods like him wasn't allowed to know. Brunner stopped at the sight of a weapon embedded deeply into the wall. He examined it carefully. This was a kunai, a weapon originating from the Far East, more precisely, from Japan, where ancient warriors called shinobi used it for assassination and combat. He could recognize it anywhere since some of the demigod children of Hephaestus tried to make them before, but the project was shut down soon after because they were really hard to use and weren't suiting the traditional demigods' fighting style. Grabbing the hilt, Brunner gathered all his strength and pulled the kunai out of the wall. It must have been thrown with an extremely powerful force and flew at least the speed of sound to give this much damage and impale this deeply into the stone wall. No normal human was capable of such feat. He should report this back to the Olympians, they should know about it. What about Roman's art? Should we add them as well? Daniel asked as he was rotating the pen skillfully with his hand, deep in thought. After finishing their lunch, the three quickly finished the last collections of Greek and Roman arts. It took Naruto and his friends 3 hours to do so, but in the end they managed to gather together around a table at the cafeteria to do the assessment test together. They still had around 2 hours before they need to return to the bus station to return to school. Caitlin was handling her own assessment report rather better than the two boys put up together. It wasn't like Naruto couldn't do it. He was thinking about that boy he just saved from a monster in the museum and the things it said to him. Clearly it wasn't something very normal at this timing, when looking up the sky and he could already see the end of the world coming near. "Naruto, hey Naruto," Caitlin called out to him, waving her hand in front of his face. Yeah. He was snapped out of his thought by this. Turning to the girl he asked, "Did you say something, Kate?" "Nothing, you spaced out a lot after returning during lunch," she said, tilting her head to the side. "Was something wrong?" "Nothing. Just thinking actually," Naruto laughed, scratching the back of his head. You sure fish cake? Daniel asked, pointing the pen at him. You seem like someone who just saw something really weird or a really sexy chick. A smirk made it to his face when he got to that part. So, blonde or brunette? Can you knock it off? Naruto swatted him across the head, nearly sending the boy to the ground. Find yourself a girl, idiot. Don't waste your time by poking your nose in my business. Ouch, Akamon, I was just kidding, Daniel said, massaging the back of his head where Naruto hit him. But still, I'm very surprised to see such an attractive guy like Naruto is still single, Caitlin said, eyeing Naruto up and down. She had to admit, while Naruto always wore the kind of clothes that didn't show off much of his athletic figure, muscles could still be noticeable under those shirt and jacket of him. Naruto didn't look like the kind of boy who went to the gym every day and trained just to impress the girls to her. He even didn't join any sport clubs at school, and yet she always heard some of the girls talk to each other about how well-built Naruto was. Not to mention that he was really handsome and somewhat cute with those adorable whiskers on his cheeks. Oh, you have no idea, Daniel chuckled. Yes, this guy is single, but a lot asked him out already. And your reply was? I treated them ramen, you see, Naruto chuckled nervously while scratching the back of his head. Even at home, girls asked him out a lot, but Naruto just couldn't think about forming a serious relationship with any of them at the moment, so he treated them with a bowl of ramen at Ichiraku. He didn't accept or refuse, so you can say that a lot of girls are still putting hope in this. Who could have, though our boy is so popular, Caitlin giggled. Guess I will have to work harder then, in order to give myself a chance. She leaned in closer to Naruto, much to his confusion and Daniel's shock, her ample bust pressed against his arm slightly. What are you doing? He asked, backing away a little. Just kidding, the blonde singer returned to her normal position and picked her pen up. So, let's finish this and go home, guys, and returned to her report. What was that all about? Naruto asked Daniel, who only shrugged his shoulders. Olympus was never a quiet place. Mr. Brunner wheeled out of the elevator, the only way to go from the mortal world to the mountain floating above. He looked around and saw that the tension on Olympus was really high. Not only it could be felt in the air, but the faces of the nature spirits around the area spoke it all, letting him know how bad was the situation. The Latin teacher of Yancy Academy stood up from his wheelchair and slowly, from the waist down, his body began to change. He continued to stand up. His waist kept getting longer, rising above his belt. Taller than any man, the front of an animal appeared with muscle and coarse white fur. A leg came out of the magic wheelchair, long and knobby-kneed, with a huge polished hoof. Then another front leg, then hindquarters, and then the box was empty, nothing but a metal shell with a couple of fake human legs attached. This was Mr. Brunner's true form. He was the immortal centaur Chiron, the trainer of the heroes. Chiron never thought he would need to come to Olympus around this time, especially when the gods already had their yearly winter solstice meeting some months ago. Olympus went into a state that he had never seen before. Even before Zeus' Master Bolt was stolen by the mysterious thief, he could see there was something going on among the Olympian Council, and it wasn't something good, he could tell. But he felt that they would need to know about the owner of the kunai. He didn't return to camp and inform Mr. D about this first, but went straight to Olympus, thinking that the king of the gods and the whole council should hear it from him directly. Getting into the throne room, Chiron wasn't surprised to see the 12 thrones were empty and no Olympians were inside the room. Sitting beside the main hearth was the kind goddess Hestia, poking the fire with a long fire stick, looking into the fire with a soft smile on her face. Lady Hestia, Chiron bowed his head to her. Good evening, Chiron. Hestia turned her head to the centaur and smiled. Great night, isn't it? She asked, and at that moment, Chiron got the feeling she knew the reason he came here for. Yes, Lady Hestia, great night. His mind already formed the perfect story to tell the Olympians. Since he was watching out for the Percy boy, who he got the feeling to be the son of one of the big three, telling Zeus about him wouldn't be a good idea. Bringing out his bow, Chiron notched an arrow and shot it into the sky above. Thunder rumbled in the sky before 12 Olympians flashed into the throne room on their respective throne. What is it, Chiron? Zeus asked with a growl. Why do you summon us? This wasn't the best time for anyone to summon the Olympian Council. His son was missing, and to make it worse, the Master Bolt was stolen, and Zeus was almost sure that his older brother Poseidon was the one who stole it. How? Definitely by using a demigod. It wouldn't be a surprise if Poseidon broke their oath. My deepest apologies for bothering you and the council, Lord Zeus. Chiron pulled the kunai out from his shirt pocket, making almost all Olympians gasp in shock, but I think you should know about this. Aphrodite was in her own state of shock. Kunai could only belong to one person only, and that was the Prince of Olympus, Naruto. But before she could speak a word, in the corner of her eyes she saw Ares looking at her with his flaming eyes behind those sunglasses of him. The goddess of love wisely kept her mouth shut, Usually someone like him wouldn't be a problem, but she was weak right now, still stronger than the minor gods, but she was definitely weaker than the Olympians, even Ares. Where did you find it? It was Hera who asked that question, but it was more like a shout, completely standing up from her throne. At Metropolitan Museum of Art, a demigod was attacked by a monster, but it was killed before it could do anything to the boy, Chiron said. I returned shortly after and found this weapon in the wall. Artemis. Impossible, the moon goddess defended herself by standing up from her throne, saying that with a steel-hard tone even though she was facing her father. I had my hunters and even myself search every single corner around New York and we couldn't find him. There is no way Uzumaki is still here. Apparently you didn't search carefully enough, Hera said with a hint of anger in her voice. Don't question my hunting skills, Hera, Artemis retorted angrily. It was bad enough when she, the goddess of the hunt, the best tracker on Olympus, couldn't find a single boy for 2 years straight. Now with his weapon popping up in the country she carefully searched, it was like that idiot blonde was putting salt into her wound. Watch your tongue, Artemis, Zeus thundered. Hera is right, you didn't search carefully enough. Continue searching for Naruto and stop whatever you're doing so you can focus on this task. The king of the god released a heavy sigh before saying, my son is more important. This statement made Chiron, the one who was completely oblivious of Naruto's existence, widened his eyes in shock. Lord Zeus, what do you mean your son? His eyes turned to Hera for a moment. You couldn't have. No, Chiron, I didn't break my oath. Zeus shook his head and Hera's expression saddened. The truth is. While Chiron listened to the story of Naruto, a frown made its way to Hestia's face. She knew Naruto better than anyone, even his parents. 2 years of watching over him let her understand her nephew more than anything. She was a little surprised someone like him, who was on the path of hiding from the Olympians, could carelessly leave his weapon back like that. Maybe there was a reason behind this action of his, or maybe he just randomly forgot to pick up his weapon. Whatever it was, it didn't matter now because Hestia had been watching the situation on Olympus. A war between family members could break out at the next winter solstice. Olympus needed Naruto more than ever. It was time for him to return. Line break. It was around 6 o'clock in the evening and the college students were on their way back to school. Sitting for hours on the bus, Naruto had nothing to do other than turn on the iPod and listen to the music. Though he didn't have to listen to it alone because Caitlin was in the mood for some music as well, so she borrowed one of his headphones and the two were listening to one of Caitlin's most successful songs. Both Naruto and Daniel, with the help of Caitlin, had finished their assessment report and didn't have to worry much from now on. Naruto couldn't help but admit that this was a very fun day. Other than Daniel, he didn't have many friends in this world and never hanged around with anyone, and only got excitement every time Hestia brought him to elemental nations to visit his friends. Getting a friend who was a girl like Caitlin actually wasn't something Naruto never thought before, but adding her into his more normal life here in the mortal world was indeed one of the best decisions he had ever made. He never hanged around with any girl like Caitlin, but she did bring some new colors to his everyday life. They usually tried to give him a punch on his head when he did something stupid, Sakura, or tried to make him remember as many details in a book as possible, Athena, not to mention girls like Artemis or Zoe, and even Hinata were very hard to handle. Plus, her songs were all good and he could listen to them hundreds of times and yet he didn't feel tired of them. Naruto suddenly shuddered, more and he would turn out to be like Daniel, a super fan of Caitlin. Hey Kate, you. He suddenly got an idea and turned his head to look at her, but stopped when he saw that the girl had fell asleep with an open book lying on her thighs. Smiling softly, Naruto reached his hand out and removed the headphone from her left ear. The bus, air conditioners were working rather strongly so it was pretty cold inside. Naruto then grabbed a cover from the cabin above, gently put it on Caitlin's body to keep her warm before returning to his seat. It was raining heavily outside, which by now wasn't much of a surprise to Naruto anymore. The weather was acting very strangely and he got the feeling that the Olympians were the reason behind this. Naruto doubted that he was the reason behind this sudden change in weather because 2 years ago, around 2 or 3 weeks after he left Olympus, the weather wasn't even this bad. The only chance for him to know what was going on was through Hestia. At her next visit he was definitely going to ask her about this. Wait. Naruto sat straight up when his bus suddenly turned left. As far as he could remember it needed to go straight to return to Boston. Oi driver, where are you going? But he didn't get a reply, instead he kept on driving. Naruto began to get frustrated because he was getting farther and farther away from the right road. If the driver was a bus robber then he was about to find out that he robbed the wrong bus. Don't worry, he's driving the right direction. A soft and warm tone stopped Naruto from standing up. Looking to the side his eyes widened when he saw Hestia sitting on the seat at the other side of the bus. Auntie, what are you doing here? Naruto asked in surprise. Not that he wasn't glad to see her after a few months without his favorite aunt coming to visit him, but to see her right here on the bus with him was a surprise. "Good evening Naruto," she smiled warmly at him, "how are you?" "I'm good auntie," Naruto nodded his head, "what about you? It's been months since your last visit, I hope everything is alright up there." "Sadly Naruto," Hestia looked down with a sad face, "everything is not alright." With the tone Hestia was using, Naruto knew that things weren't going well on Olympus around this time. "What happened?" "Your father's weapon, the Master Bolt, was stolen at last year's winter solstice," Hestia turned to Naruto and said seriously, "and he feels that his brother, Poseidon is the one who stole it." "What the? Why? I mean, does he have any proof?" Hestia shook her head. "Great, just great," Naruto scolded, crossing his arms across his chest and leaned back against his chair. "As you know, your father is rather paranoid about his siblings, especially Poseidon." Hestia said, "He opposed Zeus many times in the past, also with your disappearance the king of the gods is desperate more than ever, and you can understand that being the first Olympian he would feel suspicious of his own brother. The two have been arguing back and forth for months, threatening war to each other and you can see that the weather is responding to their anger. But Poseidon definitely wasn't the one who stole it, was he? There are rules stopping us from stealing each other's symbol of power, and I believe that Poseidon isn't the thief in this matter," Hestia said surely, "but you know, my brother is too proud to try convincing Zeus of that." "Damn, I really want to punch some sense into him right now," Naruto muttered. "Zeus has demanded that Poseidon return the bolt by the summer solstice. That's June 21st, 3 weeks from now. What about Poseidon, did he say anything about it?" Naruto asked. "Poseidon wants an apology for being called a thief by the same date. I tried to talk some sense into them but clearly both of them were too prideful to understand the situation," Hestia said sadly. "The Master Bolt must be found and returned to Zeus before the solstice, or there will be war." Naruto sighed, he could see the end of the world coming nearer and nearer with each day passing by. Zeus and Poseidon weren't the best kind of brothers he could find, especially when the younger became the king of the gods and ruler of the sky while the older one was only given the sea and that's all. "It's time for you to return Naruto," Hestia said softly, "we need you more than ever." "Auntie." Naruto looked at her, unsure of what to do. Part of him wanted to return to help his father while part of him didn't wanted to return and would like to stay away from the trouble his father brought himself just because he was too paranoid. The bus then suddenly stopped and the door opened, in the middle of nowhere and it was raining pretty heavily outside. "This is the road that will lead you to Camp Half-Blood," Naruto widened his eyes, "you do not need to return to Olympus, but if you come near the camp the Olympian Council will know about you." Naruto nodded and stood up from his seat, not before leaving a clone behind to act like him for a few hours in case Caitlyn wake up. Percy Jackson and his satyr guardian, Grover Underwood are also on the way there. Hestia stood up from her seat and came to stand beside Naruto, "You might meet them on the way there." "I understand auntie," Naruto nodded his head before turning to the goddess of the hearth, "but you must know that I might or might not stay at that camp for long." "I know Naruto," Hestia then put a hand on his shoulder, "if you need anything, just say my name out loud and I will be there to guide you." "Thank you auntie," Naruto grinned. "Phew, this is going to be so cold." Naruto looked at the rain outside. "You're a shinobi right? This won't stop you from finishing your mission." "You got that right Auntie Hestia," Naruto smirked but then turned to her, "Is there anything more I should know about?" "I will fill you in on the details when you finally get to the camp." There were a lot of things Naruto needed to know about Olympus's conditions but that could wait until he finally got to Camp Half-Blood and claimed by his parent. Naruto shot out of the bus and disappeared into the rain in a blink of an eye. Running through the forest with neck-breaking speed, Naruto couldn't help but wonder what it would feel like to return to this godly world. The Prince of Olympus was returning home. Naruto was able to cross the forest in a few minutes with his speed, getting closer and closer to Camp Half-Blood. He moved from tree to tree with such speed that even the normal eye could hardly follow, yet his breath remained the same and Naruto hardly felt any tiredness. As he got closer to the camp, Naruto couldn't help but wonder what it would feel like when he got there. Hestia told him about the camp long ago. Since gods weren't the most responsible parent in the world, their children lived their childhood with their mortal parent. However, those times weren't a very pleasant because monsters would start to hunt them down when they're old enough. The stronger the godly parent, the stronger the demigods and the more they will attract the attention from the monsters. So the camp was built. There, the demigods were safe from the dangerous myth monsters, trained and learned how to survive in the world their parent brought them to. Satyrs were sent all over the world to find them and bring them to the camp. However, not all demigods were able to get close to camp, some didn't make it in time and were killed by the monsters. There was magical protection around the camp that would stop monsters and mortals from getting inside. Naruto was no exception to this kind of barrier, but he already figured out a way to get in. Then, when he was 10 miles away from the camp, something interesting caught his attention. Naruto stopped. Because of his shinobi skills, the blonde quickly and soundlessly hid himself behind a tree. 10 feet away from him, there was a dark figure standing alone in the forest, holding a flashlight in his left hand, but already turned it off before Naruto could see the face of the mysterious person. A thin mist appeared in front of him. Iris message, Naruto thought. Did you hide them? The mysterious figure asked, and from the voice Naruto could tell that he was male. I already hide them. A deep and grumbly voice could be heard within the mist. Naruto couldn't recognize the voice, but there was just something familiar to it. Don't worry, no one will be able to find the lightning bolt and the helm. Naruto widened his eyes in surprise. The lightning thief, he thought. This man was probably the one who stole his father's weapon. But what about the helm? Naruto was a little confused at this. What happened to your face and your voice? The man asked, a hint of amusement in his voice. Rough night. That damn woman is gaining back her power, the man in the mist scolded angrily. You and your lover having a fight. That's unheard of, the man snickered. Anyway, we will leave it like that for now, let the gods destroy each other. What about him? The man in the mist spat angrily, the so-called Prince of Olympus. Naruto soundlessly hid himself deeper behind the tree when his title was mentioned. My lord has a special plan for him. If we play our cards right, we can gain a powerful ally, but if not, then we kill him, right in front of his parents' eyes. With that, the mist disappeared and the mysterious man disappeared. He was fast and appeared to understand the ways around this forest, so he already disappeared without a trace. Naruto walked out from behind the tree and quickly left the area. For some reason, he wasn't able to sense a single energy signature from that man, as well as able to catch the certain scent of demigod, which was very strange because even mortals emitted a hard-to-notice amount of energy, and Naruto could almost instantly recognize demigods when they are around. Whoever this person was, he knew about Naruto's power and figured out a way to hide himself from Naruto. And his partner, the man in the mist, looked like he was the one who was keeping the master bolt and the helm. He could even be the one who told the man in the dark about him. He seriously needed someone like Athena around. Line break. Artemis scolded hatefully when she returned to her hunt's camping side. That boy, who does he think he is? She roared and kicked over a table in her camp. This was a serious blow to her pride. The proud goddess of the hunt was outrun by a male, a son of Zeus and Hera no less. Artemis was 100% sure. She searched every corner of New York, because it was the first place she would think to look, and yet, his freaking kunai just appeared inside Metropolitan Museum of Art, the biggest museum in New York. How one of the most idiot boys in the history in her opinion would need to go to an art museum was outside of her imagination, but clearly that boy was toying with her. Lady Artemis. Zoe ran into her tent with her bow and arrow ready, looking around and saw Artemis standing beside a collapsed table. Are you alright? She heard the sound and thought monsters were attacking their camp and was stupid enough to attack her mistress' tent. So she quickly grabbed her weapon and ran to her mistress' tent as fast as she could. No, I'm not Zoe, Artemis snarled. The immortal lieutenant of Artemis's hunt was surprised when she saw her mistress lose her temper like that. I'm sorry to say this, but we're returning to New York to search for the Prince of Olympus again, she said venomously, like there was something so disgusting on the tip of her tongue. But I thought. Apparently, we'd missed a few places. Artemis shook her head, snapping her fingers, and made her bow and arrow appear on her shoulder, fully geared up. Naruto Uzumaki is still at. But she suddenly stopped talking when Artemis felt a tingle at the back of her head. Closing her eyes, the goddess of the hunt put her hand down to the ground and focused her power into the palm of her hands. She could hear it from the ground, the sound of extremely fast movements, moving from tree to tree before jumping down to the ground. The target kept on moving. Artemis could even tell how skilled this person was from just listening to the sound of their footstep from at least 1,000 miles away. Someone was getting close to Camp Half-Blood and just stepped onto her sensor area. A bloodthirsty smirk made it to her face when she opened her eyes, which glinted dangerously with the color of silver. Zoe, wake the hunt up. Zoe nodded her head. Gather the wolves, we're going to hunt. What kind of hunt, Lady Artemis? Zoe already knew the answer, but she asked it anyway. Boy hunt. Line break. Excuse me. Naruto jumped on the massive stopping truck and asked the driver, can you tell me what the way to Long Island Lake is? The rain had stopped a few minutes ago and Naruto already dried himself. The fastest road is cross that forest, but there is a way around it. It will take you longer but a lot safer. The driver pointed his hand to the left. You need me to give you a drive there? What's a young man doing out here at night anyway? Thank you very much. Naruto grinned and was about to open the door of the truck when he suddenly saw a very familiar bright flash of silver. Multiple energy signatures, one of them was massive, a lot stronger than Naruto remembered, suddenly appeared within the forest before parting all around the forest. From the way they're moving, Naruto could tell that they're a group of very skilled warriors. His eyes suddenly caught a glint of silver and heard the sound of something piercing through the air. His hand raised up and caught the object before it could impale him through his chest with ease. It was a silver arrow. Artemis, Naruto muttered, snapping the arrow with his hand, and her hunt, he finished. The goddess was probably very angry at him right now. Maybe it was time for them to settle their differences. You wanna play? Then so be it. Naruto turned his head to the side and dodged yet another silver arrow, almost unable to notice in the night aimed to his head. Oi, kid, where are you going? The driver poked his head out of the window and shouted, but Naruto already launched himself into the forest to the left. Pulling his forehead protector out from the inner pocket of his jacket, Naruto tied it tightly around his forehead while he was looking around for any sight of the hunters. They hid it well, but with his sensor power he could already tell where they were hiding. There were also traps all over the area. Naruto knew better than anyone just how powerful Artemis was. She wasn't a brutal fighter like Ares and not as smart as Athena, but she was amazingly skilled with her bow and arrow, not to mention incredibly skilled in close-range combat with those massive hunting knife of her. Not to mention her hunters were waiting for him. This was going to be a tough fight. But it wasn't like he couldn't handle it. Since Naruto was dying to test out the moves he learnt from watching UFC on someone strong, someone like Artemis. Women or not, he would teach them. You should never try to ambush Naruto freaking Uzumaki, one of the greatest pranksters ever. Good morning, ladies. Naruto shouted and went into sage mode, sending a powerful kick straight to a tree with so much force that the place where he kicked exploded. Two hunters shouted out in shock and they had to leave the top of the tree, where they were hiding, before it could collapse down to the ground. Unfortunately for them, Naruto was waiting for them. Turning around, he thrust his elbow into their gut, knocking them unconscious. Lying both girls on the ground, Naruto grabbed the bow and 3 arrows, jumping to the side to dodge an arrow shot at his feet. The blonde notched the arrows and fired them with the same speed of the hunters. Artemis raised her hunting knife to dodge the incoming arrow. How Naruto was able to see her in the middle of the night like this was a mystery to the goddess of the moon. She knew very little about his powers and almost cursed herself when she didn't think about asking Athena for some advice before facing him, not even once. Artemis easily pushed all the arrows away with just a simple movement of her wrist, but the goddess of the moon's eyes widened in surprise when she saw the tip of the kunai inches from her face. Artemis didn't have time to react when the kunai went past her face and cut her cheek. Wiping the ichor away, Artemis gritted her teeth when she saw Naruto grinning smugly at her. You're our prey now, she muttered dangerously and put 2 fingers into her mouth, whistling loudly. Naruto was grinning in satisfaction when suddenly, the ground underneath him stirred slightly. He stomped his foot onto the ground and pushed himself out of the way just in time, when a net shot up. But that wasn't the end. Naruto then heard the howling sound of a pack of wolves. He could feel them moving toward him from behind. Yes, run, Artemis muttered with her eyes cold, looking at Naruto who was running with 12 wolves chasing closely behind him. Her wolves were the strongest, fastest and deadliest kind of wolves, trained to catch and kill even the hardest targets, let alone a simple boy. Little did she know that she was falling into the footsteps of Naruto's previous opponent by underestimating him. Naruto took a leap, stomped his foot into a tree trunk, doing a backflip just in time, when a wolf got close to him and tried to slash him with its sharp claws. Welcome to Suplex City, bitch. I'm a fan of Brock Lesnar XD. Naruto grabbed the wolf around the waist and stomped both his foot on the ground, benching his back backward. Naruto then released the wolf, throwing it down to the ground hard enough to crack some of its bones, but not kill it. Come on, Naruto shot up, punching a wolf on the side of its head and sent it flying into a tree. Come at me. He crossed his fingers and created 10 clones, each of them took care of the wolves easily before disappearing into smoke. This display of power made the hiding hunters a little nervous, but still put up their guard nonetheless. Naruto then pushed forward again. With kunai in hands, he blocked all the silver arrows coming at him. 2 hunters came out of the shadows and charged at him, one of them carrying a hunting knife while the other carrying a spear. Naruto stopped for a second to jump, delivering 2 hard smacks to the back of their heads, knocking them out. He avoided all the traps, beat every hunter coming at him with ease. Naruto fought like a storm, pushing through the defensive lines with aggressive attacks. Though he made sure not to seriously hurt Artemis hunters, just gave them enough beating to knock them out. All of it was done by his skills alone, not a single jutsu was used. Out of arrows already, he asked loudly when the wave of arrows finally stopped. Hardly. Zoe jumped out from behind a tree and shot arrows at him with machine guns unloading their bullet speed, but Naruto only moved his body to the side rapidly, dodging them all. Prepare for. But her mouth was shut tight the moment she took out her hunting knives and readied to face Naruto, who then walked past her as if she wasn't even there with his bangs shadowing his eyes. Sweat poured down from Zoe's forehead as she dropped her hunting knife with her eyes as white as dinner plates. The lieutenant of Artemis collapsed to her knees, fear was the only thing that was on her mind. In a brief moment, when she looked at Naruto, Zoe could feel a massive amount of bloodlust in the form of a gigantic nine-tails fox bearing its fangs down at her coming from Naruto. It flashed before her eyes faster than Zoe could blink, yet took away all her will to fight and even broke her spirit. Naruto put the kunai back into his pocket. The fight with the hunters of Artemis was just a simple workout for him to stretch his muscles and bones for the upcoming big bad boss. Naruto trained, yes, but it had been 2 years since his last proper battle against anyone, and Naruto knew Artemis was going to bring up quite a fight with her power. Need my help? Kurama asked. She might not be as strong as Kaguya, but Artemis is properly one of the strongest Olympians. Thanks, but I can handle myself, Kurama, Naruto said, cracking his knuckles. This will be fun, Kurama chuckled. Make sure not to get beat around by her. I will, Naruto said and stood in front of the camp's border, which was a clear and enlarged field. I'm already done with your hunters, Artemis. If you want to settle our differences, then come down here and we will get it done with. Almost instantly Artemis responded to his call. Having the appearance of an 18-year-old teenager, the goddess of the moon jumped down from a tree branch and took off her bow and quiver, throwing them down to the ground. First things first, Naruto said, why do you hate me so much anyway? He asked. You disappeared for 2 years, Artemis said, her voice cold and deadly calm. Naruto took out her hunters without breaking a sweat, and that was something not even an Olympian could do, proving the fact that he stood on equal ground against a primordial being and was literally stronger than most Olympians. But Artemis knew that she was a lot stronger than before. With the rate of divorce increasing over the past 2 years because Hera didn't care much about her duty anymore, girls, mainly the daughters of the divorced family, were slowly losing their trust and love and decided to choose the path of a maiden. This made her become stronger than ever, brought me so much trouble, hiding in a place that not even I could find, made the other Olympians gods, even the minor ones looked down on me and questioned my ability. She threw the hunting knife away much to Naruto's surprise and got into his stance, and yet, you're just a mere boy. You don't need them, Naruto asked, pointing to the hunting knives. I will beat you with your style, Artemis said, hope you will play fair in this match, because as far as I know, shinobi don't play fair. Naruto continued her words, nodding, but I will make an exception this time. If I cheat with my ninja skills, then you will probably find me again with a hunting knife in your hands, Naruto said, and also took a stance, going into sage mode. Good, if she wasn't looking at him directly with her eyes, she would have thought Naruto had completely disappeared. It was like he had become one with his surroundings, became one with nature itself. Shall we? Naruto asked, and Artemis was the one who attacked first, launching herself at him faster than the fastest animal jumped on its prey. But Naruto caught her punch with ease and bended her arm around the elbow, pinning it against her chest before sending a hard punch to her stomach, but like what he did, Artemis caught it easily. I will beat you so hard that not even your mother could recognize you. She cried before headbutting so hard that even in sage mode with skin as hard as rock, Naruto could feel his skull crack underneath the force of her brutal attack. Artemis took this advantage and charged forward, punching Naruto in his face rapidly before sending her fist straight into his stomach. How she could hit him that hard without feeling pain from his hardened skin was out of his imagination, but from Hestia and the Greek mythology book, Naruto had learnt that God's physical strength is particularly insanely strong. His father could lift a whole mountain with his hands, so Naruto expected no less from his half-sister. And there was also story where his father said he could pull all the gods in the ground up with a rope. She was fast, and all he saw was a silver blur before his face was knocked to the side by a heavy blow, but clearly Artemis wasn't as fast as some of the opponents he fought in the past like the Raikages or Lee. It was just that she knew just the way to move to avoid his eyes. Ares, a war god, and yet he got nothing like Artemis. She wasn't only fast but also moving very gratefully, as if she was dancing around to avoid all of his attacks before countering with a bone-breaking kick or skull-cracking punch. But that was as far as she could go with him. Naruto smirked when he felt Artemis get behind him. Without the need to turn around, Naruto sent his elbow straight into her face, knocking Artemis back several steps much to her surprise. My turn. The Prince of Olympus wasted no time and turned around, starting to attack her aggressively with a torrent of punches of Toad Kata. Artemis didn't understand as she was knocked back and forth by Naruto. Even with the punches she dodged and already got away before it hit, there was still an invisible force smashing right into her face so hard that her vision became a little blurry. She was able to land a hit on Naruto. Even half the force she was using could take out an adult man, but it appeared to have little effect on him, yet with each punch he stroked, the more pain she felt. Little did they know that the sound of fighting had alerted the securities around Camp Half-Blood and woke up almost all the campers up, as they stood watching the fight between the goddess of the moon Artemis and the unknown man behind the border of the camp with eyes wide in awe. Naruto and Artemis crossed fist, punching each other's hand, creating a small shockwave that nearly knocked the campers on their backside. Looking into his eyes, Artemis could see that he was enjoying their fight, and even though she didn't admit it, she quite enjoyed it as well. "You are holding back," Artemis said after a moment of silence between them. "How do you know that?" "During the fight with Kagaya Otsutsuki, you used a different form than this," Artemis said, and Naruto laughed slightly. "What is so funny?" "Nothing." Naruto suddenly jumped on her. With her head sandwiched between his thighs, he then twisted his body around, flinging Artemis down to the ground much to her shock. "I'm not looking down on you, Artemis. Even now I'm respecting you and your strength." He raised his fist, but Artemis already sent her leg to the top of his head, making Naruto stumbling back in pain. "How so?" The goddess of the moon smirked before getting to her feet, glaring at him. "From what I heard, you give absolute no respect to the authority. Then how come you're respecting me?" She kicked him, but Naruto blocked by moving his head to the side. "Just feel like it," Naruto replied simply before punching her in her chest. Artemis crossed her hand together and used it to block Naruto's attack, but she was sent back several feet. "Clearly with that kind of tone, you're giving me no respect," the goddess of the moon smirked, returning back to her former stance. "You're a strong woman, Artemis, no one can deny that fact," Naruto said, getting in front of Artemis before she could even know it and gave her a hard uppercut. "Sometime, you might want to know that not every male you see looks down at you because you're just a woman." He took a strong leap in balancing himself above Artemis. "You don't need to prove to anyone that you're strong by acting tough or harsh in front of a male. You just need to be yourself." Naruto turned his body around in the air, and when they were close to the ground, he slammed his foot in Artemis' stomach just in time for her to back touch the ground, shattering the spot underneath her with his strength. The goddess of the moon cried out in pain and coughed out ichor when Naruto gave the finishing blow to her. That attack was harder than anything she ever felt in her life, and it made her body numb, refusing to answer the call of her mind. "I might have to get serious if you decided you want to go all out with the intent to kill me, Artemis," Naruto said to her, standing straight up with the orange pigmentation disappearing from his eyes. "But for now, do you accept your defeat?" Artemis scolded, closing her eyes before crying out, "Okay, I accept," she sighed. Next time she fought him, she would pay a visit to Athena to learn of everything Naruto was capable of to form a strategy in order to defeat him. Artemis felt relief. At least she was able to unleash 2 years' worth of pent-up frustration. "Okay, I will head to the..." Naruto was about to walk into the camp when suddenly he saw the campers standing behind the border, looking at him with their eyes wide in shock. At the front was a white centaur, and he was Mr. Brunner, the Latin teacher. No one dared to say a word when suddenly, in a flash of white light, Hera, his mother, appeared and ran at him, wrapped her arms tightly around his neck. "Naruto!" She cried out in happiness, tears flowing down her cheeks. Finally, after 2 long years, she was able to hold him in her arms again. "Hey Mom," Naruto said softly, putting his hand on her arm, and leaned his head slightly to the top of her head. Little did he know that his greeting to Hera made all the demigods' jaws drop to the ground. Another god teleported to the place. In a lightning bolt, Zeus appeared, looking relieved when he saw his son standing in his mother's arms. "Naruto," he said. "We're going to have a few words with each other, Pop." Naruto pointed his hand to his father, saying calmly. Zeus only nodded his head. Naruto then returned his eyes back to the campers and widened when he saw Chiron starting to kneel on the ground, followed shortly by the gods' children. They kneeled respectfully around him, with their head bowed. "All hail Naruto Uzumaki," Chiron announced loudly and strongly, "son of the king and queen of the gods, Zeus and Hera, the prince of Olympus." Naruto sent a punch straight into Zeus' face. It was the most painful attack Zeus ever received from anyone with only their bare hand. Naruto didn't only just focus a great amount of chakra when he punched Zeus, but he also went into sage mode. Hopefully he would crack his skull. Needless to say, the campers cried out in absolute shock when they saw the king of the gods eat his own son's punch and sent straight into the gate of the camp. "Damn, that felt good." Naruto cracked his knuckle, grinning in satisfaction when he saw a massive bruise form on his cheeks. "So old man, how does it feel to be punched in the face when you're the almighty king of the gods?" "Hurts like a bitch," Zeus replied shortly. He was expecting this, after all. Good, prepare to eat more, asshole. Naruto stomped forward and grabbed the collar of his vest, but arms shot out and stopped him. Please Naruto, don't. Turning to the side, he saw his mother looking at him with a pleading look on her face. Mom, this man, But he's still my husband, your father and the king of the gods. She motioned her head slightly to the campers. The demigods are watching, you really want them to lose their belief in us. Naruto looked at Zeus for a moment before letting him go, making the king of the gods fall to the ground. You're right. Naruto turned to Zeus and said, this isn't over, old man. Naruto turned on his heels and walked to Artemis, who was still struggling to stand up. Looking down at her, he asked. Hey, you want my help? He asked kindly. Leave it, a girl can take care of herself, figured. Naruto mused, he was expecting no less from the man-hating goddess. Naruto already beated her in front of a whole camp, so Artemis wouldn't think about getting any more help from him. Naruto shrugged his shoulder and walked past the camp's border while he was still in sage mode. The campers gasped in shock once again and parted to let him pass through, with Hera following behind him. Line break. Naruto sat inside the big house of Camp Half-Blood, the room they called the War Room, which was the main meeting place for the leaders of the cabins for major problems and ideas about how to complete a quest. It was 6 o'clock in the morning and Naruto didn't even realize that he had fought head to toe with Artemis and her hunters all night. The fight with the goddess of the moon lasted for 2 hours. Naruto would never think someone would be able to fight with him in sage mode, a form that increased his strength, stamina and durability dramatically that long. Said goddess was sitting on the other side of the room, sitting with her legs crossed and her arms folded across her chest. There were bandages wrapped around her abdomen and arms, around her neck as well. The only one who could heal gods was Apollo, her twin brother, so she had to wait till the sun rose up to call him, for now she was left with bruises, cuts and broken bones. But it wasn't something she couldn't handle. The goddess of the moon just returned from visiting her hunters, who were recovering inside Cabin 8, the cabin built to honor her at Camp Half-Blood. They could recover pretty fast with the help of ambrosia and nectar, but some had more serious injuries than others, so Artemis didn't risk the chance of giving them too much food and drink of the gods. Zeus was talking with the campers and explaining to them about his son Naruto outside the big house with the help of Chiron. To say the campers were shocked was a huge understatement, since all of them didn't expect to see another son of the king and queen of the gods, a mortal no less. And his mother, Hera. I'm back, Hera said softly, returning to Naruto with an extra big bowl of ramen in her hands. Naruto grinned widely when his nose caught the delicious scent of ramen. His mother's ramen was unrivaled and Hera was the one who could make the best ramen for him so far. It was even more delicious than Ichiraku ramen. Thanks mom, Naruto said and took the chopsticks from her, itadakimasu, and dug in while Hera sat down in the seat next to him. While eating, Naruto caught the silver eyes of Artemis looking at him with disgust, so he turned to the side and asked, with noodles still in his mouth. What? Disgusting, at least have some table manner, Artemis said curtly, typical male. Artemis, can you at least let me peacefully enjoy my breakfast? Naruto asked, raising his eyebrow. Never mind that, Artemis stood up, put on her quiver and picked up her bow, and walked away. After Artemis had left, Hera turned to her son and saw him happily eating the ramen she made for him. For the goddess of family and love, losing a member of her family, especially her own flesh and blood, was the greatest pain she could go through. Hera never stopped trying to search for him these past 2 years, not a single day she didn't think about her son. Naruto, she whispered softly. Uh-huh, he replied, still eating his meal. Were you mad at me? At us gods, she asked. Hestia already told her about the reason why he left Olympus. Those stories were something really hard to accept, especially for someone like Naruto, who placed a lot of his trust in his family. I wasn't mad at you or anyone. Naruto swallowed the pork before looking at her. I was just disappointed. Naruto. You throw my brother, Hephaestus, from Olympus down to the ground just because he was ugly, handicapping him forever? Naruto asked, his voice full of disbelief. You tried to kill Hercules by sending 2 snakes to him when he was just a baby, forcing him to kill his wife and children. He turned his eyes to Artemis, who was shooting arrows toward dummies with great speed at the archery field. And don't let me start how you banned Leto, Artemis and Apollo's mother, from giving birth on terra firma, or the mainland, or any island at sea. She looked away. Because of this, I once thought, I'm the son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, not Zeus and Hera, the king and queen of the gods. Naruto said, thinking about the words Caitlyn said to him about family. But it doesn't matter now, the past is the past, what matters now is what you will do in the future, mom. I won't waste my words on this matter, I already thought about it too many times. Naruto, thank you, Hera said softly, using the back of her hand to wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes. Ah, come on mom, 2 years are enough for me to think about it. Naruto smiled at Hera, but still, you got a lot of things to do from now on to fix your mistakes in the past, and I will be watching you. I know Naruto, Hera nodded her head. The same goes with you, Dad, Naruto said loudly when he felt Zeus' energy signature from behind him. I won't start with what you did, but I think it's about time you be the better king. He turned around and looked at his father. I heard that your master bolt was stolen. Yes Naruto, he nodded. And you think Uncle Poseidon did it? Naruto said blankly. I believe so, Zeus nodded his head firmly, as if he was so sure it was the truth. Dad, just what are you thinking anyway? Naruto asked with a disbelief tone. Uncle Poseidon might have opposed you in the past, but I'm sure he wasn't the one who stole it. How can you be so sure, Naruto? Zeus asked, shaking his head with his arms crossed across his chest. You were not even there on Olympus these past 2 years. Because Dad, I saw the lightning thief on the way to get to the camp. Both Hera and Zeus' eyes widened in shock. I wasn't able to see his appearance clearly because he was hidden in the dark and there is some barrier around him that stopped me from sensing him. But he was talking to his partner about hiding the master bolt and a helm away from you guys and watch the Olympians tear each other apart. Wait a minute, did you say helm? Zeus asked in surprise, as in Hades, helm. Naruto widened his eyes in surprise and nearly slapped himself in the face because of this. How could he forget about Hades, helm, the helm of darkness which allowed Hades to melt into shadows and pass through walls? Well Dad, turns out you're not the only one whose weapon was stolen, Naruto said in amusement, and whoever did this, they're a member of this camp and his partner probably a god because I found his voice somewhat familiar. Naruto then turned his eyes to the camp and said, for now, I will stay here for a few days and try to figure out who is the lightning thief. Zeus nodded his head, he knew that he could place his trust in his son. Hera, it's time for us to leave, Zeus told Hera. They wanted to stay here with their son, but still the ancient rules stopped them from doing so. Okay Naruto, she then turned to him and put a bag of coins down on the table in front of him. This is drachma, since you're still mortal Iris won't give you free calls, so use this if you want to contact me, alright? I will, thanks mom, Naruto smiled and pulled out a note from his pocket, giving it to his father. The King of Gods gave it a look before his eyes widened in shock. Naruto, this is. If you want to have my trust back, you should start with what I wrote in the note first, Naruto said, smirking smugly, and you owe Uncle Poseidon an apology, try to contact Uncle Hades as well. Or else I promise you my fist right in your face. I will Naruto, Zeus scratched the back of his head while looking at the note, this will be hard, and he disappeared with his wife. I love you, Sochi, Hera smiled at him before disappearing in a lightning bolt with Zeus. Naruto raised his hand to seal his eyes away from his parents' true form. Naruto laughed lightly before returning to his bowl of ramen, bringing it up with both hands. The blonde drank all the soup inside in one gulp. However, when he was slowly putting the bowl down, he saw the top of the head of a very familiar black hair goddess. Moving down slightly, the next thing he saw was stormy gray eyes that were full of calculation. Athena was standing in front of him. Hey, Athena, Naruto laughed nervously. Athena, in terms of dangerousness, was even more dangerous than Artemis. Even now he could see that she was calculating the best way to take him down. Where did you hide all these years? Athena asked calmly. Even with my calculations, I couldn't find you. You nearly caught me twice, Naruto pointed out, but I quickly moved away before you could see me. Naruto then smiled, and believe it or not, I'm now a college student at Harvard University, one of the many places you would think I wasn't able to get into. Athena dropped her jaw in surprise, looking at Naruto like he had just grew a second head. You? She asked, a college student. He nodded, at Harvard. He nodded again, impossible, she stood up and shook her head, why didn't I think about that before? Surprised, Naruto chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Can't say I am not, Athena let out a forced smile. I noticed that you said our names a lot after you knew about your heritage, then how come we didn't feel anything? Auntie Hestia hid me, by overriding that system I think, Athena gave him a nod. She already figured out Hestia might have something to do with Naruto's sudden disappearance, since for some reason the goddess of the hearth knew about almost anything in the world even though most of the times she sat in front of the main hearth. That explains it, Athena nodded and looked at Naruto, what are you planning to do now? I think I will stick to the camp for a few days before returning to Harvard. I got a few days left before the final test of the year. A very smart thing to do, Athena nodded, smiling at him. If you want any help with studying and want to discuss the lessons there, you know where to find me. With that, she walked out of the big house and teleported away. Where can I find a glass of water? Naruto asked himself, standing up from the seat and looked around, searching for a bottle of water or something like that. Then, he suddenly felt someone poke his shoulder lightly. Turning around he saw a very beautiful girl with green hair, with her clothes only made out of leaves, probably a wood nymph standing with a glass of water in her hand. Here is your water, my lord. Naruto nearly choked on his own saliva when she called him that, with a very respectful tone too. No need to call me lord. Naruto took the glass of water from her hand and smiled, thank you by the way. Is there anything more you need, my lord? The nymph asked hopefully. No. Thank you by the way. Naruto smiled to her, giving her back the emptied glass of water. Again, no need to call me lord, the Prince of Olympus is not that big of a title, he chuckled. No my lord, it's not just because you're the son of the king and queen of the gods. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that. During the fight with Lady Artemis, you gave out the same feeling as Lord Pan, the god of the wild. It was like you're a part of nature itself. Naruto nodded his head slowly, rather surprised by that. Say, is one of your domains nature? No of course not, long story short, I'm only mortal, the nymph gasped in surprise at that. And you go tell the other nymphs, there is no need to call me lord, my name is Naruto Uzumaki and that's all. Line break. Naruto walked out of the big house while stretching his shoulders. Good morning, Naruto. He turned to the side and saw Chiron, the immortal centaur standing with his arms crossed over his chest. Mr. Brunner, Naruto said before correcting himself, wrong, you're Chiron right. The teacher of the greatest heroes. I wouldn't be proud enough to call myself the teacher of the greatest heroes, but yes I'm Chiron. The centaur smiled kindly at Naruto. So, what brings the Prince of Olympus to our humble camp? Naruto started to walk ahead and Chiron followed closely behind with his half-horse body. Naruto could see that he was now getting the all too familiar things, which were attentions from the campers, especially the pretty girls who were wearing pink, Aphrodite's children no doubt about that. Don't say it like that Chiron, Naruto smiled, you're doing a pretty good job here in training them how to survive. A frown then made it to his face, though, that responsibility should belong to the gods. I think you already know Naruto, they're not the freest beings in this world, Chiron said kindly, they have rules to follow, domains to keep and a whole big world to run. So you can see that they're not the best kind of parent in the world. Thunder grumbled in the sky after Chiron finished that statement. Then at least don't make more demigods. Naruto shook his head, picking up a basketball rolling to his feet and throwing it back to the campers who were playing basketball at the sports field. Like Aphrodite, she. Hi, Naruto. Naruto almost jumped in surprise when the goddess in question suddenly appeared at his side and greeted him cheerfully. Did you just mention me? The appearance of the love goddess excited the whole camp even more than Naruto, especially the male population. Lady Aphrodite, Chiron bowed his head respectfully to her. You can go now Chiron, I can take care of him from here. Aphrodite waved her hand dismissively to Chiron, who bowed before walking away. Hey, Aphrodite. But he suddenly found the love goddess' arms around his body as she brought him in a tight hug with her head leaning against the crook of his neck, which was strong enough to crack some of his ribs. Naruto's cheeks reddened a little when he felt her large breasts pressed against his body, and the thin, overly revealing dress she was wearing didn't help at all. Thank you Naruto, she squealed out happily and Naruto swore that she almost lifted him off the ground. Thank you for doing it for me Naruto. Guess my mom or my dad already came to you Naruto asked, scratching the back of his head while chuckling. The paper he gave Zeus contained a list of requests Naruto would like to be done in order to fix their mistake in the past if they wanted to have his trust back. Some of them were quite easy to do but some were quite hard, but they're the king and queen of Olympus, it wasn't something they couldn't handle. Naruto read Greek mythology every day for this, sorting out every problem his parents got into in the past and give it to them, hoping that they love him enough like they said to try doing it. And one of the things at the top of the list was canceling the marriage between Hephaestus and Aphrodite, letting them freely choose to marry the one they loved. Now, he was doing this for his brother Hephaestus not Aphrodite, because his brother no longer loved his wife like the first days of their marriage. This will hurt his mother slightly because she was the goddess of marriage, but this was for the best. Now free from each other, Hephaestus and Aphrodite were no longer husband and wife and could have a new start, separate from each other. So many problems in the past would have never happened if they weren't married to each other in the first place. However, he didn't think that Aphrodite would come straight to him like this. He was expecting to have an invitation letter to Aphrodite in Ares' wedding, thinking that the love goddess probably ran to her lover first and asked him to marry her. Guessed he was wrong then. You're rather lively I see, Naruto said after Aphrodite pulled back. Thank you Naruto, I nearly screamed out in joy when your mother said she will cancel the marriage between me and Hephaestus as soon as possible, Aphrodite said excitedly while jumping up and down. Her large breasts jiggled erotically making the boys watching drool at the glorious sight while Naruto was trying to avoid looking at them. Now, I'm free to find my true love. Naruto looked at her in surprise, he clearly didn't expect this goddess to say something like that. Something wrong with that? No, it just that. You got quite the reputation of being a whore. Aphrodite looked like she was slapped across her face, and looked at that cabin, they're your children right? So, I'm kind of surprised that you said you were freely to find your true love. Listen here young man, she poked him in the chest while saying, men like you will never understand what it would feel like to be married to someone you clearly didn't love. It was as desperate as Hades, she said, I'm the goddess of love, remember that love comes first and lust comes after. Not only was I married to someone I didn't love but he also clearly didn't love me as well, Aphrodite continued, until the day I find my true love, I don't care what people think of me, that I am a whore slut who only knows how to spread her legs for any male to insert their cock into, she said bitterly. She was immune to those insults but it hurt sometime. Ares isn't the one, Aphrodite shook her head, even Adonis wasn't the one. Aphrodite shook her head again, damn, Adonis was by far the only man in the history that Aphrodite was madly in love with. I was cursed you know, by the fates, Aphrodite said, being the goddess of love I can tell which one is my true love, it could be a minor god, demigod, a mortal or even you. She pointed at him, making Naruto raise his eyebrow in curiosity, but the fates cursed me, sealed that power away from me, banning me from finding my true love, the goddess of love said, so I try to fall in love as much as I can, until the day I find him, I won't stop. She said those 3 words very clearly and strongly. Naruto was rather impressed by her determination, clearly Aphrodite was no joke at all. She could lower herself down to the lowest level just to be with her true love, who might be out there somewhere. More reason for him to mess with the fates. That's complicated, Naruto scratched his chin, but, if you already lost this power, how can you tell which is the one? I don't know, he nearly face-palmed when she said that rather casually, I think if I make out with the right person, I will feel something. The fates didn't tell me the details so. She laughed nervously. What the hell is that logic? You're impossible, Naruto shook his head, so, what are you going to do now? Naruto immediately regretted asking that question because I got a lot of free time from now on, so I think I will get a new start for myself but first, spending some unique time with the Prince of Olympus is also a great choice. She closed the gap between them, putting one hand on his cheeks and the other got underneath his shirt, feeling his abs, don't you want it? Her hand moved down lower and lower, I like strong men, you know. Just before she could have a hold of his crotch, Naruto grabbed her wrist and pulled her hand out. Charm's peak won't work on me, Aphrodite pouted. Makes me want you even more, after all, I'm now a single goddess with a lot of free time. She then moved to the side and wrapped her arms around his left arm, pressing as much of her body tightly to him as possible. How about I give you a tour around camp? Naruto didn't even have time to agree because Aphrodite tugged him strongly, pulling him with her around camp. Artemis stopped her training and turned her head to see Aphrodite and Naruto walking together, she couldn't help but sigh at the sight. When she thought there was at least a decent male around, the love goddess had to jump in and ruin everything. She might think a little too highly about Naruto Uzumaki, but turned out he was like any male so far. It wouldn't be a surprise for her in the next few years that slut goddess was found with a pregnant belly. Typical male, she thought blankly before returning to train on archery. Line break. Naruto and Aphrodite stopped in front of cabin 10, there was a special reason she left said cabin, one of the only 3 remaining cabins Naruto hadn't visited yet. One of them was cabin 8, Artemis cabin, and Aphrodite preferred to stay as far away from that cabin as possible. Aphrodite's cabin was a wooden cabin with a painted blue roof, pillars, checkerboard deck with steps and gray walls. It also smelled heavily of designer perfume, the same kind of perfume Aphrodite was using right now. This place was like a Barbie's house. I thought the laws ban you from meeting your children. Believe it or not, I'm also the one spreading love all over camp so couples so demigods can fall in love with each other. I'm also currently on duty so I am one of the only goddess allowed to go to camp regularly so I take my chance to visit them, Aphrodite said mischievously. Don't worry about it Naruto. She patted him on his shoulder. I might not look like it but I care deeply for each of my children. Well, care for the pretty and friendly ones anyway, she said and tried not to remember about Phobos and Deimos, her children with Ares. Girls, boys come out here. Aphrodite called out loudly, and all at once, the campers immediately poked their head out from various windows, and the girls cheered out in excitement when they saw the Prince of Olympus standing outside with their mother. The love goddess children stood in front of Naruto and all greeted him at once. "Good morning, Lord Naruto." The hell? Naruto nearly face-palmed when once again, the word, Lord, came up with his name. "Listen guys, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, I'm even a demigod like you guys, just a mortal, so you don't have to call me Lord or anything. Just call me Naruto, understand?" "We understand, Naruto," the girls said before giggling. Naruto could see that most of them were female and very beautiful, almost as beautiful as Caitlyn. Looking at them, Naruto could already tell that they're the kind of kids who sat in front of the mirror for hours in order to look perfect, even the boys. Naruto, a beautiful girl with black hair, stepped up. She was about Naruto's age and smiled charmingly at him. "This is Selena Beauregard, the head counselor of Cabin 10. Naruto offered his hand and Selena took it before shaking hands with him. "How do you do, Selena?" Naruto greeted with a grin. "I'm doing fine, Naruto," she giggled, blushing a little. "Good, now children, make sure not to play with something that will hurt your body, and remember to keep yourself perfect," Aphrodite announced loudly to her children. "Yes, mother," they all said at once. Naruto crossed his arms over his chest and gave her a nod. So far Aphrodite was showing herself to be a good mother and cared deeply for her mortal children. She might try to act like this to impress him, but Naruto couldn't find any acts or fakes in her voice as well. So far, she was okay in his book. What she did in the past that was wrong was, cheated on his brother, birthed dozens of gods and minors gods for the other gods, even his father, cursed people to fall in love with their family just because they boast about their beauty that eventually lead to death and etc., and a dozens more things, but, at least in some degree, she wasn't as bad as some other gods like his father or mother. Women were complicated, especially the one like Aphrodite. He could only judge gods like his father, but how could he judge a goddess when he didn't even understand them, let alone the way they think? His mother was different because she was a family member, but Aphrodite was of an entire different lineage, in one way or another. Seeing Naruto deep in his thoughts, Aphrodite grabbed Selena's shoulder and pulled the girl toward her, whispered as softly as she could into her ear. "He's going to stay here for a few days, so tell the girls, don't touch him, he's mine." A smile spread on Selena's face when she realized what her mother wanted and nodded her head. "All right Naruto, let's go. We still have one cabin left to see," she said and pulled him away, after receiving a lot of waves from Aphrodite's children. "The last one is Ares' cabin, right?" Naruto asked, and Aphrodite nodded curtly. "What's wrong?" he asked. "You two have a fight. He told me about you guys' encounter at Boston." Naruto nodded his head, "but he didn't allow me to tell anyone about it. He slapped me, threatened me if I didn't keep it a secret he will hurt my children." The shinobi growled. "More reason for him to hurt the guy. Last night, he comes to my palace and acted like nothing happened. I refused to have sex with him, but he tried to have his way with me, but clearly I wasn't in the mood for him to enjoy me as much as he can. So I grabbed the mirror and smashed him in the face, using a broken piece of glass, and stabbed him here." She pointed to a point at the throat. "I don't think it is fatal, cause he has thick muscles, but oh well, send the guy away with one of the biggest blue balls," she said in satisfaction. Wait, face and throat." Naruto looked at Aphrodite in surprise. He then remembered the words the mysterious man said to the man in the iris message, something to do with his face and throat that made his voice change. Yes. Did his voice change? Become a little raspier than usual? Like Hephaestus' voice, but thicker because of the pain? Yeah, how did you know that? Aphrodite nodded her head in surprise. Bingo, Naruto grinned smugly. The problem was solved faster than he thought. The lightning thief's partner was Ares, and that bastard warmonger was hiding the Master Bolt and the Helm of Darkness. Come on, Naruto put his arm around Aphrodite's shoulder and hugged her tightly, much to her surprise. Let's just finish with my damn brother's cabin and find something to eat, my treat. Okay then, Aphrodite nodded before smiling widely. She didn't understand a thing, but all that mattered now was that she was growing closer and closer to the Prince of Olympus. Who knew, maybe he was the true one for her. Naruto closed his eyes and let the water from the shower above pour the cool water down his body. A few days had passed since his first appearance at Camp Half-Blood. The campers finally adapted to the fact that they were living in the same place with the Prince of Olympus. It took him a while to convince them against calling him Lord, with just a respectful tone, but finally the campers got what he wanted and called him Naruto only. Though the natural spirit like satyrs, wood nymphs and naiads were inconvincible and worshipped him as if he was Pan. A day after his arrival, the weather somewhat returned to its normal state. He heard from Hestia that Zeus had actually lowered his pride down and gave Poseidon an apology, which based on the god of the sea's words was the most satisfaction thing he had ever felt in his life. His father also contacted Hades and asked him about the helm. Currently the Olympians were sending out a lot of searchers to find those weapons back. This, however, was kept a secret between Naruto, the big three Olympians and his mother. Naruto didn't want to let the thief and especially Ares know about this because they could hide the two powerful weapons somewhere else. They got the element of surprise with them now. The thief thought that they were still completely unaware with the situation until Naruto could find out who was the lightning thief in this camp. About Ares, Naruto kept that little information about the traitor for himself. Olympus already in chaos, he didn't to bring them even more troubles than they were having now. Hestia was helping him, watching over every move of Ares. He trusted his auntie enough to tell her about this secret and was sure that she would never tell anyone else about it. Speaking about Ares, he heard that the war god was quite angry lately. Why? Simple, because Aphrodite just broke up with their lovers' relationship. When she said she could get a new start and entirely focus on searching for her true love, Naruto thought she was joking or didn't mean it that way. However, he was surprised to hear from Hestia that Aphrodite personally came to Ares' palace and broke up with him. Once again, Naruto nearly slapped himself when he realized how little he thought about Aphrodite. With Hera fully returned back to duty, Aphrodite's power was returning with each day, at the same time making Artemis weaker, so she was completely unaffected of Ares' threat, even going as far as fight back. She wasn't a fighter, but still one of the strongest and most dangerous Olympians. She even hit Ares with her makeup equipments. Nothing more dangerous than a girl who didn't know how to fight, where to hit, yet still wanted to seriously hurt someone. A knee to the crotch was something that settled things between her and Ares. It had been 2 days since the god last attempt to seduce her back. How did he know that? Simple, the past few days Aphrodite had been sticking to him like glue. The sight of the Prince of Olympus walking with the Olympian love goddess had become a familiar sight for the campers. He knew what she was trying to do. Naruto would be gay if he says he didn't feel interest. But her reputations were a serious turn-off, especially for someone like him who was having problems with the way his family worked the world in the past. Closing the shower, Naruto used a towel to dry his hair and walked to where he'd put his clothes. He seriously needed some new clothes right now. The camp's t-shirt wasn't half bad with the orange color, so after moving out, the first place he was going to visit would be the clothes shop. Naruto, I brought you dry clothes, Aphrodite called out and shamelessly stepped into the bathroom. Naruto flinched and froze in surprise at her sudden appearance, completely forgot that he was totally naked. Aphrodite gulped silently as she stared at Naruto's body. His godly attractive, athletic body was one of the best things she had ever got the pleasure to look at so far. Muscles not overly big like most of the Olympians, everything was in the right place to make a body of perfection for any girl's wildest fantasy. Aphrodite didn't need to touch to know how hard it would be. Oh, how she would do almost anything to get her hands on them. Looking at him now, those compact, rock-hard muscles. Aphrodite wondered how a 19-year-old young man could pack a body like that. Where are you all my life? She whispered sultrily, didn't even realize that a thin trail of saliva escaped her mouth. AP. Naruto finally found his voice as he stuttered. He then pointed his hand at her while yelling, you purposefully step in, didn't you? No, of course not. Aphrodite's eye couldn't help but move down a little, staying at his manhood with wide eyes, but I must say, very impressive. She didn't know if this was because of good gene or because of his dietary, but not even Zeus was this big, and she heard that Naruto was a big fan of ramen, one of the most unhealthy foods in the world. Clearly, that monster dandling between his legs wasn't something normal. It made her legs weak, just look at it. You're impossible. Naruto hurriedly wrapped the towel around his waist, much to her disappointment. Give me that. Naruto snapped the clothes away from her hand and hurriedly went to somewhere else to put them on. He didn't care where as long as it was away from Aphrodite's lustful eyes. The love goddess's eyes followed Naruto until he disappeared behind the door. Zeus, Hera, this love goddess is going to make your relationship one of the best. She smiled while looking at the ceiling. I'm so going to insomnia tonight. How could she sleep with that kind of image in her head? Line break. The night 3 days ago, Percy Jackson and Grover Underwood arrived at camp with the most unpleasant condition, found by Chiron and a daughter of Athena named Annabeth Chase, who also happened to be the girls who had been throwing non-stopping questions at him these past few days. The two were resting inside the infirmary tent. Speaking of children of Athena, it was a total shock for him that Athena was able to birth her children without losing her virginity, in the same way with how Zeus gave birth to her. All of Athena's children were brain children, born when her divine thoughts meet the mortal ingenuity of the men she favors. Did she need to have a hammer smash onto her head to give birth to them? Naruto would never know and better not know. Naruto got into stance, dodged a sword coming at his abdomen by stepping to the side before grabbing the demigod's arms, twisting it around forcing him to drop his sword and screamed out in pain. Like father like son, Naruto could clearly see that Aries' children were just like their father, all brawl but no brain. They didn't even try to calculate which was the best way to attack Naruto, they just blindly charged forward. Naruto grabbed then sidestep and grabbed the back of his shirt, his heel kick his right leg before flinging him over his shoulder down to the ground. Try to read your opponent movement, Naruto said and pulled the kid up, pushing out of the circle. Don't blindly charge like that, think before you attack, he told to all the campers standing around him. Most of them were Aries' children who probably heard about their father's hatred toward him, so not all of them could cooperate with him well. The other, however, especially Athena's children, paid extra attention to his words and even wrote down what he said. From the request of Chiron, Naruto decided to join the camp's training activity and train the youngsters in close-range combat. Because they all saw him defeat an Olympian, the immortal huntress Artemis to be specific, so his class was always full of students determined to train to grow stronger. Though, not all of them were here to train. Kya, Naruto is so cool. The girls sitting at the sideline, led by their mother, was none other than Aphrodite's daughters, who came here and quickly gathered at the sideline to watch the training. Naruto should have seen it coming because their body's structure was just like their mother, Aphrodite, which wasn't suited to train in heavy combat skills like this. Catching his eyes, Aphrodite then winked at him before blowing him a kiss, with her daughters giggling madly around her. So who's next? He then turned to the girl who was holding a notebook in her hand, a pen which was flying madly on the page on another. Annabeth, you wanna try? For some reason, all of Athena's children got blonde hair, unlike their mother whose hair was black. Made him wonder if she got a fetish for intelligent blonde hair man or not. Me? Annabeth asked, pointing at herself. I'm not so. Come on, come here, I will teach you a few moves with that knife. He pointed to the knife strapped to the belt around her waist. Naruto then summoned a kunai into his palm, much to the amazement of the campers, and put his fingers into the ring at the end of the hilt, swirling it around. Okay then, Annabeth nodded her head and stepped into the ring, pulling out her knife, which was even bigger than Naruto's weapon. Is that a kunai? Yes, one of the most common tool for shinobi. Naruto nodded his head and got into stance. Her siblings standing behind her wrote down what he said once again. It can use for both close range and long range attack. You throw it right? Annabeth asked, her eyes sparkled. How fast can you throw a kunai? You want to know why my homeland doesn't have any guns? Naruto smirked, because we can throw our weapons faster than those guns release its bullet, so typically, they're useless. Annabeth nearly dropped her mouth in shock but quickly picked it up and got into position. She was the one who attacked first, bringing the knife down at him from the left, but her blade was met with Naruto's kunai, who blocked it effortlessly. She then quickly pulled her weapon back, before thrusting forward aiming at Naruto's abdomen, but the blonde side stepped out of the way and dodged it. Naruto attacked her and Annabeth countered him with her own knife. He could see that she could handle her weapon rather well and clearly knew what she was doing with it. Naruto could tell that she had been fighting with weapons like that at a very young age to archive such grateful moves. But compare her with a super professional like Artemis, it was like child play. Good, Naruto nodded before grabbing her wrist, bending her arm slightly to move the pointy tip of her knife toward her stomach and put his kunai at her throat. But still not good enough. Once again, the Aphrodite girls squealed at how cool he was. Naruto released Annabeth. Your attack is good, you're very skilled, but they lack strength. Naruto pointed to her head, poking her forehead lightly, and you think too much during attack. If your brain can work the plan fast enough, let your body and heart guide you. You're not your mother. I will remember that, she nodded with a smile. Okay guys, that's the end of today. The campers started to leave, but he got a different idea for the lazy ones. Naruto then turned to Aphrodite, yelling loudly, Aphrodite. Get your lazy ass children over here. What? Aphrodite stuttered and her children looked scared. Now, he roared and they immediately ran to stand before him, gathered into lines. The other campers watched in amusement and some decided to stay to watch. Wait Naruto, they're lovers not fighters, Aphrodite tried to reason, but Naruto suddenly grabbed her shoulder and put into the line as well. What? She asked in shock. Since you're here, you will train with them as well. Naruto grinned evilly, making Aphrodite's eyes turn wide in horror. You're kidding me, right? She asked with a forced smile. Please tell me that you're kidding. I'm not kidding, Aphrodite, Naruto said. What will you do if Ares comes at you once again? He might not be the strongest Olympians, he said it loudly, but he is reckless, uncontrollable. What are you going to do when he come to you again? Clawing his face with your precious fingernails? Naruto asked, looking at Aphrodite's colorful fingernails. I got my strength back now, so I will use Charm's Peak to send him away, Aphrodite said firmly and tried to leave, but Naruto grabbed the back of her shirt and pulled her back into the line. I don't think so, Naruto said before saying loudly to the others, listen up, monsters might not care much about you girlish boys and girls, he pointed at Artemis' cabin. The hunters left 3 days ago after finally recovered, without saying a word. I heard from Chiron that whenever they come to the camp they always beat Camp Half-Blood senseless in the capture the flag game. You seriously want to be in the losing position once again. You, the children of the love goddess, losing to a bunch of love-refusing girls. Cabin 10's members instantly tightened the line when they heard that part. You want to defeat them the next time they come for a visit. Yes. He then turned his head slightly to the side and pointed to his ear. I can't hear you, he said. Yes, they cried out. That's good, now, he then looked around. Let's start with the jogging first, 20 laps around this field. The girls whined in dissatisfaction but obeyed his order nonetheless. You're not going to run? Naruto asked when Aphrodite was the only one that was still standing still. No, I won't, this is pointless, the love goddess scolded, crossing her arms underneath her big chest. I'm a lover, not a fighter. Yeah, keep that phase and you will forever a sore loser. Naruto moved his eyes close to her and said, you hear me? A sore loser slut who only know how to spread her legs. Aphrodite's eyebrow twitched madly at the tone he was using. She then turned on her heels, clicking her fingers, and changed her clothes to a more sport style. Shirt became pink sport bra, short mini skirt became tight-fitting pants, and high heels became sport shoes. She ran, quickly catching up to her children. Good girl, Naruto nodded her head and quickly followed them. However, before he could take a step forward, his phone suddenly rang inside the inner pocket of his jacket. Curiously, Naruto got it out and saw an unfamiliar numbers on it. Hello? Naruto asked. Where have you been, Naruto Uzumaki? Naruto had to force his head back when he heard Caitlin's extremely loud voice at the other side of the line. Kate, Naruto asked in surprise, how did you get my numbers? Daniel gave it to me, Naruto cursed slightly, rejecting giving Daniel his phone numbers. Where have you been? You disappeared without telling anyone about where you are. His clone only lasts for a night, so Naruto had to skip school the day after until now. Sorry Kate, I'm visiting my parent, Naruto said. It wasn't a lie but not the truth either. Oh, is that so? Caitlin asked, sounding relief. You got me worry sick, you know, she said, so you're having fun. Yeah, Naruto, I'm tired. Aphrodite stopped beside him and put her hand on his shoulder to support herself. Can I rest now? No you're not, another round. He shouted and pushed her. Yeah, I'm having fun, he told Caitlin. Naruto, are you with a girl? She asked blankly with a hint of disbelief in her tone. I'm helping a group of lazy kids with physical exercise, Naruto said with a shrug of his shoulder. Oh, is that so? Caitlin said, sorry for bothering you, Naruto. No worry, I will return in a few days, so see you later. Alright, Naruto told Caitlin. Bye Naruto. Bye Kate, Naruto said before closing the line. He quickly put his cell phone back into his pocket and followed Aphrodite and her children. 4 hours later. You did a good job today, Aphrodite, Naruto told her as he sat down next to her, giving her a bottle of nectar he got from Chiron. Having you train alongside with your children is a good impression for them to push themselves further. Thank you, Aphrodite smiled and took the bottle from Naruto's hand, drinking it down. So tired, she moaned and leaned back against the bench, with her head bending upward. You shinobi are crazy. Sometime, we have to, Naruto said. The shinobi life is a very dangerous life. This is a place where your life can easily taken away from you in any seconds. We have to train and train in order to grow stronger to protect our village. That's how you become so strong? She asked. A mortal fought against a primordial being and won. I got my friends with me, Naruto said. If not for them I won't be able to do it. You're too modest, Naruto, she said softly to him and moved to sit closer to him. Looking at his surprised face she smirked. What? Afraid of a little close contact with someone like me? Her clothes changed back to the tight-fitting shirt and mini skirt. Looking at those watermelon-size orbs, Naruto couldn't help but gulp. They're probably bigger than Caitlin's and a little smaller than Tsunade, but still enough to show just how impressive they were. That's not going to work, Aphrodite. Naruto pushed her face back when she was moving closer and closer to his face. Can you let a girl try her luck? Aphrodite pouted playfully. With you? Naruto shrugged. Nah, she punched him playfully. Naruto then widened his eyes in surprise when Aphrodite suddenly rose up once again and planted a soft kiss on his cheek. Thank you, Naruto, for caring for my children, she smiled at him before returning to her position. I have to return to my duty now, so see you later alright. With that, she disappeared, leaving Naruto alone. Line break. I win again. Naruto grinned smugly when once again, he won 10 drachma from Chiron and Mr. D, aka Dionysus, the director of the camp, and also his half-brother, the gods of wine and pinnacle game. Why Dionysus was here was rather an interesting story. Being the Dieter camp half-blood won a punishment by their father Zeus's punishment for chasing after an off-limits nymph, who happened to be the nymph who gave him the glass of water when he first arrived, and not only that, but he was also forbidden to drink wine. You won, again, Dionysus muttered curtly before gathering the card, and here I thought I could win this round. Relax bro, I'm one of the luckiest guy out there when it comes to these kind of games. Naruto patted Dionysus on his back before standing up. I think I'm done for now, thanks for the money guys. Naruto left after putting the golden coins into his pocket. Naruto headed to the training area and saw the familiar figure of Annabeth Chase, standing at the behind of a crowd with her arms crossed across her chest. Hey Annabeth, Naruto greeted her before turning his eyes to see Luke, a son of Hermes and so far the best swordsman in 300 years, teaching Percy Jackson, their new campers, how to fight with a sword. So, the new kid is being flung around by Luke again. To Naruto, Luke was quite a nice guy to hang around. He got a little attitude with the gods, especially his father, but it was something understandable. However, Naruto couldn't help but feel a little off with that son of Hermes. Yes Naruto, Annabeth nodded her head before turning to him, you think he is the one? The what? Naruto asked back. I mean, the one the camp is waiting. She said, son of one of the big three. Maybe, Naruto shrugged his shoulder. After the fight ended, Naruto walked to the front and greeted Luke by high-fiving him. Hello Percy, feeling better now? Naruto asked the black-haired boy. Yeah, I feel better now, he nodded before asking Naruto, you're the person they're talking about, the Prince of Olympus, right? The one and only, Luke said, all hail Lord Naruto, he shouted and raised his sword. Lord Naruto. The campers shouted and did the same. Come on guys, Naruto shouted in annoyance, that's not really a big deal. Maybe, maybe not, Luke smirked, god or mortal, you're a cool guy and we can all see that. Naruto nodded his head, at least someone understand. We're having, capture a flag, game tonight, Luke said, do you plan to join? Nah, Chiron said that I'm too overpowered to fight in an event like this, Naruto explained, I took out the hunters always took out you guys, so unless it is the entire camp versus me, I won't join. Sound great, but we won't try our luck, Luke shook his head while grinning. Good day Percy, find something, balance yourself, Naruto patted the black-haired boy on his shoulder before walking away, see you later Luke. Yeah man. Line break. That night, Naruto blinked rapidly when he was flashed away from Camp Half-Blood. Hey nah, the first one appeared to greet him was his brother Hephaestus, following closely behind by his father and mother. Naruto. But the god of Smith didn't even have time to finish his greeting to his favorite sibling because Aphrodite suddenly appeared and wrapped her hand tightly around his neck. I miss you. Come on, you're with him this morning right? Apollo appeared and grinned brightly at Naruto, with him drove you and your children mad with extreme physical exercises. I almost feel sorry for you Dite, Apollo said, making the love goddess pouted. Hey Hef, hey mom, hey dad, Naruto greeted his family while removing Aphrod's arms around his neck. What is happening here? He was in some kind of massive movie theater just slightly smaller than the throne room, with rows of elegant upholstered chairs and a massive screen in front of them. This place looked like a high-class movie theaters for gods only. Since you can't participate in the capture the flag game, we decided to bring you to Olympus to watch it with us, Hera said softly to him. Hephaestus built this place, since we normally watch the game in Out Palace with the service of Iris, with you here Hephaestus thought it might be a good idea to build a modern-day movie theater. Oh, nice Hef, Naruto patted his brother's shoulder, this place is cool. Naruto looked around and saw most of the Olympians were present, even Hestia who was sitting at the other side of the row, waving her hand at him with him when she caught his eyes looking at her. Where is Ares? Naruto asked, looking around. He was expecting the guy, so he could pull a few pranks on him for treason action against his family. He didn't accept the invitation, Zeus said, shaking his head, he wants to see the game at his palace. Since little me here broke up with him, he was probably masturba. Don't finish that sentence, Naruto stopped Aphrodite before she could finish that speech of her. Anyway, where will I seat? You will. Her was about to ask Naruto to sit with her when Aphrodite suddenly pushed her and Zeus away to a long just long enough for two-person to sit in. You two sit here, Aphrodite pushed the king and queen of the gods down to the sit and dangerously close to each other. Zeus and Hera looked at each other for a moment before sighing. Naruto, Hephaestus called for his brother, who then turned his eyes to look at him. Thank you, for asking mother to do it for me, I'm now freely to choose someone that I can truly love. Not at all bro, Naruto smiled, and make sure to choose some mechanic or someone love machines like you, sometime you are too focused on those things other than building a relationship. I will remember that, Hephaestus said before walking away with Apollo, sitting down at the H-row with Hermes and Hestia. Aphrodite walked to Naruto and smiled at him. Thanks, he looked at his parent who was talking to each other, for doing that for them. My parents seriously need to reconnect their cracked relationship with each other. I made a promise to make them their love one of the best ever, Aphrodite said cheerily to him, putting her hand on his chest and pushed Naruto down to the 7th seat, the A row, the nearest seat to the screen. And you young man, you're going to sit with me. She pushed her charm's peak power to full mast, but she doubted that it would have any effect on him. Do I have a word in this? He asked. He could feel the back of his brain tell him to listen to her, but luckily with Kurama with him, he didn't have to worry about this goddess power. Aphrodite shook her head before turning around and sat down the seat at Naruto's left gratefully. Her clothes changed in a flash of pink, become a rather revealing pink dress with a deep V-neck line, exposing a large amount of her generous cleavage. The dress also left her back bare and barely reached her mid-thighs. Overall, this made Hermes and Apollo looked at Aphrodite in lust and at Naruto in jealousy. How do I look? Aphrodite asked, leaning closer to Naruto. Rather than answering her question, Naruto asked. You have any popcorn? Nothing better than watching live a movie-like thing with popcorn. Do you think she is trying to seduce Naruto? Zeus asked, looking at Aphrodite who was pouting while summoning a bag of popcorn for him. She'd better try, Hera growled slightly. Of all the people that could take special interest in her son, Aphrodite was her least favorite. I seriously hope that he won't fall for it like his brother. Naruto is a matured and independent boy, he knows what to do, Zeus said with a smile. Even we can't tell him what is right or wrong now. If he is interested in Aphrodite, then, as parent of a 19-year-old boy, there is nothing we can do about it. I seriously hope Naruto will fall in love with the right girl. Seeing her son happy was the only thing she ever wanted, especially when he could settle down with the right girl and finally have a happy life. Zeus, about our discussion. I will do it Hera, but not after me and Hades get our weapon back, Zeus said firmly. Naruto won't accept it at this timing. Hera only nodded her head before returning her eyes to the screen. Naruto ate his popcorn while watching the Capture the Flag game. He could tell that his brother did a really good job in making this movie theater because every scene appeared on the screen was just like an actual well-made action movie. The teams were then announced by Chiron. Athena had made an alliance with Apollo and Hermes, the two biggest cabins. They had their numbers and the big brains for strategies, especially Apollo's children were deadly long-range archers with their bows and arrows. However, Ares had allied themselves with everybody else, Dionysus, Demeter, Aphrodite, and Hephaestus. Dionysus only had 2 kids at camp, but for what he had seen, they were actually good athletes and always present in his class. Demeter's kids got skills with nature, but some of them were too young to fight in an actual war game like this. Hephaestus's kids weren't pretty, and there were only 4 of them, but they were big and burly from working in the metal shop all day like their father. That, of course, left Ares's cabin, a dozen of the biggest, ugliest, meanest kids on Long Island, or anywhere else on the planet. Wait, my children aren't participating in the game? Aphrodite asked in surprise when she saw none of her children was in the line of red team. Surprise. Apollo and Hermes said at once with a chuckle. It wouldn't be a surprise for any of them if Aphrodite girlish children didn't want to be a part of heavy games like this. I told them not to join, Naruto said, chewing on a mouthful of popcorn. The training this morning I pushed them through put a strain on their body, they're in no condition to fight. Seriously? Aphrodite looked at Naruto in surprise. I thought you will want them to join and fight or something like that, she smiled. Well, they deserve some rest, doesn't they? Naruto said, but once again his eyes widened in surprise when Aphrodite rose up from her seat and kissed him on the cheeks. Make me love you even more, she whispered seductively into his ear, her hand got on his thigh. Oh hey, the fight started. Naruto quickly changed the subject, pushing her hand away and turned his eyes back to the screen. The fight started rather dramatically with the campers yelling out loud, full of fighting spirit, and charged at each other with their shield and sword raised. Red clashed against blue, headbutting each other, punching each other in the face, and used their sword to attack and shield to block like complete maniac. Seriously, watching Troy the movie is better than this, Naruto said blankly. You do know that you're sitting next to the cause of the Trojan War, right? Kurama asked inside of his mindscape. Aphrodite, he turned to Aphrodite, his eyes still staying on the screen which was showing the fight between Percy and 4 Ares children, including a girl who was the head counselor of her cabin with a lightning spear. How did it feel like to be the cause of one of the sanguinary war in Greek mythology? The love goddess was very surprised because of his question. Well, I didn't think pair Helen with Paris would cause such a horrible turn of event, she said with a sad face. Well, if Thetis remembered to invite Eris to the party then the golden apple would never happen, Naruto said, shrugging his shoulders. Then again, no one want the goddess appear in their wedding, Naruto said with a small tone before turning to Aphrodite. Helen and Paris's descendants later become the accentors of Rome, right? Yes, Aphrodite nodded her head before saying, but now is not the time for history lesson, Athena is over there you know. Naruto turned around and saw the goddess of wisdom sat on her own chair, watching the game with a calculate eyes. No doubt she was observing the game and how well her children played for the fight. Yeah, Naruto smiled. Naruto, do you have a girlfriend? What kind of question is that? He asked. How Aphrodite could suddenly change the topic of their conversation to one of her domain was out of his imagination. Do you? She leaned forward slightly. Aren't you the goddess of love? You should know my question, Naruto reasoned. I want to see how truthful you are. Okay, no I don't have a girlfriend, Naruto said truthfully. Got your eyes on anyone? She asked with a small, seductive tone while looking up at Naruto. No, look Aphrodite, he turned to her and grabbed the love goddess' shoulders. Since the fight scene was getting intense so no one saw what he was doing, I know what you're trying to do, it won't work. You shouldn't stop a woman from trying out her luck, should you? She put a finger on his abdomen and swirled the tip of her finger around his abs. Athena told me that with a beast sealed inside of your body, you more or less immune to any kinds of mind control. My godly power literally useless on you but beauty is woman most deadly power and weapon. Aphrodite, Naruto said, you're beautiful, attractive and all, but that's it. A girl shouldn't just all about how beautiful her face and body is, but also how beautiful her inner beauty is. It was nearly impossible to reason with this woman. Over the past few years he had learnt that Aphrodite was one of the most stubborn Olympians, her beliefs were so strong that it was unshakable. The talk about her true love showed him that. Shameless, confident, almost immune to insults, all thanks to her nature craving for her the right person for her life. What do you want Aphrodite? He asked. You, she replied with a smile, I want you. What if I'm not the person you're searching for? What if you're? Aphrodite asked, removing his hands from her shoulders. We cannot know if we don't try Naruto. She leaned forward and at the same time Naruto had to move backward. This goddess was dangerous, Naruto said to himself in his head. She was absolutely dangerous, she was even more dangerous than Artemis or any opponents he had ever faced. Now he knew why his father and the other Olympians afraid of her when she first arrived. Just to kiss Naruto, Aphrodite leaned against his body, pressing her breasts on his chest and giving him a view that any men would kill to have. Just a kiss and we will know if you're my true love or not. If you're not, then I will leave you alone and search for someone else. But if I am, Naruto couldn't help but ask. Then you're in so trouble young man, she smiled sultrily at him before putting her hands on his cheeks, moving up slightly. The left strap of her dress fell over her shoulder, finally giving up on hiding her enormous girls, exposing one of her breasts directly to his eyes. His whole body froze and didn't respond to the control of his mind, he was completely under this woman's mercy. Fortunately or unfortunately, right at the moment their lips brushed against each other very slightly, the canine growls of a horde of hellhounds made Naruto's head snap to the screen almost instantly. What? Aphrodite gasped in shock and turned to the screen as well. Hellhounds were the first thing that flashed into Naruto's mind, looking at the scene where he found Percy, Annabeth and some of the campers being surrounded around by massive-size hellhounds. He shot up so fast that Aphrodite was knocked from her body to the ground. Mom, Dad, I will be going. Naruto shouted to his parent. Be careful, Naruto, his mother said, and his dad turned to Hermes, the fastest god. Hermes, you telephone. No need, Naruto shouted and disappeared in a flash of yellow much to the Olympian's shock. Did he just use Hirishin? Zeus asked in disbelief, looking at his wife with wide eyes. Aphrodite screamed out loudly in frustration and kicked her legs wildly while hitting the ground with hands tightened into fist, once again surprised the god. Line break. Naruto appeared in his mother's cabin, cabin 2 where he hung the tri-pronged kunai with a rope connected to a ceiling. Grabbing the weapon Naruto pulled it off the rope and ran out of his room with neck-breaking speed, getting to the area where the demigods were being attacked by the monsters in just a matter of seconds. His eyes widened when he saw the hellhound raised its claw and was about to attack one of the campers from Demeter cabin. Oh no you don't. He shouted and threw the kunai, piercing through the front leg of the pierce, making it screamed out in pain. Naruto disappeared in a flash of yellow. When he appeared beside the head of the beast, the blonde stomped both of his feet as hard as he could into its head, killing the hellhound in one blow. Naruto turned around in the air and kicked the kunai straight to another hellhound, where it's impaled deeply into the head of the monster. Naruto flashed himself on the head of that monster with his eyes cold. Grabbing the hilt, he pulled it roughly out of the head of the hellhound, glaring at the rest of the horde, which were looking at him cautioningly while their kind were perishing underneath his feet. Naruto saw a hellhound leapt over Annabeth toward Percy, as he stumbled backward but still wasn't able to get out of the beast's attack range. His armors were torn away like a piece of paper, sinking shallowly into his flesh. Naruto's body flared with power, cloaking himself with pure golden chakra of Kurama. Naruto disappeared himself without the need to use the mark on his kunai. Naruto shot forward with lightning-fast speed, faster than anything the demigods had seen in their life, leaving nothing but destructions behind him by killing all the hellhounds in a flash, and sent his fist straight through the head of the hellhound attacked Percy, killing it. All of it happened in a corner of a second, so fast that no one was able to see it clearly. The camp stood shocked at Naruto's form. His body seemingly lightened up the whole area and they could feel a massive amount of raw energy radiating from him as well. "The immortals," Annabeth said. "That's a hellhound from the fields of punishment. They're not supposed to." "Someone summoned it," Kirin said to Naruto. "Someone inside the camp." Naruto nodded his head. "The lightning thief, no doubted about it." Clarice, the head counselor of Aries' cabin, yelled, "It's all Percy's fault. Percy summoned it." "Be quiet, girl," Naruto warned her with a steel-hard tone. "This is not the time for your difference." He then turned to Percy. "You all right, Percy?" he asked. "You're wounded," Annabeth told Percy. "Quick, Percy, get in the water." "I'm okay," the black-haired boy replied stubbornly. "No, you're not," she said and pushed him into the water. "Kirin, Naruto, watch this." Almost instantly, color returned to Percy Jackson's face, the cuts on my chest closing up. Some of the campers gasped. "Look, I don't know why," Percy said, trying to apologize. "I'm sorry." "Percy," Annabeth said, pointing to the space above his head. By the time he looked up, the sign was already fading, but everyone could still make out the hologram of green light, spinning and gleaming. "A trident." "Your father," Annabeth murmured. "This is really not good." "It is determined," Kirin announced. All around them, campers started kneeling. Even the Aries cabin and Naruto could see that they didn't look happy about it. "My father?" Percy asked, completely bewildered. "Poseidon," said Kirin. "Earthshaker, Stormbringer, father of horses. Hail, Perseus Jackson, son of the sea god." "Now that is an interesting night," Naruto said finally, smirking to himself. "Uzumaki, I want to ask you for a favor. What happened here?" Artemis asked in confusion with her arms crossed across her chest. She just spent a few minutes searching for Naruto. After finding out that he was enjoying his breakfast at the big house on Hera's table, his now designated table, the immortal huntress immediately headed to the place to meet him. Naruto smiled brightly when a nymph put a delicious bowl of ramen down in front of him along with a cup of orange juice, his favorite in the morning. "Thank you," Naruto smiled at her before turning to Artemis. "Good morning, Artemis, how do you do?" Artemis raised an eyebrow at his cheerful mood, a complete opposite from the other campers' down mood, which was the reason for her question. "Did you watch the Capture the Flag game last night, Artemis?" Naruto asked, eating his bowl of ramen happily. He pointed to the seat in front of him. "Don't just stand like that, I'm sure my mother won't mind." Artemis looked unsure of what to do. Being blown up by a hateful goddess would be the last thing she would want to do in the morning. But she sat down nonetheless and waited for a few seconds. Nothing happened. "See, I told you she won't mind," Naruto said and used the spoon to eat the soup. "Damn, everything the nymphs make is so delicious. This could give my mother's cooking a run for her money," he praised. "What happened here?" Artemis asked again. "You see the boy sitting alone over there with a miserable face." Naruto used his chopstick to point to table 3, where Percy was sitting with a down expression. "His name is Percy Jackson and he is the son of Uncle Poseidon." "Seriously? I thought father was the only one that broke the oath," Artemis asked in surprise. She should have known better. Her father and uncles were one of the best examples of a typical male in the world in her opinion. Poseidon definitely broke a young maiden's heart by leaving her alone with a demigod. "You didn't watch the game last night?" "No reason for me to watch it," Artemis said blankly, "plus we were on a hunt last night. The girls are very determined to grow stronger in order to kill you for the humiliation you put them through." "Tell them I'll be waiting." Naruto finished his ramen and called for another one, which the nymphs happily obeyed and ran away to make another bowl ramen for him. He preferred the handmade ramen, so the nymphs didn't use magic to summon them. And why are you here? I have a favor to ask of you, she said, looking at Naruto directly in the eyes. I want you to be my training partner from now on. Naruto blinked once, then he blinked twice, his eyes still looking directly at her beautiful silver eyes. Naruto reached out for the glass of orange juice and put the straws into his mouth, drinking all the fresh liquid in one suck. Excuse me? Naruto suddenly asked, looking at Artemis with an amused smile. Are you, seriously? The goddess of the hunt is asking a favor from me, a boy. Boy, did I spell it right? Artemis raised her hand and tried to smack him on the head for his childish antics, but Naruto dodged her hand easily. I'm not kidding here, boy. She twisted her tongue, saying the word, boy, like it was something distasteful. I want you to help me training. And why is that, Artemis? In terms of experience and skills, you are better than me. Naruto said, if you aimed for the kill that night, I would have used my strongest form to defend myself and our battle would have destroyed this whole country. That is if I use my godly form, Artemis said before folding her arms together on the table. What do you think of my skills? In both close and long-range combat. I can't judge much about long-range since that is not my forte, but I can see that you're an extremely skilled archer. You're able to shoot your arrow faster and with way more accuracy than I can throw my kunai, and only need about a fourth of the time I need to take aim. Yet as far as I can see you never miss. It was the truth, all of Artemis' arrows shot at him until now would have hit the target if not for him catching them first. In close range your agility is amazing, the way you fight is dynamic, and don't let me start with your strength, you gods are insane in this category. In Senin Moto I can withstand the impact from falling down on rock spikes from a cliff, and yet you managed to make me feel the force behind your attack, Naruto pointed out. He could still feel the force behind her thunderous punches, and if it wasn't for his Senin Moto, his jaw would have been dislocated and a couple of teeth knocked out. Skills, agility, strength, and most of all 3,000 years worth of experience. I don't see any reason for you to have me train with you. But I don't know how shinobi like you fight, Artemis spoke up. You had me by total surprise with this. Senin Moto of yours, hitting you resembled hitting a rock. Not only that, but you managed to keep up with my speed, which wasn't much of a surprise since you can move faster. Naruto nodded with a grin. But I can't even read your movements to make out the way you fight. I want to train with you because the next time we fight, I want you to be lying on the ground, under my foot, boy. Is that how you ask for someone's help? Naruto asked. That's how I ask for a boy's help, she pressed. Alright, it's not like I have anything to do other than training these kids. Naruto nodded his head, but, I am going to go back to the mortal world tomorrow. Don't worry about that, I can flash you back to this place so that we can spar and I get the pleasure of beating the hell out of you. Before you get knocked to the ground again, that's how the story will go. Naruto continued her words and stood up from his seat. And for your information, I can use my power to teleport to camp whenever I want. Can we start now? Artemis asked. She really wanted to punch that smug grin off his face and show him what would happen when a boy disappointed her after she thought so highly of him. Later, with that, he disappeared in a flash of yellow before Artemis could grab him. Not a second later, in the emptied movie theater of Olympus, the prince reappeared again in a flash of yellow right at the place he left a Hirishin mark last night for emergency teleportation. Putting his hands into his pocket, Naruto headed to the throne room where the 11 Olympians, save for Artemis, were having a meeting with Hestia sitting in the middle since taking care of the main hearth was her duty. With everything that happened last night, Naruto didn't feel any surprise when his father called for an emergency meeting like this. Without the need to knock, Naruto pushed open the doors of the throne room and walked in. The tension in the throne room was rather tense. Naruto didn't have to step inside to feel that. Zeus was glaring at Poseidon, and the older brother wasn't affected by the powerful glare one bit, he was also countering it with his own glare. The female goddesses like Hera and Hestia were trying to calm their husband and brothers down. No doubt the two looked like they just had a heated argument with each other. Aphrodite was the first one to step into the throne room and instantly put the makeup equipment she was holding away, fixing her always perfect hair, and smiled brightly at him, at the same time crossing her legs seductively on her throne, waving her hand at him. Naruto only laughed nervously and waved back. Naruto? Hera asked in surprise when she saw Naruto walking in. She was sitting on the throne next to her husband and of course at her full godly height. Hey mom, Naruto smiled at his mother. Naruto, what are you doing here? Zeus asked, finally stopping his glaring match with his brother and turning to look at his son, who was looking around with his hands in his pocket. Sorry to interrupt, Dad, Naruto spoke to the king of the gods, but I'm here to find out the reason why some of the campers and especially Chiron are looking at Percy like he is about to destroy the world and you're glaring at Uncle Poseidon like he was about to help his son do that." He then turned to Poseidon. "No offense, uncle." Poseidon nodded. "It is very complicated, Naruto," Zeus said while shaking his head. "Look, Dad, not that I don't understand that you feel threatened by the presence of a son of the Big Three," Naruto joked, and nearly all of the Olympians chuckled at the mention of Zeus' paranoid personality. "Children of the Big Three are stronger than the others, I get it, but as far as I know you also had a daughter a few years back, right?" He knew about the story of Talia and how she was turned into a pine tree by their father Zeus to create a barrier that protects Camp Half-Blood from mortals and especially monsters. Talia's barrier was one of the most powerful he had ever seen in his life. It showed how strong Talia's will to protect others was. If not for Senenmoto, he would never be able to pass through the camp border. Maybe Talia's tree recognized him as a natural spirit or something like that and let him pass. "Care to explain, Dad?" Naruto asked. Zeus looked thoughtful for a moment before sighing. "Naruto, did you know about the oath the Big Three swore to the Sticks after World War II? About never having another demigod again?" Naruto's eyes turned to Hestia slightly before nodding. "I know, Dad, because World War II was actually the war between your children and Uncle's children against Hades' children. Yes, after the war we both swore to the Sticks that we would never have a demigod ever again." Zeus then cleared his throat, glancing slightly to his wife. "That is only one of our reasons, because there was a prophecy announced that day, a great prophecy." The king of the god then turned to his other son, Apollo. "Apollo, tell Naruto the prophecy." "Yes, father." Apollo nodded his head and began to chant. "A half-blood of the eldest gods shall reach 20 against all odds, and see the world in endless sleep. The hero's soul, cursed blade shall reap. A single choice shall end his days. Olympus to preserve or raise." "And you think Percy Jackson is the half-blood mentioned in this prophecy?" Naruto asked. "We tried to prevent this from happening, apparently neither of them could keep it in their pants." Hera sighed with annoyance, glancing at her husband who was looking a little uncomfortable. "Aside from Uncle Hades," Naruto added, thinking about the lines in the prophecy before saying, "Wait a minute, why do you think that you can stop the prophecy from happening? It's after all a prophecy, right?" Naruto asked. He was after all the center of a prophecy announced by an old toad many years ago, and is it just me, or the prophecy did say that the half-blood shall reach 20 against all odds? At least the prophecy said a half-blood. Naruto was also the son of the eldest gods, but he was immortal. "At least somehow, we could prolong the time," Athena said while shaking her head. "So we have about 4 years until Percy's 20th birthdays," Naruto said. "Yes, Olympus to preserve or raise, by a single choice of a demigod." Zeus sighed. "Too many things happened lately. I have to return to Atlantis." Poseidon turned to Zeus and said, "Amphitrite will kill me if I don't return soon," and explained it to her. "Then this meeting is dismissed," Zeus announced, and almost all the Olympians' gods flashed away, all save for Naruto's parents, Hestia, and unfortunately for Naruto, Aphrodite decided to stay as well and was holding a silver nail file in her hand, fixing her nails while humming to herself. "Naruto," Hera walked to him and said with a low tone, making sure Aphrodite couldn't hear their conversation, "with the Jackson boy now known as the son of Poseidon, Chiron will definitely give him a quest to search for the lightning bolt. What are you going to do?" "I will stay put, Mom," Naruto said. "The lightning thief and his partner already know about me. If Percy goes on a quest, then I don't think I can lend him any help. Having me go with them won't be a wise choice." His father listened to Naruto's words beside Hera, deep in thought. He wanted his son to be the one who goes on the quest to find his weapon in Hades, Helm of Darkness, not Poseidon's boy. "Are you sure, Naruto?" Zeus asked, and Naruto nodded his head firmly. "I understand. I will return to the mortal world tomorrow. You know I still have about 3 years left at Harvard, so better return soon," Naruto told his parent. "Make sure to keep in touch, my son." Hera smiled at him and stroked his hair gently. "And be careful with Aphrodite," she warned him before flashing away with her husband. Instantly Aphrodite jumped from her throne and ran at Naruto, but the blonde was faster. He quickly got to Hestia's side and sat down next to her, much to the love goddess' disappointment. "Don't try to force yourself to ignore her, Naruto," Hestia said softly as she used a long stick to stir the fire. "Yes, listen to your auntie, Naruto," Aphrodite giggled as she stood right behind him. "Go on, she's waiting," Hestia smiled to Naruto. He didn't know if he should feel happy about this or not. His auntie, the person he trusted the most, was encouraging him to get along with Aphrodite, who last night tried to seduce him and nearly crashed his iron will down. Naruto stood up and turned around, facing the woman he feared the most in his life so far, even more so than Kaguya. She was smiling rather seductively, and the dress she was wearing clearly didn't help him at all. So, what do you want? Naruto asked, crossing his arms together. Hang around, have fun. Her hand moved down to her chest, just above her large cleavage, swirling a strand of her curly hair with her finger. Naruto then got an excellent idea to spend the last day at Camp Half-Blood before returning to his college life. A foxy smirk appeared on his face. Then I know the perfect place to start. Naruto offered his arm to her, of which Aphrodite happily linked her own with him. We're going to have a lot of fun. He turned away and grinned evilly before they both disappeared in a flash of yellow. Line break. This is not a date, Aphrodite shouted and punched the punching bag in front of her as hard as she could, which in Naruto's opinion was very girly. This is clearly not a date. Even though in term of power, Aphrodite was stronger than Artemis because she was more or less the eldest Olympian, born from the flesh of Uranus himself, she should have more strength than the goddess of the hunt herself. And yet, Naruto being the one who was standing behind the bag, holding it could barely feel any force from her punches. Did she only use her strength and stamina for her more intimate activities? You never bothered to train yourself, didn't you? Naruto asked. Why should I? Aphrodite asked, glaring at Naruto, her body covered in sweat, and it was somewhat an erotic sight. An extremely busty female boxer. I have my own diet, I can use my power to change my look to whatever I want, and the best one yet. I can't get fat, she said and punched the bag harder, but Naruto still standing still, even his hands holding the bag didn't bother to move. Considering the fact that you only eat ambrosia, the thing that looks like cookies, I can't even see where the diet is, Naruto chuckled. Artemis is not as powerful as you in term of power, but she can take you down faster than you can even blink with her arrow. This time, Aphrodite punched the bag a little harder, and to Naruto's surprise, he was forced back a little bit. You two are always head to head against each other, aren't you? Kind of. Among the Olympians you can say that we're the only two opposite goddesses. We really hated each other. Aphrodite stopped for a bit to wipe away the sweat. I'm the goddess of love, she is the goddess of maidens. She likes to run wild and get dirty in the woods. I like to stay at home and make myself perfect in front of a mirror. I really love the feeling of love and she absolutely hates it. You see, I always tried to help her end up with someone good, but last time I tried that boy was stripped naked and hanged in the middle of the Central Park with the panel, rapist, on his chest. Aphrodite shrugged her shoulder. Kind of harsh, Naruto commented. Not even the greatest prankster of Konoha could think about pulling a harsh prank like that. Really much so, Aphrodite said and began punching again. Did you two ever fight? Naruto asked. I mean, like you annoyed her to the point she couldn't hold it anymore and shoot you with her arrows, chasing you around Olympus. It did happen before, Aphrodite said at the memories, though I'm proud to say I'm the only target that she always missed, or she just purposely missed. I tried to give her a lecture about love, it didn't end well. Try kicking, Naruto told Aphrodite, and she did raise her legs to kick, but she couldn't kick very high and the force was even weaker than her punch, even though the strength of the legs were 3 times the arm. Try again. Naruto pushed the bag forward, smashing into Aphrodite's body and nearly knocked her off her feet. How could you be such a meanie to me? Aphrodite asked and tried kicking again. Did you ever win against her? Naruto asked her. Tell me the truth, don't be shy about it. No, I always end up hiding somewhere. Aphrodite shook her head. Artemis is violent, harsh, rude, to me at least. You want to learn how to fight back? Naruto asked. You're completely out of your mind, aren't you? No, I'm not. Naruto shook his head, saying firmly, Artemis asked me to train with her, and as you can see I'm not always free. I'm a college student in the top university of the world. When I finish with her I can guarantee you that she will be a lot more powerful and dangerous, probably as strong as my father in terms of skills alone. You're absolutely crazy, she's already a monster, Aphrodite reasoned, but wait a minute, don't tell me you're going to place me in this plan of yours as well. Yes, I will need a training dummy for her, Naruto joked but quickly corrected himself when Aphrodite looked at him with eyes wide in horror and tried to run away. Relax, I was just kidding. Anyway, I will need someone to fight her, someone she absolutely hates so she won't hold anything back, and no way I'm in this. And, Naruto pressed, someone who also hated Artemis to be her training partner, and this is where you come into the picture. Naruto said, look at the bright side, maybe you can beat some sense of love into her. I will be your trainer and you will be as strong as her in no time. Aphrodite, I will say it very bluntly, but your children are absolutely useless. Aphrodite looked stunned by his announcement. Not all of them inherited your only useful weapon in the battlefield, Charm's Peak. They didn't bother to train themselves, they didn't care much about the other campers other than the ones they saw as attractive. Why? Naruto pointed at her, because of you, their mother, one of the worst examples to follow ever. Sorry to say this Aphrodite, but if an actual battle start, the cabin who will have the most death will be yours, Naruto said sadly, all because they're like you. Train yourself, grow stronger, to be feared by the others, not all because of your power over love. Naruto said strongly, you care for them Aphrodite, you immediately claimed your children every time they step into the camp's border, you sent them chocolate every day as well as makeup equipments. Show them that their mother could be something more than just pretty face so that they can have the courage to push forward, to walk on the equal ground with the other cabins, do you understand? Yes. Aphrodite cried out and punched the bag as hard as she could, forcing Naruto back a little. I can't hear you Aphrodite, Naruto roared, do you understand? Yes. Aphrodite cried out like her throat was about to tear itself apart, gathering all her strength and punched the punching bag before losing her balance and fell to the ground. Naruto's eyes widened in shock when the top of the punching bag was ripped apart and the whole thing along with him were sent flying into the opposite wall. Naruto braced himself for the impact, but it came harder than he thought. His whole body smashed into the wall hard, creating a spider web crater around the wall. Holy Zeus! Aphrodite cried out and quickly got on her feet, running to him. Are you okay Naruto? Dear Zeus, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. Hee, don't worry, I'm fine. Naruto looked up at her and scratched the back of his head. That's quite a punch by the way. Training these two goddesses was going to be so much fun, and painful as well. Line break. Caitlin Sharp didn't know if she should feel happy or relieved when she saw the blonde who Daniel self-proclaimed himself to be his best friend walk into the class with his trademark orange outfit. Hey Kate, Naruto smiled at her and took the seat behind Caitlin. Naruto, my man, where the hell were you? Daniel shouted happily and opened his arms in a welcoming hug, but Naruto quickly grabbed his face and shoved him back to his seat. Good to see you too Daniel, Naruto greeted the black-haired boy lazily. How cold, Daniel winced. How did everything go Naruto? Caitlin asked, turning around to face him. Good, I got everything settled down with my parents, Naruto smiled at her, giving Caitlin a nod. The talk she gave him helped him a lot about how to settle things with his family. I got to see some of my cousins as well, and let me tell you there was a lot of them. You had fun babysitting them Naruto? The beautiful model asked teasingly. Of course not, they're as noisy as hell, he said and leaned back against his chair. By the way Naruto, Caitlin reached her hand into her bag and pulled out a colorful leaflet with the picture of herself on it. I already gave this to Daniel, but I think you will be interested in this as well. Naruto looked at the leaflet and read. Do you want to step into the professional world of entertainment? Do you want to be in the same movie with the new icon of Hollywood Caitlin Sharp? Do you want to know what it feels like to be the male protagonist of a blockbuster movie and loved by our passionate Sharp? Come to the audition at 9 a.m. this Sunday and see if you're the lucky guy. Sunday, it meant the morning 2 days from now. You want me to come? Naruto asked Caitlin and saw her nod rapidly. Sorry, not interested. The experience during the mission to protect Koyuki the princess of Ice Country was enough to make Naruto to stay away from all kind of film studio. Ah come on Naruto, it will be fun. Caitlin tried to change his mind. You already got the look, I will be surprised if the director didn't choose you. Listen to her Naruto, Daniel said very seriously. Ring of Fighters also featured Caitlin Sharp's first ever nude scene. If you're in, you will be the first male in the existence got the pleasure of. Ouch. Naruto smashed Daniel at the back of his head hard, saving Caitlin from her moment of embarrassment, which her face already is red as tomato. So, you want me in it? He asked and Caitlin nodded her head. Okay, since I got nothing to do tomorrow and I'm kind of short on money, I will give it a try. The idol's expression immediately brightened and she flashed him a 1000-watt smile. Sakura, what happened to you? Naruto shouted in shock, pointing at his pink-haired teammate. Did you get fat after eating too much? You look like Kurenai-sense a while back. Baka. A pregnant Sakura Haruno shouted and tried to knock him on his head, but Naruto quickly dodged to the side, avoiding her thunderous fist. I'm not fat and I'm pregnant. Hestia couldn't help but laughed softly at Naruto's complete dumbfounded face. Today was Sunday and Hestia returned to her weekend duty, bringing Naruto back to his world so he could visit his friends. It had been 6 months since Naruto's last visit. Back then before last year's winter solstice Naruto returned to his village once every weekend. After the lightning bolt was stolen Hestia didn't even have time to visit him, let alone bring Naruto to elemental nations because she was too busy calming her two prideful little brothers down. But now, with things finally settled and more or less returned to normal, Hestia was now free and she immediately brought Naruto back to his homeland for another visit. The brat is still as stupid as ever, Tsunade Senju sighed as she sat from opposite of Hestia, looking at the scene while shaking her head. But that's how Naruto is, I don't think time could ever change that, Hestia said softly and the former Hokage of Konoha couldn't help but nod at that. It means I'm carrying a child, Sakura told him, crossing her arms together. For real? Naruto asked with a grin, which then turned into a mischievous smirk. It's Sasuke, isn't it? The pink-haired medic nin nodded her head, a small blush on her face. I knew it. Naruto cried victoriously. So when did it happen, Sakura? He returned to the village 6 months ago. Well, one thing led to another. The next thing I know, I was pregnant with his child. Sakura told him, blushing. Didn't know that he had it in him. Naruto chuckled. So, is it boy or girl? A girl. We decided to name her Sarada. Sakura then looked at Naruto and smiled softly. Sasuke told me that he wanted you to be her godfather. Naruto's eyes widened slightly at Sakura's amusement. Really? I'm not sure, Sakura. Naruto said unsurely, scratching the back of his head. That is a very huge honor. Don't worry, Naruto, we both want it. Sakura patted him on his shoulder. Then I accept. Naruto nodded before giving Sakura his trademark grin. Thank you, Naruto. Sakura smiled and hugged him. Sarada will be so proud having a great person like you to be her godfather. The pleasure is all mine, Sakura. Naruto then got a brilliant idea. You know what? When I have kids, I'm going to ask you and Sasuke, their godparent. I bet they will love it as well. Speaking of which, I think it's about time you find yourself a girl, Naruto. Sakura said. Did any girls or even goddesses catch your eyes at this earth world? Nah, you can say that I have plenty problem with them, Naruto said, scratching the back of his head. One want to kill me, one want to rape me, you can get the idea. Rape you? Naruto nodded his head at Sakura's question. Who? Is she crazy? Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty. Hestia was the one who said it for Naruto, with a rather amused smile as well. She is also formerly his sister-in-law, but divorced with his older brother a few days ago. She was also the lover of my older brother. Naruto groaned. Well, you can get the idea. Be careful, brat. Tsunade warned him, catching the eyes of the goddess of love and beauty. I don't know if I should congratulate you or not. Anyway, I am going to start with her training today, Naruto said. Artemis asked me to train with her, but I'm not her punching bag and not always free, so I wanted to train Aphrodite, someone Artemis absolutely hates, to be her training partner, plus this will also be a good impression to her demigod children. Make sure to be careful, Naruto. Sakura nodded her head. I will. Naruto then grinned brightly when Ayame Ichiraku walked to his table with a massive bowl of ramen with extra fish cakes. Thank you, Ayame-ne-chan. Naruto held the chopsticks with his eyes shone brightly. Itadakimasu. Line break. One thing you should know about us, Artemis, Naruto said as he caught Artemis' ankle, stopping her leg from making contact with his head. He promised to train with Artemis, so here he was, training inside the training field of Camp Half-Blood with the goddess of the moon. Naruto still didn't think that this goddess will need any help from him to grow stronger, since she was someone who got 3,000 years of experience in battle. However, this was also an opportunity to train his body that he couldn't miss. Fighting against an experienced opponent like her would help him a lot. Shinobi don't play fair, Artemis said calmly before the Naruto in front of her disappeared in proof of smoke and was replaced with a wooden log. The goddess then make a backflip, just in time to avoid Naruto's punch coming from the ground underneath her. The goddess jumped back several feet before pulling out her hunting knife, leaping forward with her beautiful sliver eyes hardened. A Kwani instantly made it to Naruto's hand as he used it to block Artemis' celestial bronze knife. Sparks appeared where the two weapons met and they both tried to push each other back. Naruto pulled out a tri-prongs kunai just as Artemis brought out another hunting knife with her two hands. Their weapons clashed once again, so fast that the untrained eyes couldn't hope to follow. Naruto gritted his teeth when he was sent back a few feet on the ground by Artemis' violent push, so strong that Naruto felt like he was hit by a whole truck. The goddess of the moon took this opportunity and shot forward with her knife brought back, and when she was close enough, Artemis made a strong cut toward his right shoulder. Good. Naruto nodded his head and raised his arm to block it, and Artemis wasn't surprised when she saw her knife broke when it came to contact with his arms, but not good enough. His eyes changed and the feeling of nature once again wrapped around Naruto. Senin Moto, finally, Artemis said with a smirk, jumping back to make some distance with him. I thought you were looking down on me when you didn't use this form to fight. Look down on you? Of course not, Naruto replied with his own trademark grin. I never look down on my opponents, that will be the last thing I will think about in an actual battle. Very well then, Artemis dropped her knives, including the broken one. I think it's time I push this battle between us to a new level. Artemis charged and Naruto prepared himself for her fist. Much to his shock, the goddess of the moon got on all fours and in a blink of an eye, Artemis was no longer the goddess of the moon, but a massive Africa elephant that completely towered Naruto. The elephant charged at a surprised Naruto and crashed into him, sending him flying. Naruto gritted his teeth and turned his body in the air, landing lightly on his 2 feet and looked up. Only to be met with a massive silver wolf leapt at him with its mouth opened wide, the teeth ready to bite his head off. Naruto turned to the side, grabbed Artemis' wolf body and slammed her on the ground, hard enough to crack the ground, but to his surprise the silver wolf got up almost instantly and used her claws to slash him. Naruto stomped his foot on the ground and jumped back, but the claws managed to get to his shirt, tearing it apart. "Damn it, Artemis," Naruto cried, looking at his torn shirt, "this is my favorite shirt." It was Camp Half-Blood's orange uniform, so more or less they had become his most favorite clothes because of its color. Artemis only replied with a growl, circling around him slowly like a wolf tackling its prey. "Didn't know you have this power," Naruto said, moving cautionally. The wolf was bigger than any hellhounds he had the pleasure to encounter, which spoke volume of how big Artemis' wolf form was, let's say. "I'm surprised," Naruto smirked. Artemis' eyes widened when he saw his hand put together and went through various strange hand seal, but Kuchiyos, Yutai Kuzushi no Jutsu, he cried, and almost instantly a huge aquamarine-colored toad with yellow eyes, taller than buildings and trees, carrying 2 huge katanas on his back, an orange sash around his stomach, fell down from the sky, right on Artemis' body. All that could be heard from her was a painful howl from Artemis before the thunderous sound of the gigantic toad falling down to the ground from the sky completely covered her howl. "Good morning, Gamahiro," Naruto shouted with a massive grin, waving his hand wildly at the toad. "Oh, good morning Naruto Uzumaki, is there anything I could help you?" Gamahiro asked with a grin, completely unaware that he was sitting on a goddess. "Not thing, just summon you for the tradition Yutai Kushi," Naruto grinned mischievously, "you can go now." "Oh, alright, see ya," the toad said before disappearing in a massive puff of smoke, returning to Mount Myoboku. When the smoke was cleared, Naruto nearly fell down to the ground, laughing his ass off while holding his stomach when he saw the pathetic form of the proud goddess of the moon Artemis lying on the ground with her body twitching dramatically. Hearing the laughter, Artemis slowly looked up with a hateful expression on her face, blowing a strand of hair that got front of her face away. She stood up and walked at him. "What the hell was that, Uzumaki?" Artemis roared angrily. It was so humiliated, being sat on by a gigantic toad. "That, dear sister, is one of my jutsu, Kuchiyos, Yutai Kuzushi no Jutsu," Naruto grinned toothily. "Basically, I let a gigantic toad fell from the sky and straight down to your body." Artemis' silver eyes flared with power, summoning her bow and quiver which was full of silver arrows. Hey, wait a minute, you asked me to train with you, didn't you?" Naruto paled at the hateful glare Artemis was giving him. She notched an arrow into her bow and raised her hands up, aiming at Naruto. Die. Instantly Naruto took the best option in this situation. He ran as fast as possible. Die, you damn male. Artemis roared and shot a barrage of arrows at Naruto, all aimed for the kill, and Naruto got no other choice but use both of his hands to dodge and hit the arrow away before it could impale into his flesh. Now he understood Aphrodite's feeling whenever she was chased after by an angry Artemis. Later that day, Naruto groaned out painfully when he pulled a silver arrow out of his shoulder, throwing it away while watching the wound from Artemis' arrow slowly closing up thanks to Kurama's help. Even after dodging at least 200 arrows, Artemis still got plenty of them left, and she managed to land one on his left shoulder, which after that she finally got her satisfaction and returned back to her hunt. "Is there anything I can help you feel better, Lord Naruto?" A green hair nymph approached Naruto asked with a hopeful tone. "You can get me some ramen, I'm really hungry," he told her with his trademark grin, making the nymph brighten up instantly. "I will bring them to you in a minute, Lord Naruto," the girl bowed her head. Naruto nodded his head, but then his eyes caught something interesting. It was Percy, Annabeth and Grover. All 3 of them were walking toward Half-Blood Hill with Chiron waiting for them with the many-eyes man Argus, his mother's creation. "Make 10 bowls, all right, one will return in the second," Naruto stood up, told the nymph before running to the group. With his speed it didn't take long for Naruto to get close to them. "Oi guys, hey, wait up." Naruto shouted to them while waving his arm wildly. "Hey Naruto," Percy greeted the Prince of Olympus and the other greeted him as well, with Grover bowing his head as deep as he could to the person who gave out the feeling of nature. "Stand up Grover, no need to bow like that," he told the goat boy before looking at Percy. "So, finally goes on the quest to search for the Master Bolt. "Yes," Percy nodded his head. "We'll bring your father's weapon back Naruto," Percy said firmly, making Naruto raise an eyebrow. Percy met the oracle. Naruto nodded his head. He knew about that mummy of Delphi and what it capable of, and she gave him a prophecy about the quest, saying that the stolen will be safely returned, Annabeth explained. Great, Naruto said with a massive grin. Then when he was about to say again, Naruto felt someone approaching and turned around, seeing Luke running at them while holding a basketball shoes. Hey man, Luke panted, standing next to Naruto, glad that I caught you. Annabeth blushed and Naruto couldn't help but make a grin, the wisdom's daughter always liked this when Luke was around. Just wanted to say good luck, Luke told Percy, and I thought, maybe you could use these, and he handed Percy the sneakers before saying, Maya. Oh ho, Naruto wolf whistled when he saw white bird wings sprouted out of the heels, startling Percy to the point he dropped them. The shoes flapped around the ground until the wings folded up and disappeared. Hey Luke, got to tell me where did you get them? Naruto grinned. Awesome, Grover said in awe. This is gift from my dad, Luke told Naruto. Wait, I thought with your shinobi power, flying is a piece of cake. Ninja don't fly genius, Naruto told him blankly. Anyway, I hope this give you some helps Percy, Luke told Percy, who was blushing brightly. Hey, man, Percy said. Thanks, he smiled at Luke. Listen, Percy, the son of Hermes looked uncomfortable. A lot of hopes are riding on you. So just, kill some monsters for me, okay. They shook hands with each other before Luke patted Grover's head between his horns then gave a goodbye hug to Annabeth, who looked like she might pass out. See you later Naruto, Luke said and returned to the camp. After he was gone Naruto turned to Annabeth and teased her, you're hyperventilating. I'm not. The girl hit him slightly, Naruto only laughed at her blushing face. You let him capture the flag instead of you, didn't you? Percy asked the girl, which furthered her embarrassment moment. Oh, why do I want to go anywhere with you, Percy? She groaned. Percy picked up the flying shoes and then frowned, he then looked at Chiron and asked, I won't be able to use these, will I? Chiron only shook his head. Luke meant well, Percy. But taking to the air, that would not be wise for you. Ah yes, the rivalry between my dad and Uncle Poseidon. Naruto nodded his head before turning to Chiron. Wait a minute, I'm a son of Zeus then should I swim in the sea? I don't think Lord Poseidon will mind your present Naruto. Chiron said with a smile, after all, you're in good term with almost all Olympians. Yeah, almost, Naruto nodded his head, thinking of Ares. Hey, Grover, you want a magic item? Naruto then heard Percy ask the goat boy, making his eyes lit up. Me. The son of Poseidon then helped Grover putting the sneakers over his fake feet. Maya, he shouted. He got off the ground but then fell over sideways so his backpack dragged through the grass. The winged shoes kept bucking up and down like tiny broncos. Careful, Annabeth shouted. Practice, Chiron called after him. You just need practice. Ah. Grover went flying sideways down the hill like a possessed lawn-mower, heading toward the van. Percy was about to follow when suddenly Chiron caught his arm. I should have trained you better, Percy, he said. If only I had more time. Hercules, Jason, they all got more training. That's okay. I just wish. What am I thinking? Chiron cried. I can't let you get away without this. He pulled a pen from his coat pocket and handed it to him. It was an ordinary disposable ballpoint, black ink, removable cap. Much to Naruto's amusement it was the same pen Percy used to defend himself against the ugly pre-algebra teacher, before Naruto stepped in and finished her off. Gee, I said, thanks. Percy, that's a gift from your father. I've kept it for years, not knowing you were who I was waiting for. But the prophecy is clear to me now. You are the one. Percy took off the cap, and the pen grew longer and heavier as my hand. In half a second, the boy held a shimmering bronze sword with a double-edged blade, a leather-wrapped grip, and a flat hilt riveted with gold studs. Balance? Naruto asked. Very, Percy nodded, amazed. The sword has a long and tragic history that we need not go into, Chiron told him. Naruto was rather curious about this but shrugged it off. If Chiron didn't want to dug in then he too shouldn't dug in this matter. Its name is Anaklusmos. Riptide, Percy translated almost instantly. Use it only for emergencies, Chiron said, and only against monsters. No hero should harm mortals unless absolutely necessary, of course, but this sword wouldn't harm them in any case. Percy looked at the wickedly sharp blade. What do you mean it wouldn't harm mortals? The sword is celestial bronze. Forged by the Cyclops, tempered in the heart of Mount Etna, cooled in the river Lethe. It's deadly to monsters, to any creature from the underworld, provided they don't kill you first. But the blade will pass through mortals like an illusion. They simply are not important enough for the blade to kill. Naruto explained it for Chiron and the centaur nodded his head, he couldn't explain it any better than the prince. And I should warn you, as a demigod, you can be killed by either celestial or normal weapons. You are twice as vulnerable. Chiron added. Good to know. Now recap the pen. Percy then touched the pen cap to the sword tip and instantly Riptide shrank to a ballpoint pen again. He tucked it in my pocket, a little nervous. You can't, Chiron said instantly. Can't what? Lose the pen, he said. It is enchanted. It will always reappear in your pocket. Try it. Percy nodded before throwing the pen as far as he could down the hill and watched it disappear in the grass. It may take a few moments, Chiron told me. Now check your pocket. Sure enough, the pen was there in Percy's pocket. Okay, that's extremely cool, he admitted. But what if a mortal sees me pulling out a sword? Chiron smiled. Mist is a powerful thing, Percy. Mist. Yes. Read the Iliad. It's full of references to the stuff. Whenever divine or monstrous elements mix with the mortal world, they generate mist, which obscures the vision of humans. You will see things just as they are, being a half-blood, but humans will interpret things quite differently. Remarkable, really, the lengths to which humans will go to fit things into their version of reality. What about Naruto? Percy asked. He's mortal, right? Then how come he can see things very clearly? He's a clear-sighted mortal seaweed brain, Annabeth told him. They are someone who don't have a single drop of godly blood within their spines. Clear-sighted mortal can see past the mist, a feat that not even a half-blood can do. They're very rare, extremely rare. Oh, I see, Percy nodded before putting Riptide back in his pocket. While Percy talked with Chiron, Naruto grabbed Annabeth's shoulder and pulled her a little away from the centaur and the son of Poseidon. Grover got a gift, Percy got a gift. Naruto reached into his pocket and smiled at her, so it is only fair you got one as well. You don't have to. But Naruto stopped her. I hope that I can help you 3 more on this quest, because I have the feeling everything won't go like how you think it to be. Naruto pulled out a tri-prongs kunai and gave it to Annabeth much to her surprise. Here, take this. A kunai. Annabeth asked and looked at the kunai. It was the strangest kunai she had ever seen and was very different from the usual kunai Naruto used to train her. This kunai is very special. Now listen carefully, Annabeth. When you're in danger, Naruto said with a serious tone. The 3 was about to go on a quest to find his father and uncle Hades, power, which meant sooner or later they would meet Ares. While Ares was weak compared to the other Olympians, 2 demigods and a satyr of course stood absolutely no chance against him. They would need his help when the time come. Pray to Hestia. What? Annabeth was confused. Why? Just do it all right. When you 3 are in danger, Naruto told her. I will. Annabeth nodded and put the kunai away. Thank you, Naruto. Annabeth smiled at him and the blonde patted her head. Be careful, and make sure to use your brain to take care of those boys, all right? Naruto told her. After that, the trio got into the SUV belonged to the camp, where Argos was waiting. Chiron returned to his centaur form and held his bow high in salute while Naruto raised his hand and waved. I hope everything went well, Chiron said when the car drove off. Don't worry, Chiron, those kids got everything they need. Naruto smiled and turned on his heel. What are you going to do now, Naruto? What time is it, Chiron? 10 o'clock, why? The centaur asked, confused. About damn time, Naruto said with a smirk before disappearing in a flash of yellow. Aphrodite's palace, Olympus. The goddess of love hummed a soft tune to herself while sitting in front of a mirror lying on her makeup table, using a silver comb to gently comb her perfect long golden hair. It was so peaceful like this, she was freed from the unwanted marriage with Hephaestus, meaning that she could now go on a quest to search for her true love without anything holding her back. She also broke up with Ares, who now finally stopped visiting her palace asking for sexual relief regularly like before, giving her even more times to take care of her duty before finally free, having plenty of times to seduce her favorite son of Zeus and Hera. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, flinched in shock, nearly jumped out of her seat at the thunderous sound of someone knocking the door of her palace. It's time for training. Her eyes widened when she finally recognized Naruto's voice and looked at the clock. It's time already, she asked in surprise and stood up from her chair. Then, a mischievous smile, which could only promise trouble for Naruto, appeared on her face after giving a view at the state she was in. Smiling seductively, the goddess of beauty walked to the door like a queen, her hips swayed side to side sexually. Naruto stood waiting patiently outside of Aphrodite's palace. Yesterday the goddess of love agreed with Naruto's training schedule, started at 10 o'clock every morning. With Artemis he only needed to fight her, but with Aphrodite she would need a proper training. Naruto already knew how to stir her courage and confidence up, the only thing left was teach her how to fight properly. Final. Naruto turned his eyes back to the palace when he saw it was slowly opened, but his eyes nearly bulged out of his skull when he saw the state Aphrodite was in. The goddess of love simply wore nothing other than a pair of lacy black lingerie. With her large breasts supported by nothing but a tiny bra that looked like it was about to bust under the strain from her watermelon-sized chest, revealing a large amount of the top of her cleavage. Her choice for the bottom was a skimpy, overwhelming revealing thong, but of course Naruto didn't know what it called. "Good morning, Naruto," Aphrodite said sultrily, leaning against the door with one hand on her hip. Naruto watched as her tits jiggled at the sudden movement. Clearly those bra did nothing to hold her large chest from doing erotic action. "You know, I don't think Charm's peak is her most powerful weapon," Kurama reminded him, "and do remember why you put this goddess the most dangerous Olympian." He said nothing, only put his hand together and went through the hand seals needed for another summoning. After finishing with Artemis, Naruto didn't think that he would need to use this jutsu for the second time of the day. Aphrodite looked at Naruto's hands moved in interest. "Kuchio's no jutsu," Naruto shouted and slammed his hand on the ground, making kanji to spread around the palm and engulfed the blonde in a cloud of smoke shortly after. "Yo! Kya!" Aphrodite screamed out in shock and disgust when a massive orange toad wearing blue vest and bandage wrapped around his waist appeared, smoking cigarette and wielding a massive tanto in his hand, with Naruto sitting on top of them with his legs crossed together. "Toad! Freaking toad!" Aphrodite screamed out in fear and ran inside. How could a toad, a disgusting toad got so big was out of her imagination, but right now, all the goddess of love cared about was running away from it as fast and as far as possible. "Who is she, Naruto? Why so loud in the morning?" Gamakichi thundered, turning his eyes to look at Naruto. "Aphrodite, a very girlish goddess," Naruto said in his first language before pointing his finger to her palace, which completely towered over by Gamakichi's size. The toad was also drawn a lot attention from the citizen of Olympus as well. "Grab her." "You got it." The now boss of the toad brought out his incredible long tongue and it moved inside Aphrodite's palace through the front door. Naruto couldn't help but chuckled when he heard another scream. "Ah yes, I got her," Gamakichi said before pulling his tongue back, bringing Aphrodite out of her hiding place. She was struggling with Gamakichi's tongue wrapped around her body, her legs kicking wildly to get free. "Let's go of me, you disgusting creature," she screamed like a banshee. "Aphrodite," Naruto said, smirking, "meet Gamakichi, and the toad's boss, my pal." "Yo." Gamakichi greeted her and it wasn't like the love goddess could understand what he and Naruto was saying. "This will teach you a lesson for forgetting about the training's time," Naruto said with a grin. "Gamakichi will also join the training with us. I have a feeling that with him around you won't try to run away." Aphrodite could only gulp nervously. "Okay Gamakichi," Naruto said to the toad, "can you bring us to Mount Myoboku?" "Of course I can." Talk about Gamakichi and his ego. Gamakichi exploded into a cloud of smoke, returning to Mount Myoboku and also brought Naruto and Aphrodite with him. Line break. "Aphrodite," Naruto smiled as he stood on top of Gamakichi, with a fully clothed Aphrodite right beside him struggling to stay on the head of the gigantic toad. "Welcome to Mount Myoboku." Even though Aphrodite wasn't in the mood for sightseeing, the love goddess couldn't help but gasp in awe at the land of the toads. "This is amazing." Aphrodite had never seen such a rich and beautiful land like this in her life. The place completely surpassed any lands on Earth in terms of nature. "It sure is," Naruto smiled. "Is this how you impress a girl, Naruto?" Aphrodite asked teasingly, leaning against him, "'Cause it's working." "Yeah, keep trying," Naruto replied blankly. A few minutes later, the trio arrived at an area where there was a fountain pouring a strange color water that looked like oil and lot of toad statues came in various sizes around the place as well. "This is it." Naruto grabbed Aphrodite and jumped down from Gamakichi's head. "You will train here, Aphrodite?" "Here?" she asked in surprise. "There are certain rules that you must follow while you're here," Naruto said and pointed his hand to the lake and fountain. "Whatever you do, don't touch that oil." "Why?" "Because that oil will turn you into a toad." Aphrodite paled instantly. "This is the place I trained to become a sennin, or sage in your language. I used this oil during the training to help me absorb the natural energy. Without a proper training, anyone who touch it will be turned into toad and become a statue shortly." Aphrodite nodded in awe. That would explain why Naruto's eyes became toad-like whenever he got to that form. "Second, treat these statues with care and respect," Naruto said seriously. "Goddess or not, these are all Gamakichi's ancestors and of people who tried to learn senjutsu but failed and was turned into toad statues." "You mean, they used to be human?" Aphrodite asked in shock. Now she just wanted to stay away from the oil fountain. "I don't know what will happen when goddess like you touch the oil, but we better not try our luck," Naruto said before walking to stand in front of Aphrodite. "Today we'll start with your physical strength. Got to find some use in that enormous godly strength of yours." "What do I need to do?" Aphrodite asked. Without saying, Naruto walked to the nearest toad statue and entered Sennin Moto. He crouched down and put his hand on the leg of the toad before lifting it up effortlessly. Naruto carried the toad statue to the other side of the area and put it down very carefully before turning back to Aphrodite, who was gasping. "You need to move all the statues over there." Naruto pointed his hand to the other side of the field. "To over here." Aphrodite's eyes opened wide as dinner plates, and remember to treat them with respect. "Seriously? Those statues must weight over a ton or more," Aphrodite cried. "Gamakichi," Naruto called, and the toad's boss brought out his tongue. All right. Aphrodite quickly ran over to the nearest statue, the smallest one, and lifted it up, walking to the other side with heavy steps. "Train hard, Aphrodite," Naruto said loudly, "your children is counting on you." Line break. It was Sunday, 9 o'clock in the morning. It was the time for Ring of Fighters audition. This audition's purpose wasn't just for finding the young actors for the film, but also a part of a program to find a new, young and potential talent for the professional entertainment world as well. So of course, very soon in the morning many people gathered into lines in front of the studio even before the audition start. Naruto arrived at the last minute, right before the gate closed up. Many of them, of course, were boys around his age, and they got here hours before to be able to get ahead of the rest. This wasn't just an opportunity to become famous and try their luck in the entertainment world, but also a chance of working with the new icon Caitlyn Sharp as well. And on Daniel's words, the first male on the planet could get his eyes on her naked glory. The crowd was sorted into two groups, boys and girls, but the boys were also sorted into many more smaller group of 15. Naruto stood at the bottom of his group with his hands in his pockets, waiting patiently for his group turn. He was rather curious about the audition, about what kind of tests they're going to put him through and what kind of requirements he needed to be chosen. Naruto waited and waited. Luckily enough, he wasn't a demigod, or else ADHD would kill him. At last, after 2 hours of waiting, it was High Group's turn. Naruto walked in the studio and got on a stage, writing his name down a register book. The secretary waiting outside Naruto then stepped into a stage. He saw Caitlyn. The girl was sitting beside a middle-aged looking man with a mic in his hand, talking with him with a low tone. Her hair was tied into a large braid at the back of her head. Wearing casual clothes consisted of a black shirt, denim jacket and long jeans that hugged her long legs nicely. He could see John standing at the other side of the stage. Caitlyn's bodyguard was always on guard and around her anytime, anywhere. "Okay boys," the man said, using the mic. To have his voice become older, Caitlyn will give each of you a copy of the extract of the film script. After he saying that, Caitlyn stood up and took a stack of papers from the secretary standing near them and gave each one of them a copy, also flashed them a beautiful smile. When she gave Naruto's the copy, Caitlyn winked before slipping a small piece of paper to him before heading to the next boy. Naruto looked at the piece of paper in amusement. "Ganbatten, Naruto-kun." Opening the piece of paper, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle silently when he saw Caitlyn's words for him, which was written neatly in Japanese. "Okay, give the copy a look and wait till your name is called," the director said before turning to Caitlyn. "So that's your boyfriend?" he asked teasingly, motioning his head to Naruto. "He's not my boyfriend, director," Caitlyn defended with a blush on her face. "You're right, overall he definitely the one we're looking for," the director said with a smile. "But will he has what it takes to earn a role in the movie? We will see about that." "I'm sure he will," Caitlyn nodded her head, smiling at Naruto, who was looking at the film script with a look of shock on his face. "What the fuck?" Naruto screamed inside of his head, his eyes glued to the film script. You're kidding me, right?" Line break. Next, Naruto Uzumaki. The director called out his name and Naruto walked on the stage, being the last person whose name was called. Overall, the director was unimpressed by this group, because Caitlyn would step on the stage and act with them as well. None of the boys before Naruto was able to stop stuttering and acting like a professional actor. They even wasn't able to take their eyes away from the film script and more or less read the whole things out loud. He didn't need robot for this masterpiece of him. He already fought a lot with other studios just to have Caitlyn in this movie. He needed someone who could actually act and be professional. And his eyes widened when the blonde-haired boy stepped onto the stage without the copy of the film script. And, action, the director called when Naruto stood in front of Caitlyn. Naruto turned to Caitlyn and took a deep breath. This shouldn't be too hard for him. He would play as Sean Housen, the main character of the Ring of Fighters, and Caitlyn was going to play as Sarah Jones, the daughter of the host of Ring of Fighters, the worldwide underworld MMA, and also the most powerful mafia boss in the world. When he saw the world MMA in that film script, Naruto's interest perked up and thought how right he was when he agreed to come here. However, what shocked him the most was the dialogues in the film script. Oh, the parody, Kurama said inside of his mindscape. Just like how she acted before, this time, Caitlin was also in full professional actress mode. She lowered her face and tears began to flow from her eyes. If this girl was born at Elemental Nations, she could seriously be one of the top kunoichi in deception. Sean, I beg you, she sobbed, please, please bring my brother back. This part of the film was exactly like when he was about to leave for Sasuke rescue mission and Sakura come to him before the team could leave the village. I couldn't do it, I couldn't stop them from taking my brother away, her shoulders shaking, the only person who can probably save Kevin now is you, Sean, she looked at him, only you, and her eyes clearly reminded Naruto about the day he made that lifetime promise to Sakura. Let's start, Naruto thought to himself before lowering his face, forcing a smile to his face before smiling at her. Having a family, a brother to love, is great, isn't it? He asked. The dialogues were a bit different but everything was basically the same. I know how much pain you're in right now, with your father murdered and your little brother taken away by them, he said, I can understand. Sean, she sobbed even louder, using her hands to wipe away the tears. Don't worry, Naruto said with his trademark grin, I will bring him back. He gave her a thumb up, it's a promise of a lifetime. And cut. The director shouted and stood up from his seat, clapping his hands loudly, brilliant, simply brilliant. Hee, thanks, Naruto scratched the back of his head while smiling. Wow, you surprised me Naruto, Caitlin said in amazement, wiping away the last of her tears, you got a lot potential to become a great actor you know. Thanks, he grinned at her before walking down the stage. You're in young man, the director announced loudly, you acted like you're actually Sean, promising to save Sarah's little brother. That smile, it was so real, your words weren't even a forced one, he grabbed Naruto's shoulders and shouted, I need you in this. Wow, no need to overreact like that director, Caitlin giggled. Say young man, do you know how martial arts? He asked. Yes sir, Naruto nodded his head with a grin, I'm also a big fan of MMA sir. Brilliant, Caitlin was pulled toward Naruto by the director, now Miss Sharp, now is the time for you two to get to know each other more because in a few days when we start filming, you two will have a lot of scenes together. Caitlin blushed brightly and Naruto only laughed nervously. Further information will be sent to you soon. Ooze, can I call you Naruto? Naruto nodded and the director walked away after patting Naruto on his shoulder. So, Naruto looked at Caitlin who instantly turned to her bag and pulled out a document. This is the full film script, she told Naruto. It is very uncomfortable to talk about some of the scenes inside so you should just read this. Naruto nodded and took the script. Congratulations by the way Naruto. Yeah thanks, he nodded. Say, are you hungry? Crying hundreds of times probably took a lot from you right? The girl nodded, I know a really good restaurant, do you want to come? If you still have that hat of yours, then yeah, why not? Caitlin smiled and the two walked out of the stage. 30 minutes 24 seconds, Naruto smiled and stopped the stopwatch he was holding by pushing the button at the side. That's a new record Aphrodite, he said brightly to the goddess of love who was lying on the ground, breathing hard with sweats covered her entire body. 2 days had passed since Aphrodite's first training. Naruto literally pushed her through hell with his extreme training method. Apparently he didn't think much about her words, which was, she was a lover not a fighter. He pushed Aphrodite to the limit of her godly strength and then more, doing feats that were impossible even for the highest caliber shinobi, even Naruto himself. Other than Mount Myoboku, the two of them took the Central Park on Olympus as their training ground and Naruto made sure not to let anyone see Aphrodite train. He wanted to make this a surprise to the other members of his big family. Training her like this, Naruto could finally get a good look at what goddess like her capable of. Because Aphrodite never used her godly strength for anything extreme for more than 3,000 years, she became weak and seemingly physically weaker than the weaker goddesses. But overall, Aphrodite could handle at least 10 gamakichi on her shoulder, like Artemis who was only pissed off after being sat on by a gigantic toad after he fell down from above, getting no injure than pride injure. This feat was more or less normal. Aphrodite was a goddess but in term of power she could be even more than the other Olympians because she was born from Uranus himself. From what he read, Atlas, a titan could hold the entire sky on his shoulder so 10 gamakichi might not be Aphrodite's limit. Right now, he was working on Aphrodite's stamina. By having his brother created special bracelets and anklets that could contain endlessly amount of weights, to make a godly version of Rock Lee's method of training. Naruto put 4 of them on Aphrodite's body and each was holding at least the amount of weight inside them that even in Senin Moto, Naruto would have problem carry. For gods, this was an ultimate test of stamina. Naruto was wearing his forehead protector on his head and dared Aphrodite to touch it, even just slightly. I will let you kiss me if you can touch my forehead protector. That was his promise to her, and to say the goddess was extremely fired up was a huge understatement. However, no matter how she tried, Naruto was impossible to catch, let alone touch his forehead protector. The goddess of love doubted even without the weights on her arms and legs, she would be able to make it before her stamina finally ran out. Naruto wasn't only fast, but he could also foresee all of her attempt to touch the metal plate he wore in front of his forehead, allowing the prince to toy with her, taking this matter very lightly. Of course, all knew Naruto would agree that he was a man of his words. He would only promise something like that to the goddess of lust after he was 100% sure she wouldn't be able to touch it, even slightly. Please stay still, Aphrodite groaned out tiredly as she let Naruto pull her up to her feet. Sorry, no can do, Aphrodite, he said, this is also a part of your training. Seriously? The goddess asked, but it is impossible, she cried. Nothing is impossible, you will have to figure it out a way to touch this. Naruto pointed to his forehead protector and smiled, and in order to figure it out a way, you will have to grow stronger. Now you have a goal to archive, I'm sure you will able to do it. Sooner or later I will get that kiss, Aphrodite said strongly, pointing her hand at him, you wait for it. Oh ho, keep talking, Naruto smirked before helping Aphrodite remove the bracelets and anklets around her wrists and ankles. So, what are we going to do now? She then leaned forward and pressing her large breasts against his arms, holding back only by a sport bra. You want to hang out with me for the rest of the day. She tried to wrap her arms around his strong arm, but Naruto quickly removed himself from her, saying, Not so fast, girl, we'll get to the next part of your training. Ah, can we just do something else? Aphrodite pouted. Artemis is starting to adapt to my fighting style, which is not a good thing for you, Naruto said. It was the truth. In 2 days the goddess of the moon made huge progress in adapting to the way shinobi fight in a battle. After the embarrassingly humiliation, Artemis became sharper, more caution, and especially came up with a way to resolve his tricks every time he pulled one of them. While he was still sticking to Senin Moto while training with her, with this speed of improving soon he would have to use the stronger form to handle Artemis, and Biju Moto would be overwhelmed and each attack could seriously hurt Artemis if he is not careful. But still, everything would be different if he began to use Rasengan. You're the one who pulled me into this. Aphrodite cried with her arms crossed underneath her chest. Dud, it is good for you, you know, Naruto said blankly. Alright, that's enough for today, you can leave now. Thank you, Aphrodite cried out happily and wrapped her arms around his neck in a tight hug. Naruto was surprised at first, but he patted her on her back nonetheless. Even though the training was harsh and almost impossible for someone who didn't want to fight like Aphrodite, she did try her best in trainings and didn't try to run away and hide from him a single time. Aphrodite let go of Naruto and teleported away, returning to her duty as the goddess of love and beauty while her body was as sore as hell. But she couldn't help but admit that it was quite fun doing something like this. Line break. Naruto was walking toward the big house when he suddenly saw something interesting on the sky. Pegasus, a pure white Pegasus, was flying on the sky, with a camper sitting on its back. This wasn't the first time Naruto saw one of them, but no matter how many times he did, he could never stop the feeling of amazement swell up inside of him. They look delicious, by the way, Kurama chuckled darkly inside of his head. Knock it off, Kurama, they're not foods, Naruto chuckled and turned on his heel, making his way over to the stables. He could fly with his Raikudo Senin form, but Naruto wanted to find out what it would feel like to ride on a flying creature, plus the sky was his father's domain, maybe it was the time to try it out. The stables were made of wood that was white in color. It also had a mix of brick and stone, but everything looked a little bit old. There were a lot of hay and vegetables lying orderly over the place, brought to the place by the children of Demeter. He heard that some of the children of Aphrodite lent some help in taking care of the stables and Pegasi, so the place was a lot cleaner than most stable had seen. There were many Pegasi standing inside and Naruto couldn't help but think how beautiful the Pegasi got various kind of colors from white, brown to gray. Their wing folded up on their sides just like that of a bird, silently enjoying the jay and vegetables the campers brought to them. Hold! When Naruto was about to approach one of them, he heard a shout and the white Pegasus he saw before flew down and landed gratefully on the ground outside the stables, running for a few meters to slow down before finally stop. Good girl, the camper who was riding the Pegasus said while patting its neck gently. Selena Beauregard got down to the ground and gently led the white Pegasus into her stable, but stopped when she saw Naruto standing there looking at her with curiosity. Of course, having someone like the Prince of Olympus looking at her like that, being the daughter of love, she couldn't help but blush a little. Hey Selena, Naruto was the one who broke the silence between them by smiling at Selena, the head consulor of Cabin 10, nice ride. Thank you, Selena smiled. Naruto smiled at her. Selena Beauregard, as far as he knew, was hailed at Camp Half-Blood's hottest girl. Naruto would be blind if he couldn't see why she earned that title. Selena was one of the only girl among Cabin 10 inherited the curves of Aphrodite's true appearance. She looked like a carbon copy of her mother, with the only exception for her black-haired and brown eyes. Selena must be one of the most beautiful girl he had ever seen in his life. However, no sooner than he thought that, the color of her hair and eyes changed, become blonde and blue like her mother. With another blink everything turned back to normal. Could you stop doing that? Naruto asked, slightly amused by this kind of ability, that, change the color power. Oh, sorry. Selena gasped lightly. Every demigod has ADHD, but I was also blessed with one of my mother's powers as well. It is the power to change my physical appearance as will, but like with ADHD, I can't control it, she said apologetically. The mist will make the mortal and demigods see only one color, but because you're a clear-sighted mortal, I will see your hair and eyes changed rapidly. Selena nodded. Right now she had black hair and dark purple eyes, and it seemed to stay that way. So, what brought the Prince of Olympus to this dirty stable? Selena asked, walking past him and led the white Pegasus into her stable. I was thinking about testing my luck with flying, he said, following Selena inside. I heard that you're an expert rider, right? Selena was the one in charge of teaching new campers like Percy how to ride a Pegasus properly. She was by far the best Pegasi rider in the camp. Everyone said the same thing. Selena smiled, but I think it is because I can understand them better than anyone. That's all. She smiled. If you want, I can show you a few tricks. Really? I don't want to bother you. He trailed off, but Selena already grabbed his hand and pulled him to the back of the stable. I think he will suit you. Naruto and Selena stood in front of yet another beautiful white Pegasus, but this one was a little bigger than the one Selena rode on. The creature looked at Naruto for a moment with its big black eyes before nudging him gently with its head. Oh, Naruto smiled and put his hand on the animal's head, patting the Pegasus gently. Hey buddy. I think he likes you, Selena said and put her hand on the horse's neck, running her hand on the beautiful white horsehair. What's his name? The prince asked, smiling at the beast. Peach. Naruto turned to look at Selena with an amused smile. What? He looked like a peach when he was younger. Oh yeah, Naruto chuckled lightly before letting Selena opening the stable's gate, letting Naruto guide the Pegasus out. Almost instantly, the horse neighed loudly, raising its front hoof and flapping its wings, flapping it wildly. This of course shocked Naruto a little as he stepped back in caution. Getting kicked in the face by a Pegasus would be the last thing he would want right now. Hold. Selena stepped up and raised both of her arms, saying loudly to the winged horse, easy boy, easy, she said comfortingly. Surprisingly she calmed the overreacting horse down. The white Pegasus acted like a puppy dog under the hand of Aphrodite's beautiful daughter. What the hell just happened? Naruto asked, cautionally approaching the horse. I forgot to tell you that Peach is quite wilder than the other and he doesn't like stranger, Selena said. I will pick another one for you. She started to guide Peach back to his stable, but Naruto stopped her. No, I want this one, he said firmly with a grin. Are you sure? Selena asked. Yeah, bring it on Peach, Naruto said challenging to the horse and walked outside with Selena. Peach followed behind her closely. The road to get to Peach's back was a little harder than Naruto thought, as the horse didn't intend to stay still for him to climb onto. Whenever he was about to get on his back, Peach turned and shook his body, making Naruto fell down to the ground on his butt. This of course made Selena laugh. 10 minutes later, Naruto finally got on the beautiful white Pegasus back, with his legs put on the spots in front of Peach's wings. You can hold on him here, Selena pointed to the horse's neck. Don't worry about it girl, Naruto winked and gave her a thumb up. Peach might be a wild horse, but by the time he was able to get on his back, with his chakra trick he would never fall down. Because this is your first ride, you want me to help you out? Selena asked hopefully. Sure, why not? He smiled at her and offered Selena his hand, which the girl took it and let Naruto pull her onto Peach's back, right behind him. Naruto blushed a little at the feeling of her ample breasts pressed against his back, as Selena wrapped her arms around his waist and moved closer to him. Talking with her so casually and normal like that, Naruto almost forgot that this young lady was the daughter of Aphrodite. To say Naruto was surprised to see a child of the love goddess wasn't an airhead was an understatement. Selena seemed very nice and kind, very different from her siblings. She wore clothes stylishly, but unlike her sisters she didn't have the 24 hours makeups on her face. Okay, let's start shall we? Selena spoke up cheerily, and before Naruto could say anything, she nudged Peach's side gently. The Pegasus neighed loudly, raising both of his front hoofs up and shot forward, running on the ground for a few seconds before spreading his wings and took off. Holy! Naruto cried out excitedly, this is amazing. He shouted out, come on buddy, get higher. He said to the horse and it only did just that. Looking around, Naruto couldn't help but feel amazed by the amazing view of the north shore of Long Island. While it might not be able to compare to Konoha or Mount Myoboku, it was still a sight to behold. Looking down, Naruto smiled when he saw Camp Half-Blood became smaller and smaller, with campers as small as ants doing activities below. This was by far the first time Naruto went on such a flight like this. Closing his eyes, Naruto let the wind strongly hit his face, yet he didn't feel uncomfortable by it at all. Sky was also his father's domain, so maybe it was the reason why he was feeling so refreshed, so calm like this. You handle him quite well, Selena shouted so he could hear her voice, you're a natural rider you know. Sky is my father domain, so I guess flying is only natural to me, he told her, smiling. Selena couldn't help but smile as well. This was the first time she hanged around with the Prince of Olympus, but she already really liked the way he interacted with everyone. Naruto was kind, caring, full of passion, he cared for her and her siblings while no one did, looking past the bad reputations of being the children of the goddess Aphrodite, and did everything he could in his power to help them improve, so that they could be respected like any other demigods. Selena couldn't help but admit that she was starting to have some feeling for this young man, who was hailed as the Prince of Olympus. It was so strange, only after a small amount of time getting to know Naruto, Selena started to like him more than she should. He's mine, don't touch him. Suddenly, her mother's words returned to her and Selena's eyes became a little saddened by this. Of course, someday, sooner or later he would become a god. Seriously, relationship with other women other than goddesses was strictly forbidden by the ancient laws. So the chance for her or any mortal girls who taken the interest in Naruto was very slim, if not wanted to say non-existent. She should have seen it coming when her mother told her to tell the girl about her plan for the prince. It would only hurt those who fall for him that wasn't immortal. Not that she thought Naruto would be like his father and had tons of demigods after becoming a god himself, but being the daughter of love, she knew love was a very powerful thing, no one could control when they would feel in love. Becoming a god meant Naruto would get all the time in the world, and who knew, this decade or the decade after he would fall in love with a beautiful mortal woman and had his first demigod. Selena closed her eyes and rested her head against his back. For now, let's just stay like this, and she should also be careful with her own feeling. Hey Selena, Naruto called out when Peach did a break and started to return to the camp. Thank you. It's my pleasure in satisfying Lord Naruto, the Prince of Olympus, with the best of my ability, Selena said before slapping playfully on his back when the blonde jerked his back. Relax, I was just kidding. Haha, very funny, Naruto chuckled. Okay, lower down Peach, he told the Pegasus, and Peach lowered down a little. However, right at that moment, Naruto's instinct alerted him. But he didn't have any time to react. All he saw was a blur of silver, an arrow shot from the forest below, and the next moment, Peach neighed painfully when the arrow pierced through his right wing. Naruto widened his eyes in shock when the winged horse's body bucked powerfully. Naruto with his chakra could stick to his body no problem, but unfortunately the buck sent Selena off his back into the air. No! Naruto screamed when he saw the girl fell down to the ground hopelessly with her eyes wide in shock. Peach was also falling, and Naruto knew he only got less than 5 seconds to save both of them. Naruto pulled out a kunai in a flash and threw it to Selena. He didn't aim her but the space beside the falling girl. Naruto then disappeared in a flash of yellow, bringing Peach with him to the inside of cabin 2. Peach crashed into the bed but quickly stood up, folding one of his wings while the injured one was still spreading. Sorry mom, he didn't know if his mother liked having horse inside her cabin or not, but now wasn't the time for it. Naruto disappeared again in a flash of yellow. This time he reappeared next to Selena and grabbed her, wrapping his arms around her body protectively, shielding her from the tree they were falling onto before quickly teleported into his mother's cabin at camp. Naruto fell down to the ground hard with Selena, perfectly okay in his arms. Blowing leaves out of his mouth, the blonde immediately sat up and looked at Selena, checking her to see if there was any injuries. You okay Selena? The girl only nodded her head, still couldn't believe what just happened. Naruto sighed in relief and let the girl rest it against the wall, letting her take her time gathering herself together before walking to Peach. Hey, it alright, Naruto said to the Pegasus before grabbing the arrow from the underneath. Blood tainted the pure white color of his wing. I have to pull this out, he told the horse and pulled the arrow out instantly. Peach neighed loudly in pain, but Naruto quickly put his right hand on the wound, closing his eyes, and in just a matter of seconds, the white Pegasus wing healed up. You're fine now, Naruto smiled to the winged horse and saw Selena walking toward him with a rather pale face from the near-death experience. What happened, Naruto? Selena asked nervously. Someone attacked us, Naruto said simply, looking at the silver arrow in his hand. Is that Lady Artemis' arrow? Selena gasped in shock. There was only one group used silver arrow, and that was Artemis and her huntresses. Yes, this is Artemis' arrow, Naruto nodded, but this is also the same arrow she shot to my shoulder the same day Percy and his group left for the quest. Someone picked it up after I went to bid them a good luck. He remembered letting the arrow on the table, but when he returned it had disappeared. Artemis was very careful, if he did not want to say rather skimp with her special arrows, she always gathered them back after archery training, so he had thought there was some magic placed on them so the arrows would return to her quiver, to help her do the gathering faster. There was only one person come to Naruto's mind. The lightning thief. Oi Caitlyn, Naruto shouted with his arm raised on the air, trying to catch up to the beautiful blonde while pushing through the crowd of students in the hallway. Right after Naruto got to school, he went to find her. The both of them didn't have the same class today since Naruto only had classes in the afternoon on Monday. Oh hey Naruto, Caitlyn turned around and saw her friend, smiling brightly to him. Good afternoon, how are you today? I'm good, Naruto grinned. This morning, he put Aphrodite's children through hell, forcing them to climb the magma wall without any personal protective equipment. The girl basically cried out in tears when a small part there, pretty, hair was burned and the boy more or less tried to run away every time they accidentally touched the lava. Aphrodite was absolutely horrified by this and she fainted right on the spot. You seem to be in the good mood, Caitlyn said in amusement. What happened? Nothing much, I play with a bunch of kids this morning, Naruto grinned. Their mother fainted when I taught them how to climb a wall. No sooner than he said that, Caitlyn thrust her elbow into his rib. Ouch, what? Teaching kids doing dangerous things like that, how irresponsible are you? She asked in disbelief. Anyway, Naruto reached for his backpack and took out the Ring of Fighters film script. Here you go, I'm done with this. Naruto gave it back to Caitlyn, who then looked at him in disbelief. Seriously? Caitlyn gasped in shock. You only need 1 day to memorize this. It took me a whole month to do so. Well, what do you expect from a Harvard student? Naruto asked, puffing his chest in pride while in truth, he created multi-copies of this film script and created a lot of clones to speed up the memorizing process, so it only took him a few hours to memorize the entire film script. He made sure to destroy the copies though. I guess, Caitlyn frowned and put the script into her bag. Caitlyn, how should I put this? Naruto said uncomfortably while scratching his cheek, which became a little red due to embarrassment. I found a scene in that script when the both of us, we both, doing that. Oh, Caitlyn nodded, her cheeks dusted pink. Sacrifice for art, I guess. I thought Ring of Fighter is all about fighting, Naruto reasoned. I had to admit though, some scene is pretty badass, but do we have to that? He scratched the back of his head while looking away, like, we kiss and pretend to say. Make love to each other, he nearly slipped, but chose the better words in this situation. Yes, absolutely. Caitlyn pointed out, this is also my first time, so I will have to try my best. Caitlyn said confidently, her voice full of determination before beginning to panic, but I don't have any experience in this kind of thing. Hey, relax, me too you know, Naruto told her, at least, we only need to pretend, not do the real thing. Not the kissing though, Caitlyn groaned. Enough with that, Naruto, understood Caitlyn's mood, immediately changed the topic. Let's find my talkative self-proclaimed friend and get to the next class. Okay. The blonde nodded her head and followed Naruto with her cheeks pink, a soft smile on her face. Line break. Your father is here, Miss Sharp. Caitlyn dropped the fork she was holding right after she heard her bodyguard, John, said that after receiving a phone call. Naruto and Daniel, who was enjoying their lunch next to her, look at their friend in surprise. Naruto could feel the sudden change in Caitlyn's emotion at that moment. Excuse me, the blonde asked in surprise. My father. Here. Yes, John nodded his head, and he is waiting for you at Four Seasons Hotel. Isn't that one of the best hotels here at Boston? Naruto asked, looking at Daniel, who nodded his head rapidly. He knew that Caitlyn family was rich, if not wanted to say super rich, but to book a room at one of the fanciest hotels at this city just to meet her was out of his imagination. Though, he was in no place to judge her family, since his parent was the king and queen of the gods, who as far as he knew, sat on the throne made of pure gold. Okay. Tell him I will be there right away. Caitlyn nodded her head to John and stood up, looking at Naruto and Daniel. Sorry guys, but I don't think I can finish school with you today. I need to go now. Okay Kate, Naruto nodded his head. Caitlyn nodded her head to him before walking away with a frown, with John following closely behind her. What is that all about? Naruto asked and Daniel only shrugged his shoulder. You know anything about Caitlin's father? The sudden change of Caitlin's emotions probably because of her father, so Naruto was very interested to find out why. Well, as far as I know, Mr. Sharp is a very strict businessman who only aims for success, and of course he taught his children to do so too. Daniel said, he started his company from the big zero and became one of the richest men in the world with it. No one know how he was able to do that though. Rival companies tried to expose his past in hope to find dirty businesses, however, like any attempts to dethrone him before, they found nothing. You know a lot, don't you? Naruto asked in amusement. I don't know Naruto, Daniel said mockingly, there is something called internet. Internet, and all you need to do is Google everything, it's very hard to understand, and he earned a hard slap at the back of his head. Caitlin climbed into the car waiting for her outside and let John took her to the hotel. Her father, Charles Sharp, was here to see her. It had been 6 months since their last meeting and it was clear to Caitlin that the reason he was here wasn't going to be a good thing. When she decided to step into the professional world of entertainment, her father was the one who highly against it, saying that she should stay at home and join his company as a businesswoman. If not for her brother, Carlos, who then started to show the qualities and a great mind for business of a great leader to their father, her father would never allow her to do whatever she wants like this. But Caitlin knew that he would never change his mind. Oh dear, Caitlin muttered when she saw the ones that were standing outside of the Four Seasons Hotel. Caitlin arrived at the hotel 10 minutes later, and as soon as she stepped out of the car, almost instantly she was surrounded by a crowd of reporters who threw question after question to her. She didn't like reporters, they bothered her all the times, but it wasn't like she could do anything with it. John immediately came to the rescue by pushing through the reporters, making a line for Caitlin to walk through them. Phew, thanks John, Caitlin said as soon as the hotel's door was close behind her. John nodded his head. As soon as Caitlin turned back to the hotel, she was immediately assaulted by a handsome man in his mid-20s, with sandy blonde hair and blue eyes, and athletic build. The girl didn't even have time to squeal out in shock when her face was slammed into his chest, his arms wrapped around her in a bear hug. Carlos. She immediately recognized her older brother as she was swung around by him. My dear sister, Carlos said with laughter, it's so good to see you again. Caitlin couldn't help but giggle as well. Hey there brother. The younger blonde returned to her, looking at her older brother with a soft smile on her face. You came with father as well. Of course, this is a great opportunity for our family to reunite, even if it will be just for a short amount of time. Carlos said as they stepped into the elevator. Hard? Caitlin asked. Very, the man said as he ran his hand through his hair. You're lucky Caitlin, you have no idea how father worked my ass lately, he said. I read the news, the girl said, something about father bought yet another corporation, right? Yeah, the elevator stopped at the 28th floor and the door was opened for the Sharp sibling, as they stepped out and walked toward the last room of the hallway. He's waiting for you inside, Carlos said, opening the door for his sister. I will let you two alone for now. Caitlin nodded her head and walked in. Charles Sharp was a man in his middle age, yet still managed to keep his youthful appearance. He was tall, with short yellow hair and sharp blue eyes, a calm and collected expression on his face as he stood in front of the window of the room and looked at the city outside. He was wearing a black business suit, hands in his pocket. Good afternoon father, Caitlin took off her bag and greeted her father politely. The man turned around and looked at his daughter, a small smile made it to his face. Hello Caitlin, he said, his arms opened a little. You don't want to give your father a hug? He asked, making Caitlin grin broadly and ran to her father, wrapping his arms around his waist in a tight hug. I miss you father, she said as Charles wrapped his arms around his daughter and planted a soft kiss on the top of her head. Me too Caitlin, the man smiled and let go of her. How are you my daughter? I'm fine, what about you? He nodded his head. The two sat down on the couch with Caitlin opposite from her father. Even though they had a heartwarming greeting, Caitlin couldn't help but feel a little nervous about this. Why are you here, father? Caitlin was the one who broke the silence between them. I will head straight to the point Caitlin, I think it's time for you to stop playing around and grow up, he said calmly, looking at Caitlin with an unchanging expression. Excuse me? Caitlin asked, playing around. A tick mark appeared on her forehead. Yes Caitlin, Charles nodded his head, the university sent me your results certificate. I study hard, Caitlin muttered. She knew that her results certificate was always one of the best. What is your point? My point is, you're wasting your talent in useless performance on stage and on studio, Mr. Sharp said seriously, unlike you, your brother. This is what I want to do father, Caitlin cut him off, saying with the same serious tone. I don't care what Carlos did to the Sharp Corporation, but all I care about now is giving my best on the stage. I don't think so, Mr. Sharp shook his head. You see the people down there. They're holding you back, Caitlin. He took out the leaflet of the Ring of Fighter, putting it on the table in front of them. Look at this, you're nothing but a show girl to these people, Caitlin. Sharp Group aims to become the top of the world, and yet my daughter is downgrade herself to the level of an entertainer. What will your mother? Mother is not here, Caitlin said with her voice a little louder than usual. It was always the painful topic to her. I got nothing to say to you, father. I made up my mind when I was even younger than this. Caitlin stood up from her seat, trying to be calm. I thank you for taking your time with me. See you later, father. She bowed her head and walked out of the room, slamming the door shut behind her. Charles Sharp sighed. He knew that he shouldn't bring Caitlin's mother into this. But, sooner or later, his daughter would accept that she could be better than that. Leaning back against the couch, Charles took out a newspaper and his cell phone from his back. Yes, I want you to find this person for me, he said into the phone. Yes, all right, thank you. He closed the line and looked at the newspaper with an unreadable expression on his face. Here you go, Naruto, Hephaestus said and took the sword out of the bucket of water and put it on the table in front of Naruto. Thank bro. Naruto grinned and bumped his fist with his favorite older brother and waited till the newly made sword to cool down before taking it into his hands. By the way, sorry for disturbing you. Nothing, this is just some trap. Hephaestus shook his head. He was working on some very small spiders that Athena and her children wouldn't like to see. His brother was definitely the best blacksmith in the world, or any worlds out there. The sword in his hand, made in just a few minutes, was a celestial bronze katana, with ornate bronze guard. The guard was an oval, and the tsukaito seemed to be braided from white and black material. The blade also featured several intricate ornaments and looked to be able to cut through steel. Naruto grabbed the hilt and made a swing. The sword was very balanced in his hand. You don't seem like someone who used sword as a weapon to me, Naruto. Hephaestus said. He made countless amounts of superpower weapons in his life, and developed a certain eyes to see which the best weapon was for his client. To him, Naruto was someone who preferred using his fist than a weapon, not that he was going to need them since Naruto's physical strength alone could even match a god in a fight. Not to mention his more than destructive powers, called ninjutsu. This is not for me, Naruto said, grinning, and took the scabbard on the table, which was black and made of traditional lacquered wood. This is for Aphrodite. I heard that you're training her, Hephaestus said, nodding his head. After all, Aphrodite's palace was right next to him, so it wasn't hard to see the goddess of love. His former wife came back to house every day with Naruto, with plenty bruises on her body, looking absolutely tired. Damn, Naruto looked at his brother. Keep it a secret, okay? I want to surprise the other, especially our more violent brother. Some would say that it's particularly useless trying to do something like that, Hephaestus said blankly, returning to his work, strongly hammering the uncompleted double-edged sword on the anvil with his hammer. You will be surprised, bro, Naruto smiled, walking out of his brother's workplace. She might not be a born warrior, but she has the will and the determination to overcome everything, to prove everyone that she can. To me, all of that is enough. Naruto exited the hot palace of his older brother and walked to Aphrodite's palace with the sword in his hand, knocking on the door for a few times before calling for her loudly. Aphrodite, time to training, he shouted. Just a minute, Naruto, Aphrodite shouted back, making Naruto look at the door curiously. Normally, if she didn't want to train that day, she would try to pretend to be not inside her palace, or faking a very tired voice. However, the way she replied today was kind of new to him. So Naruto focused some of his chakra into his ear to enchant his hearing. Where could it possibly be? He heard Aphrodite muttered, and he could feel that she was very worried. Aphrodite, is everything okay in there? He heard the sound of finger clicking and the door automatically opened for Naruto. Shrugging his shoulders, Naruto walked into Aphrodite's palace. This wasn't the first time Naruto had the pleasure of walking into Aphrodite's palace. At first, he thought her house was like a bigger, fancier version of Cabin 10, a massive Barbie doll house which everything inside was pink and girlish. However, he was very surprised to find out that most of the color inside was blue and light purple. Like any Olympians' gods and goddesses, her palace was nothing but fancy and elegant. There was a queen-size bed at the other side of the room with white bed sheet and incredible soft pillow. God didn't need to sleep much, so Naruto knew exactly what that bed used for, but tried not to think about it. Beside the bed was Aphrodite's makeup table, featured various kind of makeup equipment like lipstick, makeup powder, perfume, eyeliner. Another room of her palace was the place she put all the kind of the clothes she found beautiful in the world. There were thousands or even millions of them inside. It was the biggest collection in the world, or any worlds out there. There was also a lot more rooms, but Naruto tried not to dig deeper into it. Her palace also smelled exactly like her, making Naruto wonder just how many perfume bottles she used to make the place got the smell like that. Naruto looked at Aphrodite, who was running back and forth inside of her room with a worried expression on her face, like she was looking for something. "What wrong, Aphrodite?" Naruto asked, crossing his arms across his chest. "I lost one of my scarves," Aphrodite whined, her head perked up from underneath the bed. "Excuse me, but aren't we in the middle of summer? What do you need the scarf for?" Naruto asked, confused. "I made sure to take care of my collection every morning. This morning, I lost one of my scarf." Aphrodite stood up. "It's not here, someone must stole it," she then came to the conclusion. "Come on, you got at least 1,000 scarves right." Naruto checked the clock, "We're late for training. Can you at least wait? That scarf is a special one, it is very dangerous." Naruto's eyes widened slightly at that. "It has the power to make others fall in love with the one who wear it," Aphrodite pointed out. "Like your girdle, right?" Naruto asked, glancing at the belt she hanged on top of her bed. It was Aphrodite's symbol of power, the object gave her the power to seduce any man she want. Even Naruto didn't know if he was able to resist her if she decided to wear it. "Yes, but at a lesser degree." Aphrodite nodded, "It only affects mortal or half-mortal." "But, aren't gods forbidden to enter others' palace without their permission?" Aphrodite looked a little uncomfortable and Naruto immediately knew the answer for his question. "Forget what I asked," Naruto added. "We've to find it. If that thing fall into mortals' hands, there will only be trouble," Aphrodite said. "Someone must stole it." "But who?" Naruto looked around. This was the godly world he was talking about. The residents of this world could randomly appear at one place and then disappear without a trace. Aphrodite then went into a state of thinking, with her finger put on her bottom lips. Naruto also crossed his arms across his chest, trying to think about who could be stupid enough to steal such a dangerous artifact from the goddess of love's possession and also for what reason he really needed it. Someone who's stupid enough and seriously needed some loving from beautiful women but unable to do so after a curse was placed on him. After his lover broke up with him and did it as a punishment for threatening her. Then, at once, they shouted. "Ares! You cursed him, didn't you?" Naruto asked, recalling what Aphrodite told him a few days ago. Apparently, the goddess of love was angry at the slap and threat Ares gave her, so right after they broke up, Aphrodite placed a love curse on him, making sure that no women would fall in love with the god of war. It was one of the ultimate curses for someone who couldn't keep it in their pants and couldn't find any love from mortal, with that love curse. Yes, the ultimate cock-block curse. Aphrodite laughed sheepishly. "I placed it on him and I'm the only one who can lift it, and she didn't intend to lift it at all, at least in a few millions years." Threaten Aphrodite with her children's safety was the last straw for a loving mother like her. And now he stole that scarf so that he would be able to sleep with mortal, Naruto growled, "Very funny." "We have to find him," Aphrodite scolded. "This time, I will make sure to place some of my worst love curse for stealing from me." "Let's go." Naruto motioned his head to the door. "I know just the one who can find him for us." Line break. Auntie Hestia. Naruto poked his head into the throne room. His hands was holding the massive door open with Aphrodite following behind him. The goddess of love had changed her clothes and was now wearing a frilled black shirt, denim jacket and a rather short skirt, with high-collar Converse sneakers. Overall she looked like your everyday teenager, only 1,000 times more beautiful and attractive. The goddess they were looking for was sitting at her usual spot beside the main hearth of Olympus, poking the fire with a long stick. "Good morning, Naruto, Aphrodite." Hestia looked at them and smiled softly. "Going out today?" "You can say that." Aphrodite nodded her head rapidly. "Don't believe her," Naruto said, glaring at Aphrodite who then winked at him cutely. "Auntie, can you help me? I have a favor too." He then saw the smile on her face. "You already know, aren't you?" "How can you do that anyway, Hestia?" Aphrodite asked in disbelief. She too was rather curious of the reason why the oldest child of Kronos was able to know everything. "That is a secret." Hestia smiled secretly at them. "So Naruto, Aphrodite, you two want to find Ares, am I right?" "Yes, to retrieve Aphrodite's scarf." Naruto nodded his head. "Do you know where he is?" the goddess of love asked. "Maybe." Both Naruto and Aphrodite face-palmed at the kind goddess answer. "Very funny, auntie," Naruto chuckled sarcastically. "Hey, what kind of joke is that?" Aphrodite whined. "Sorry," Hestia giggled playfully before turning back to the hearth. "Sorry Naruto, but the ancient laws forbid me from revealing gods and goddess with the higher class than me, aka the Olympians." Naruto groaned. "But I think it's time you lend the young some help." His eyes widened at her announcement. "What do you mean?" Aphrodite asked questionably, but she suddenly found Naruto's hand on her shoulder. Thank you, auntie, I will treat you with ramen later. Naruto grinned broadly and disappeared in a flash of yellow, bringing Aphrodite with him. Line break. Water park. The main gate was padlocked and topped with barbed wire. Inside, huge dry water slides in tubes and pipes curled everywhere, leading to empty pools. Old tickets and advertisements fluttered around the asphalt. With night coming on, the place looked sad and creepy. Outside of the gate stood three teenagers. They were none other than Percy Jackson, Annabeth Chase, Grover Underwood, the three who went on the quest to find the lightning thief. Currently, they're having a conversation of old gossip. If Ares brings his girlfriend here for a date, Percy said, staring up at the barbed wire, I'd hate to see what she looks like. Percy, Annabeth warned with a dangerous tone, be more respectful. Why? I thought you hated Ares. Percy asked. He's still a god, and his girlfriend is very temperamental. You don't want to insult her looks, Grover added. Who is she? Echidna? Percy asked, winced. No, Aphrodite, Grover said, a little dreamily. Goddess of love. I thought she was married to somebody, I said. Hephaestus. Yeah, but I heard from Cabin 10 that after Naruto showed up, Lady Aphrodite divorced with his brother and broke up with the other one. Annabeth nodded her head before going deep in thought. But, he said he brought his girlfriend here. If it is not Lady Aphrodite, then did someone just mentioned about me? Naruto and Aphrodite appeared in a flash of yellow right beside the group of teenager. Percy and Grover's mouth, especially Grover's, dropped down to the ground in shock, with their eyes wide in shock at the presence of the goddess of beauty. Naruto didn't blame them at all, especially when they were looking at the most beautiful woman in their opinion, only 10 times greater than normal. Grover even had drool running down the corner of his mouth, typical satyr. Annabeth was stunned by this. Naruto, why are you here? She then turned to Aphrodite and bowed, greeting Lady Aphrodite. She greeted respectfully and nudged the boys out of their dazed state to do the same like her. Hey boys, girl, she then winced. Ew, you stink. She then got an idea, here lets me help, and clicked her finger. In a flash, all the dirtiness and the stinky smell disappeared from their body. Annabeth's tangled blonde hair strengthened instantly and looked well taken care of. All three got their clothes changed, with Annabeth to a more girlish version of the clothes she was wearing, with a rather short pink skirt. I thought you're forbidden to help them in their quest. Naruto asked, looking at the love goddess. Oh sure, but I'm the goddess of beauty, it is my duty to make everything pretty. Aphrodite giggled, so of course, fixing these three fell into my duty, that's everything I could help them. Alright then, Naruto nodded with a smile before turning at her. By the way, never try that power on me, I don't want to be dressed up by you. Oh don't worry honey, you're already perfect with your look, she giggled. Whoa, Percy said in amazement, looking at his new clothes. Thanks, Lady Aphrodite. Grover nodded his head rapidly. It's my pleasure, boys, the love goddess said. Annabeth was looking rather uncomfortable with the skirt she was wearing. Man, you're a lot friendlier than Ares. Percy commented and immediately earned the two new arrivals' attention. Wait a minute, you three met Ares? Naruto asked in surprise. When? Just a few minutes ago, we're running a task for him, Annabeth said. He was on a date with his girlfriend but for some reason he left, but forgot his shield in there. So he sent us to retrieve it back for him. She then looked at Aphrodite. I thought he was talking about you, Lady Aphrodite. Oh honey, we broke up long ago. Aphrodite waved her hand dismissively. I'm more interested in this boy. She leaned against Naruto, making him sigh. But why are you two here? Percy asked. Aphrodite's magical scarf was stolen and we thought Ares was the one who stole it, Naruto explained. So, you three come in there and get the shield. All three nodded. Good, continue your work, meet me when you come out. He came over to the barbed wires and tore them apart, making a way to the quest. Alright, Annabeth nodded and they walked in. Aren't you going to help them? Aphrodite asked curiously. No, those three can take care of themselves, consider the fact that they're still alive after leaving camp, Naruto said. Let them take the shield for Ares. When he comes to take it back, we'll be there waiting for him, Naruto said with an evil smirk. Oh, I got it, Aphrodite giggled. Line break. Good, now bring your other fist to the left side of my face, Naruto said as he was standing in front of Aphrodite, holding her wrist, teaching her a few simple taijutsu move in slow motion while waiting for the three to return. You think this is enough to beat Artemis? The goddess of beauty asked. You will have to try harder, Naruto said. Your physical strength is greater than her as well as your power, but Artemis's very skill and experience, she will get you on the ground even before you realize it, he explained. So, as my practitioner, you're allowed to cheat. Excuse me. You're a student of a shinobi, shinobi don't play fair. Naruto made a swat movement with his legs, bringing her down to the ground but used his hand on her wrist to hold her, keeping Aphrodite a few inches from the ground before pulling her up. I will see if I can. He then looked up. Oh, they are returning. Sure enough, looking up they saw the quest walking at them. Once again, they looked like a mess. Percy was holding a bronze shield, probably Ares' shield. What happened? Aphrodite asked, clicking her finger and pulled a little beauty charm, fixing the three immediately. He tricked us, Percy growled. Lord Hephaestus set up traps and camera in there. Annabeth stated, I think it is the reason why Ares had to leave. Ah yes, Hephaestus TV. Aphrodite nodded, making Naruto to look at her. What? I got a show on there too, you know. We also found your scarf, Lady Aphrodite, Annabeth said and pulled out a pink scarf, having an indescribable perfume, like rose or mountain laurel. So, Ares was the one who stole it after all. Oh my, thank you. Aphrodite looked very pleased and took it from Annabeth, waving her hand up and down, casting some magic before wrapping it around her neck. But we still need to talk to Ares, I got some curses to place on him, she growled. Can I have that, Percy? The son of Poseidon nodded and gave Naruto the shield. It was pretty heavy and large, probably to fit someone at the size of Ares. Let's go. They three led Naruto to a chrome dinner. Ares was waiting for them the quest to return with his shield at the dinner's parking lot. He could see the god of war sitting inside the restaurant looking very impatient. Naruto stepped ahead. About damn. When he heard footstep, Ares turned around and growled, but his eyes widened when he suddenly saw Naruto walking at him with the shield in his hand. You. Greeting fella. Naruto shouted and threw the shield right into Ares' face, so fast that the god of war couldn't see it coming and fell off his bike. Damn, now I feel like I'm Captain America. He grinned and caught the shield, giving it to Percy. Naruto then pulled the sword in his hand out of its scabbard, walking toward Ares who holding his nose in pain. Naruto probably broke it and now ichor was flowing down his face. He then put the blade at the side of his neck, looking down at Ares and grinned. Did mom teach you that stealing is bad? Naruto asked. No offense mom, he added, looking at the sky and heard it rumbled. Why are you here? Ares asked through a broken nose. My student was in trouble, so of course I lent her a hand. Naruto then looked at Aphrodite, speaking of whom, Aphrodite. He called for the love goddess, who stepped forward and stomped her foot on Ares' stomach. That is for stealing my scarf, asshole, Aphrodite shouted angrily. With the training Naruto gave her, the force Aphrodite was using was literally too much for the war god to handle. I will kill you if you try to steal my artifact from me again, got that? Dude, I will listen to her, Naruto said in amusement and Ares nodded his head rapidly. Now at a punishment, I will hex you with a worse curse than the one you already have, Aphrodite then said coldly and casted a few curses on Ares much to his shock. Looking at the war god right now, Naruto would rather not know about which were the curses Aphrodite was using because Ares' face suddenly got ugly, even more ugly than their brother. Line break. I will hate to be the one who is at the receiving end of your wrath, Aphrodite, Naruto said as he and Aphrodite sat on top of a hill, looking at the beautiful sunset in front of them. Naruto couldn't help but wonder what it would feel like to be the one who drove the sun all day like Apollo. The three already continued their quest after saying goodbye to him and Aphrodite. He deserved it, the love goddess sitting next to him said. Well, you're right, Naruto then looked at the sword lying on the ground next to him. He picked it up and gave it to the love goddess. Here, take it. What? Aphrodite stuttered. To fight Artemis you will need a weapon, Naruto smiled, so I asked Hephaestus to make you one. In my style, the love goddess took the katana and looked at it in shock. Wow, Aphrodite said in amazement, pulling the sword out a little, this is probably the first sword in my life, what is it called? I haven't thought about a name for it yet, so you chose, Naruto grinned. Vinculum, the same words written in ancient Greek then appeared on the end of the blade. Bond, Naruto nodded and leaned back. Thank you Naruto, Aphrodite whispered softly, looking at him, for doing so much for me. Nah, you deserve it, the blonde smiled. Little did he know that he was being photographed. You're freaking out of your mind. Artemis cried out into Naruto's face, so shocked that she dropped the bottle of nectar she was holding down to the ground and stood up from her seat. I'm very serious Artemis, Naruto said surely. As usual, Artemis came to him every afternoon to have a spar with him and the battle between goddess and human shinobi ended a few minutes ago, once again with Naruto the one who came out unscratched and won the match. However, Naruto was able to see a lot of improvement in the way his half-sister. The more he fought with Artemis, the better she got in each battle. Her punches were harder, her kicks were faster and she was slowly getting used to his unpredictable fighting style. Sooner or later he would need to put these, friendly, spars into a whole new level. I want to see God's divine form. Naruto repeated his words once more times for Artemis, this time a little louder so he could hear him more clearly. He had been wondering that ever since he knew godly beings like Artemis got a true form, in which all of their essences were in one place. Looking upon a god in this state would incinerate and destroy any mortal onlooker. You're out of your mind, aren't you? Artemis asked, her voice lowered and less shocked than before. She knew that this boy loved to play prank and joke around, but this time there was no playfulness in his voice, meaning that he was very serious about what he just said. Did Athena tell you about the consequence of looking at our divine form? Athena was in charge of teaching Naruto the basic information about the gods, so she was very sure her sister would never miss something so important like that. Relax, I got a way to see that form without dying right away, Naruto said. You know about Kage Bushin no Jutsu? The technique that you used to create multi-copies of yourself? Artemis asked. It was one of Naruto's most annoying techniques in her opinion, not to mention it was also his most favorite one. Deal with one. Naruto already gave her enough headache, let alone 10 or even 100 of him, shadow clones, right? Did you know that despite being separated, clones still bear connections with me? Naruto explained with a smile. A characteristic that is unique to the shadow clone technique is that any experience the clones gain during their existence is transferred to the user once they are dispersed. Artemis' eyes widened in surprise at that. Her mind automatically came to a conclusion for his abnormal request. You mean, you will leave a clone to see my true form? Naruto nodded. While you looking away, when it was destroyed, you will know what he saw. And he nodded again. I must say, quite clever for you to come up with something like that. Yeah, I kind of figure it out this morning, Naruto said. But why ask me for this? Artemis asked suspiciously. You can ask father, or maybe Hera for this, surely they would be more than happy to grant your wish, she finished by crossing her arms together. Well, since you're already here, I guess a small favor like this won't be a problem, Naruto said while scratching the back of his head. Then an idea came to his mind, a mischievous smile appeared on his face as he grinned at her. Maybe I will ask Aphrodite, I'm sure she is free right now. Naruto knew that he had touched a sore spot in Artemis, because a tick mark appeared on Artemis' head when she heard the name of her most hated goddess in her list. Alright then, Blondie, Artemis stepped back, making some space between her and Naruto. But what if you are? She asked with a hint of worriedness in her tone. Don't worry, Artemis, Naruto smiled fondly at her. Who could have thought that the cold goddess of the moon would have some soft spot like that? My clones only transfer the information, not the pain or anything. Remember when you stabbed a knife through one of their head? I didn't die, did I? A shadow clone appeared beside him and stepped forward, standing in front of Artemis with his hand in his pockets. Okay then, Artemis nodded and waited for Naruto to turn around before transforming into her true form. Naruto stood waiting. He could feel a massive wave of raw energy crash into his back, like every time a god teleported away beside him. Naruto could also see silver aurora-like light dance beautifully around him. He waited for his clone to be destroyed, and waited for the information about Artemis' true appearance come to his mind. He then heard a light gasp of shock and could tell it was from Artemis, a little higher and more feminine than Artemis' usual tone, almost girlish in a way he couldn't think possible for a cold goddess like her. What happened? Naruto thought inside of his head. As far as he could think of, his clone should be destroyed right after Artemis finished her transformation, and yet it could not be possible. He then felt a light tap on his shoulder and turned around slightly to see his clone, still standing there well and healthy. He was also in shock with his eyes as white as dinner plates. Boss, I think you should see it for yourself, he said before turning the original Naruto around before disappearing. Naruto braced himself from getting killed, but surprisingly he still didn't have a free ticket to the boat, his uncle's domain. He was shocked, of course. The information came to his mind as soon as he saw Artemis' divine form, and the blonde was completely lost for word because standing in front of him was the most beautiful woman, and in his opinion even more beautiful than Aphrodite herself. Even though her appearance changed slightly, Naruto could still recognize the curves of Artemis' face. However, her auburn hair gone and replaced with flowing pure white hair with some blue and silver fringes at the front bands and at the end of her incredible long hair. The goddess in her divine form was wearing a silver, traditional Grecian dress that ended at her mid-thighs and opened slightly at the front, revealing some of her cleavage, a red belt around her hip. She was also wearing an elegant hairpin with an emerald in the middle on the right side, her white lock, and a gold crescent moon in front of her forehead, attracted to a silver ring wore on her head. Artemis, bow transformed, and she was now holding a silver bow with the string itself made from pure energy. Her hunting knife strapped on her waist, from celestial bronze became a silver crystal-like metal. Wow. Naruto could only manage some words out of his dazed state. He was lost in her beauty and admitted it straight away. There were no words to justification. You're so beautiful. Artemis was a little taken apart by his words, but other than reply his compliment for her, she took a step forward and asked. You didn't die, you can see me like this. She was shocked, completely shocked. Naruto was the first, if not the only mortal in existence was able to see godly form. How? I don't know. Naruto stuttered. Wow, he said once again. This time, Artemis' cheeks became a little pink. Clearly the blonde was lost in her beauty. Artemis knew that in term of goddess, her true form could be called one of the most beautiful, since her beauty was natural, was absolutely pure, the beauty of an eternal maiden. She got many compliments from the other immortals around the first day she was on Olympus, but for some reason, the way Naruto was lost in her beauty warmed her heart up. Wait, Artemis shook her head side to side before glaring at him, slowly returning to her normal form. Don't get used to it, Uzumaki. Being able to see our godly form won't make you any special in my opinion, she pointed at him. Well, I guess. Naruto nodded his head. I think I will have to report this to your parent. Naruto nodded once again at her words. Your case is indeed very special, even though you're just only a full-blood mortal. She once again transformed into her godly form. This time she didn't need to wait till Naruto to turn away to do so. I'll see you in our next match, she said, and her body engulfed in light. Like a supernova she disappeared. Naruto stood there, his body was still freezing. Damn. Naruto turned around and walked back into the camp. Line break. Naruto stood in front of cabin 10, Aphrodite's children cabin, and knocked on the door for a few times, waiting patiently for someone to answer his call. He was here to see Selena, to make sure that she was alright. The accident a few days ago with Peach being shot by the mysterious archer and Selena fell from his back from hundreds of feet above the ground. A life and death situation like that could leave the girl some mentally damages. Coming, a girlish voice could be heard, and a second later the door was opened. Standing in front of him was a tall, beautiful and glamorous Asian girl with dark hair and ringlets, warm brown eyes, plenty of jewelry and perfect makeup. She was also wearing lots of pink eyeliner and makeup, very typical Aphrodite's girl. Oh, hello Lord Naruto. Drew lowered her head little, in the presence of the Prince of Olympus and also the one who drove them to hell these past few days. For the last time, please don't call me that, Naruto groaned. Natural spirits and some of Aphrodite's daughters were the only ones that were still calling him Lord. No matter how many times he told them, they still didn't change their mind. Natural spirits called him that because they respected him for being a senin, the one who mastered the art of natural energy, but when Aphrodite's daughters called him that, he felt like they were talking to him like they were talking to their future stepfather, which was very uncomfortable considering what Aphrodite had been trying to do from the day they met. Why are you here, Lord Naruto? Drew asked. If you want us to contact our mother, then we will. No, I can meet her whenever I want. Naruto cut her off gently, raising his hand. He could see that his presence was earning some of the attention from some of the cabin 10's residents, as they were staring at him from inside of the blue cabin. Is Selena here? He asked. Drew was a little surprised by this. Multi-question and possible possibilities flashed through her mind in a few seconds. Because Drew was one of the most stereotyped Aphrodite's children, all of her thoughts circling around the love topic. Ah yes, she is inside. Drew was snapped out of her thought when she finally realized that Naruto was still waiting for her answer. Can you call her for me? He asked. Why yeah. Drew turned around a little and looked at her siblings. You heard him. Some of you go get Selena. Instantly some of cabin 10's members rushed into the house to get Selena, not wanted to upset the prince. So, can I know the reason why you want to meet our head counselor? Drew asked. Nothing much, I just want to make sure she is fine, that's all, Naruto said truthfully. Now that picked up Drew's interest. Before she could say anything more, Naruto's face brightened up instantly when he saw the girl he was looking for walking toward him. Hey Selena, Naruto waved at her. The girl was having her hair brown and eyes black, with the former tied into 2 braids at either side of her head. Even though she wasn't wearing any makeups, it didn't make her any less beautiful and attractive. Hi, Naruto, Selena smiled at him and looked at Drew. Can you leave us alone for a moment, Drew? The beautiful girl asked her sister, which the other girl nodded and walked away. Selena then turned back to Naruto and smiled. How are you today, Naruto? I'm good, Naruto grinned broadly. What about you, Selena? I hope the accident a few days ago. He lowered his voice a little. Well, you know. I'm stronger than you think, Naruto. Selena smiled teasingly at him, making the blonde scratch the back of his head while smiling embarrassedly. Remember that I was the first girl of cabin 10 managed to climb the climbing wall. Yeah, you're also the only one managed to finish 10 rounds around the camp in time. Naruto reminded her and Selena nodded her head in agreement. Selena was quite impressive for a child of Aphrodite. She wasn't only the hottest girl around but also one of the only girls that got enough will and determination to push through his tough training. Spending his time training Aphrodite, he could see that Selena was the one who inherited all of Aphrodite's good qualities. "Hey Naruto, would you like to have another ride with Peace? He misses you, you know." Aphrodite's oldest daughter leaned her body against the door frame and crossed her arms underneath her ample breasts. "Really? How is his wound?" Naruto asked. "Apollo's boys took a good care of his wing, he is back at the best shape now." Selena smiled softly. "So, you're up to another fly?" "Probably, call me when you're ready." "Alright." Naruto nodded his head rapidly. "Will do." Selena stepped back and closed the door, not before waving her hand at Naruto and flashed him a very charming smile. "See you later Naruto." Selena closed the door with the smile still on her face. When she turned around that smile instantly disappeared when she saw Drew standing there with an unreadable expression on her face. But because she was, no matter the differences, an Aphrodite's daughter, so she knew what that expression was about. "Mother said Lord Naruto is hers." Selena, Drew said matter of fact, glaring slightly at her older sister. "I did remember what mother told me Drew," Selena replied with unwavering tone, "plus, we're just friend Drew." "You sure?" Drew asked. "The way he is so concerned about you and the way you talk to him, mother won't be pleased with you, sister." "If I accidentally fell for him, Drew," the brunette pressed, "don't you think that our mother will be the first one who knows?" She then walked past Drew and, "Even if I do, all fair in love and war sister." Drew instantly snapped her head to the side, looking at Selena in disbelief, who only winked at her and stepped inside. Line break. Caitlin Sharp gulped while she stared at Naruto Uzumaki from behind, sitting on the seat behind him, who was conversing with his self-proclaiming best friend, Daniel. The pen in her hand was tapping rapidly on the table, showing just how nervous she was right now. "Nah." But immediately she stopped herself from calling out for him. Luckily for her, Naruto was busing playing a card game with Daniel, so he didn't hear her. Last night and even a night before that, she reread the film script director gave to her, and no matter how many times she read it, she couldn't help but feel extremely embarrassed. The director made sure every single description of his film script was as detailed as possible. So unfortunately or fortunately for her, Caitlin had some rather wet dreams lately. With herself and a certain blonde boy at the main characters. Naked. Sweaty. Caitlin blushed brightly as her mind played back the dream she had last night. The making of Ring of Fighters would start at this Sunday, which meant 2 days from now. The director only told the school's managers so Naruto and Caitlin could skip school for a few weeks. Class ended faster than she thought. "Naruto. Naruto," Caitlin called out to him while her friend was gathering his things, as they were the last students in their class. "Yes." Naruto looked at her. "I was wondering, well." She looked uncomfortable. "If you're free this Saturday." She couldn't believe that she was asking Naruto this, more or less she was asking him out to an actual date. When it came to romance on camera, she acted it out plenty of times and even studied it quite a bit so that she could act as real as she could on stage, yet she was stuttering. This was after all her first time asking a boy out. "Yeah, I'm free, I guess." Naruto nodded his head, a little curious about what she was talking about. "Would you like to, hang around?" Caitlin asked before quickly added, "To discuss about the film, I mean." "Sure, why not?" Naruto grinned. "I'm kind of new to these kinds of things, so maybe you can give me some good advice." "Great, Saturday, 7 o'clock in the morning, alright." "Sure." Caitlin couldn't help but smile at this. Caitlin Sharp stood in front of the mirror, only in her bra and panties, with 2 different kind of clothes in her hands, wondering which was the best choice for today, which was more or less the first date of her life. Caitlin was AMD always would be the center of attention, not only because she was one of the current most successful on the rise stars of the entertainment world, she was also the youngest daughter of the Sharp family. People could easily recognize her whenever she goes, especially the overexcited fans. But fortunately for her, Naruto once again lent her his cap yesterday, the same one he gave to her during the trip to New York, so she could more or less hide herself, drawing as little attention as she could away from everyone's eyes. Caitlin couldn't help but smile at that. Looking at the clock, she still had an hour before Naruto arrived to get her, so she still had plenty of times to make herself perfect and hopefully enough to impress the dense boy, who was still thinking that this was just a simple day between 2 friends and soon-to-be co-workers. Someone like Naruto truly worth her a try. The fact that he was still single made things even more easier and better for her. If things were going to play out well between them, at least the love scenes they were going to play in the Ring of Fighter might be a little less awkward for both of them. Line break. At the same time, Why do we have to train so early in the morning? Aphrodite asked as she tightened her hands around the handle of vinculum, standing in front of Naruto who was holding its scabbard in his right hand, using it to teach spar with Aphrodite. The goddess of love was definitely not a natural sword user, but like how she trained in hand combat, Aphrodite paid extra attention to what he taught her and tried her best to mimic his movements. Her determination was something Naruto greatly respected. He could even see himself back then when he was young and immature from her and had fun teaching Aphrodite how to prove herself. He now understood the feeling of his late teacher, Jiraiya, when the old toad sage took him to his 2.5 training. Because Aphrodite, I'm busy today, Naruto said, making the love goddess raised an eyebrow in surprise, but I didn't want to skip your training, so we have to train a little earlier than usual. Want to tell me? The love goddess smiled before rushing forward and bring her katana down from the above of her head, only to be blocked easily by Naruto who only needed to raise the scabbard. I thought you didn't have school on Saturday. No, I didn't. Naruto blocked and blocked every strikes from Aphrodite much to her frustration. Training even before Apollo started the engine of his chariot and she still couldn't land a single hit on him. I'm going to hang out with a friend of mine from Harvard University today. Oh, is that so? Aphrodite stopped and quickly leapt backward, making some distance between her and Naruto. Never reveal an opening like what he taught her. What is his name? She held vinculum with both hands and lowered her body down a little in a traditional stance of Japanese sword play Naruto learnt from a book and taught it to Aphrodite before charging at him once again. This time she was sure she might be able to land a hit on his forehead protector and get the kiss she deserved. No, it's a girl. Naruto was ready for her. This time he stopped playing around because he saw Aphrodite's heart and eyes, Caitlin Sharp. To his surprise, the love goddess widened her eyes in shock at that moment and her feet tripped over, falling down face first and dash for a meter or two on the ground. Hey, you okay? Naruto asked concernedly, running to the falling goddess and kneeled beside her. Are you serious? Aphrodite's head snapped up so fast that not even his eyes could follow, a few scratches on her cheeks and forehead, her beautiful face dirty, but overall she was completely fine. Caitlin Sharp. That mortal. Yeah, you know her. Naruto didn't expect that Caitlin's popularity was able to reach even the godly dream, and the girl was even known by the goddess of beauty herself. Of course I know her. I had been trying to pair that girl with a boy for some times now, but for some reason my power wasn't able to work on her. Naruto widened his eyes at that. Now that was new. She is also the attention of the male gods lately, so of course I know her. Aphrodite then shook her head rapidly before saying, wait a minute, are you telling me that you're going to hang out with her today, as in, a date? She cried out with a very high-pitched voice. Date? We're just friends, you know, Naruto told her, but clearly his words meant nothing to this goddess. What are you thinking anyway? Who asked first? You or that mortal girl? The love goddess instantly shot to her knees and kneeled in front of Naruto, glaring at him as if he just did something wrong. Well, Caitlin was the one. He then looked around to make sure no one was within hearing range before telling to Aphrodite with a very low tone. Don't tell anyone, alright, but I'm going to play as Sean Housen, the male protagonist of the action, MMA fighting movie Ring of Fighters. Isn't it cool? He asked with a smugly smirk. You? Aphrodite gasped in shock. In a movie? For real? She used to date a very famous film star of Cherokee descent, Tristan McLean, and even had a daughter with him. Well, I passed the interview, Naruto grinned. Caitlin is my classmate at school. She was the one who gave me the leaflet about the audition for the Ring of Fighter. While with my shinobi skills, acting as a different character is never a problem. This is the first time I actually participate in an actual movie, so this whole experience is kind of new to me. Caitlin is going to give me some advices and discuss about the film script today. It is very nice of her to do so. Aphrodite looked at Naruto for a few seconds before closing her eyes, focusing her powers toward Caitlin Sharp, who was at least thousands of miles away from them. For some reason, most of her love interfere abilities, like the abilities to interfere and shape love life, might not work on Caitlin, but not all of her love power was useless on this girl, like Aphrodite's love sensory power. Her eyes snapped wide open when she felt a spark of the feeling for the Prince of Olympus was much stronger than a normal and healthy friendship. No way, Aphrodite looked at Naruto in shock, while at the same time considering about his words, just how dense you can possibility be. She asked in disbelief. Huh, was all his reply. The love goddess was torn. She didn't know what to do in this situation. Being the goddess of love, it was her duty to make the love between mortal to blossom beautifully, especially the more potential couple could become a masterpiece of her work, something like Naruto and Caitlin Sharp. However, as a girl who was searching for her soulmate, Aphrodite felt a little jealous that someone, a mere mortal no less, already made a move on Naruto. Naruto was rather dense, yes, but he was very smart in a very strange way, and sooner or later by the time he come to understand a girl's feeling, he would know Caitlyn's growing feeling for him, and who was he to deny such a relationship with the girl even gods themselves desired like that? Plus, Naruto was too much of a waste to waste on a mortal. Naruto made her felt special in a very special way, something that none of her lovers in the past could do. He taught her many things, so that she could make everyone see past her slutty reputation. Even if he himself was still not comfortable with the way she was, Naruto still accepted the girl she was with a grin. Naruto was also one of the only, if not wanted to say, able to deny her charm's peak power with willpower alone, and wasn't blindly affected by her beauty like most males. For some reason, she got the feeling that he was the one for her. She didn't know why she got that feeling, maybe because she read too much romantic novels or watched and shaped too much loving relationships between lovers. Man, look at the time. Naruto stood up and took out his cell phone to see the time. He got 10 minutes to get to Caitlyn's apartment to get her, so he should get going now. That's enough for today, Aphrodite, see ya later. He gave her back Viculam's scabbard before disappearing in a flash of yellow. The love goddess sheathed her katana into her scabbard before clicking her fingers, making it disappeared into her storage dimension. Standing up, Aphrodite cleaned herself with her power and reactivated her appearance alteration power before flashing away rather violently. The ground underneath her feet burned away from her raw power. She wasn't going to sit still and see her sensei being taken away by a mere mortal girl who happened to be cuter than the other, sexier than the other, and could sing and act better than the other. Hell, Aphrodite could even do them 1,000 times better than the girls. True love or not, she would have to have Naruto for herself and would never let anyone, especially a certain clear-sighted mortal girl, take him away. Being the love goddess didn't allow her to fail in a battle. Love line break. Naruto stood outside Harvard University's gate with his hands in his pocket, waiting for Caitlyn to arrive. The two agreed to meet with each other here. Naruto thought it would be better if he comes to her apartment at Millennium Place to get her, but Caitlyn thought it wouldn't be a good idea because reporters, especially photographers, were always around the place. It would be very troublesome if she was found stepping out of her house with a young man next to her. Those like Daniel would misunderstand him as Caitlyn's love interest, and would start to bother him to no end. Naruto didn't have to wait long because a minute after his arrival, he felt Caitlyn's signature slowly approached him. Turning his head to the side, Naruto smiled when he saw the girl he was waiting for walking toward him, wearing a white t-shirt and long white coat that reached down to her mid-thighs, dark-colored jeans that showed off her legs, and white sneakers. Caitlyn was also wearing his hat on top of her head. "Hi Naruto," the girl cheerfully greeted him, "sorry for letting you waiting." "Nah, I just arrived too, you know." Naruto shook his head, grinning at her. "So, shall we go?" "Alright." Caitlyn nodded her head and followed closely beside Naruto, who couldn't help but notice an attractive black-haired woman wearing glasses hiding at the other side of the street, poking her head out to look at them, giving out a very familiar feeling of a certain love goddess. Naruto couldn't help but sigh mentally. This goddess was the most stubborn girl he had ever met. He told her that this was, by no means a date between couple, and yet she was here, spying on them as if spying on a real couple. Naruto heard that this goddess enjoyed messing around with the love feeling between boy and girl, so he better not let her ruin his day with Caitlyn. "You're thinking like that is something so important," Kurama grumbled inside of his mindscape. Why is that?" The Kyuubi only sighed. Even he, who wasn't a human to begin with, could see something new between these two, and yet his vessel wasn't able to see it, even thought it was right in front of his eyes. "Here's an advice, brat, don't let that goddess around while you're hanging around with this girl," Kurama sagely advised before lowering his head. "I think you're right," Naruto nodded before suddenly took Caitlyn's hands into his, much to her surprise. "You know what, Kate?" He spoke to the blushing girl, "How about I take you to somewhere fun?" Alright," the girl stuttered with her cheeks red, feeling his strong hand wrapped around her much smaller one. Aphrodite widened her eyes when she saw Naruto and that girl. Caitlyn suddenly ran away and quickly followed behind them. However, when the two turned around in a corner, Aphrodite suddenly lost sight of them, which was almost next to impossible because this corner had a dead end. Gritting her teeth in anger, Aphrodite stomped her foot down to the ground rapidly to unleash her anger. The sunglasses fell off her eyes to the ground. Oh my, soon enough, her unnatural beauty caught the attention of a group of muscular men who walked out of a fitness center nearby, who gathered their courage and approached her with a charming smile on their face, pretending to act cool. "What's wrong, lady?" They blushed brightly when she turned around and faced them. Aphrodite's appearance was different in these men's eyes because of her power, but all were beautiful with busty body. "What?" she asked with frustration clearly in her voice. "Did your boyfriend just cheat on you?" The leader asked with a grin, his body moved slightly to show off his muscles. Do you want to hang out? We can make you feel better, you know. Sorry, I'm not interested, the goddess said blankly. Before, she probably took such a generous offer from a ground of handsome bodybuilders, but now, she wasn't even a little interested in them. The love goddess turned around and about to walk away but stopped when she found a large hand placed on her shoulder. Excuse me, I think that you're. But the leader of the group suddenly found his body became weightless, as Aphrodite grabbed his wrist and kicked her leg backward, throwing the man twice the size of her over her shoulder and threw him straight into a dozen of garbage bins a few feet away from them. The group of men could only look at Aphrodite in shock, and the love goddess herself was looking at her hands in surprise. In all her wildest dream, she would never think she was capable of doing something like that. A smirk made it to her face. So, this was what Naruto was talking about. Turning around, Aphrodite looked at the group of men while smiling charmingly, cracking her fist dangerously before saying to them, "Well, aren't you about to take the revenge for your friend over there and make this lady spread her legs in a proper place she is?" The men could only look at each other before charging at her, completely unaware of the fate they were about to suffer. While Aphrodite was beating the living day out of them, testing everything Naruto taught her, turned out that the dead end of the corner wasn't a dead end at all but a very strong illusion, casted by someone way stronger than her. Naruto stopped and looked around, making sure Aphrodite wasn't near them. "Oh, a restaurant?" Caitlin asked in surprise when she realized the two was standing in front of a fancy restaurant, feeling impressed. She was probably thinking that Naruto was about to take her in to have breakfast until. "Ramen." Naruto cried out in delight when he saw a small ramen stand at the other side of the street. "Thank Father for this," he said excitedly. Caitlin looked at him curiously for what he just said but flinched in surprise when the blonde suddenly turned to her. "Hey Kate, do you want to have ramen for breakfast?" Sure," the girl nodded, "why not?" She laughed nervously while being pulled toward the ramen stand by Naruto. The two quickly arrived and Naruto hurriedly pushed Caitlin to a seat at the empty table put beside the ramen stand. It had been days since he got his last bowl of ramen and he was dying from having some right now. The blonde took in the smell and felt his mouth watered. The smell alone could put Ichiraku's famous ramen a run for their money. "You wait here, okay? I will return later," Naruto told Caitlin and quickly ran to the stand, where a woman wearing a white shirt and dark brown pants, a chef hat on her head was standing behind. He pulled out his wallet and said, "2 bowl of ramen please." Coming right on, his head snapped up instantly when he heard that voice and couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw one of his most favorite family members in the world standing there smiling at him. It was Hestia. "Auntie," Naruto asked in shock, "what are you doing here?" "Well, as you already know, this town doesn't have any place that sells good ramen," Hestia said softly to him while bringing out a bag of noodle, "so I think that it is about time a free goddess like me start a good business." "Auntie, be serious," Naruto couldn't help but laugh a little at that. "Sorry," the kind goddess smiled, "I thought you might want to impress the girl with your most favorite food, so I think I should lend you a hand." "For real? Thank you Auntie Hestia, you're the best," Naruto said excitedly to her. "And, should you give me a thank you for helping you get rid of Aphrodite?" "It was you." He was kind of feeling surprised when he realized Aphrodite had stopped following him, since when she already made up her mind, there wasn't anything in this world could stop her. "Thank you Auntie," Naruto thanked her gratefully. "You deserve it Naruto," Hestia smiled. "Now, you should return to Caitlin sharp, she is probably what is her date doing with the ramen stand's owner," the brown-haired goddess said playfully, looking at Caitlin who was staring at them from with curious in her eyes. "Not you too, Auntie," Naruto whined before returning to his seat, sitting opposite from Caitlin. "You two know each other?" Caitlin asked, leaning against the table. "Yeah, she is one of my most favorite chefs in the world." Naruto had tasted Hestia's cooking before and they were all the best quality foods in the world, especially the ramen. They could put his mother's ramen a run for the money. "You really like ramen, do you?" Caitlin asked amusedly. "Oh yeah, I do," Naruto nodded his head and handed Caitlin a pair of chopsticks. "Here you go." "Thank you, Naruto," Caitlin nodded her head, taking the chopsticks into her hands before looking at it curiously before looking up to ask him, "What do I use this for?" she asked, like it was the most oblivious question in the world. Naruto looked at her like she was an alien. Did this girl actually never use a chopstick to eat Asian food before in her life? Later that night. "You have fun today?" Naruto asked, with Caitlin standing in front of him outside her apartment at Millennium Place. It took him some time to sneak past the reporter and photographers, but he wanted to make sure that Caitlin get back to her apartment safely. Naruto thought today they're going to discuss about the Ring of Fighter, whose making was going to start tomorrow morning. However, the both of them actually got a little carried away with all the fun they could get this morning. Naruto took her to various places that he thought was fun enough for both of them, including 2 game centers, a shopping mall, a theme park, and their last destination being the same restaurant Naruto took her into. And here Caitlin thought Naruto didn't have enough money to effort the place. "I had a lot of fun, thanks to you," Caitlin said, smiling at him. "So, you're ready for tomorrow?" she asked, and at that moment, Caitlin realized she made a wrong choice of topic. Well, yeah, kind of. Now that he was feeling a little comfortable with this topic, and Caitlin was also feeling the same. Senna Housen, the main protagonist of The Ring of Fighter, the one Naruto was going to play at, and Sarah Jones, a fatherless girl who lived with her mother in a small house outside of New York, Caitlin's soon-to-be character, were childhood friend who was always with each other from the first day of their life. The two went to the same kindergarten, primary school, secondary school and high school together. Sean and Sarah got together at the first day of their college and became a couple from there. Unfortunately for the two, it was the start of the film. The first scene was also their kissing scene in Sean's house. Also, child Sean and Sarah's actors were already chosen. "So, Naruto said a little uncomfortably, "it will be my first kiss, you know." "Me too," Caitlin nodded her head. "Can't say I'm not looking forward to it." "Really?" Caitlin asked, hopefully. "Nah, just kidding," the girl punched him hard but laughed nonetheless. She could see that Naruto was trying to increase the mood between them. "I never in a close relationship with a girl before, let alone kiss them." Naruto then realized that he was talking too much. See you tomorrow, Kate." The blonde turned around and hurriedly left the place. However, he was stopped when Caitlin suddenly grabbed the sleeves of his jacket. "Caitlin, do you want to come in and practice?" Caitlin asked quietly, finding some unknown interest in her shoes. Naruto couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. "So, the two of us won't get embarrassed because of our inexperience?" Well, if you said so." Naruto nodded at her logic with a forced smile. Caitlin led Naruto into her apartment and closed the door behind her. Line break. There were many kinds of practice. But did practice kissing could consider a kind of practice? Naruto was sitting on the lawn of Caitlin's living room and Caitlin sitting on his lap, with her face dangerous close to him. Their cheeks were red, but Caitlin was a lot redder than Naruto was. But it wasn't like he was less shy about this than Caitlin. When he signed up for Ring of Fighters interview, he didn't sign up for this. He was expecting some hell of a fight with co-actors who were one hell of MMA fighters. "You ready?" the girl asked quietly. He could feel her hot breath right with his face, as well as the way her large breasts were pressing against his chest. "Why yeah," and Caitlin closed the tiny gasp between their face and planted her lips on top of his. No sooner did she do that, Caitlin took her lips away from him. "Hey, you don't have to do it, you don't want to, you know," Naruto told her. Even if it was just for a second, he could feel her soft lips on top of his and a feeling that he had never felt before. It felt good to say the least. No, I want to do it," Caitlin said, wrapping her arms around his neck and kissed him again. This time she didn't separate from him but slowly coming to enjoy their first kiss. They started slowly as first, kissing while nipping each other's lips. Naruto's arms wrapped around the other blonde's back so he could bring her close to him as close as possible. They closed their eyes, their lips leaving for just a second so Caitlin could turn her head slightly to the side, giving herself more access to his lips. The kiss soon heated up as at the same time, Naruto and Caitlin opened their mouth and let their tongue move out and wrapped around each other in a heat French kiss. Caitlin watched enough movies to know what to do with a kiss, and Naruto just had to mimic Caitlin's tongue's movement and let his instinct guide him. His right hand roamed around her back while his left reached into her shirt, moved up the left side of her body, feeling her smooth and soft skin with his hands. The two kissed each other passionately, finally getting used to the other and came to enjoy it. After a few minutes of passionate making out, Caitlin pulled back and grabbed the end of her t-shirt and pulled it over her head, leaving her upper body in only her black bra before lowering down Naruto again, faster than before, and captured his lips. With his hands on her hip, Naruto pushed Caitlin down to the long and kissed her harder. His right hand placed somehow found its way to her right boob and groped them while his right one placed underneath her thigh, bringing her leg up. The girl moaned out at the feeling of Naruto's hand on her right breasts. Not to be outdone, she pushed Naruto back slightly and removed his shirt. "I think the next time we do this," Caitlin muttered as she eyes Naruto's delicious body, lean yet muscular, the masterpiece of a girl's fantasy about their boyfriend. "We both won't get too uncomfortable with each other, will we?" she asked teasingly. "Yeah, maybe," Naruto grinned. "You sure you want to do this?" "Probably." Caitlin nodded her head at that and sat up slightly to wrap her arms around Naruto. "The bedroom is at the right," she whispered into his ear. Naruto smirked and got off the lawn, putting his hands underneath her knees and the other underneath her back to support her before lifting her up and walked to her bedroom, carrying her bridal style. Stop it! Caitlin saw herself cried out in terror, running as fast as her legs could carry her toward the fierce battle between two beautiful women, one with auburn red hair and another with golden blonde hair, the latter holding a long katana in her hands as she clashed against the auburn's massive dual hunting knives. She could feel hot tears on her cheeks. Caitlin was crying, her body was shaking, but it wasn't from the violent shockwaves coming from the clash. She felt something already dead inside her, but didn't know what. Please listen to me, Aphrodite, the auburn-haired woman said as she tried to hold her ground against the sword welder. It was your fault. The blonde, whose name Aphrodite, cried out with tears in her eyes, your fault. Your fault. Your fault. With each cry, Aphrodite brought her sword down as hard as she could her opponent, who could only raise her weapons to block it. Your fault, Artemis. If he didn't fall for you, he would live. Artemis gritted her teeth as the powerful shockwave hit against her face, cutting her cheeks and forehead. However, she didn't expect the blonde to raise her leg and kicked her in the stomach, sending her across the field. Artemis stabbed her blades on the ground to stop herself. Aphrodite glared hatefully at her and gripped her sword harder, stomping toward Artemis, a dark and cruel smile on her beautiful face. Please stop, Caitlin cried and stood in front of Artemis with her arms outstretched. Caitlin, both Artemis and Aphrodite said at once, but Artemis was the one who continued, what are you doing here? Run, she's not your sister anymore. But Caitlin ignored her. Aphrodite, please stop, what happened to you? Caitlin asked through terror, and Naruto. Naruto would never want you to. But a crescent moon-shaped air blade suddenly passed through Caitlin's head, cutting her hair and left a deep cut on her cheek. The air blade hit the ground far away from making it exploded. Don't you dare say his name in front of me, Aphrodite whispered dangerously while laughing like a maniac. All I want is to make him happy, so I am going to send his beloved puppy he risked his life to save to Elysium to him. Sister, this isn't you. Aphrodite, stop. 11 flashed of light appeared around them as a group led by a man with electric blue eyes appeared. You're out of control. Calm down, APH. Apollo said cheerfully, but there was hint of tiredness in his voice, his hands covering in red blood. I'm here to tell you that. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Aphrodite cried as power flared around her. All of you just shut up. She grabbed her head and cried out with throat-tearing scream. Caitlin cried out in pain as Aphrodite exploded with power. Caitlin, Caitlin, hey Caitlin. Caitlin woke up from her sleep when she heard Naruto's voice. Her eyes snapped open and she found Naruto looking at her worriedly. What's wrong? Did you have nightmare? Naruto. Caitlin muttered, feeling her body covered in sweats. Yes, it was just a nightmare. The girl tried to recall the nightmare she just had, but for some reason she couldn't. This was the first. Maybe she was too scared to actually put her mind to remember the details. Since it had been some time since she had those nightmares, Caitlin actually stopped paying attention to them anymore. But she could remember one thing, it was Naruto's name. For some reason, the blonde was always the object of her nightmare. First, she thought it was someone else, but after coming to meet him, she finally realized that it was Naruto who was the one always present in her nightmare. Which was strange enough to begin with. It's all right, Naruto said comfortingly. I'm here. Caitlin nodded and turned her head to the side and saw it was 5:30 in the morning. She then lifted the cover up and saw herself naked underneath, finally acknowledged the soreness between her legs. So, we actually did it last night, didn't we? She asked, looking at Naruto, who then laid down to the bed. Yeah, you scratched me a lot last night. You know, those violent scratches from Caitlin all healed up instantly after they were made, but the girl actually knew how to use those colorful fingernails of her. Well, if you didn't get carried away, I wouldn't have to. Caitlin pouted as she turned to the side and hugged him, putting one of her legs on his body. She could feel Naruto's hand on her hip as well. I guess these muscles of yours weren't made to impress girls only, Caitlin said while moving the tip of her index finger on his chest. You're incredible, by the way. You too, Kate, Naruto chuckled. Damn, what a night. His eyes suddenly snapped open when he felt her hand caressing the length of his manhood. Do you want more? Caitlin asked. I actually don't mind, since I don't see any tiredness from you even after our third round. Well, if you don't mind, Caitlin giggled excitedly when Naruto grabbed the sheet and pulled it over their head, turning around roughly and got on top of her. Oh. Naughty boy, the girl cried out in delight when Naruto latched onto her ample breasts. Line break. Aphrodite, what in Hades' name did you do last night? The love goddess groaned out in annoyance when she heard Artemis cry outside of her palace, with her fist knocking violently against the gate. Not so soon in the morning, please, the love goddess groaned and sheathed her vinculum into its scabbard. After what happened yesterday, when she sent a group of men twice or even third the size at her into hospital with several broken bones and bruise on their body, Aphrodite was even more determined in training and actually got up very soon in the morning to train with Vinculum. However, that was just one out of 2 reasons for her to suddenly pick up an interest in training like that. A very pure maiden was no longer a maiden last night, Artemis shouted, her name is Caitlin Sharp, it was you, wasn't it? Aphrodite stomped toward the door of her palace and pushed it open rather violently, standing face to face with Artemis with a scold on her face. Look, pup, Aphrodite said while crossing her arms underneath her chest, first of all, I don't need you to remind me that. Second of all, it wasn't I who did it, even if I did, I would choose a more suitable partner than her, not the Prince of Olympus. She raised her voice in frustration and crossed her arms underneath her large breasts. This was also the reason why she trained sooner and harder this morning, in order to get to his forehead protector and got that kiss from Naruto, to prove that he was the one and they were meant to be with each other. Wait, you mean, the one who stole that girl's virginity is Uzumaki? Duh, Aphrodite shrugged and slammed the door shut. Artemis was confused. The first things that raced through her mind were the disappointment and anger. Anger because surely she shouldn't expect something more from a son of Zeus, who sooner or later would follow his father's and most of his brothers' footstep in going to woman after woman and has his way with them. Disappointment, because she gave Naruto too much credit, thinking that he might be different from all the males in the world. But the next thing raced through her mind made her stop death in her track, even though it only appeared in her mind for just a millisecond before disappearing without a trace. Artemis was on the way to Olympus, throne room to report about Naruto's ability to see godly form. It was jealousy. First, she blushed when Naruto commented about the beauty while she was in her divine form. Now, she felt jealous. Just what the Hades was happening to her? Artemis bit the inside of her mouth to shake herself off those thoughts before continuing and stomping toward the throne room. Damn boy, damn fish cake, the moon goddess couldn't help but unconsciously mutter those words under her breath. Kicking the throne room open, Artemis walked in and brought out her bow. Ignoring Hestia's warm greeting, she shot a silver arrow to the sky, summoning the Olympians' council. What now, Artemis? Aphrodite said in annoyance as she appeared on her throne. Tell me the reason why you summoned the council, Artemis, Zeus ordered powerfully. Father, your son, even though he is just a mortal, Naruto is capable of seeing me in our godly form. Her declaration made the Olympians gasp in shock, even Athena, who was reading a book, almost dropping it from her hands. Impossible, Ares cried, that punk is just a mere mortal. I showed him my true form, Ares, Artemis said emotionlessly before turning back to Zeus, explaining before any misunderstood could take place. He asked me to show him my true form, as he wanted to see how gods in their divine form look like through the use of shadow clones. Zeus, Hera and Athena nodded their head. They were the only Olympians in this room other than Artemis and Hestia knew about the true benefit of shadow clones technique. However, when I turned to my divine form, I was shocked to see that his clone wasn't destroyed. It then called out to the original and Naruto turned around to look at me. Interesting, Athena nodded her head, her mind full of possibilities, theories about this. Well, bro is already powerful enough to begin with, Apollo said in amusement. Now you tell me that he can see us in our true form, the hell? Aphrodite who was paying more attention to the mirror she was holding while fixing herself, was actually having a goofy smile on her face. Her divine form was 10, or maybe 100,000 times more beautiful and more attractive than her normal form. This could be a chance for her to land a heavy blow on Naruto, as he was almost immune to her beauty. Also, Charm's peak was a lot stronger than usual in that form. Maybe it was the chance for her to make him hers. Zeus, do you think it had something to do with Kurama? Hera turned to her husband and asked. She too was quite surprised by this. I think it is possible, Zeus nodded his head before turning to Athena, the wisest goddess. Athena, what do you think about this? I got many theories, Athena spoke up loudly. Maybe it had something to do with the 9-tailed fox he has in his body. Maybe it was because of being a Sennin, having the same power as the lost lord of nature Pan. But I think the most possible theory is because you two even thought you two were in artifact human bodies when Hera gave birth to him. I think more or less some of your godly powers went into him, allowing Naruto to see us in our true form. Zeus nodded his head. I think this is just a start for the awakening of Naruto godly power inherited from you. I will need to see him directly to take more examinations. It seems that the time for him to join our rank is near, Zeus announced loudly and most of the Olympians nodded their head, no one more excited than Aphrodite, but Ares only grumbled distastefully quietly under his breath. Oi Artie, you look pissed, Apollo called out to his sister, what's wrong? First of, don't call me Artie, Artemis said in annoyance. Secondly, Naruto Uzumaki destroyed a maiden last night by taking her virginity. Zeus and Hera's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets in shock while Apollo and Hermes wolf whistled while high-fiving with each other. Hestia only sighed with a smile because she already knew about this. Around the Olympians' council most of the Olympians were having the same reaction as the royal couple of Olympus. Then we must celebrate this day, when Naruto got his first woma. But Zeus stopped his proudly announcement when he saw Hera's deadly glare. The king of the god quickly cleared his throat and said, I mean, since she might become my future daughter-in-law, what is her name, is she immortal? I bet that she is hot, was Apollo's words. Asked Aphrodite, it already bad enough that he humiliated my domain. Artemis walked toward her throne and sat down heavily. All heads turned to the goddess of love, who then looked around before saying, her name is Caitlin Sharp. Scored. Apollo and Hermes cheered out but then, the sun god froze in shock. Wait a minute. Yes Apollo, your little brother got that mortal girl first, none of you got any more chance with her now. Aphrodite sighed, glancing slightly at Ares, none of you. Oh ho, watch me, Apollo grinned charmingly. Ahem. Zeus cleared his throat loudly, earning back the attention from the Olympians. We should stop this topic and back at the matter at hand. How's the quest doing? They're on their way father, Athena said. They have some unpleasant encounters with monsters but still managed to overcome them. They're on their way to Las Vegas now. Zeus nodded his head. Wait a minute, don't tell me they're on their way to the underworld, Poseidon spoke up worriedly. Quite clear that they misunderstood Uncle Hades to be the one who stole the lightning bolt, Athena pointed out, but from Chiron's report, Percy Jackson, after he heard the prophecy, said that stolen object will be returned to the owner so we should not worry too much about this. I understand, Zeus nodded his head. Now, if all of you have nothing more to say, council dismiss. Most of the Olympians stood up from their throne and flashed away. I think it's time we pay a visit to our son, to catch up with his life you know, Zeus told Hera with a smile. The queen of the gods nodded her head while smiling warmly. She admitted that she didn't actually pay attention to her son's life lately, mainly because of her duty as a goddess and the godly realm needed to be kept in check especially around this time, when some of the minor gods starting to question about the Olympians' council after finding out that the master bolt was stolen. Line break. End cut. The director shouted loudly into the speaker, a wide smile on his face, good work with the takeoff everyone. Lunch break in 20 minutes, his assistants said to everyone. Naruto pulled back from Caitlin and grinned widely at her, giving her his trademark expression. It wasn't that hard to kiss her in front of the film crew, who more than understood the responsibility of actors and didn't question how Naruto could kiss Caitlin that normally like that. However, the crowd of students especially the male population, who was standing behind the fences, was all glaring at him in jealousy. The set of Ring of Fighter was at New York University, so the filming crew managed to ask the school's directors to let them use their campus for the filming intention. Damn you fishcake. Daniel, who was crying in jealousy, actually managed to get a position in this film but unfortunately, his role wasn't anything important, only public people role. Hey, chill out, Naruto patted Daniel on the back while wearing a smugly grin, at least you will be there to see it happens. Shut up, Daniel groaned. Hey boys, water. Caitlin appeared beside them carrying 3 bottles of water, hugging them closely to her body. Thanks Kate, Naruto smiled and got himself one of them. Filming was quite fun to do. He met most of his co-actors this morning and they were all specialists in martial arts. He couldn't wait to experience the way Earth's fighters fight and would love to learn a few good moves. I also prepared some lunch boxes, you call them bento in Japanese right? Caitlin grabbed her basket and pulled out 2 lunch boxes wrapped carefully by colorful clothes. She turned to Daniel and said apologetically, sorry Daniel, but I only got another one for Naruto. Not to worry, Daniel said with a very forced smile before nudging Naruto with his elbow, told ya, she got a thing for you. Yeah, Naruto nodded his head with a bore expression before pushing his self-proclaimed friend away. After finding a rather private and comfortable spot to enjoy lunch for themselves, Naruto took the bento box Caitlin prepared for him and unwrapped the orange cloth before opening it. Wow, you prepared all of this? Naruto asked, rather impressed by the foods inside the bento. He got a large amount of well-cooked rice, teriyaki chicken, 4 pieces of salmon sushi, 2 shrimps, roasted pork, pickles and of course, his least favorite but it was still there, vegetables. You eat ramen all the time Naruto, so I guess I will have to prepare something healthier for you. Caitlin winked at him and opened her own bento, which was more or less the same as him but with lesser meat and more vegetables. Hey, you're going to die if you only eat vegetable. Naruto grabbed the chopsticks and picked up some of his pieces of chicken and put them into Caitlin's box, taking some of her vegetables for himself. Hey, Caitlin tired to take back her foods. I'm going to get fat if I eat too much of this, she whined. And I thought you hate vegetables, the girl pointed out, remembering yesterday when she had ramen for breakfast with him. The blonde absolutely stayed away from the vegetables even though the kind chef gave them plenty. Naruto only shrugged his shoulders, making Caitlin giggle at his caring yet rather clumsy side. When the two of them were halfway through their lunchtimes, Sherry Bennett and Patrick Pearson, the children actors who played Child Sarah and Child Sean at the beginning of the film, approached them, holding the poster of Ring of Fighter in their hands. Miss Caitlin, Patrick stuttered nervously, with Sherry following closely behind him with the same nervousness. Yes, Caitlin put the bento away and smiled warmly at them. How can I help you? We're wondering, Sherry shyly whispered, but still enough for them to hear, could you give us your signature? Please. The two pushed the poster in their hands forward, showing them to Caitlin. Oh, of course, Caitlin smiled and took out a pen and stepped forward, getting down to her knees in front of the two children and signed the posters for them. Naruto couldn't help but smile at this. His girlfriend was such a wonderful girl. Line break. Naruto returned home after bringing Caitlin back to her apartment. Today footages turned out to be quite successful. After his first day, Naruto could understand why Caitlin enjoyed acting so much. He now had a girlfriend, not to mention a very beautiful, attractive and amazing one at that. Naruto couldn't help but smile widely at the thought. Pushing the door of his house open, Naruto walked inside but immediately put on his guard when he saw the lights of his house were turned on. Naruto, is it you? His eyes widened when his mother's voice came from the kitchen. Mom, Naruto asked in surprise, lowering his guard, is that you? He threw his backpack away and walked into the kitchen. Hey Naruto, his father, Zeus, who was sitting at the dining table, greeted him with a smile. Dad, Naruto asked in surprise, turning his eyes from his father to his mother, who was cooking what appearing to be a delicious dinner for three, wearing a white apron around her waist. What are you two doing here? Can a parent come to visit their son? Hera approached him and kissed Naruto on his cheeks, wrapping her arms around his neck. I miss you, Naruto, she said warmly. Me too, Mom, Naruto smiled at her. Sorry for not visiting you sooner, Naruto, Zeus said, standing up from his seat. We're very busy lately. Relax Dad, I understand, Naruto said, nodding his head. Stay out of trouble, I hope, he teased with a foxy grin. Yeah, Zeus chuckled. Sit down Naruto, I am making dinner. Hera released her son and pulled the chair for him. Thanks Mom, Naruto smiled at her and sat down, making himself comfortable in front of his godly father. So Dad, how's thing going on Olympus? Hera then quickly returned to cook dinner. Quite troublesome lately, Zeus said with a sigh. Some of the minor gods are causing some trouble lately. The information about the Master Bolt was stolen somehow leaked out, making them question my position at the King of the Gods. Naruto nodded in understanding. They started to side with Poseidon. Zeus then chuckled while shaking his head. How ridiculous. You know we have to do it Dad, to lure the lightning thief out, Naruto said. The quest, Percy and his friends definitely return your weapon to you, but what matter is to catch the lightning thief himself. Enough with that, Zeus suddenly said and leaned forward, looking at Naruto in amusement. I heard you got yourself a very beautiful girlfriend now. Naruto widened his eyes in shock, glancing slightly at his mother, who was also looking at him with the same look his father was giving him. Well, Naruto scratched the back of his head, looking away. How did you two know about Caitlin? You can say that what you did kind of pissed Artemis off. Naruto laughed nervously at his mother's words. How long have you two known each other? Hera asked while placing the dishes down the table. A few months, I think, Naruto thought out loud, but we started dating yesterday. His parent then gasped, is it a bad thing? He was still didn't know much about these kinds of thing, so of course he wouldn't understand. Wait, you are telling me that you slept with her after the first date? Zeus Wolf whistled. I must say, very impressive young man. You definitely got it from me. The King of the Gods immediately received a hard slap at the back of his head by his wife. Naruto, it's not a very good thing you know, Hera said to him, sitting down on her chair. Do you understand her well enough? Well, Caitlin is kind, caring, passionate, she loves acting, singing, her favorite foods are vegetables and everything that is in her diet, which I don't like by the way. She also enjoys reading romantic novels, listening to her own music, learning new things. She also enjoys myths, a great mind for art, especially Greek and Roman arts. Her favorite color is wit. Wait, you actually paid attention to all of that? Zeus asked in disbelief, and Naruto only nodded his head. Well, then we have nothing to worry. What about her parent? Well, so far I still don't have the favor to meet one of the most powerful men in the mortal world yet. Naruto grinned, but hey, I'm the Prince of Olympus, what could go wrong? He joked. We want you to be happy, Naruto. Hera said softly, holding Naruto's hands, make sure to not fall into your father's footstep. Hey, alright. I will, Mom. Naruto smiled, I'm more like you than him. Enough with indirectly insulting me. Zeus Winston grabbed his bowl and chopsticks, let's have dinner, I'm starving here. But I thought gods didn't need to eat normal foods to live. I'm the god of drama, the king of the god replied blankly, then broke out in laughter with his family. These moments only warmed Naruto's heart up. This was what Naruto always wanted in his life, a family. No, Naruto, I'm too sore. Caitlin, sharp, as naked as the day she was born, her body covered in sweat and tiredness could be seen on her face, cried out and she tried to crawl away with her weak legs and hands. Walking behind the poor girl was a human-shaped devil with bright blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing a smugly grin on his face as he easily caught up to the crawling girl. You fufu, don't try to run away, my beautiful queen. Of course, the devil we was talking about was Naruto Uzumaki, the Prince of Olympus, also wearing absolute nothing to hide his muscular body. A week had passed since Naruto and Caitlin started their not-so-secret relationship to the godly world below. The two were literally madly in love and spent their times around each other whenever they got a chance. Artemis was extra busy lately and Aphrodite said she wanted to self-training on her own for sometimes, in order to surprise him, so Naruto gave her a week of doing anything she wanted, giving him more times with his beautiful girlfriend. So at day the two went to the studio, giving their best in every ring of fighters, footage before going on a secret date as soon as the director let them go. Naruto took Caitlin all the places he could think about, from fancy restaurant to a simple ramen stand, Hestia's ramen stand, or from theme park to a simple game center. The blonde could even already say that going on date with his girlfriend was one of the best times of his life, as he had a lot of fun with her. Then, when the two of them arrived at Caitlin's apartment, it was time for something more intimate. However, it wasn't like Caitlin didn't enjoy sex with Naruto, but no matter how she tried to push herself, the girl could never keep up to his unholy amount of stamina. Even after going at it straight from the night to the next morning, Caitlin could hardly see any tiredness from her boyfriend, which completely horrified her because she could barely walk the next morning, despite Naruto tried to be as gentle as he could. As Naruto got on her and wrapped his strong arms around her waist, Caitlin could feel his fully erect 11 inches cock pressed against her ass. Caitlin yelped slightly in shock when Naruto lifted her off the bed and twisted their body around, throwing her back to the head of her queen-sized bed on her back. To her surprise, he didn't go on the kill like usual but grabbed her knees, spread her legs and shot his body forward, throwing his face into her crotch. Hi-an, Caitlin moaned out when Naruto's lips pressed against her nether lips, starting to eat her out gently, serving her with his mouth and tongue. Naruto. Pleasure washed over her spines, making the annoyed soreness disappear. Suck harder, you're so good at this. Caitlin couldn't help but wonder how could Naruto become so good at pussy eating like this, maybe because after so many times slurping up noodles from his favorite ramen. Caitlin arched her back and grabbed onto Naruto's hair, crying out in pleasure as Naruto bit on her clitoris gently. Pulling back, he gave her pussy lips a long and wet lick before ramming his tongue inside her pussy, playfully teasing her. Naruto just loved the taste of her love juice on his tongue, gulping it down his throat only made him wanted more. So Naruto began to roughly eat her out, thrusting his tongue rapidly past her pussy lips, making Caitlin's eyes snapped wide open in pleasure. I'm coming. Caitlin, her back bended upward and cried out and cummed hard into Naruto's face, drowning him in her love juice. Naruto grinned smugly at his handiwork before opening his mouth, trying to gulp down as much as possible. When Caitlin's orgasm finally ended, Naruto crawled his way up her body and looked into her beautiful eyes. They stared at each other for a moment, with Caitlin breathing hardly. Naruto's hand gently went up to cup her face, tracing his thumb on her cheek before bringing their face together in a loving kiss. I love you, Naruto, she whispered with a smile, staring up at him. Love you more. Naruto grinned at her and kissed her softly on her lips. His free hand grabbed Caitlin's wrist and brought her hand toward his raging hard cock. You did all that just for this, didn't you? Caitlin asked, flicking his nose playfully. Ah, you know me so well, Naruto joked, at the same time gently pushing Caitlin down with his hand on top of her head, getting the young woman on her front and her face facing his cock. Caitlin gulped slightly as she stared at Naruto's cock, the object that sexually abused her almost every night. At its hardest state, his cock was 11 inches in length and as big as her forearms, and she didn't want to get to his testicles. Caitlin didn't know how he could get so big at such a young age like that, as his diet was completely unhealthy. Genetically, perhaps. Nonetheless, Caitlin quickly got to work in hope that she could somewhat wear him out. Despite her protests, Caitlyn loved to make love with him and wanted to satisfy her boyfriend in the best way she could. Naruto sighed in satisfaction as Caitlyn wrapped her lips around his length, feeling her tongue licking sensually at the underside of his cock and paying extra attention to his cumslet. Caitlyn swallowed more and more of his length, using her hands to stroke the parts she couldn't get into her mouth yet. Caitlyn then pulled back, leaving only the bulbous head of his cock inside of her mouth before sucking in the flared head of her boyfriend's prick, staring up at him with big blue eyes. Caitlyn then restarted to work inch after inch into her mouth. Naruto groaned in pleasure as he felt the hard head of his knob bump against the back of her throat for a second before he felt her muscles work and his prick slide down into her gullet. Dear fat god, Naruto stopped himself at the last moment. Caitlyn, you're getting good at this, he moaned, gently thrusting his dick forward, watching his girl deep throat him. Caitlyn was still trying to get all of his down her throat, knowing that she shouldn't push herself too far cause she still value her life. His moans increased even further when Caitlyn hummed softly around his prick, winking at him before moving her head back and forth, fucking her own throat with each movement, alternating between going as deep as she could and swirling her tongue around his cock head as she took a deep breath before plunging Naruto's fuck meat back into her throat. Naruto gasped as she pulled off him, his prick covered in spit, her right hand continuously stroking his dick. Now let's. But Naruto stopped dead on his speech and his face became as pale as a ghost. Naruto, what's WR? UMGH. Caitlyn didn't get to finish her question when Naruto suddenly grabbed her head and pushed it down his cock, going nearly 9 inches down her throat much to Caitlyn's shock. Her hands moved around wildly and put onto his abs, trying in vain in pushing him off her. Nothing Caitlyn, just, keep sucking, he said to her. Because appeared in front of him just a few seconds ago was an iris message and the person who was at the other side of the line was none other than Artemis, the goddess of maidens herself. She was freezing in utterly shock, her mouth dropped freely in shock, her eyes as wide as dinner plate and was giving him the, what the fuck is going on, look. Then, after a moment of shocking, Artemis finally regained her composure and, much to his shock, a massive blush appeared on her face, becoming even darker than the color of her hair. This, in his opinion, was the cutest thing he had ever seen from the cold and emotionless immortal huntress. The magical link then shut down immediately after that. Line break. Aphrodite was having the final day off before she faces against Naruto, which would be tomorrow morning. The love goddess was pretty confident that this time, she would be able to get his forehead protector and get the kiss she was waiting for. Plus, she got a trump card up her sleeves now and it would definitely surprise Naruto. Aphrodite couldn't help but giggle when she thought about what would happen afterward if turn out Naruto was the love of her life. When it came to love she was never wrong, and by now she was 100% sure that Naruto was the one, her true love. She was in love with Naruto. Though she would feel surprised if she wasn't. He was kind, caring, powerful and not to mention very handsome and attractive. Aphrodite could barely imagine what she would do to those muscles of him when she finally got her hands on them. She didn't care if he got a mortal lover, because sooner or later he would become a god and they would be out of his life soon enough. She would be the only female who got eternity with him. Aphrodite carefully put vinculum under her bed and fell backward on the soft surface. After she confirmed that Naruto was the one, she would have to work with extra effort to raise her own position in his parents' eyes, as she wanted to have Zeus and especially Hera's blessing, not at the one who was going to marry their son but the one who he was in love with and madly love him back. Aphrodite was cut off her own train of thought when someone suddenly kicked open the gate of her palace and stomped in without her permission, at the same time crying out angrily. Intruder! Aphrodite stood up and cried out. She didn't feel surprise in the slightest when the one who randomly busted into her house turned out to be Artemis, her arch-rival. It was you, wasn't it? Artemis asked with her hunting knife brought and about to press against Aphrodite's throat, but to her surprise the blonde-haired grabbed her wrist and twisted roughly, making her drop the knife. What? Aphrodite glared at the goddess of the moon, completely unaware of what she did. What do you want now, Artemis? You're the one who is influencing Naruto Uzumaki, aren't you, Aphrodite? Artemis asked through her gritted teeth, snapping her hands away from Aphrodite's grip, because even though he was just a typical male, I don't believe that he would lower himself down the level of a rapist. There was a massive blush on her face and as much as she didn't want to admit it, the blush was because of Naruto's godly body was still lingering on her mind. What are you talking about? Of course Naruto can't. Aphrodite then froze. Wait a minute, are you telling me that Naruto and Caitlyn are having sex right now? She asked, nearly cried out in shock. Yes, the auburn-haired goddess nodded, crossing her arms underneath her chest. Firstly, last time I checked Artemis, when it comes to Caitlyn Sharp and Naruto Uzumaki, my power is completely useless, Aphrodite said, Secondly, how did you know this? Surely you're no goddess of sex. I called him with Iris' help, because I want to have a spar tonight, Artemis pointed out. When the link was connected, first thing I saw was. Artemis stuttered, her blush darkened even more, making Aphrodite to look at her in amusement. Was naked and his hand forced Caitlin's head down his penis. Artemis cried, making Aphrodite winced. It called a cock, genius. Aphrodite said, so, he is rather forceful, how nice. Unconsciously, Aphrodite rubbed her legs together. That's not my point, he is raping a girl down there, and if it wasn't your handiwork then I have to stop it. Artemis summoned her hunting knife back to her hand and about to turn around when Aphrodite suddenly stopped her by placing a hand on her shoulder. As much as I want to do so too, Artemis, I don't think it is a good idea. Aphrodite said, also, he is not raping her, he is making love with her. I doubt someone like him would do something so downgrade like that. She was the goddess of lust, yes, but in her opinion the worst kind male out there was the ones who forced themselves on women. It's perfectly fine for couple in love with each other like them, so a loveless one like you would never understand. Yeah, Artemis winced disgustingly. I need to tell him about the spar tonight. How the Hades can I tell him without looking at their intimate moment? There is something called cell phone. Pup, Aphrodite snapped her finger and a pink iPhone appeared in her hands. Here, I got his number right there for you. She dialed Naruto's number and gave the phone to Artemis, who took it and pressed it against her left ear. What are you doing? Artemis asked in annoyance as Aphrodite also pressed her ear at the other side of the phone, standing extremely close to the moon goddess. I want to hear her moan, so I will know just how much pleasure he can bring me when we date. Aphrodite giggled, making Artemis groan in frustration and about to shove her off when suddenly she heard his voice. Aphrodite, now is not the time, Naruto gritted his teeth, saying with the lowest volume so Caitlin, who was nothing but a moaning mess underneath him, wouldn't be able to hear their conversation. It's me, Uzumaki, Artemis said blankly into the phone. Naruto, who are you talking to? Caitlin asked through moan. Aphrodite couldn't help but wolf whistle rather excitedly. She could hear those moans and the sound of flesh hitting flesh, which, showing that Naruto had to be jumping her pretty fast and powerful to be able to create those noise. Oh, hey sis, Naruto said cheerily, rather nervously to Artemis. Sis, now listen you damn rapist. Artemis cried out in anger, but Naruto quickly cut her off. How have you been? He asked with the same cheery tone. He is acting, Aphrodite told Artemis. When you're dating a girl, especially when you're fucking them, the last thing your partner wants to know will be you talking to another girl. I don't want to know that freaking thing, Artemis winced in disgust but cooperated with him nonetheless. No, I'm not fine little brother, I'm actually really pissed right now. Really? I'm good too. Caitlin suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck to bring herself up, kissing and nipping on his neck lovingly while he pounded into her tirelessly. What do you call me for, sis? Need some help with training? Yes, me, tonight at Yellowstone Park, Artemis said curtly. I will crush you under my feet, and she threw the phone back to Aphrodite after shutting down the connection. I will let you try. Naruto smirked and threw his phone away, snaking his hands down her ass and focusing on giving his girlfriend yet another incredible experience of her life. You didn't tell me you have a sister, Caitlin said between moans, falling back to the bed on her back and give Naruto a full access to front body. His hip never continuously pounded into her, actually managed to punch past the entrance of her womb. Half-sister actually, Naruto said, lowering himself down her chest and grabbed her boobs, lovingly playing with the large mounds. Well, she is my father's daughter with another woman. Oh, is that so? Caitlin smiled before saying, don't you know that I'm also a stepdaughter? What? Naruto asked, buried deeply inside of her. My father fell in love with my mother some time after he married with Susan. Caitlin then made a frown, but I never get to see her. I heard from my father that she left shortly after the day I was born. This was actually pretty familiar to Naruto. If he didn't know any better he could swear that Caitlin Sharp, his girlfriend, was a demigod. Her beauty was abnormal, but it wasn't like Aphrodite's sexual beauty, but a more gentle kind of beauty, like his mother. She was also kind and very caring, very warm like his Aunt Hestia, not to mention she actually loved to eat vegetables and almost anything related to it that she called healthy. He heard that among the Olympians, there was a goddess who loved to eat vegetables, and that would be the goddess of harvest, Demeter. This girl got almost all the characteristics of his mother and his aunts. Wait a minute. Hey, why did you stop? Caitlin said with a cute pout, buffing her cheeks. Go satisfy yourself quickly so I can rest. Oh, sorry Kate, Naruto smiled down at her before kissing her on the lips. My bad. He raised his hip, pulling his cock out until only the square head of his cock left before thrusting inside as hard as he could. Once again he made Caitlyn climaxed for who knew how many times that day. Line break. Naruto, fully geared up with his shinobi gear, stood waiting with his arms crossed across his chest inside Yellowstone National Park, waiting patiently for Artemis to arrive. For some reason, he got a feeling that he would get one hell of a battle tonight. Artemis' pissed-off voice promised him that. 10 minutes after his arrival, he heard the sound of something flying with amazing speed on the sky. Looking up, his eyes widened when he saw an entirely silver chariot, pulled by 4 golden reindeer with silver horns. It reminded him Santa Claus's chariot. Artemis then made herself known by jumping off the chariot and landed gratefully down to the ground. Artemis was in her young adult form, with silver bow in her hand and quiver full of arrows on her shoulder, hunting knife strapped to her waist. Artemis, Naruto greeted the goddess. Uzumaki, Artemis greeted back with a smirk, ready to eat the dirt. She pulled out her 2 hunting knives and took a stance. I will make you pay for raping that young woman. Rape? Wait a minute, we were making love. Naruto defended himself, but it was too late. Artemis leapt forward so fast that her whole body became a silver blur. But it wasn't anything Naruto couldn't see, quite opposite actually. As quick as lightning, Naruto pulled out his kunai and went into Sennin Moto to make sure that he could counter her godly strength. Raising both of his hands, Naruto used his weapons to block all of Artemis' blurring attacks. Sparks appeared every time knives clashed against kunais. Artemis wasn't the only one that got better with each spar they took. Even though he won every fight, Naruto still learnt by looking at Artemis' skillful movement, and he could say that he finally caught up to her thousands years of experience. But still, Artemis wasn't an opponent you should take lightly. I think it time I take thing to the new level. Naruto's eyes widened when Artemis' body suddenly glowed in an ethereal silver light, as silver auroras appeared around her body. She was going to transform. Oi oi, you're taking this too seriously, Naruto called out, but it was too late. Artemis finished her transformation in a bright flash of silver light. Her hair turned from auburn to pure white with blue and silver fringes, her face became unreal beautiful, and her clothes changed to the elegant silver chiton, with red belt around her hip. Artemis opened her eyes and smirked at him, her silver eyes glowed with power and as bright as the full moon above them. Before he could even react, an invincible smashed into his body with the force more powerful than anything had ever hit him, sending Naruto away helplessly on mid-air while crashing through several trees before ending at the front of a large boulder, which cracked because of the force. To his shock, despite his rock-hard skin, Naruto was actually in pain. Surprise? Artemis asked, walking toward him gratefully while holding the bow in her right hand. Her beautiful white hair swayed side to side in the wind. I will show you what a divine form of God truly capable of. The fact that you can see godly form make this even better for me. Naruto gritted his teeth, and for the first time since Artemis asked him to train with her, he became the one who charged at her first with his fist brought back. Artemis stood still, the small smirk never left her face all the while. Sennin Moto is no longer work on me, Artemis whispered, but Naruto could hear it very clearly. Remember that I'm the proud goddess of nature. To his shock, Sennin Moto deactivated itself because of the natural energy automatically left his body, leaving him powerless. Artemis then dodged his fist by grabbing his wrist and moved it to the side, crouching down and thrust her palm toward his chest. Gah! Naruto caught a mouthful of blood and felt his ear skipped a beat by her simple yet effective attack. Naruto was once again sent into the air and fell roughly down to the ground. How? He coughed, trying to push himself up. In this form, I have absolute control over nature, including its energy. Artemis said coldly and walking toward him. Now, use your full power, she demanded strongly. Naruto gritted his teeth in frustration, he could barely believe what was going on. Naruto knew that godly form gave a huge boost in power to the gods, especially those among the rank of Olympians, but he couldn't believe that it was this much. Artemis actually cancelled his ability to use Sennin Moto and finished him in a single move. The blonde doubted that even without the control over nature, it would take her lesser than 5 moves to finish him. He was right all along, this would be one hell of a fight. How hard is your skin right now? Naruto asked, spitting blood out of his mouth, and used the back of his hand to wipe away what was left at his chin and the corner of his lips, feeling the organs inside of his chest healed up. Pretty strong, why? Because I'm about to get serious too. To her excitement, Naruto's body busted into light as pure golden chakra coated his body, with thick black markings appeared on his body. He turned around fast enough to surprise her with an orange glowing orb in his hand. Artemis immediately brought out her bow and pulled the energy string back, making a silver arrow appeared out of nothingness. Naruto thrust his rasengan forward, and at the same time Artemis used the tip of her arrow to counter it. A powerful shockwave was unleashed between Naruto and Artemis before wave after wave of force was created between Naruto's rasengan and Artemis' arrow. It was clear to him that the arrow Artemis was holding was no normal arrow because this was the first time he had ever seen something could stand against his rasengan, other than Sasuke's Chidori. "You really think that this can take me out?" Artemis screamed through the wave after wave of force and pulled her string back even further, making her arrow gloat in silver light. "You're damn wrong, boy." And she released that arrow. Naruto quickly deactivated his jutsu and moved his hand to the side, dodging the glowing arrow at the last moment, luckily escaping the fate of losing his arm once again because Artemis' arrow completely destroyed a border like it was nothing. The Prince of Olympus took no other second to think just how powerful Artemis had become. By moving with the speed far greater than Artemis' reaction, Naruto appeared at the right side of the goddess, hovering on mid-air before striking her with his hardest punch. However, he didn't expect her to disappear before his fist could connect to her face. Just a millisecond after that, Naruto sensed a massive amount of killing intent behind his back. Two hands shot out from his back and grabbed Artemis' wrist before she could strike him. The blonde turned around and delivered a roundhouse kick to Artemis' head. She disappeared once again. Naruto nearly forgot that gods could teleport in their divine form, so basically Artemis was as fast as or maybe even faster than he was right now. For the first time, Naruto found a fight to be truly entertainment. It had been years since his last real fight, and against Obito, Madara or even Kagaya wasn't so enjoyable consider their intention at that time. 3 arrows were heading to him, each glowing brighter than the last. Naruto's only choice was dodge, and dodge. Following the way of the arrow, he could see Artemis shooting arrow at him from behind a bush. The goddess of the moon smirked widely and spread her fingers, using only her thumb to hold the string. 4 silver glowing arrows appeared and readied. "Try dodging this," she cried and shot the arrow. To his surprise, each of them flew at different direction, leaving silver auroras on their path toward him. Naruto was about to dodge them when suddenly, the arrows changed direction once again and all headed to the sky. The arrows disappeared into the cloud. Next moment, there was a bright silver light before hundreds or even thousands of silver arrows rained down the area. From the amount of energy he felt from each of them, it was clear to Naruto that each arrow was as powerful as a pack of C4 explosive. One of them was easy enough to dodge, thousands of them were a big problem. Now he knew why she was so confident that he got no chance dodging them. For real. Naruto groaned when he saw Artemis appeared in front of him. Very real, and she kneed him hard in the stomach before turning around to punch him in the face when he used Kawarimi. Groaning out in pain, Naruto crossed his fingers together and cried out a very familiar ninjutsu. Kage Bushin no Jutsu. To Artemis' amusement, thousands of Naruto appeared in puffs of smoke. Half of them shot into the sky to stop the arrows while half of them charged at her. "Number mean nothing, you know that?" Artemis asked as she easily took out every clone coming at her. "I can easily take them out, like how easy I will take you out. And don't you realize that those arrows are about to wipe Yellowstone Park away from the map?" "Clones?" Naruto asked loudly. "You're the goddess of nature and yet those arrows is special," was all her reply before creating an arrow in her hand to stab the nearest clone, then notching it back to her bow and shot straight through at least 2 dozen more. "I can do this all night long, without even need to use half of my power," Artemis shouted. "Just like I do," Naruto cried back. The next morning. What a fight! Naruto chuckled to himself as he was breathing hardly, actually standing on sheer willpower alone. "You're just so powerful," he told the goddess standing in front of him, who didn't look any better than he was. "You," Artemis breathed, "were not fighting all out, weren't you?" Her appearance flicked between her normal form to divine form, showing that she was also at her limit. Almost everything around them was destroyed. Naruto and Artemis fought all night long, leaving nothing but destruction to their surroundings. Well, Naruto muttered, "You as well, weren't you? Like you said, if we both go all out on each other, we will level this place, probably the whole country itself," Artemis admitted with a tired sigh. "You're just too powerful and I am just too stubborn to give up." She charged forward again, but this time her speed was nowhere near the one she used last night. "You don't have to prove anything, Artemis," Naruto reasoned as he dodged Artemis' punches and kicks. Unlike her, he got Kurama to pack him up. Artemis could take a few square of ambrosia or a gulp of nectar to regain her strength, and yet she didn't do it. Instead she kept on fighting. "Why are you keeping on fighting?" He grabbed her wrist and pushed her backward. "Not your damn business, boy," Artemis growled, her eyes half lifted, her form flicked once again. "Artemis. All boys like you do is break maidens' heart, toying with their feeling before throwing them away like trash," Artemis said with her blue bangs covered her eyes. "I have to be strong, to stand up for them." She leapt at him again. This time, Artemis' form fully flicked to her normal one and her right foot tripped over, making the proud goddess to fall forward. However, Naruto appeared beside Artemis and caught her. Gathering what was left in his chakra system, Naruto used Hirishin to teleport himself and Artemis to Olympus. Carrying the sleeping goddess on his back, Naruto walked toward her palace and pushed the door open. There he found her bed, which was also silver in color. Turning around and put the goddess down to the bed. Damn, Naruto muttered after standing up and look at Artemis' sleeping form. He could barely lift his eyes right now due to tiredness. She looked so peacefully sleeping like this, not trying to kill him or anything. Even Naruto couldn't believe that he actually wore some other gods than Aphrodite, who wasn't a fighter to begin without. Sighing to himself, Naruto turned around and about to teleport back to his house when suddenly his vision became blurry, his legs became shaky and all it took was a single step to finally drain him out. Naruto fell backward with his eyes closed. Naruto lost his conscience on the proud goddess of the moon's bed, with Artemis sleeping right next to him. Power level. While some of the readers took the fight between Naruto and Artemis quite well, I couldn't help but notice some of the other readers of my story couldn't accept the fight and actually asked me to remake it once again, saying that I made Naruto too weak to their liking. So, I made this chapter in order to clear the power level of the characters in this story of mine. After this stat sheet is over with, those who still can't accept the power level, you can leave if you want, and if you throw flames at me, I will block you. Very simple. In terms of power, when compare Naruto to the immortal beings at this world, this story will go like this. Base form, as strong as godly being at their normal form, probably on par with fighter-type Olympians in their normal form. Senin Moto, completely surpass the power of a fighter-type Olympians, but still Senin Moto's enchanted strength couldn't match godly strength. Why? Because god like Artemis actually hold the sky on their shoulder, which in Percy's words were millions and millions tons worth. Zeus could throw a whole mountain in order to imprison Typhoon. It was in Greek mythology, so it is facts XD. Tailed Beast Chakra Moto, first stage, in term of power, equally strong or stronger than Olympians, divine form. Tailed Beast Chakra Moto, second stage, in term of power, completely surpass Kronos, the king of Titan and also the most powerful Titan. In this form Naruto could be about the same level of the giants and low-level primordial beings. Sixth Path Sage Moto, completely surpass the stronger primordial gods. In this form Naruto is only weaker than Chaos, which is far weaker than this primordial beings, who is the creator of the universe itself. Now, that would be the level power of Naruto in this story of mine. I don't care if I accidentally decreased Naruto's powers in Naruto's biased fan. This is how I thought about Naruto's powers against godly beings. For God's sake, they are freaking God. To begin with. Now, if Tailed Beast Chakra Moto is, in term of power, is stronger than Olympians, divine form, then how come I only showed he fight on par with Artemis and didn't come out with the win? Here is the reason. Basically, in term of skills and experience, Naruto is thousands years too young to compare with someone like Artemis, who already fought to protect her mother right after she was born. Artemis had been fighting all her life, for 3,000 years of her immortal life, while Naruto, who only fight for his life for 17 years. Artemis is also very skilled with weapons, she know what to do in a fight. Also, in the previous chapter did you see me made Naruto using his stronger ninjutsu like Rasengan or planetary Rasengan? Or he used against Artemis as a normal Rasengan, Kage Bushin, and the speed equal the speed of godly teleportation. I didn't want to say this, but nearly all of Naruto's stronger form is thanks to Kurama, who gave him his power. Naruto's anti-fans usually use this excuse against us true fans, but in my opinion, the thing that made you powerful isn't your power is powerful but the way you use that power, and Naruto showed that he didn't just get those power hang to him in the silver spoon. About stamina, Naruto had a godly amount of stamina, however, nothing is unlimited, even Naruto got his own limit, you know. He fought against an incredible experienced Artemis for a whole night and actually managed to wear her out, to the point she lost conscience after that, which is more than impressive to begin with XD. In the end, it wasn't the power that made you the winner, it was the way you fight, the way you use that power and how much experience you got in the battle. Artemis might lack the power to completely defeat Naruto, but in the end she got 3,000 years worth of experiences. That is the end of this stat sheet. I hope that I'm not becoming a biased Naruto's fan myself or accidentally piss off the biased Naruto's fans. Thing is, anything could happen in fanfiction. This is fanfiction to begin with. Give Naruto some more chapters. The fight against a true form Aries where Naruto hold nothing back will show that just how powerful he is against them. The Flamers returned and blew a full power of insult to me in this chapter. However, lately I became a fan of John Cena and guessed what? He taught me to become strong against flamers, that the flames will make me work even harder, so basically please throw the flames at me, now. It only makes me work harder for the true fans of my story. Laughing face. A short omake to make this a chapter XD. He was dead. Naruto knew that he was dead meat. Waking up in the morning with the sunlight coming from Apollo's fancy sun chariot, his body arching a little from all the hard punches and kicks Artemis gave him. But it wasn't something that worried him. Nothing in this world could make the always cheerful Naruto Uzumaki worry, except the feisty goddess of the hunt who had an unhealthy hatred toward male, who also happened to turn around in the night and was now lying on his chest. Naruto glanced down slightly and saw the top of Artemis's head and the mess of her auburn hair spread out over his torso. Her head rested against the left side of his chest, arms wrapped tightly around his body and one leg put on his own. Naruto found it actually hard to breathe when the goddess of the moon made herself even more comfortable having him at her hugging pillow. Naruto did remember falling asleep last night, but not in this position, with the front of Artemis' body pressed tightly against the left side of his body, her modest breasts squeezed between them. He needed to get out of this before she woke up, or else he would be a dead meat. Naruto thought about using Kawarimi to get him out of Artemis' bone-crushing hug, but failed when he realized that he couldn't move his upper body because of Artemis' powerful arms. When he started to consider using Senenmoto, his movement, even if it was small, woke Artemis up from her sleep. Shit, Naruto cried out in his head when he realized that Artemis was beginning to wake up. The goddess' head moved up a little, looming around the room with a tired look in her eyes. Artemis could remember losing consciousness after the intense fight against the Prince of Olympus, which for once she didn't feel ashamed for losing to a male. She wasted too much power in the normal attacks, actually thought that it would be enough to take out the blonde, but once again, he surprised her by proving her wrong. She would never admit it, she lost fair and square last night, but she really enjoyed the fight with Naruto. Artemis could always find lot of excitements from sparring with Naruto, if not wanted to say from being around him. When two fighters crossed fist with each other, they came to understand each other more than anything. She was wrong when she thought Naruto was just like any males. From the way Aphrodite was acting, she could say that Naruto truly loved Caitlyn Sharp, not playing around with the girl like all of his brothers and especially father. Artemis couldn't help but sigh in satisfaction. This was one of the few times in the history she found a boy so different from others, and she truly treasured that. However, her eyes widened slightly when she saw the pillow she was so comfortable hugging. She didn't have a hugging pillow to begin with, not after fully matured and lived separated from her beloved mother. Her eyes widened in horror when she recognized the black pant with orang stripes, bandage wrapped around his right thigh to strap a kunai porch to his leg. Her head snapped around so fast that Naruto could barely believe possible, coming to face with Naruto with her silver eyes as white as dinner plates, or as white as the moon in a full moon night. She then realized that her position was rather intimate with him, with her hand wrapped around his body and her leg laid on his mid-thigh, body dangerously close to him. They looked at each other for a moment before Naruto managed to break the uncomfortable moment between them. "Ah, hey," he greeted her with a nervous smile, "did you have a nice SLE?" Kya. The next thing he knew, he was thrown into the nearest wall with so much force that his whole body broke through it, landing roughly on the ground outside of Artemis' palace. Shit, Naruto got up to his feet and saw Artemis transformed into her true form, bow in hands glaring murderously at him. "How dare you violated me while I was sleeping?" Artemis roared and shot the arrows at him, which he dodged because all were aiming at his crotch. Die. 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 Naruto did the only logical thing for any male in this situation. He ran. Naruto stomped into Aphrodite's palace, believing that this would be the only place in the world Artemis wouldn't think about trying to search for him so that she could cancel his ability of making children. He could hear her quick footstep outside. Naruto managed to create a few clones in order to distract the angered goddess, and one of them managed to catch her attention right after that. In a silver blur, Artemis leapt forward, following closely behind him while throwing the most horrible kinds of curse humanity could think of. Being chased after by an extremely angry goddess in the morning would be the last thing he ever wanted. "Oh, good morning, Naruto." His head turned to the front and saw Aphrodite walking out of the bathroom with only a thin bathrobe covered her body, using a white towel to dry her hair. "Ah, hey," Naruto chuckled nervously after receiving the memories of the destroyed clone. He didn't think that Artemis would find out about his clones that soon, especially catching up to them. "What happened? You look trouble, sensei," the love goddess asked with an amused smile. "Nothing, nothing at all." Naruto shook his head rapidly. Last thing he wanted would be this talkative goddess gossip about what happened this morning. "Is that so?" Aphrodite nodded her head with a smile, throwing the towel away. letting her dried golden hair fall freely down her back. Naruto looked at the goddess of beauty and couldn't help but admit that she looked a lot more beautiful without the heavy makeups. Sure, she was as stunning as always, especially when she was only having a single bathrobe wrapped around her body, but her charms looked more beautiful and less forceful than before, almost as beautiful as Artemis in her true form. Aphrodite walked to her makeup's table and was about to set herself, in her opinion, perfect in Naruto's eyes. However, before she could sit down, Naruto grabbed her Aphrodite's wrist, stopping her. "Wait," he spoke up with a smile, "I think you're perfect this way." Aphrodite was confused. "I mean, you're a lot more beautiful without those makeups." Naruto pointed his hands to the table filled with makeup's equipments, making Aphrodite gasp in surprise. "Trust me, they make your beauty look forceful." "Why didn't you say it before?" Aphrodite asked, a little louder than usual. She then realized her loud voice. "Oh, sorry," she said sheepishly while sticking out her tongue cutely. "Don't worry," Naruto grinned. "Now dress up and get ready, you got a promise to keep today, lady." Naruto was about to turn around when suddenly he saw a mischievous smile appeared on Aphrodite's face. Her hands then moved to the knot keeping the bathrobe on her body and released it at once. Naruto's body froze in shock, his eyes nearly bulged out of his socket when Aphrodite's body came into view. Now that he got himself a girlfriend, Naruto's point of view about women changed greatly. Now he could admit how beautiful they are and sometimes compare them to his Caitlyn. But even when the daughter of the most powerful company in the world was beautiful and incredible attractive, she still looked like a young little girl when compared to this goddess of beauty herself. Aphrodite's breasts were bigger, not the biggest pair of tits he had ever seen, but still damn right impressive, making Naruto wonder how could she carry them around without back's problem, especially now that she learned how to fight. The shape, the color of her nipples and areolas were pink, almost impossible perfect. Her skin was spotless, having the color of healthy white, and Naruto didn't need to touch to know how soft and smooth it was. Going down was a perfect toned stomach, much toner than before thanks to the training she took with Naruto, even gaining noticeable feminine muscles. Connected to that was a wide hip, bubble ass, and most of all Aphrodite's bald sacred place, her pink pussy. The body almost every man in this world would do anything to get their hands on, and keep it at the porpati. Almost. "Oh oi," Naruto stuttered, taking a step back while pointing at Aphrodite. "What are you doing? Put some damn clothes on." "Yufufu, excuse me, do you really forget that this is my palace?" Aphrodite asked teasingly while folding her arms underneath her gravity-defying large tits, pushing them up to make them look a lot bigger and sexier, like what you see. "I got a girlfriend, damn it." Naruto turned around, trying not to pay attention to Aphrodite's body. "Oh, a girlfriend who can't completely satisfy you?" Naruto's head snapped up at that. "Wait, were you spying on us?" "Of course not, I respect my teacher's time with his girlfriend after all. It just that at the goddess of lust, I can always feel the lust from all the people around world, and if I'm not mistaken you're always high whenever night time came." Naruto, while saying that, Aphrodite couldn't help but caress her thigh together, the place between her legs were getting hotter and hotter. "Just, put some clothes on," Naruto said before declaring loudly and sagely, "because you're my student, you also have to learn to never break a promise." All right, the love goddess giggled and snapped her fingers, summoning her training gears. "You can turn around now." Naruto sighed in relief and turned around, his hand instantly shot up with a kunai to stop the celestial bronze blade of vinculum, Aphrodite's sword aiming at his neck. "Get ready, Naruto," Aphrodite said with a smirk, "today I will get that kiss." "You can try," Naruto nodded, amazed at the burning determination in her eyes. Line break. Athena, Olympian's goddess of wisdom, was sitting on a simple wooden chair beside her working table inside her palace. She was going through various possibilities she could think about the task her father gave to her about Naruto's condition, from the books lying open on her desk. Athena couldn't help but admit that this was one of the most interesting tasks her father had given to her. Naruto Uzumaki, born from two normal, clear-sighted mortal bodies whose souls were Zeus and Hera. The method of creating Minato and Kushina's body was the same as how the Titan created the first human, made by the Fates and Hecate themselves. Naruto was a clear-sighted mortal, meaning that he could see past the mist, but no one, even Athena herself, would ever think that he was able to see godly form without getting killed. She didn't want to conclude anything when she didn't have much information about this. She would need to run a few tests Naruto both physically and mentally, in order to know the truth behind his ability. As if the world was on her side, the doors of her palace busted open and Naruto stomped in with a panic expression on his face. Athena stood up and looked at him strangely, only to see him putting a finger on his lips before hiding away behind the closed doors. "Sister, are you in there?" Artemis could be heard outside and it was full of anger. Yes, what is it, Artemis? She replied calmly. Do you see Uzumaki anywhere? Athena's eyes glanced to Naruto slightly, couldn't help but think about what he had done to anger this goddess. After a second of thinking, she finally came to a conclusion. No, I do not. Okay, thanks for the help, Athena. The huntress quickly shot away, trying to find the real Naruto. Her tracking power couldn't work on Olympus, so she had to search for him in the traditional way. What did you do? Athena asked, crossing her arms together while looking at the blonde who was sigging out bun relief. Not me, boss did it. You're a clone, it wasn't a question. Yeah, thanks for the help, Athena. Clone Naruto stood up from his position and about to walk out. We need to keep her around as long as possible, you see. Wait, Naruto. Athena stopped him from opening the door. Come here and sit down. She pointed her hand to a chair next to her working desk. Clone Naruto was confused. As far as I know, clones are also capable of bleeding. She summoned a set of medical equipment on the table. To find out about the truth behind your ability to see divine form, I would like to run a few tests on you. Start with blood test. Okay then, it wasn't like he got anything important to do, and would prefer staying in this world a little longer. Line break. What's wrong, Aphrodite? Naruto asked as he punched her gut so hard that it made the goddess cut a lot of ichor out of her mouth. He was wearing his forehead protector, and since the beginning of the battle, which was about an hour ago, Aphrodite couldn't even get close, let alone touch it. She might have a chance if she didn't tell him to fight her serious. Where is that confident you show me at the beginning? He grabbed her head and pushed her back, charging forward and thrust his elbow into her stomach again, this time a lot harder than before. Aphrodite cried out in pain and fell down to the ground while holding her stomach, dropping vinculum. She could barely see what was happening around her, her vision was blurry and hard to focus, her body arching in pain from the ruthless attacks Naruto gave her. This was the first time in her life Aphrodite was in so much pain, even during the war with the Titans and the next war with the Giants. The bitch born to replace her managed to land a few hit on her, but not even that giant hit her as hard as Naruto. You know, when you fight Artemis, she is going to hit a lot harder than I am right now, Naruto said emotionlessly. He actually felt kind of bad for hitting Aphrodite so painfully like that, but in order to train her perfectly, she needed to know what physical pains felt like and learn to handle them. You want to give up? He asked, and almost instantly Aphrodite shot forward, trying to forget the screams of denial from her torn muscles. Naruto sidestepped and let Aphrodite fell forward, however his eyes snapped wide open when he saw her foot coming toward his face, by throwing her right leg back. This was one of the things about her body that helped Aphrodite a lot with her training, it was the supple. Aphrodite could outstretch her body, moving her limbs around in amazing ways like a professional artistic athlete even before Naruto taught her to do so. But it wasn't something Naruto couldn't handle, even without his least strongest form Senenmoto. Naruto grabbed her foot and twisted her ankle, hard. Ah! Aphrodite screamed out in pain and tried to struggle, but Naruto's grip was too firm. Give up, he said and put more force to it. He knew that without Senenmoto, the chance of him breaking her godly bone would be thin, but definitely put her through serious amount of pain. Never. Once again, Aphrodite showed just how supple her body was by twisting around and pushed herself up with a punch aiming at his forehead. Naruto smiled and released her ankle, moving his head slightly backward to dodge her fist, which clearly aiming for his forehead protector. I will show you just how much I want to be with my true one. She shouted and viciously attacked him, forcing Naruto to go into Senenmoto to block. You. Why are you so sure, Aphrodite? Naruto asked as he dodged his student's fist and countered with his own, so fast that Aphrodite couldn't react and it went straight to her left cheek, leaving a dark bruise there. He could be anyone. Like Adonis, Naruto named out the only male in the history that Aphrodite ever truly loved with all her heart. Or maybe Ares, or even my other brother Hephaestus, the one you didn't even pay attention to and cheated on him when you two were still married, he asked, catching her fist. Why are you so sure it was me? Because you make me feel special. Aphrodite said softly. I never felt like this before, not even with Adonis. You accepted and worked hard to bring out the best of me, you even cared for my children, when everyone didn't care much about them because of me. She attacked him with her other hand. It made you special in my eyes. Even if I am your loved one, what would happen if I don't love you, Aphrodite? Naruto said while shaking his head. If Aphrodite's theory was true, then the last things he would ever want to do would be leaving both the woman he loved and the woman that loved him heartbroken. I don't care, Aphrodite said strongly, pushing Naruto back several feet using a drop kick much to his surprise. As long as my loved one is happy, I will feel happy. The love for my true love is unquestionably and unconditionally. I don't care how many women you love or sleep with, what matter is that I love you and want to see you live in happiness." Naruto was lost for words, he didn't know what to say. From how much she boasted about her true love, he knew that when Aphrodite found Hun, she would love him with all her heart, and he doubted that she would ever think about betraying him, but he would never think that she could go that far just to see him live in happiness. This goddess, there was a lot more about her he still didn't know. Never judge a book by its cover, Naruto couldn't help but admit how right it was. "I will get that forehead protector, Naruto, and I will prove to you that you are the one." To his shock, Aphrodite brought her hand out with her palm facing upward in a very familiar position to Naruto. His eyes widened even more when pink energy began to form around her hand and gathered together, swirling together at one point like a mini storm. "What the fuck?" Naruto cried out when a pink rasengan formed in her hand. "You copied my technique." "How?" He was shocked. As far as he could remember, he didn't teach Aphrodite the rasengan, and did she know how to morph chakra in the first place? Surprise! Aphrodite cried out excitedly, "This is one of my trump cards against you, my own version of rasengan." It was clear that that orb had more power than his normal version rasengan. Because from the feeling he was getting, Aphrodite created her own rasengan using her godly energy, not chakra. He was right about Aphrodite didn't know how to morph chakra, but she did figure it out, a way to create a rasengan with godly power. "Took me a while to hold it steady, but I managed in the end." The love goddess leapt forward with the rasengan in her hand, dashing it on the ground. "Now prepare." Shit. Naruto raised his hand and created his own rasengan, which was orange in the color and enchanted with senjutsu. Rasengan. Both cried out as pink and orange rasengan clashed against each other. Both human and goddess cried out as they grinded each other technique against each other, trying to push each other back as the ground underneath then cracked and exploded, creating wave after wave of shockwave. "Gah!" Aphrodite cried out, and much to his shock, she was slowly pushing him back. Shit, not even Artemis managed to push him this far. Naruto pushed more senjutsu into his rasengan and enlarged it, much to the blonde's shock. It became gigantic in the matter of seconds. Senpo, rasengan. Aphrodite, knowing that she didn't have a single chance against it, made her rasengan exploded. Naruto deactivated the technique as the explosion brought up a large amount of dirt and earth from the ground, blinding his vision. "It is no use, Aphrodite." With Sen and Moto, he could feel her presence running around him. Naruto brought out his arm and swiped around, blowing the dirt away. However, his eyes widened when he saw Aphrodite shot down from above. Immediately he knew that she was in her divine form because of the ethereal pink light around her, as well as the skimpy purple and gold outfit she was wearing, barely left anything to the imagination. Her golden hair also grew longer, with a lot of flowers to decorate. Because Aphrodite was always in her true form, her true beauty didn't change that much, but still managed to increase to the level of catching his breath, just like Artemis. Trump card number 2, Aphrodite shouted, "Sexy tactics." And she removed her clothes, leaving herself completely naked. Her breasts jiggled erotically on midair as she slowly getting close to him. "You like to copy my technique or something?" he asked, impressed by how well she could fight unfairly like a kunoichi, using her sex appeal to her advantage, but unimpressed by this technique. "I will show you the real sexy technique." Naruto crossed his fingers with an evil smirk. "Orokyuku harem no jutsu." "Kya!" Aphrodite cried out in shock with a massive blush on her face when an army of naked boys, including the male Olympians, circling around her, flashing Aphrodite their charming smile as well as showing their muscular delicious body to her eyes. Some even managed to get close to her and did some sexy calling gestures. The clones then disappeared, leaving Aphrodite completely shocked and shaking on the ground while Naruto was rolling on the ground, holding his stomach while laughing so hard that it was hurting her body. "Unfair!" Aphrodite cried out. It was so humiliating, like Naruto was laughing at the way she was in the past, which hurted her. "You should know better than I don't play fair," Naruto said with a smirk, actually glad that Aphrodite covered herself up. "Now shall we content?" His eyes widened when power suddenly flared around her, creating a massive shockwave of power that knocked Naruto off his balance. "Unfair!" Aphrodite rose up to her feet, her hands gripping tightly with her bangs shadowed her eyes. "Unfair!" She looked up and cried out. The youngest daughter of Uranus, classified as one of the most dangerous Olympians, exploded with power. Like a nuclear bomb, everything in a 2 miles radius was engulfed in pure raw power from a goddess's power unleash. Naruto could only raise his arms to shield his face away from the explosion. He couldn't help but think how right he was when he chose Yellowstone Park at their fighting ground, or else this explosion would leave a huge amount of damage to any place in this world. After Naruto was sure the power explosion was end, Naruto released his hand and could see that his shirt were completely destroyed and his plants was nothing but rag cloth now, barely be able to cover his bottom. A hand then suddenly shot out and grabbed his forehead protector, roughly pulled the thing off his forehead. Mine. Looking up, Naruto saw Aphrodite standing before him with his hite in her hands, glaring at him with anger clearly in her eyes. However, not a second later the goddess of love's eyes lost its beautiful color as she immediately shut them up and fainted, her features returned to her original form. Naruto quickly shot his arms out and grabbed her before she could fall to the ground. Looking around, Naruto couldn't help but feel a surprise by how much Aphrodite could destroy with her power alone. Everything literally disappeared from the earth's surface. Line break. Clone Naruto waited patiently for Athena to return. After taking a large amount of his blood, the goddess went into her own lab and stayed in there for 3 hours, probably went through any kinds of tests in this world and probably some godly stuff. Then, the door was opened and Athena stepped out, carrying 2 small test tubes in her hands. One contained a small amount of red liquid and other with golden liquid, ichor no doubt. Athena sat down in front of him and sighed. Listen carefully, so the original can know about this, Athena said seriously. Do you know what this is? She asked, showing him the red tube. Blood. Naruto asked, my blood. Yes, Athena nodded her head. What about this? The goddess of wisdom brought up the ichor-contained test tube. Ichor. Naruto said, yours. No, this is yours. Naruto's eyes snapped wide open in shock. 2 hours after coming to contact with my ichor, Athena then sighed. Normally, godly blood would completely destroy normal blood. Only the strongest kind of human has the blood strong enough to withstand the power of ichor. Only demigods' blood have this power. She looked at him, and yet, you. What? He stuttered, what does this mean? My only theory is that you're becoming a god yourself, Athena declared. Impossible. I couldn't help but agree, but your case is very unique, Naruto. Athena turned back to the test tubes with a frown. I will need to run some more tests to have the final conclusion, she then said, but I think you should prepare for now. Naruto got nothing to say. He didn't know if he should feel happy about this or not. Then it snapped him, to the point he completely stood up from his seat. Caitlyn. That is the name of the mortal girl you're in love with, right? Athena asked. I think you should also prepare for that. When you became a god you were bonded to ancient laws, so. Athena didn't need to tell him to let him know that. Naruto bit his bottom lips. He loved Caitlyn and didn't want to leave her, but this wasn't something he could control. Line break. Caitlyn Sharp was humming a soft tune while preparing a table for 2, also preparing the fanciest kind of dinner she could. Naruto was going to come to her place tonight to have dinner with her and Caitlyn couldn't help but giggle at the thought of what would happen afterward, as she also prepared her bedroom for a loving night together. Ding dong. Caitlyn's eyes widened slightly when she heard the sound of her bell. She didn't think that Naruto would come this soon. Coming, Caitlyn said loudly and walked to the door. Looking through the hole on the door her eyes widened when she saw no one outside. Curiously, Caitlyn opened the door and looked around. She couldn't find anyone there. Strange. Caitlyn then looked down and widened her eyes when she saw a folder lying on the floor. Picking it up, the young woman opened the folder and moved her hand inside, grabbing what looked like a stack of pictures and pulled them out. Her eyes widened when she saw they were the pictures about Naruto and a very beautiful and attractive woman, almost unimaginable and unbelievable. It was you, wasn't it, father? Caitlyn muttered to herself as she moved through picture after picture. Then, her eyes widened once again and nearly dropped the rest of the pictures because of what she was seeing. It was Naruto, giving the beautiful woman a sword. Her mind automatically activated itself and nightmares she got a few nights ago flashed back. Now she remembered. The same woman who exploded and mentioned Naruto during her battle with the auburn-hair woman, she had the same sword like the one Naruto was giving her. At 5 o'clock sharp in the morning, Naruto's mind automatically woke him up from his sleep, as the Prince of Olympus slowly opened his eyes. Naruto was greeted with the familiar sight of his beautiful girlfriend, sleeping soundly with her back facing him, snuggling closely to his chest with his arms wrapped around her waist. He couldn't help but smile. He could get used to this. Hell, Naruto even thought about starting a serious relationship with Caitlyn, aka marriage if things turned out well to them. The blonde knew that he thought a little too far ahead, considered the fact that the two of them only started dating with each other for a few weeks. But time wasn't something Naruto got at this timing. Last night after the last of his clones dispersed, Naruto received some rather interesting information about his condition from Athena. He was becoming a god. How? Naruto didn't understand, but based on Athena, some of his erythrocyte was showing sign of turning into Ichor's erythrocyte, flicking between the color of red and gold for a few seconds before turning back to normal. Athena wanted to see him as soon as she finished with the blood she got from his clone, in order to run some tests on his real body to see that if he was really becoming a god or not. But this matter didn't concern him one bit. Naruto didn't care that if he was becoming a god or not because he believed that he would always be himself, godly or not. However, what he was worrying about was his relationship with Caitlyn, as it could seriously affect the both of them. Naruto wasn't one to follow rules, he would love to break them if necessary. But because Caitlyn was immortal, this could seriously affect her. Naruto didn't know much about the ancient laws. As gods, both minor and Olympians were the only one who was taught from one of the friendly primordial gods. Until he fully understood the ancient laws, it would be a wise thing not to mess up them. But Naruto got a solution for this, even if it was almost next to impossible because it had been a long time since the gods last grant this generous gift. He would ask his parent to turn Caitlyn into a goddess herself, or at least grant her immortality. Naruto wanted to be with Caitlyn, he didn't want to leave her or make her sad. The two of them was madly in love with each other, his sensing power allowed Naruto to feel that from his partner. It was a mutual feeling, something they both shared and greatly treasured. Leaving her right now would be the last thing he would want to do, and he doubted that Caitlyn wasn't feeling the same, all because of his condition. But this also meant he would have to reveal his true origin to his girlfriend, which wasn't that hard to begin with. Since they were both in love with each other, Naruto believed that there was no secret between them, dark or not. He would tell Caitlyn without a second thought and hope that she would understand. Caitlyn's body then stirred slightly before turning around, facing him and wrapped her arms around his chest tightly. The young woman buried the top of her head into the crook of his neck and released a soft breath, a small smile forming on her lips. Naruto smiled softly and planted a kiss on the top of her head, moving his right hand up and put it on her soft hair, stroking the beautiful golden lock gently. "I can get used to this every morning," Caitlyn said softly, kissing Naruto on his neck. "Yeah, me too." Naruto smiled and moved his body down a little, turning around so he was on top of Caitlyn with both of his hands at either side of her head, looking down at her with loving eyes. "I love you." "Love you more," Caitlyn said softly and let Naruto lowered his head down and kissed her on the lips. After a few seconds of loving kiss, Caitlyn opened her lips slightly and let Naruto injected his tongue into her oral in a heat French kiss. Both loved the way their tongue was wrapping around each other. Caitlyn moaned hotly into Naruto's mouth when she felt something hot and very hard poking against the lower part of her belly. Giggling slyly, Caitlyn's hands shot down and grabbed a hole of his dick, feeling the hotness and hardness with the soft skin of her hands. Caitlyn could feel Naruto moaned out between their kisses. She moved her hands up and down his length with a slow pace. Then when Naruto tried to push himself into his girlfriend, Caitlyn's hands left his cock and put onto his chest before pushing him back slightly. There bad boy," Caitlyn said playfully as she traced finger on his jawline. "Don't get too excited, you already got enough of me last night." Naruto groaned in disappointment, making Caitlyn giggle. More or less she finally got used to wake up in the morning with an incredible soreness between her legs, yet her boyfriend still asked for more by now. It was actually hard to believe how much stamina Naruto got, as he literally went through at least 10 rounds without breaking a single sweat, and Caitlyn more or less dead tired, and she took her exercise very seriously. It didn't help that each rounds last at least half an hour or maybe more. Maybe she should reconsider about inviting him to her apartment every night, as she didn't have much sleep lately. "You're no fun at all, Kate," Naruto said, then moved his head down and buried his face into her cleavage, using his face to tickle her. "One more round, just one more round please." "Stop Naruto, it tickles." Caitlyn laughed. This was the reason why she couldn't say no to Naruto, she loved him too much to see him disappointed or sad. She then got the perfect idea for him. "Hey, how about you try these girls out?" Caitlyn pushed her large tits together and smiled seductively. "Awesome." Faster than her eyes could follow, Naruto already sat up with his knees at either side of her upper body, hands immediately grabbed her boobs and spread them apart, putting his raging hard cock down the open valley of her mounds before pushing them together again, squeezing his cock in the middle. Even when her tits were big, she still couldn't completely cover his length, as the large head and around 2 inches of his cock was poking out between her cleavage, with the bulbous head right on top of her nose. Caitlyn pouted when Naruto pulled back and thrust forward roughly. "So soft," Naruto moaned. This wasn't the first time he received a tits fuck from his girlfriend, but no matter how many times he sandwiched his cock between her breasts, he could never escape the feeling of getting lost in those incredible soft, heavenly mounds. "You're the best, Kate." He let her keep her breasts in place and used his index and middle fingers to pinch her nipple, making the blonde underneath moan. And he started to move his hip. "Wait Naruto, not too, org." But she didn't get to finish her sentence because Naruto suddenly grabbed her head and pulled her toward his cock, thrusting what was left outside into her mouth. Their morning ended like that. Since Naruto didn't pay much mind to keep himself together, it didn't long to get him treat Caitlyn with an early, sticky and hot breakfast. Line break. Aphrodite squealed out excitedly, so loud that everyone on Olympus could hear her high-pitched voice, while jumping around like a mad woman. I won, she screamed, throwing herself onto her bed, smashing her face against her pillow and screamed out as loud as she could, I won. She didn't remember much thing after she released her power, but she did remember the moment she yanked Naruto's forehead protector, which was lying on the table next to her bed, away from him. I won, she said happily, grabbing the forehead protector and looked at it with a loving expression. The time had come for her to prove to him that he was the one for her, and she was the one for him. There were so many things she wanted to do right now. Aphrodite actually thought about what she was going to do after she managed to get his hite beforehand, believing that those things were absolutely necessary if she wanted to start a very serious relationship with him. With that thought in mind, Aphrodite stood up from her bed, clicking her fingers to change her clothes to a more formal style of clothing before flashing to the second biggest palace on Olympus. Hera's palace, Naruto's mother's house. Hera, Aphrodite called out loudly, knocking against the door of Hera's palace. Hera, it's me, Aphrodite. She waited for a moment, as patiently as she could for Hera to answer her call. Aphrodite believed that she was in no rush. After all, Naruto left her a note saying that he would come to her palace tonight to keep his promise. Hearing the sounds of footsteps at the other side of the door, Aphrodite stood straight up and tried to keep her face as calm as possible. Not a second later, the doors of the second most elegant palace on Olympus was opened, and Hera made herself known to the goddess of love. Yes, Hera asked, what do you want, Aphrodite? You're going to go somewhere? Aphrodite asked, looking at Hera up and down since she was wearing a long, white dress, the kind of clothes she wore whenever she needed to go to important meetings. I'm going to visit my mother, Rhea, Hera said. What about you, why are you here? She looked at the goddess standing before her suspiciously. Can I have, some words with you? Now she got nervous. Aphrodite knew that her reputation in Hera's eyes wasn't the best in the world. This could turn out very bad for her if Aphrodite wasn't careful with her words. Sure, come in, Hera nodded, stepping out of the way and made a path for her former daughter-in-law, allowing her to come inside. There, they sat down inside Hera's living room, with Aphrodite sitting on a long and Hera sitting opposite from her. The queen of the gods poured some hot nectar for her guests, keeping her face straight. Go on, I don't have much time. Hera spoke up first. Zeus is going to return any minutes. Hera, how should I say this? Aphrodite looked troubled. She actually didn't know where to start, so after a few seconds of thinking, she finally decided that she should go straight to the point. Hera, I'm in love with your son, Naruto. The queen only stared blankly at Aphrodite, which made the love goddess gulp nervously. I know. You do. It would be a surprise if you're not. Consider that you aimed for every son of Zeus, with me or not. Hey, Aphrodite pouted, buffing her cheeks in annoyance. I changed, alright. Sorry, Hera chuckled softly at that, even thought it kind of hard to believe. I couldn't help but admit that you're a lot of different from the slutty daughter-in-law, who I lost count on how many times she cheated on my son that I used to know. Oh, Aphrodite smiled while swirling a strand of her curly blonde hair. She would take that as a compliment. Care to tell me? I must admit that I didn't spend much time around my son lately, Hera said with a longing sigh, but I am still watching over him from here, making sure that he is always alright and well. Like a stalker. It will call it a mother's thing to care about their son's well-being. She looked at Aphrodite. You should know it too, consider that you're also quite a mother yourself. It was one of the only things from Aphrodite that helped her gain some respect from the Queen of Gods, that was she cared deeply for her children, both immortal or mortal. I guess. I also noticed that while taking my son's training strangely serious, you had been trying to get into Naruto's pants every time you had the chance, which would be a surprise if you didn't. The goddess of love chuckled sheepishly, because it was the truth after all. Anyway, you even managed to figure it out, the rasengan, quite impressive to say the least. So, I guess you also know about him being my true love? Asked the blonde goddess. I'm not too sure about this, Aphrodite. What made you think that he is the one? Hera asked the same question Naruto asked Aphrodite last night. I'm not sure, Hera. I guess it is a thing, you know. Aphrodite said softly. Unlike any other, Naruto is the first man to give me these strong feelings. I once thought that Naruto would turn out to be an easy target like any of my lovers in the past. Apparently he wasn't. All I can say right now is that I know Naruto is the one for me and we're both meant for each other. What about Caitlin Sharp, the girl he is in love with? Hera asked calmly, did you know that Naruto took after me more than Zeus? I know about that too. Once Naruto loved someone he would be strongly in love with that woman and never think about betraying her, just like you, Hera nodded, but I am no longer care about it anymore, as long as my true love is happy, I will happy. Naruto probably doesn't hold any special feelings toward me, but until the day he finally love me, I will continue to support him. Before, I would never think that those words could come out from someone like you Aphrodite, Hera said, just think about this possibility for once Aphrodite, what if he isn't the one? I'm sure of it Hera, Naruto is the one, Aphrodite said firmly, like it was an absolute fact. Fine then, it wasn't like I could change your mind or interfere in Naruto's life, he is man now and he knows what to do and not to do. Hera sighed before saying, if things turn out well for you too, which I don't know how much years, decades, centuries it takes for him to finally fall in love with you, you have my blessing, Aphrodite. Almost instantly Aphrodite threw herself onto Hera and wrapped her arms around the goddess of marriage's neck, bringing her into one of the strongest bear hug in the history. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Like she just won the biggest prize in the world, Aphrodite cried out in happiness as she tightened the grip around Hera's neck, to the point it made the queen of the gods hard to breathe. Okay, enough of this, Hera managed a few words, now release me at once, Aphrodite obeyed instantly. Hera, I still have one more favor to ask, Aphrodite said, bringing up one finger. And what is? Can I use your sacred bath? Hera looked at Aphrodite, both shock and impress. Line break. Caitlin Sharp scolded quietly as she stood at the wayside in front of Four Seasons Hotel with her hand raised above her head, trying to catch a taxi in order to return to her apartment. She let her personal bodyguard, John got a day off today so no one was here to drive for her and she did refuse her father's offer of calling his driver to drive her back to her apartment. She was here because she wanted her father to stop poking his hands into her life, especially spying on her love life and the love of her life. Caitlin didn't feel surprised when her father said that he would never approve their relationship after Caitlin told him about Naruto. Consider that her brother was just a nameless boy who was living in the middle of nowhere, working in a small factory to earn his living. She was so angry at her father that she literally slammed the door right in front of his face and left his hotel. But there was one thing that confused her. Her father was the one who sent her those pictures about Naruto and that beautiful woman, however, instead of seeing a sword in the picture, all he saw was Naruto giving that woman a bunch of roses. A bunch of roses. She saw a sword and her father saw a bunch of roses. Just what was going on? A taxi then stopped in front of her and Caitlin opened the door to step inside. Please take me too. But she was stopped when she realized the one who was standing at the driver's seat with a lecherous smirk on his face. Hey there beautiful, he turned around and said, remember me? Caitlin didn't even have time to react because the man suddenly shot his hand out and grabbed her neck. All she saw before losing her conscience was his flames-filled eye sockets. Caitlin Sharp regained her consciousness by the feeling of cold breath breathed against her skin. Her eyes then snapped open in shock as she remembered what happened to Head. Fear soon took over her mind as she looked around and saw a dark-looking room, with her being hanged on the ceiling with both hands tied above her head by golden chains. Wah! Caitlin stuttered in fear. She was captured and held in a place she didn't know where. Help! She shouted as loud as she could, hoping that someone could help her but Caitlin knew that she was trying in vain. No one can hear you here little girl, Caitlin gasped when the taxi driver, the one who captured her stepped out of a shadow with an evil smirk on his face, his full of muscles formed completely towering Caitlin. This special room was magical, not even Hestia would be able to find Caitlin here. Why you? Caitlin gasped in shock because she finally got a good look at his face. He was the same man who sneaked into her bus and tried to force himself on her if not for Naruto, who appeared in time to save her before this man could do anything. Who are you? What do you want with me? She asked, trying to put on a brave face. Oh, I want to do everything with you honey, the man said lecherously while ogling Caitlin's body. Last time, I got such a great opportunity and you could have one of the best times of your life if not for that whiskers punk, he spat with venom in his voice. His name is Naruto, Caitlin shouted angrily, and he is probably searching for me now. She said with a strong voice, not because she tried to make this man worry about the one who kicked him several feet out of a window, because she knew that Naruto was out there looking for her and would come to save her in any second. Oh, I know he is coming, the man said, as if he could read her mind, because, I am waiting for little brother after all. What? Caitlin said in shock, you're. Oh, he didn't tell you, did he? Ares chuckled, yes girl, I'm Naruto's older brother, he said with a smirk before removing his sunglasses, revealing his flame-filled eye sockets, I'm Ares. The Olympian's god of war. Caitlin gasped in shock, her eyes as white as dinner plate, staring at his flames-filled eyes. This man, he was a god, she didn't know why, but she couldn't deny the truth behind his words. He was Ares. Now everything was clear. Then, Naruto, the so-called prince of Olympus. Ares laughed mockingly, as if, that weak punk is nothing but an insect under my feet, like any of you mortal. He then reached his hands out and tore open a large part of her shirt, as well as her skirt. Caitlin cried out in fear as she was more or less completely exposed to this man. He said I could use you against him and shouldn't ruin that pretty face of yours, but he didn't say I cannot have some fun with you, Ares said, licking his lips and began to remove his pants. You should feel honor, because you will bear a child of a god. No, no, please don't, Caitlin shouted, trying to get away but the chains was holding her back. She was outright crying now when his pants finally dropped to his feet. Naruto. She cried in her head. She closed her eyes as tight as she could and braced herself, tears never stopped flowing down her cheeks. She waited. And waited. Motherfuck. Caitlin heard Ares cursed out angrily and couldn't help but open her eyes. Ares was standing with his cock in his hand, trying to get it hard by stroking it rapidly. However, no matter how he tried, his member was still as limp as jelly. That bitch. Ares cried out. One of Aphrodite's curses, no doubt about it. Caitlin looked at him pathetically before a slight smirk spread out on her face. Are you sure you are Naruto's brother? Caitlin taunted, because as far as I can tell, his dick is bigger and longer than you and definitely not a limp fic, not to mention he is totally more handsome. She humiliated him. What did you just say? Ares roared, I'm a god. That mortal got nothing like me. Yes, I said it, limp dick. Caitlin shouted back and was slapped across the face. The girl didn't cry this time, instead she spit blood out of her mouth and looked at Ares, a massive bruise on her cheek. Not so confident now, aren't we? She asked mockingly. Fuck this. Ares roared and grabbed Caitlin's head, pulling her down near his cock. I will just use your fucking mouth then. However, before Caitlin's face could get anywhere near his cock, a pink heart suddenly appeared around his cock and in a flash. Boom mmm. Something exploded in a pink smoke, sending Ares across the room before landing on the ground roughly. Gah, damn you Aphrodite. Caitlin heard Ares cried out painfully in shock while holding his crotch, golden blood flowing out between his fingers. Caitlin busted out in laughter when she saw Ares' pathetic form. At least, Caitlin believed that the worst would never happen to her now. Naruto, please come quickly, she prayed in her head. Later that day. Caitlin. Naruto called out loudly while slamming his hand against the door of her apartment. Caitlin. Are you in there? Now that he was worried. Since this morning, he couldn't contact her at all, which was something very abnormal. Naruto started to get suspicious when he got no reply from her after sending her multi-texts, which Caitlin always replied almost immediately. He grew even more worried when Caitlin didn't answer his call. So immediately, Naruto flashed to the outside of her apartment, where he put a Hirshin mark in case he wanted to get to her apartment as quickly as he could. Naruto had been standing in front of the door of her apartment for 5 minutes now and it looked like Caitlin wasn't here. Where are you, Kate? Naruto asked worriedly and was about to go into Senin Moto to search for her when suddenly, he heard Hestia's voice inside of his head. Naruto, the quest is in trouble, the goddess of the hearth said with a worried tone, they need you now. What? Naruto asked, what is happening, auntie? Very good timing indeed, Naruto thought sarcastically. Ares is attacking them, he got the Master Bolt and the Helm of Darkness with him as well. Naruto widened his eyes in shock. Bastard, he muttered, inform the Olympians, auntie, tell them everything. I will, now go Naruto. With that, Naruto disappeared in a flash of yellow, praying that his girlfriend would still alright after he got back from beating the hell out of Ares. Line break. A 6-foot wall of water, guided by Percy Jackson the son of Poseidon, smashed Ares full in the face, leaving him cursing and sputtering with a mouth full of seaweed. Percy took a leap before landing behind him with a splash and fainted toward his head. Ares turned around in time to raise his sword, but this time he was disoriented, he didn't anticipate the trick. Percy changed direction, lunged to the side, and stabbed Riptide straight down into the water, sending the point through the god's heel. The god of war roared out painfully, making the sea blasted back away from Ares, leaving a wet circle of sand 50 feet wide. The expression on his face was beyond hatred. It was pain, shock, complete disbelief that he'd been wounded by a mere demigod. It was as humiliated as getting wounded from Naruto Uzumaki. Ares limped toward Percy, muttering in ancient Greek curses. And Percy raised his sword, prepared for him. You. But he stopped suddenly when the boy he hated the most in the world appeared next to Annabeth in a flash of yellow, glaring at him. Naruto, Annabeth gasped and released a sigh of relief, you finally came. While Percy was handling the situation quite better than she thought, the Daughter of Wisdom knew that even the three of them put together wouldn't be able to stand a chance against a god, so her only option was calling for Naruto for help. Oh yeah, I got a score to settle with this guy. Naruto said, grinning evilly. Percy, step back. He ordered loudly, and the son of Poseidon wisely backed off, running back to stand with his friends. Naruto, he is. I know he is keeping the lightning bolt. Percy. Naruto raised his hand to stop him, as well as the Helm of Darkness. You know. Annabeth asked in shock, how? Long story. Naruto cracked his fist and stepped forward, pulling a Nornal and a tri-prongs kunai out of his dimension pocket. I will explain later. Naruto stopped when he was 20 feet away from Ares, who pulled out a large square of ambrosia and threw it into his mouth. The food of the gods immediately healed the wound at his heel and replenished his strength. So Ares, who is the lightning thief? Naruto asked with a smirk. Even if you're stupid, I doubt that you're stupid enough to break a few ancient laws just to start a war between our family. None of your damn business, punk, Ares roared, making Naruto raise an eyebrow in amusement. The god of war appeared to be angrier than usual, which may be because Percy managed to wound him. So, I guess you probably won't hang those godly weapons out without getting your ass kicked, nay. Naruto raised his hand, gripping his kunais tightly. He needed to finish this fast, so that he could return to find his girlfriend. Behind him, the trio wisely backed off and found a clearing to hide behind. They all could feel a massive fight coming, unlike anything they had seen before in their life. I will shut that fucking mouth of your, punk, Ares scolded, but then a smirk made it to his face. But before we start this, how about I introduce you to a friend of mine? And he snapped his fingers. In a flash of red, Naruto's eyes widened in horror when Caitlyn appeared with her arms raised above her head, her wrists tied together by golden chain. Her usual well-taken hair was completely ruined, her face covered in bruise and cut, clothes torn and destroyed, revealing multi-cuts and scratches, even dark bruises big as a fist. Caitlyn was unconscious, with red blood running down the corner of her mouth. Caitlyn, Naruto shouted with his voice full of anger and hatred. He then turned to Ares, you bastard. He was about to charge at him with the intent to kill when suddenly a massive boar appeared behind her. If I were you, I wouldn't do anything stupid, Ares said with an evil smirk. Damn you, Naruto gritted his teeth in anger. He knew about that dangerous boar. It was mentioned in Greek mythology multi times before as Ares' sacred animal, which could instantly kill any human being just by crashing into them. So, how should we do this? Ares asked and rushed forward with his sword raised above his head. He then struck it down his younger brother's head, but Naruto already raised his own weapon to block Ares' sword. The Prince of Olympus gritted his teeth in anger, his attention was on Caitlyn. Ares wasn't very smart or a good fighter, but he was reckless and of course a mindless warrior. He could do anything to archive his victory. Naruto had to back down to the defensive line while thinking the best way to save his Caitlyn. He needed to make sure Caitlyn is okay before killing Ares for what he did to her. You drop your guard, little brother, Ares said evilly and punched Naruto on his face with his other free hand, so strong that it created a shockwave when his fist came into contact with Naruto's cheek. Naruto bit the inside of his mouth to stop the groan of pain. He wasn't in Senin Moto, so basically a punch from a brutal god like Ares hurted a lot. I can't believe a weak punk like you managed to defeat me 2 times, Ares cried and slammed the flat side of his sword down Naruto's head. Who is the superior one now, huh? He laughed and kicked Naruto on his chin, sending the blonde across the field. Before Naruto could get up, Ares appeared above him and stabbed his sword down Naruto's left shoulder, making him cry out in pain as the sword completely passed through his body. His cry of pain soon woke Caitlyn up, as she looked around in shock, nearly cried out in fear when she saw a gigantic boar standing next to her. Caitlyn's eyes then landed on Naruto and this time she cried out in horror when she saw her boyfriend on the ground with a sword stabbed through his shoulder, pinning him down to the ground. Naruto, she cried out with tears flowing down to her cheeks. With her splitted lips it was actually hard to say anything, but she didn't care in the slightest. Please stop, please don't hurt him, she cried. Gah! Naruto cried out in pain when Ares twisted the sword around very slowly, grinning in satisfaction. Ha ha ha, not so confident now, aren't you? Ares laughed loudly, summoning another sword and stabbed it down Naruto's other shoulder. He then lowered his body down and grabbed onto Naruto's spiky hair, pulling his head back roughly. Any last words for your girlfriend before I kill you? Naruto. Caitlyn sobbed, looking at Naruto with tears-filled eyes. Hey, it's alright Kate. Naruto said with a weak grin. Everything is going to be alright, I promise." He smiled softly at her. "Believe in me, my love." Caitlyn, while crying, couldn't help but nod her head. Enough of this. Ares shouted and summoned a third sword, bringing it down Naruto's head. Time seemed to slow down as Naruto prepared for his death. But in a matter of seconds, his eyes widened when he saw a flash of pink appeared above the boar, with the familiar scent of incredible strong perfume rushed into his nose out of nowhere. Naruto couldn't help but grin. He trained her well. When the sword was just millimeters from the back of Naruto's head, his body suddenly exploded in power as Kurama's chakra wrapped around his form. The explosion of power was so powerful that Ares and his swords were sent away from Naruto's body. Naruto shot to his feet. He didn't need to turn around to know Aphrodite just arrived with a pink rasengan in her hand, twisting around in the air before slamming the swirling orb down the boar head. Rasengan. The goddess of love cried out as she grinded the orb of power down the boar head, giving the animal a free trip to Tartarus in the form of a storm of golden dust. "You have my gratitude, Aphrodite," Naruto said gratefully, feeling the wounds on his shoulders healed up with the help of his partner. "Don't thank me, it was your aunt, Hestia." Aphrodite smiled and turned to Caitlyn. "Hey girl," she said cheerily and removed the chain around her hand. "Who are you?" Caitlyn asked quietly, but she could recognize her by the unmatchable beauty. She was then released from the binding magic and fell down and was caught by Aphrodite. "I'm Aphrodite," Caitlyn gasped in shock. "Your boyfriend's student." Aphrodite then winked at Caitlyn before turning to Naruto. "The council know about Ares' treason action now, Naruto. His fate is now in your hand, you to decide." "I understand." Naruto nodded emotionlessly, glaring hatefully at Ares. "Take the two weapons and the quest out of here." "Close your eyes, Caitlyn," Aphrodite said to the girl, and she wisely obeyed. In a flash of pink, the golden-haired women, Ares' bike and the quest disappeared. Damn. But Ares could never finish his curse, because Naruto appeared in front of him with a rasengan in hand and slammed it into Ares' chest. "Killing you right now will be too mercy." Naruto roared as he grinded the orb against Ares' upper body, tearing through his flesh and muscles. "I will make you feel the same pain you did to Caitlyn." Naruto roared and sent Ares away in a massive tornado while crying out in pain. In a flash, Naruto disappeared and reappeared behind Ares' flying body with hatred planted on his face. However, before Naruto could attack, Ares unleashed his divine form. His body became a mass of muscles, standing at the height of 6'11". He was wearing the blood-red battle outfit of the ancient Sparta warrior, with a helmet covered his face, leaving nothing but his flaming eyes visible. He was holding a golden sword in his hand as well as a celestial bronze shield on the other. This form clearly screamed power. "I will show you the pain, punk." Godly form Ares raised his golden spear to attack Naruto. However, he didn't expect a black orb appeared beside Naruto and the blonde pulled out a long black rod from it, raising the rod to block Ares' sword. Much to his shock, when Naruto's weapon came in contact with his much bigger and sharper weapon, it broke through the sword like it was just mere dirt. His golden sword then crumbled into nothingness. Naruto raised his foot and kicked Ares hard in the chest, sending him away toward the sea in a powerful shockwave, and the god of war disappeared from sight in 1 second. Ares looked down and his eyes widened in horror when he saw a massive gash on his chest, where Naruto kicked him. The god tried to regain his balance, but he could only cry out in pain when ichor poured out from his wound. Ares landed roughly onto the ground, dashing on the ground several times before finally stopped. He just sent Ares across the sea, to the nearest island, which was 9 miles with only 1 kick. "Damn, I totally forgot how strong I am in this form," Naruto muttered to himself and shot into the air, flying toward the island. His chakra cloak now turned into a light-colored coat with a dark-colored bodysuit underneath that covered his torso, reached down his arms to the knuckles, and down his legs, stopping just above his sandals, which also changed color. It also had a light-colored circle where his seal was placed, as well as golden magatama markings around his collar. The coat had the typical markings of the 6-path senjutsu, a rinnegan above 9 magatama, on its back, and lastly 9 gududama floating behind his back. "No holding back," he heard Kurama asked inside of his mindscape. "He will pay," was all his reply. Naruto lowered himself down to the ground behind Ares, who was shoving down mouthful after mouthful of ambrosia and drank as much as nectar as he cooler, trying to heal the massive wound on his chest as fast as possible. "Not so tough now, aren't you?" Naruto used the same taunt Ares used to mock him, the 9 gududama floating behind his back. "You think you're powerful?" Ares asked hatefully, standing up with his hand gripping a spear tightly. "You are just a mere mortal, a mere insect under my feet." He charged at Naruto. "To think someone like you is a god," Naruto muttered before easily dodged his attack before sending a gududama toward his left arm, completely destroyed it to nothingness. Gah! Ares shouted when he saw his entire left hand turned into dust. Like I said, Naruto said coldly, killing you right now will be too mercy. He grabbed Ares' shield and yanked it from the god's hand before slamming it into his face, breaking his nose as well as the front part of his skull. Please. Ares muttered, but it fell into dead ears. Shut up. Naruto roared and punched him hard in the face, creating another hand to grab him, stopping Ares from being sent flying away. Did you stop when she begged you? You sorry excuse for a god. He punched Ares multi-times, harder and harder until the whole island shook with violent powerful shockwaves, which also created wave after wave on the ocean. Naruto threw Ares down to the ground and jumped on him, continuing the beating like a madman. He punched, and punched, and punched, his ichor-coated fists aimed at Ares' face. The only things in his mind right now was rage and a beaten Caitlyn. Ares' godly bone was the only thing that was keeping him alive, but it was just barely. Finally, after a minute of nothing but beating, Naruto stood up while breathing hard with his orange eyes looking down at Ares' pathetic form. Page. Plea. Say. K. Me. He heard Ares muttered weakly. He was barely alive now. Naruto willed a Gududama into his open palm. But at the last moment, Naruto decided against it. This god would never earn the honor of getting killed by his most powerful technique. Naruto returned the Gududama back to its position behind his back and turned around, walking away while sending a silent prayer to his father. Remember this day, Ares, because when you return, I will kill you again. Naruto said and disappeared in a flash of yellow just as a massive bolt shot out from the sky and struck Ares, leaving nothing but a pile of golden dust where he used to be. Olympus. Naruto reappeared inside the throne room of Olympus, with his features returned to normal. Dad. Naruto nodded his head to his father, who was holding the master bolt in his hand. Zeus only looked at Naruto with a sad expression on his face. He then turned to Hera, who was sobbing quietly with her face buried into her hands. Mom. Naruto muttered quietly. He knew that his mother loved her family more than anything in the world. Seeing their son tried to kill each other before one of them killed by his own father, would be the most painful thing a mother would have to come through. Naruto walked up to her and wrapped his arms around Hera's shoulders, smiling sadly at her. I'm sorry Mom, he muttered. And no. You did the right thing Naruto. Hera said through sobs, this family wouldn't be the same again without the hard decision. She wrapped her arms around Naruto and the blonde let her mother cried on his shoulder. He turned to Hestia, who was at her usual spot beside the main hearth, and instead of poking the fire rod into the fire like usual, the kindest goddess was staring into the fire with a sadness in her eyes while hugging her knees close to her chest. She was, after all, the goddess of family. Line break. Naruto was heading to Apollo's palace, the place Naruto believed Aphrodite took her to after teleporting her and everyone away from the battlefield. He knew that Caitlyn's condition was a piece of cake to the god of medic, but he still wanted to make sure that Caitlyn would be alright. The two Olympians he was thinking about was standing in front of Apollo's palace, talking to each other, though Aphrodite got the expression of displeasure on her face. Come on date, one date, Apollo said with both of his hands clapped together in front of his chest. Not interest Apollo, not anymore, the goddess of love replied blankly before turning to the side when she heard footsteps. Her eyes widened and a smile spread out on her face when she saw Naruto. Naruto. Hey Aphrodite, he smiled to his student before grinning to Apollo. You too Apollo. Yo Naruto, I heard what happened with you and Ares, Apollo said with a nervous smile on his face. Make sure to remind me to never get on your bad side, will you? The information about Ares was spreading across the mountain of gods like fire on hay. All around the world all wars between nations stopped and people started to reunite with each other with open arms. I will. Naruto nodded his head with a small smile. How is she? I cure all of the wounds, she only needs to get a good rest now. Naruto nodded his head. Thank you Apollo, remind me to repay you later alright. The sun god grinned brightly. Sure, Apollo said before opening the door for him. You want to meet her? I'm not sure. Go ahead, Aphrodite encouraged him with a smile. After everything that happened, she will need you at her side. Okay then. Naruto walked into Apollo's palace but not before turning to Aphrodite. See you later, Aphrodite. And he closed the doors behind him. And you okay with that? Apollo asked. I thought you're after Naruto. Of course I'm not okay with that, but I don't want to see him to be unhappy either. Aphrodite shook her head before walking away. Hey, Naruto whispered softly after closing the door behind him, looking at Caitlyn who was lying on the bed at the middle of the room with the blanket covered her body. All of the bruises and cuts on her face had disappeared and Naruto doubted that the rest of her body wasn't the same, considering that Apollo was the best healer in the world. Hey, there was hint of tiredness in her voice when Caitlin turned to him and greeted softly. Naruto walked to her and took off his shoes, climbing onto the bed and sat down next to Caitlin. How do you feel? Naruto asked softly, using his fingers to move a few strands of her blonde hair away from her face. I feel strange, Caitlin said with a small smile. I'm on Mount Olympus, inside Lord Apollo's place. I was rescued by the goddess of love herself after finding out that my boyfriend is the son of the king and queen of Olympus, Lord Zeus and Lady Hera. It is kind of hard to take in, I suppose, Naruto chuckled. No, it all makes sense now, Caitlin said softly. Now I know why you're so interesting in Greek mythology, your fighting skills, everything. She wanted to mention her nightmares as well, but decided against it because she didn't want Naruto to get more worry about her. It's because you're the Prince of Olympus. I'm not sure if that title suit me at all. Naruto smiled before a frown made it to his face. Kate, Ares, my brother, he didn't do anything to you, did he? He tried, but something about Lady Aphrodite cursing him stopped him from doing so. Caitlin chuckled at the memories. He tried to force himself on me, and the next thing that happened his crotch exploded. For real? Naruto asked while cracking in laughter. Now he would need to repay Aphrodite for everything she had done to help him. Naruto, Caitlin then turned back to look at the ceiling and asked with a small tone. Lady Aphrodite, she loves you, doesn't she? Caitlin. I can see it in her eyes, the way she talked with you, Caitlin said with a small tone. Lady Aphrodite, the most beautiful goddess as well as love herself, who am I to try to compare with her? But you're still the girl I love, Kate, Naruto said with a smile, lowering his head down to plant a soft kiss on his girlfriend's forehead. Don't worry about it, I promise to never leave you. Not like that, Naruto, Caitlin said, turning to him again. I wasn't like I felt jealous at Aphrodite or anything, Naruto, quite opposite actually. The way she looked at you, she talked about you, as if she knew that you're the one who is mean to her. Aphrodite is the goddess of love, Naruto, she is love. She had been denied it from the day she stepped on Olympus, and do you think that she will be okay if her true love rejects her too? But I love you, Kate. Don't say it like that, Caitlin smiled, putting a hand on his cheek. I don't know why, even if I barely know her I feel a strange connection with Lady Aphrodite. Maybe it was because we both love the same man, she smiled, or maybe because we both want you to feel happy. Don't reject her, Naruto. Naruto released a long sigh. What about you, Kate? Oh, I would have to try harder then, I was literally outclassed by Lady Aphrodite in everything. Caitlin said teasingly. It was mentioned in Greek mythology that gods could have multi-affairs, right? Hey, that is not something to joke about, Naruto whined playfully, making Caitlin giggle. Naruto laid his body down next to his girlfriend, letting Caitlin snuggle to his body as close as she could with her arms wrap around his chest. That night. Can I come in? Naruto poked his head into the open doors of Aphrodite palace, asking with a smile on his face. Oh, come in, Naruto, I'm dying to see you here. A massive smile spread out on Aphrodite's face as she ran to the door and opened it for him. Naruto stepped in and brought up the boxes he was holding in his hands with a foxy grin. Chocolate and champagne. Holy Zeus! Aphrodite gasped in shock, grabbing the chocolate box that greatly resembled a handsome book, more like an encyclopedia. Is this de Bob and Galles' Le Livre? Naruto grinned before asking, do I spell it right? Of course, and 2 years ago you didn't even know this world's best sweet. Aphrodite giggled. How is Caitlin? She is sleeping now. I moved her to my mother's palace to make sure Apollo won't try anything funny. Fair enough. Aphrodite's expression then became seductive, as she leaned closer to his body. So, you're here to give me the kiss I am waiting for, with your girlfriend literally 3 blocks away from us. Naruto gulped slightly. After everything he went through with Aphrodite, who became an amazing fighter and actually came to help him save Caitlin, he totally forgot who was this woman and what she was truly capable of. Especially after the talk with Caitlin, Naruto now became more comfortable around Aphrodite. And not to mention the pink kippah she was wearing did nothing to hide her amazing figure. It was drawing a lot of attention toward her large breasts by opening widely at the front, the kippah also barely reaching down her mid-thighs, with the slit so high that the waistline of her skimpy thong was visible. How naughty of you, Aphrodite flicked his nose and smiled seductively. I haven't thanked you for coming to save Caitlin, Naruto spoke up loudly, wanting to change the topic between them and buy him a few more seconds. So thank you, I didn't know what would happen if you didn't come. Again, it is your aunt, not me, Aphrodite smiled at him, grabbing the box of champagne from his hand and put both chocolate and wine on the nearest table before grabbing his hand. So, clearly he didn't have much time. Where do you want it? Aphrodite asked hopefully. Here. On the chair. Or on the bed. I think we will both comfortable if we sat down your bed, Naruto said wisely, and he was immediately pulled toward the place by Aphrodite. With a roughly pushed, Aphrodite pushed Naruto down the bed and climbed onto his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck and brought her body as close as possible to him, pressing her breast against his chest. Remember, one kiss, no funny business, Naruto pointed out clearly. Oh, one kiss is enough, Naruto. Aphrodite was a little nervous too, but she managed to put on a brave face before pressing her lips against his. All thoughts washed away from Naruto's mind the moment Aphrodite placed her mouth over his. For a moment, all he could do was enjoying the feel of her incredible soft lips as they pressed against his. His eyes the shot wide opened in shock when a strange feeling suddenly appeared inside of his heart. It felt so right, even after who knew how many times he kissed Caitlyn, the ones he shared with his girlfriend got nothing on what he was sharing with the goddess of love. It was just a simple kiss, lips to lips, mouth to mouth, and nothing sexual between them, and yet Naruto couldn't help but get lost in it. He fell onto his back, taking Aphrodite with him as they continued to kiss. Then it happened. Emotions. All kinds of positive emotions and thoughts bombarded into his mind. How happy it was to finally find your true love, how pleasant it felt to be kissing by your true love, how much he loved his true love. It took him several moments to realize that these were not his thoughts, they were the thoughts of the woman who was currently kissing him. It's you. Aphrodite suddenly pulled back and said with the happiest smile he had ever seen on her face, it's you, Naruto. Crystal-like tears fell out from her eyes as she looked at him with nothing but love. He was lost for words. Aphrodite was right, she was right from the beginning. They were destined to be with each other. Love me, the goddess whispered and lowered her lips down Naruto's lips again. This time she held nothing back and kissed his as much love as she could give. Their clothes were removed faster than even their eyes could follow. Line break. So, nothing happened last night? Caitlyn asked, finally be able to get on her feet again. She was walking beside Naruto as he was giving her a tour around Olympus. Nothing at all, he said with a weak smile. You sure? Because as far as I can tell from the way Lady Aphrodite was walking this morning, something definitely happened. His girlfriend glared slightly at him. Please don't be angry at me. Naruto immediately got down to his knees in front of her and wrapped his arms around her waist. Hey, knock it off, people are staring. Caitlyn said while looking around, of course I'm not angry with you. Really? Yes, because I'm absolutely mad at you. She slapped him across the face and walked away. Hey Kate, wait, Kate, I can explain. Naruto quickly followed behind her, giving the best explanations he could think of in order to calm his girlfriend down. The two soon arrived at the throne room and Naruto, as a gentleman opened the door for his girlfriend, who huffed and walked in without looking at him. However, before Naruto could introduce his parent to Caitlyn, the heavy atmosphere inside the throne room suddenly caught his attention. Dad, what's wrong? Naruto asked the kind of Olympus, who was standing beside three unfamiliar old women. Naruto, I think we have a problem. What do you mean we have a? Naruto. But he didn't get to finish his question because a certain goddess walked into the throne room and immediately threw herself at him, smashing her enormous boobs onto the backside of his head with her arms wrapped tightly around it, squealing out like a mad fangirl. Of course this made the girl standing next to him crossed her arms together and glared at them. Hey, Aphrodite, Naruto chuckled nervously as the goddess leaned her head against the top of his head, wearing a dazing smile on her face. Ahem, excuse me, Caitlyn cleared her throat loudly, I am standing. Caitlyn, you're alright. Aphrodite immediately let go off Naruto and jumped down to stand in front of Caitlyn, grabbing the young woman's hands while smiling at her, I'm so glad. Haha, thank you, Lady Aphrodite, Caitlyn laughed nervously, kind of surprised by this friendliness from one of the most dangerous goddess on Olympus, who also in love with the same man she was in love with. Naruto returned his attention back to his father and spoke up. Dad. Naruto, Zeus said with a somewhat nervous tone, which was something you could see every day, with his hands motioning to the three old women standing next to him, these are the fates. Immediately the cheerful atmosphere Aphrodite brought into the throne room was put down and replaced with a rather heavy one when the three women turned around to face Naruto. The fates, the ones who indirectly made his life a living hell, the ones who didn't allow him to be with his parent. Clotho, the one who spins the thread of life, Lachesis, she who draws the lots and determines how long one lives, by measuring the thread of life, and Atropos, the inevitable, she who chose how someone dies by cutting the thread of life with her shears. These three women are the most powerful beings in the world, only after the creator of the universe Chaos. In the present of the one who could decide when you're dead, instead of cowering in fear or at least acting a little nervously, Naruto only glared at them with a small smirk on his face. He glanced to the side and saw Aphrodite standing next to him, with vinculum in her hand. Caitlyn was standing behind the both of them with fear planted on her face. He didn't know what happened, but clearly she saw something terrible when she looked at the three women. Naruto Uzumaki, Lachesis said with a deep, calm tone, you caused us so much trouble. Oh, do tell, Naruto requested calmly. Naruto, be a little more respectful, Zeus warned. No dad, you know clearly that these three are the reason why you had to live in guilty, mom in sadness and I in loneliness for 17 years. 17 years dad, Naruto said, a thin blue aura flared around him, should I afraid or respect them? No. A strong words for such a young man, a mortal no less, Atropos stated calmly before glancing to Aphrodite. I see that you finally found your destiny one, goddess. Aphrodite, glared became hardened and Naruto could feel anger swelled within her. Of course Aphrodite would feel angry at them, if they didn't steal away her power of detecting her true love, Aphrodite wouldn't have to live in scornful from the other for nearly 3,000 years. Naruto, Ares' death is making the world go into a new orbit. Zeus spoke up, he is the god of war, without him there is no war. Well, isn't that a good thing? Naruto asked. You don't understand, do you Naruto Uzumaki? Clotho spoke up, humans have been killing each other for a long time. Humans, they seem to be hardwired towards violence. Evolution probably ensured that all the nonviolent humans did not systematically survive to reproduce. Besides tendency to violence, humans naturally evolved a desire to protect kin, and were expected to fight to protect them. Kin developed into tribes, and then villages, and then eventually nations. For most of human history, fighting consisted of raiding for resources, and there are two that fundamentally mattered, food and sex. Populations can't grow without nourishment and reproduction. Naruto tilted his head to the side with a question mark on his head. It means that without war, human can't reproduce themselves and soon they will all die. Everyone turned around and saw Artemis walking toward them with a calm expression on her face. Hello father, ladies fates, she greeted the king of the gods and the fates respectfully. Oh yeah, why didn't you say so? Naruto finally understood it, making everyone, save for Artemis and the fates to sweat drop. So you mean that we need war, so humanity can survive? A tick mark appeared on his forehead. What kind of logic is that? He had been fighting in a war and he knew the consequences of it, especially the loss of their loved ones. They're right Naruto, Aphrodite said with a sigh, you're too young to fully understand this. Alright, Naruto raised his hands into the air, so you mean that we need a war god? Aren't Athena a war goddess herself? Because Athena is also the goddess of wisdom, it makes her a more justice war than Ares used to be, Zeus explained, what we need right now is a new god of war. All eyes then turned to Naruto. It didn't take him long to understand what they wanted. Wait, you mean I become the god of war? Naruto crossed both of his arms together, making an X. No way, I won't become a violent god. You're the one who defeated Ares, Atropos said, you're the most potential candidate for this position. This is not a matter you can refuse Naruto Uzumaki. But, Clotho pulled out a small string from the basket she was holding and said. It is about that girl standing behind you, isn't it? Naruto widened his eyes in surprise. Caitlyn Sharp will die at the age of 24, which mean 5 years from this day. Naruto turned his head around and looked at Caitlyn in shock. The girl didn't look surprised at all. 5 years. That was all she got. Was this what she saw when she looked at the fates? Her final moment. But you will have the power to lengthen and protect this string of life if you become a god Naruto Uzumaki, Lachesis said. Caitlyn, Naruto said softly to his girlfriend, who then turned to him and smiled. Hey, don't worry about me Naruto, Caitlyn muttered softly, do what you want to do Naruto, no matter what your decision is, I will support you. Fine then, Naruto turned back to the fates and said with a loud voice, I will become a god. He would become the best kind of god, Naruto promised himself that. Line break. In the presence of all Olympians' council, with minor gods and goddesses stood at the side, Naruto Uzumaki stepped forward. The blonde couldn't help but glance at the side where the main hearth was now located, where Caitlyn Sharp, his girlfriend, was standing next to the goddess of the family Hestia. He saw her smile at him and couldn't help but smile back himself. Ares' throne was removed and with the hands of his brother, Hephaestus, it was replaced by a new throne, which would change after Naruto had become a god and his domains was decided. Naruto Uzumaki. Zeus below powerfully, standing up from his throne with the master bolt in his hand. My son, the hero of the fourth great shinobi war, the one who united elemental nations together, the Prince of Olympus, you had proved to be worthy of the position of an immortal, becoming an Olympian yourself, earning the most generous gift a king of God like myself could offer. Do you accept this gift? Yes, father, Naruto said with a strong and powerful voice. Any objection? Zeus thundered, looking around the throne room and saw no hand. Good, then I, as the king of Olympus, bestow this gift to you. Zeus raised his master bolt and shot a massive bolt into the sky, as he and the rest of the council stood from their thrones as they all began to chant in ancient Greek. Naruto began to glow with a bright golden light with a mixture of orange in it until the chanting stopped. A flash appeared behind him as the three fates stood in the middle of the room. All hail Lord Naruto, Prince of Olympus, Olympian god of war, heroes, nature and loyalty. The fates said in unison. As soon as they finished, Naruto's throne changed, became a more warlike throne with small leaves around it and a nine-tails fox standing behind a kunai emblem planted on top of it. Naruto, Hera smiled softly at him. Welcome to the family, my son. Thanks mom, Naruto smiled. How do you feel, Naruto? Zeus asked. Like I can do anything, Naruto grinned. The last time he got the feeling like this, it was from receiving the sixth path senjutsu from Raikudo Sennin. Who could have thought the feeling of becoming a god could be so familiar? Now, we need to decide what to do to Ares' children, as he no longer an Olympians. I will take care of them, Dad, Naruto spoke up. Just think of me as their patron or something like that. Are you sure, Naruto? Zeus asked with a concerned tone. They're not your children. I'm sure, Dad. Naruto nodded his head. Plus, I doubt that I will ever have a demigod anyway. This made Hera smile brightly at him. Good, what about your sacred animal? Fox, of course, Naruto cried out loudly, making Kurama, who was watching inside of his body, chuckled. All right, Zeus chuckled, you're also the god of nature, maybe this will also be a solution for Pan, who is still missing. Zeus then looked around. Now, let's party to the fullest to welcome the Prince of Olympus. Epilogue. Naruto rolled to the side to avoid the celestial bronze blade being thrust towards his chest. Naruto pushed back with a grin using the flat board of his kunai. Who could have thought that he could be pushed into the defensive line? Naruto raised his weapon to block yet another strike but spun to his left instead and raised his tri-prongs kunai to the back of his opponent's neck. Yield, Naruto asked sternly. His opponent sighed. Fine, Naruto, you win. For real? Naruto asked. As far as he could tell, his opponent was absolutely stubborn. It would take more than that to make Aphrodite yield. The goddess' eyes narrowed as she spun and kicked Naruto's legs out from under him. Naruto landed roughly on his back, eliciting a loud groan from the immortal demigod. Oi, that was cheap, Naruto shouted and rolled to the side to avoid Aphrodite, blade. Aphrodite replied with an amused smirk when Naruto stood up. I don't play fair, remember? She spun around and kicked Naruto, who easily stopped her by grabbing her ankle. Because of the teacher? Naruto asked teasingly. Oh yes, the love goddess grinned, because of the teacher, and she charged at her lover once again. Don't you think so, Kurama? The love goddess asked the gigantic nine-tails fox who was lying on the ground with nymphs and naiads brushing his tails and his fur beside them, a satisfied expression on his face. Sure, Kurama replied, your turn out to be more like the brat than I thought, damn right annoying. I'm not annoying, Naruto defended himself, right Kate? Naruto asked his mortal lover, who was leaning her back against Kurama's right arm, trying to write a song herself. Oh, of course not, Caitlin said with a smile, but maybe a little. Haha, see, Kurama roared out in laughter. His life as a god couldn't get any better than this. Sure, he was busy all day with the duties of the god of war, heroes, nature and loyalty, but he tried to spend most of his free times around his lovers, both mortal and immortal. Naruto could never think that Aphrodite and Caitlin could get along with each other all too well, as they both got no problem in sharing the man they loved. His mother, of course, didn't feel happy about this. His father, however, supported Naruto with a proud smile on his face. The gods were very jealous at him, which, Naruto couldn't blame them at all. He didn't get to become a Hokage, but become a god was close enough. The end. Book 2. Why did I agree to this? Aphrodite shouted angrily as she cut down yet another puppet with cloth wrapped around its face. However, 10 more identical puppets replaced its position as keeping Aphrodite, which, she wasn't feel surprise in the slightest, were fighting on the fucking moon. Can you just shut up for a minute? One of her companion jumped down from above and landed roughly on a pair of puppet, completely shattering them under her feet. It was none other than Artemis, the goddess of the moon, and should I be the one who said that? She notched an arrow into her bow and shot it straight through the head of the nearest puppet, taking it down. Why did Naruto have to invite you here? Aphrodite scolded as she stood back to back with the huntress, vinculum gripping tightly in her hand. "This is supposed to be our date." While saying that, Aphrodite couldn't help but feel weird about this situation. Before, she would never think about a day where she stood back to back with the goddess she hated the most in a battlefield like this. "This is the moon, my domain," Artemis scolded as she dropped her bow and removed the quiver, as this kind of weapon of hers seemed to have no effect on puppets, which were circling around them with a huge numbers. "Shouldn't you the one who should not be here? A weak pathetic goddess like you is not suited for place like this." "Oh, talk the one who eat the dirt twice. It was because I didn't think that you can fight and use rasengan," Artemis cried back. "Plus, I won 28 times out of 29 matches, remember? You wanna fight now? Watch out." All at once, the puppets fired energy blasts at the two goddesses from all directions. The two lowered their body before taking a strong leap, shooting into the air away from the explosion before returning back to the moon's surface and fought the lifeless human-shaped puppets again. Not too far away from them was a battle between Kurama and a gigantic rock monster. Even the strongest being among the Biju was having a hard time with it because of its durableness and regeneration, making the golem came back every time Kurama struck it down. "Are you sure bringing them with you is a good idea?" While being grabbed around the waist by the golem, Kurama couldn't help but ask loudly. "This is a great opportunity for Aphrodite, plus I believe that Artemis wouldn't want to stay at home when she heard about our moon's condition after this battle is finished." The man who said that was no other than Naruto himself, the Prince of Olympus, Olympians, god of war, heroes, nature and loyalty, as well as many more titles, but he didn't like to read all of them out. Naruto was currently fighting against a man who was characterized by his pale skin, shaggy white hair, attractive facial features, and 6 magatama designs tattooed on his collarbones to resemble a necklace. His entire body was being covered in yan-colored chakra shroud with 6 magatama markings on his collar, dark markings over his eyebrows and lower eyelids, and a single horn shaped like Kagai's extending from his forehead. The shroud constantly radiates flickering flames of chakra, and his clothing and hair continuously billow upwards as if caught in a strong breeze. This man, he was Tonari Otsutsuki, a descendant of Hamura Otsutsuki, who was guiding the moon into crashing down to his earth, aka elemental nations. He was also the one who kidnapped Hanabi and captured Hinata, who was being held in a golden cage floating next to him. "What is she to you anyway?" Tonari asked with an amused tone. That arrogant smirk never left his face. "Hinata is a friend," Naruto said shortly with his eyes hardened, "and I will stop at nothing to protect them." Naruto stomped his foot onto the ground and leapt forward. Ridiculous." Tonari brought his hands together and made a hand seal. All around him the floating rock stopped moving and shot down toward Naruto, who then dodged by jumping and changing his direction at the last moment. Tonari gritted his teeth in anger when Naruto, who suddenly popped up out of nowhere before completely ruined his wedding with that little group of him, managed to dodge all of his attacks without so much of a trouble. He was in Tenseigan Chakra Moto and Naruto was in his base form, and yet Tonari couldn't land a single hit on him. It didn't take long for Tonari to realize that if he didn't quickly take out Naruto, his winning chance was 0. "You're not normal," Tonari said and outstretched his arm, focusing a tremendous amount of chakra into one of his Gududama and grasped it in his hand to create a giant golden sword of pure chakra. "For that matter you need to die," and he brought it down. "Naruto!" Hinata cried out when she saw her friend didn't make any attempt to dodge, not to mention he was standing perfectly still with his eyes closed while the enormous sword being brought down to his head, most likely would cut the moon in half. Naruto, right at that moment, opened his palm and materialized a Gududama within his palm. His symbol of power. Every gods and goddesses had one godly weapon, Naruto was no exception. The day Naruto first used it, which was so powerful that any living being all over the world could feel it. His godly weapon was more powerful than any godly weapons made in the history, to the point the fates had to come to him that day and banned him from using it to fight forever. However, Naruto wasn't one who could normally follow order. "Screw the fates and the ancient laws," Naruto muttered with a bloodthirsty smirk as the Gududama formed into an all-black katana within his hand, Nunoboko no Ken. Naruto roared and grabbed onto the hilt before slashing upward. Small information, Naruto thought the original form of Nunoboko was too bulky to his liking, so after numerous attempts Naruto finally be able to reduce the size of Nunoboko and change the shape into a black katana as well. The result was unimaginable. For such a small sword, Naruto just created one of the most powerful air pressure force the world had ever seen, so big and powerful that all the shinobi could see and feel it from Earth. The moon shook violently as the force traveled upward toward Tonari, who widened his eyes in shock when his golden blade was completely shattered under the pressure. And at the last moment, the force crashed onto Tonari, who cried out in pain and the chakra around him blown away in a second. Naruto turned around with a victorious grin on his face and did a movement of unsheathed his sword, while in truth he was deactivated it. Dramatically the moment Nunoboko disappeared, Tonari fell down to the ground roughly, completely blacked out. Idiot! Artemis cried out and tried to knock him on his head, but Naruto dodged to the side and grabbed her wrist. No hitting, Naruto said with a cheeky grin. He already got enough with Sakura's knocks on the head, so more or less Artemis wouldn't be able to knock him without him allow it. Father and the Fates banned you from using that sword, didn't they? Artemis asked angrily, you could have destroyed the moon, you idiot. Well, I aimed upward, so the force traveled to the space. Naruto said sagely, so you don't have to worry, no planet is going to be destroyed, not on my watch. But still, Artemis was cut off when Aphrodite suddenly appeared and threw herself onto Naruto again, crashing her lips onto his in a passionate kiss. This, of course, made Artemis' eyebrow twitched violently. You're so amazing with that attack, Naruto. Aphrodite let go of him and said brightly. Hee, thanks, Naruto smiled back at his lover. For that matter, you will receive a reward tonight, my love. Aphrodite moved her head closer to Naruto's ear and whispered seductively to him, making the Prince of Olympus wolf whistled excitedly. Oh, I can't. But his face as well as Aphrodite, face was grabbed by Artemis, who then separated away with a scold. Alright, enough of this, can we go back to Earth now? Line break. It's nearly been a year since Naruto became an Olympian god, 10 months to be exact. His life was now circling around his duties as the Olympian god of war, loyalty, heroes and nature. It was hard, at first, but Naruto managed to overcome the stress of working non-stop in the end by using the help of his clones. The amount of power he held now was actually hard to imagine, even for someone who already got more powers than he could ask for like Naruto. He could make nations fight against each other for the simplest kind of reasons. He could blow the fighting spirit into soldier just by his presence in the battlefield. At the god of nature he could create the entire forest, absolute control over the flow of nature energy as well as nature spirits, who now gossip him. With him now become the god of heroes, Naruto was now the only immortal who was allowed to daily visit Camp Half-Blood and actually became an advisor of Camp alongside with Chiron. This domain of him helped Naruto bypass one of the most sacred rules of the ancient laws, which was gods was forbidden to take part in mortals' affairs as well as lending the young demigods his help in training as well as quest. Turned out that Luke was the lightning thief. Naruto always knew that Luke had some problems with the gods, especially his father. He would never think that the boy who everyone came to like at camp could be a traitor. In order to prevent Percy from interfering in his plan again, Luke takes him in the woods to look for something to fight. There he summoned a pit scorpion to poison Percy. Luke also told Percy of his bitterness and desire for revenge, as well as his allegiance to Kronos, the one who behind it. To say Naruto was shocked was an understatement. He could never think that the king of Titan would be the one who pulled the string from the beginning. Before losing consciousness, Percy killed the scorpion and wood nymphs managed to bring him back to camp, for Chiron to heal. Luke's betrayal was a surprise to many campers and counselors, especially to Annabeth, who reacted with great sadness at the loss of another childhood friend. Naruto was never a Hokage, but from the look of it, being a god was kind of like being a Hokage. He had to deal with his people as well as the traitors. Speaking of Hokage, Naruto and the two Olympian goddesses accompanied him on the mission to rescue the Hyuga sisters finally arrived back to elemental nations. This was, at first was his date with Aphrodite as he finally found himself some free times to ask her out on a date, a small trip to elemental nations his homeland. Naruto asked Caitlyn, his other girlfriend, to come with them as well, but unfortunately Caitlyn was very busy with a music concert so she couldn't come with them. However, when they arrived Naruto received information of Hinata and Hanabi were captured by a mysterious group of shinobi. Without the need to think Naruto immediately signed his name into the rescue team, which consisted of Sakura, Sai and Shikamaru. Aphrodite happened to be a nice addition to the group, because aside from her cat fight with Artemis this was the first time the goddess of love could take part in a real battle. They met Artemis on the way. She was here for hunting and he couldn't help but ask her to come with them as well, since the moon was falling down the earth and Naruto joked that it was more or less her fault. Saved Hinata and Hanabi, stopped the moon from destroying the world, it was quite easy with his current power. I'm off, Artemis said curtly before leaving the area. Yeah, go run away, Aphrodite shouted after her before huffing in annoyance, what is her problem anyway? Well, I think Artemis clearly not happy with the fact that I nearly blow up a moon, hers or not. Naruto said with a chuckle before wrapping his arms around Aphrodite's waist, bringing Aphrodite close to him. Come on, let's me show you around my home. Aphrodite grinned and kissed him on the lips. Lead the way, my handsome god. A year was all it took for him to finally accept Aphrodite, both mentally and physically. Line break. Sasuke was here, Naruto asked in surprise. He was at Ichiraku Ramen of course, with Aphrodite sitting his next to him trying not to touch what she called the unhealthiest food ever. Kakashi and Sakura were sitting in front of them, with their respective bowl of ramen in front of them, and Sakura was carrying Sarada, her 1-month-old daughter, in her hands. Yes, when a meteorite is hurtling toward the village, he appeared and destroyed it with Chidori. Kakashi nodded. He also said that without you here, he will be the one who protect the village. Well, figure he would say something like that, Naruto chuckled. Hey, isn't Sasuke your best friend, the one who is as strong as you? Naruto nodded his head, making Aphrodite widen her eyes. I still can't believe that. She then looked at Sarada and asked the mother, your daughter with him? She asked in perfect Japanese, having trying to learn the language for some times now. Yes, her name is Sarada. Sakura nodded her head with a smile. Can I hold her for a moment? Aphrodite cooed excitedly with her arms outstretched. She is so cute. Of course, Aphrodite-sama. Sakura smiled and gave Sarada to the goddess, who squealed softly as she held the little girl in her hand. Ah, I want to give you my blessing right now, little Sarada, Aphrodite giggled. Don't ever think about it, Aphrodite, Naruto warned her lightly. Oh, don't worry, she is still too young to get any of my blessings. Naruto could only shake his head. He had seen and heard Aphrodite's magic capable of blessings or curses. Both of them were absolutely dangerous to the one who was bestowed them. After finishing dinner, Naruto and Aphrodite returned back to Mount Olympus, which was very late in the night since Naruto took her to various other places around Konoha, including his old apartment, his first training ground, the Hokage office, and many more. Since this was the first time Aphrodite came to Konoha, she couldn't help but come to enjoy the village where her boyfriend was born. Should I consider that a date? Aphrodite asked as she pushed the door of her palace open and walked in, with Naruto following behind her. Well, if you consider that little dinner, which you didn't eat anything at all, then yeah, maybe, Naruto chuckled as he turned his girlfriend around, putting his hand on her back and pulled Aphrodite toward him. I must admit, it is very interesting. The goddess removed Naruto's jacket with a sly smile. Remember what I promised while on the moon? Something about giving me a reward. That is a promise, so I think I will have to keep it, don't you think? Aphrodite giggled, wrapping her arms around his neck. Warning. Lemon start, don't read if you don't want to, you won't miss anything important. I taught you well, and he leaned forward and kissed Aphrodite, their mouths locking, tongues darting into each other's mouths. The goddess of love moaned softly into Naruto's mouth, which increased even more when one of his hands fell to her ass and pulled her upward, bringing the beautiful goddess up and let Aphrodite wrap her legs around his waist. Naruto brought Aphrodite toward the bed and then laid her down. He then let her remove his shirt. Their lips separated for just a moment so that Aphrodite could pull his shirt off of his head. The love goddess licked her lips as Naruto's delicious lean yet muscular body was finally revealed to her eyes. No matter how many times she looked at it, she could never get tired of his muscular chest followed by 8-pack abs. You should take a picture, it would last longer, Naruto teased her before bringing Aphrodite up to his eyes level. Not to be outdone, the blonde grabbed her t-shirt and removed it by tearing it apart from the neck down, leaving her upper body in nothing but black bra which barely be able to hold back her giant tits. Impatient aren't we? Aphrodite cooed excitedly when Naruto's hands found its way toward her huge tits, her tiny black bra simply sliding to one side, letting the huge, pale orb slip free and her small, hard, pink nipples captured between his thumb and fingers. At the same time Aphrodite snapped her fingers, making the rest of his clothes disappear, leaving her lover completely naked, his big cock springing free before it was grabbed by her hand. You're the one who being impatient here, Naruto chuckled when he saw the rest of Aphrodite's clothes disappeared as well, as naked as the day she was born. The sight of her extremely erotic body was enough to make Naruto's cock grew to its full length and as hard as a rock. Not to be outdone, Naruto removed his left hand from her chest and moved down to her bald fold, thrusting 2 fingers inside and began to finger her. For being such a powerful god, you can use my body as you see fit and fuck me however you please, the goddess whispered sultrily into his ear, her hand never stopped stroking his length. Naruto then removed his wet fingers from her pussy and put it beside her mouth, which she took in and sucked gently, swirling her tongue around them. Well then, you can start with sucking my cock first. Naruto suddenly removed his hand from Aphrodite's mouth and stood up onto his feet. His hands grabbed the base of his cock and positioned it on top of Aphrodite's face, who then moaned softly and brought out her tongue to lick his cock. Aphrodite moaned out as her hands sliding up and down his massive erection. She then got onto her knees and bent at the waist, sticking her round ass out and held up his big cock as she sucked and slurped at the purple head, opening her lips as wide as she could to suck in as much of his cock as possible. All too soon she felt the knob bump into the back of her throat, but instead of stopping, she forced herself further down. God. Aphrodite. Whenever the two of them had sex, Aphrodite truly lived up to the title of the goddess of lust, as she always managed to bright it out of Naruto. His cock traveled further and further down her tight throat before she suddenly pulled back, licking her tongue up and down his length before stopping at the base between his cock and his ball, nipping and sucking the spot while her hand kept on stroking his cock. Her other hand played with his ball and kneaded them gently in her hand. She clearly knew just the way to please him. Aphrodite the pulled back, gathered a large amount of saliva into her mouth and spitted thick streams of spit down over her boyfriend's cock before taking him back into her mouth. She crammed more and more of the thick tool into her mouth down her throat and, eventually her nose touched against his skin as she managed to swallow his whole dick down, deep-throating him skillfully without even gag once. Shit. Naruto groaned out in pleasure as he stayed inside Aphrodite's mouth for several seconds. If not for his iron will, he would blow his load right there, but of course Naruto managed to hold his ground against her. Aphrodite then repeated the process over and over again. Each time she did so, she did it more forcefully and faster, swallowing him down before pulling back while sucking all the way like a vacuum. Naruto's legs weakened at the pleasure and had to bend his body slightly so that he could put his hands on the wall to support his body. Then, after several more minutes of cock-sucking, Aphrodite finally broke down Naruto's iron wall and without warning he came hard into her mouth. Aphrodite tried to not spill a drop of his delicious cum, but in the end it was too much for her to handle as some spilled out the corner of her mouth, running down her chins and dropped down to her large chest. Man, feels so good, Naruto moaned, his orgasm finally eased down. Aphrodite sucked the last of his cum within his length before pulling back, using one of her hand to keep stroking his still hard cock and the other to wipe her chin clean. How was that? Aphrodite asked, licking her finger in an erotic manner. Freaking awesome, I can never get tired of this, Naruto grinned down at her. Duh, I'm the goddess of sexuality, remember? Aphrodite smiled up at Naruto, who then lowered his body down to kiss her on the lips again. Correction, your sexuality goddess, the goddess purred softly between their mouths. Naruto then laid down the bed and let Aphrodite climb onto him, grabbing his cock. The goddess then positioned it at the entrance of her pussy before lowering herself down, impaling herself with his dick. Ah! Aphrodite gasped in pleasure as Naruto's cock finally sheathed inside of her. Her walls clenched tightly around his hard member like a glove several sizes too small. Fuck. Always so big. Aphrodite moaned out and put her hands onto his chest, raising her hip for a moment until the tip of his cock was what was left inside of her. Aphrodite then slammed herself down again, her bubble ass hit against his hip and made an erotic sound of flesh hitting flesh. She then repeated it, over and over again, rocking both of their worlds with pleasure by sheathing and unsheathing Naruto's cock into herself, fucking him in the cowgirl position. Naruto put his hand on her hip, helping her slide up and down, his cock disappearing and reappearing into her cunt. He watched her big tits sway as she moved faster, smiling as she reached up and took hold of them, massaging her large tits and pinching her own nipples, putting on a show for her lover. Her lower pulled her further down onto his cock, the entire shaft sliding inside her in one go as he took advantage of her extra lubed pussy to bury as much of his cock into Aphrodite's pussy as possible. Oh fuck yes. Aphrodite screamed out and fell down onto his chest, feeling her Naruto's dick deep inside her, wondering if he was going to push through into her womb as he felt so big. Fuck me Naruto. Fuck me. She cried as Naruto wrapped his arms around her body to keep her still, fucking his cock into her with his feet supporting on the bed. All concerns about going slow vanishing as she pushed herself down onto his cock. Oh my god, coming again. She cried as her orgasm tore through her body and mind. You're so good Aphrodite. Naruto moaned out loudly and moved his head to the side to capture her lips, her large tits squeezed tightly between them as Naruto's grip around her body tightened, his hip never stopped moving. They stayed like this for several more minutes before Naruto turned them around and grabbed the underneath of her thighs, bringing them up and continued to pound his hard member into her. This time, it didn't take Naruto long to feel his release slowly coming, even if he wanted to hold it back and savor the moment with his lover. Naruto got his own limit, and the way Aphrodite's wall tightened around him every time she went through an orgasm was too much to handle. I'm coming, Naruto said breathlessly, his thrust became faster. Inside. I want it inside. Aphrodite cried out and Naruto only did just that. The blonde collapsed on top of Aphrodite and moaned out as his dick throbbed and twitched inside of her fold, releasing rope after rope of hot sperm into the love's goddess womb. Aphrodite moaned in lust as she felt herself being filled up by Naruto, her whole body shook with pleasure as she once again experienced yet another orgasm. After a couple of minute, when Naruto's orgasm finally died down, he stood up and pulled his dick out of her fold before stroking it, shooting a few last ropes of his sperm onto her toned flat belly, supporting his body with one hand. That was amazing, you never lose your tough, Naruto, Aphrodite said with a smile. Yeah, you too Aphrodite, Naruto breathed. It didn't take long for his strength to replenish, ready for round 2. Are you really asking that? It was so good to be a god. Concentrate, Naruto said loudly while walking around the training field with a powerful tone, which was full of authority and truly showed his position as an Olympian god, as well as the Prince of Olympus. Try reading your opponent's movement. At the God of Heroes, it was Naruto's duty to create heroes, so he was currently at Camp Half-Blood, teaching the campers the proper ways of fighting. Naruto took great pleasure in training youngsters like them, sometimes beat a few in order to show them that the way they had been fighting, even though it would work against simple-minded idiots and of course monsters, was more or less completely useless against a shinobi like him. Other than Athena's children who preferred to stick to the tactics formed before the battle started, the rest of the camp, especially Cabin 5, formerly Ares' cabin, always blindly charged into the battle and hopefully be able to take down some enemies or opponents before they were killed. Speaking of Cabin 5, they were the most angry demigods when the news about the downfall of Ares spread around the camp, and Naruto being the one who replaced him, as the Olympian god of war. None of them would believe that their father would do something like that and believe that Naruto, knowing the bad blood relationship between the two sons of Zeus and Hera from their father, was the one who famed Ares with treason action so that he would be able to become a god. Some, even going as far as forming a rebel force within camp in hope of dethroning Naruto. Of course, Zeus managed to put down all doubts in the end for his son. It was hard for Naruto in the first few months, but he managed to win their trust in the end by showing Ares' children that he was more than capable of being a leader, a god. Naruto knew that some of them was still not okay with him being the one who mercilessly beat their father into a bloody mess and prayed for Zeus to kill him, but compared to their attitude from nearly a year ago, it was much better. Hey, calm down Clarice. Naruto turned to the right and saw Clarice, the head counselor of Cabin 5, chasing after a pretty girl with black hair and deep purple eyes, Selena Beauregard, who happened to be Clarice's best friend. Don't run Selena, pick up that sword and fight back. Clarice cried out with a bloodthirsty grin on her face, the spear in her hands spearing rapidly toward Selena, who was running around with her hands covering her head. Clarice was currently one of the best fighters among the campers of Camp Half-Blood, one of the few Ares' cabin he placed enough trust to pair with the weaker campers, aka the demigods from Cabin 10. All of Clarice's attack, while seemed to be violent, didn't aim to Selena's body but only her clothes. Clarice and Selena were very close to each other, so the daughter of Ares would never try to hurt her best friend, who was still learning how to hold a sword properly. Hey, ease down girl. Naruto immediately stepped forward, saving Selena from getting her clothes torn more than it should. Clarice, what did I tell you about chasing people around? He asked, with Selena hiding behind him. Relax, Naruto, Clarice said with a wide smirk. I will never hurt Selena. Much, anyway. Her spear cracked with electricity and the smirk on her face widened even more. But, I thought we're friend. Selena poked her head up from Naruto's right shoulder and asked with a hurtful tone. Didn't he tell us to train seriously? Okay, Clarice, no more dangerous attacks like that. You know that Selena is still not as good as you yet, Naruto said, pushing the brown-haired girl back and turned around to look at Aphrodite's daughter. Selena, you will train with me. Selena nodded her head nervously. What about me? Naruto then looked around and spotted a certain blonde who was taking note of every training activity around the training field. Annabeth, come here, Naruto called out loudly for the daughter of wisdom, earning her attention immediately. Yes. Annabeth walked up to them and looked at Naruto. I want you to train with Clarice here. He then turned to Clarice, now you two don't try anything serious, okay? He said it while looking at the brown-haired girl, wanting her to understand the meaning behind his words. Not that he didn't believe in Annabeth, she had greatly improved over the past few months and more than capable of taking care of herself against a stronger fighter like Clarice, but because this was a simple training session, Naruto didn't want these two to seriously hurt each other. Their fighting style, after all, were polar opposite. Okay then, Annabeth put her notebook away and pulled out her knife, made purely from celestial bronze, one of the sacred materials of the godly world. Shall we? Gladly, Clarice smirked and the two of them quickly found an empty spot for themselves. Naruto then turned around to face Selena, who was trying to cover the torn areas on her shirt. There were a few scratches there and there, but nothing she couldn't cover with the help of a considerable amount of ambrosia and nectar. Speaking of which, those two godly foods became his second most favorite foods in the world after he got the first treat from his parent. Only next to ramen, of course. Nothing could beat the true food of God, not even the foods of God. Here, wear this. Naruto removed his orange jacket and gave it to Selena, who took it with a smile. Thanks, Naruto, she smiled and put it on, zipping the jacket up and pulled her black hair out, letting it fell onto her shoulders. You sure you can train me? I'm not as good as fighting as my mother, you know. Sure, don't worry about it. Your mom said the same thing when I started our training, and look at her now, she can handle her own against Artemis, Naruto said, grinning to his favorite Pegasi trainer. No, but Aphrodite is your mom and a more girlish version of you, yet she still can do it. Naruto patted Selena on her shoulder. I'm sure you can do it too. The black-haired girl, looking at the smile Naruto was giving her, couldn't help but blush a little and nod her head. Aphrodite's children were the ones Naruto paid the most attention to, not because their mother was now his lover, of course, but because he wanted to help them improve, in order to stand side by side with the other heroes when the time come. Especially now that they had their own mother as a role model in front of them. Come on then, Naruto took a step back and raised his hands, show me what you got. Selena nodded her head and ran at Naruto with a hunting knife in her hands. Line break. Caitlin Sharp stood in front of the mirror of her locker room, looking at herself while sighing tiredly. After all, she just finished the 5th songs of her concert night and there was still 3 more to go before she could rest. Not that she didn't enjoy it, but bringing out her best on the stage could become very tired sometime. 5-minute Caitlin's manager, Catherine Lane, informed the blonde from the other side of the door. Yes, I understand, Miss Kathy, Caitlin replied loudly before sighing. She needed to change her clothes for the next sun and better get to it right away. And so, she quickly removed the short dress she was wearing, standing only in her lingerie before grabbing a pair of shirt and dark red mini skirt, along with black stocking. Though, she didn't want to put them on just yet, because the girl couldn't help but turn around slightly and moved her long golden hair, which was straightened a few weeks ago, out of the way to look at the black tattoo on the right side of the back of her neck. Though, it was no normal tattoo, it was the mark of Naruto's Hiraishin. Flying Thunder God, it was the name of this technique in English, the power to travel long distance in an instant. This would not only help Naruto get to Caitlin's side in less than a second without using godly teleportation, which was very dangerous for a mortal like her, but also help him prevent another, Ares, accident. Caitlin couldn't help but smile as she ran her fingers on the mark. Her life changed greatly after discovering Naruto's true origin, fully aware of the world of Greek gods which only believed to be just a myth. Over the past few months, Naruto was extra busy with his position as an Olympian god, to the point he could rarely spend his times around his mortal lover, only be able to visit her on his day off. But she didn't feel sad or unhappy. Gods were, after all, extra busy with the duty of taking care of their domains, and yet, Naruto still managed to spend some time with her and even sent her gifts to show his love to Caitlin. Like an entire garden with all the kind of flowers and plants she could think about on top of her apartment, taken care of by 2 nymphs. Being the girlfriend of the god of nature had its benefits, though she believed that Aphrodite got a hand in this as well because roses got the most number among the flowers in the garden. A smile then made it to her face when Caitlin's eyes caught a flash of yellow behind her, and not a second later the man she loved more than anything else in the world appers out from it, with a charming smile on his face. Naruto. Caitlin squealed excitedly and turned around to bring Naruto into the tightest hug. Hey Kate. Naruto smiled as he hugged his girlfriend tightly against his body. I miss you so much. Caitlin pulled back and smiled warmly at him. What are you doing here, Naruto? She then quickly added, not that I don't want you here, but aren't you kind of really busy lately? Well, can a god come to visit his favorite girl? Naruto said playfully and gently stroked her cheek. The blonde looked at her boyfriend for a moment before throwing herself onto him again, this time crashing her mouth onto his, and they shared a passionate French kiss. 2 more minutes, Caitlin. Kathy called again, making the love birds to separate from each other. I'm nearly done, the blonde replied, with disappointment in her voice. So, looks like you're very busy, Naruto asked, running his hand on the soft skin on her back. Not as much as you are, Caitlin beamed at him. So, how is your date with Aphrodite? Very excited, Caitlin raised an eyebrow at him. I mean, we get stuck in a mission for our village. A friend of mine and her sister got kidnapped to the moon and I couldn't help but sign my name in the rescue team as well. Oh, is that so? Caitlin smiled. I seriously hope that I didn't miss anything important. Nah, I don't think so, Naruto shrugged, leaning down to kiss Caitlin again. You should get hurry, your fans are waiting. You sure? Can you make some times with that godly power of yours? Caitlin asked with a sly smile, Leaning upward a little to give Naruto a very nice view of her cleavage, her hand slowly moved down to his crotch. I'm pretty lonely lately, you know. Damn girl, Naruto smirked when he felt Caitlin's hand tried to get inside his black pants. You spent too much times around Aphrodite or something? He asked, and he doubted it wasn't the truth, considering that Aphrodite and Caitlin spent a lot of times hanging out with each other. Can you do it or not? Caitlin asked, gripping his manhood tightly. Time is not my power, you see. That statement made Caitlin groaned in disappointment and removed her hand from his pant. Plus, I got some works to do in a few minutes, so I don't think I will be able to have much time around you, at least, for today. Is that so? Caitlin grabbed her clothes and smiled at him. At least, can you help me put them on? Naruto chuckled and snapped his fingers, instantly making the clothes in Caitlin's hands disappear and wore itself on her body. See you later, Naruto. Caitlin smiled and walked to the door. Make sure to take care of yourself, will you? I will, Kate. Naruto smiled. You too, if you need me, pray to me and I will be there at your side in an instant. With that, he disappeared. Caitlin smiled softly at that. Her hand reached for the knot on the door and twisted it. Then, before Caitlin could make a single step, an unfamiliar feeling suddenly swelled up within her and Caitlin couldn't help but move her hand up to cover her mouth, feeling like throw up in any second. Hey Caitlin, are you alright? Kathy approached her and asked worriedly. Yeah, a minute please. The girl immediately turned on her heel and ran inside, heading to the toilet of her locker room and after a few seconds of throwing up, Caitlin reached her hand out for the water level and let the water wash away everything. That was the second time in only 2 days. But Caitlin knew what was happening to her, even though she wasn't so sure at first. She was in so much trouble. There is another camp for half-bloods? Naruto asked in disbelief with his eyes wide in surprise. The Prince of Olympus was currently sitting inside Athena's library, with the goddess in question sitting in front of him and large book between them. Wait a second, I have been a god for 10 months, how come I didn't know anything about this? He asked with the wisdom goddess, who was assigned by their father to teach Naruto everything he should know about the godly world and how it was functioning. They were learning about some of the more important ancient rules, the ones you shouldn't break even if you are a god. First, because you're a young god Naruto, an Olympian or not, Athena stated calmly, not to mention your very immature and simple mind, I concluded that it wasn't the time for you to know about them. You are trying to insult me or something? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. Point is, you left Olympus for 2 years after finding out about our past, which wasn't very bright to begin with. You also got issue with the gods, especially your father going around seizing as many demigods as possible. The beautiful black-haired goddess said, for example, since you and Aphrodite is officially dating and you knew that she got more than 15 demigod children at camp, what would happen if you found out that she got another 15, maybe more Roman demigod children at the camp called Camp Jupiter? Point taken. Naruto slowly nodded his head. While he had come to accept Aphrodite's old nature, it was still kind of odd to see her children with gods, even one with his father walking around Olympus as well as Selena and the other members of Cabin 10 around camp whenever he came to visit the place. He heard that Aphrodite had stopped dating with mortal men after developing feeling for him. Now that she was with her true love, Naruto doubted that she would even think about cheating on him, like many minor goddesses who weren't okay with the love goddess being the one who was in the relationship with him, out of jealousy of course. So, their name is Camp Jupiter. For Roman demigods. Athena nodded her head. How does it work anyway? I mean, we are Greek gods right and they are Roman. Gods have another form, Roman form. Athena's appearance flicked in less than a second before returning to normal, making Naruto blinked. It was too fast for him to see but he swore that he saw Athena lost her the calculate looks in her eyes, as well as her clothes changed. When we turn into our Roman form, our personalities change as well, more or less become a whole different beings. The Roman gods are the more disciplined, militaristic and warlike version of the Greek gods. For example, when Ares was Mars, he became much more mature. Mars despised war without reason and fighting with skill alone. He used strategy in battle and urged his children to do the same and even had sense of honor. Naruto nearly choked on his own spit when he heard that. When Athena told him that Greek gods' personalities changed when they turned into their Roman form, he would never think that they could change that much. Now I actually feel bad for Mars, Naruto shook his head. He didn't like Ares, but he got the feeling that he would get along well with Mars. As you already know, Greek and Roman has always been at war with each other since the ancient age, which was also the reason why we had to separate our children into two camps, one for Greek while the other for Roman. Camp Jupiter is located the east side of the Bay Area and isn't just the place for demigods but gods' descendants as well. Unfortunately, Ares, or should I say Mars, was their guardian and the one of most respectful gods to the Roman, only after Jupiter. Athena continued before flinching with a slight smirk, more or less, you screwed up when you become the reason for Ares' death, at the same time causing the disappearance of Mars. Well, damn, I guess the Roman wasn't very happy about this, Naruto said while scratching the back of his head. Wasn't very happy is a huge understatement, Athena sighed. Jupiter managed to calm them down a few months ago, but I'm sure that just like with the situation with Ares' children, some of them definitely not okay with this. So you think this is the time for me to meet them? Naruto asked, making the wisdom goddess to nod her head. Well, I think I should prepare for the yelling and cursing, of course nothing personal, but I would like to see just how disrespectful toward a young god of war like me. A frown then made it to Naruto's face when he put some thought about the situation with Roman's camp. But wait, I'm a Greek gods and they're Roman, we both know that they are not the friendliest type when it comes to Greek, so how the hell would I be able to earn their respect? That is something I would like you to figure it out yourself. Athena then leaned forward, saying with a smile, it's hard to admit this, but you always manage to surprise me with your ways around situations, even the toughest one like with demigods of Cabin 5. I would like to see how you will handle Camp Jupiter and solve this puzzle. Naruto wasn't the cleverest, but from what she heard from Artemis, as long as she could simplify the complicate, he would be able to understand. His mind was simple, yet this made him more than a genius. This young god in front of her was unpredictable, the first person she couldn't figure it out his next moves. Like he was able to train Aphrodite to the point she could nearly fight on par with Artemis, who was one of the best fighters among the Olympians and also improved greatly after her training with Naruto. That alone showed just how great Naruto could inspire others as well as his leadership, something very important to a god of war that Ares didn't have. I will take it as a compliment then. Naruto grinned sheepishly, while scratching the back of his head, but wouldn't it be easier for me if I changed to my Roman form? It was hard to imagine himself being a completely different person, even after meeting his own darkness and evil twin with black hair who was the big boss at another world. Like I said, you're still a young god, Naruto. Athena shook her head. You're insanely powerful, especially after receiving a massive boost in power when you became a god, but your godly powers are still not fully mature yet. In a few years you will have prowess in battle just like Ares and Mars, you will be able to manipulating war, directly invoke war and chaos within an enormously large radius, ranging from a city to an entire continent itself. Naruto couldn't help but nod his head. He was the god of war and heroes, yet all he could do after 10 months of godhood was blowing some fighting spirit into heroes, and from what he heard about Ares, what the Prince of Olympus could do was only a small fragment of the original god of war's powers. The only domains he didn't have any problem was nature, as he was a Senin in the first place. The same goes with your Roman counterpart. In a few years, decades at most, I think you might be able to gain one. Athena smiled to him, but for now, Roman need their god of war, their guardian. The road to become the best god ever was tough, but Naruto would never be Naruto if he easily give up like that. But Naruto couldn't help but think about the negative emotions coming from Athena when she was talking about the Roman. Line break. Let go of me, slut. Artemis cried out as her head was being squeezed tightly in a deadly headlock from her unwanted, female training partner's thighs, which she was using enough force to shatter a rock to pieces. The veins around her temples became much more noticeable as she glared hatefully down the goddess who was trying to make her pass out. The goddess of love, who was trying to get her first win, couldn't help but taunt the immortal huntress with a smirk on her face, eat my pussy, pup. If anyone ever thought about it, a few years back this could be one of the hardest believed scenes, Aphrodite fighting against Artemis and actually forcing the proud goddess to the defensive ground. Artemis and Aphrodite started their spar 8 months ago, after Naruto decided that his immortal girlfriend was ready to face off against the biggest challenge of her life. It didn't turn out well for the love goddess, at first, because she was pumped around like a ragdoll. She lost every single match against Artemis, but managed to settle the 5th fight into a tie when she decided to use the rasengan. Unfortunately after that there was no winning chance left for Aphrodite because from that point Artemis was always on guard whenever they fought. Speaking of the goddess of the moon, Artemis brought her hands back, which then balled into fists and shot forward, punching Aphrodite on her ribs as hard as she could, rapidly repeat the process. The blonde goddess gritted her teeth in pain, but still managed to keep her thighs around Artemis' head. Even though Artemis would never admit it out loud, she couldn't help but realize that her sworn rival was abnormal, getting better and better each fight. The more they fought the harder for her to predict her next moves. Technically, Artemis was better than Aphrodite in terms of skill and experience in battle, but Aphrodite always got the element of surprise with her as well as an abnormal amount of physical strength as well as stamina. endurance, and not to mention she could come up with some crazy tactics, almost like her teacher. But still, it didn't change that this goddess was the cause of many tragic accidents involved some of the maidens within her hunt. For my father's sake, Aphrodite, can you at least stop using those kinds of taunt? Naruto shouted loudly, standing at the sideline watching the fight and ready to interfere if the two got into beating the hell out each other too much. His eyes then widened when he saw Artemis' knuckles started to have ichor on them and Aphrodite's left side was bleeding rather badly. Okay, that's it, you two have enough for today. Naruto quickly rushed to the two goddesses and tried to separate them. Tell your slut of a girlfriend to let go of me. Artemis cried hatefully, her vision was getting blurry due to the lack of oxygen. Both goddesses were too stubborn to give up. Naruto did make a good choice pairing them together. Not before she surrendered. Aphrodite cried out. She was in a lot of pain and believed that some of her ribs were broken or out of place, but then again she wanted to win against Artemis at least one in her life. Aphrodite, let go. Naruto said sternly before grabbing Artemis' wrist, stopping her. Artemis, stop beating her, but her other hand quickly shot down and now Artemis was hitting Aphrodite's right rib. Now you two listen to me. He gritted his teeth in frustration and then. Naruto suddenly felt a surge of energy running through his skin and spread out around his hands. Before Naruto could realize what was happening, blue electricity suddenly appeared around his hand before exploding, shocking both Artemis and Aphrodite to the core and successfully separated them, sending both goddesses away several feet from each other. Gah! Kya! What the? The Prince of Olympus muttered it in shock and looked at his hands, which were still cracking with blue electricities. What the hell was that? Artemis immediately shot to her feet and glared at Naruto. Naruto? Aphrodite asked, slowly getting up and walked to her boyfriend while holding the bleeding spot. Whoa, don't come any closer, Aphrodite. Naruto held out both of his hands to stop her when the blonde goddess was a few feet away from him, afraid that he would shock Aphrodite again. What the hell is this? He asked, looking at his hand. It, almost like. Father's power. Artemis finished her rival's sentence with a nod. Excuse me. You know, Zeus' main power focus around his weapon, the Master Bolt, Artemis explained, pointing at Naruto's hands. But he can summon much smaller and less powerful bolts of lightning with his hands. I think you just found out that you got the same power, Uzumaki. Then how do I stop this? He asked before touching his hand, making together blue electricities appear between them, like two electrodes. Concentrate. Both Artemis and Naruto turned their head to look at Aphrodite. Don't look at me like that, that is how I want to use my godly powers. Naruto is probably the immortal first child of Zeus, inherited this power from him. Okay then. Naruto closed his eyes and concentrate, trying to make the energy moving inside his hands disappeared. A few seconds later, when he could no longer hear the cracking sounds, Naruto opened his eyes and saw the electricities disappeared. Nice. He couldn't help but grin. He couldn't wait to tell Sasuke about this. Next time you want to set me with a fighting partner, don't choose someone whose head is nothing but air. Aphrodite pouted at that, or you should just fight me yourself, coward. With that, Artemis disappeared with a huff. How cold. Aphrodite commented. Don't worry, she will return again next time. Naruto nodded his head before turning to Aphrodite. Now sit down, lady, and let me see that. He pointed to the bleeding spot on Aphrodite's rib. The love goddess immediately obeyed his command and sat down in front of him, removing her shirt and let her boyfriend check the injury. Ah, she groaned out when his fingers touched the bleeding spot. Nothing serious, a few broken bones and a massive bruise. Naruto said, summoning a bottle of nectar into his hand before pouring it onto the bruise, making the cut close up and disappeared instantly before using a cloth to wipe away the golden blood on her torso. There you go, this will be okay for now, you should go to Apollo to get a proper treatment. So he could get his hand on me? Aphrodite asked while munching on a square piece of ambrosia to heal her internal injury. No thank you, she said. I will go with you, alright. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle. Aphrodite got a lot of improvements in her personality to the point no one would believe that this same woman was the goddess of lust, who would sleep with any male she found attractive. When she said she would stay completely loyal to her true love, she really meant it. Ah, thank you my love. Aphrodite smiled fondly and wrapped her arms around his neck in a tight hug, rubbing her cheek against his. Alright, calm down Aphrodite. Naruto laughed softly and gently pushed the love goddess away before her almost naked upper body could do something intimate to his hormones. By the way, I am wondering if you can go to Camp Jupiter with me. The love goddess widened her eyes in surprise. You know about that camp and the Roman children already? Yeah, Athena told me during one of her lecture. Naruto nodded his head. I'm going to go to that camp today to greet the Roman demigods. Did you know that they are angrier than Ares' children? I know, Naruto let out a longing sigh. Mars was, after all, their guardian before he faded along with Ares. But like with his Greek children, I need to win their trust. I promised myself to become the best god ever, so I think that I should also become the best at Roman too, considering that I might have to replace Mars' place as their guardian too. It is bad enough that I'm Greek god in the first place. You still aren't able to change to Roman form, aren't you? Aphrodite asked with a small smile. Yeah, make things tougher for me, Naruto nodded his head. You know, Greek or Roman, as long as you're a god they have to show some respect to you, Aphrodite shrugged. I want to ask Athena to come with me, but after I saw the way she talked about the Roman, I did some research about it and realized that she might not be the best one to help me with this. True, the Romans stole her statue and considered her a minor goddess. Aphrodite nodded her head. So you want me to come with you? Yeah, you're also one of their more favorite goddess, so. Yeah, you want to. Of course, anything for my true love, Aphrodite nodded, smiling brightly at him, but I need to warn you though, I will have to turn into Venus and she is very feisty and don't love you, she said seriously, making Naruto widen his eyes. Seriously? Nah, I'm only kidding, Aphrodite giggled making Naruto pouted. Love is universal, so Aphrodite or Venus is not important, I'm the same in both forms. Thank Zeus for that, I nearly thought you will turn out to be a Roman version of Artemis. Aphrodite flicked his forehead at that. Sometime I still couldn't believe that Ares could become respectable, reasonable and has a sense of honor. Yo, Fishcake, my man. Hearing that, Naruto immediately snapped his head around and saw someone he would not expect in a million years to be at the camp for Greek demigod children to come running at him with a huge smile on his face while waving his hand above his head. Daniel! Naruto exclaimed in shock when Daniel Young, his classmate and also his self-proclaimed best friend back at Harvard University, made a stop in front of him and gave him a friendly punch on the shoulder. You're a demigod? He asked, shocked. While he didn't look that much different, Daniel surely had grown a few inches since the last time Naruto saw him. I am. Didn't see that coming, did ya? The black-haired boy grinned before shouting right into his face, I heard from the others you're a freaking god, Fishcake. What the fuck? Keep your damn voice down before the whole camp hears you, asshole. Naruto growled as he grabbed Daniel with his arms wrapping around the boy's neck, waving his hand to the group of Aphrodite's children who were looking at them weirdly before continuing saying to his friend, yes, I am a god, so it's going to be Lord Naruto to you from now on. How did you get to this camp anyway? Like hell, I am calling you that. Also, my father gave me the address, so I came here thinking it's a summer camp. Daniel laughed as he managed to slip out of Naruto's gasp and stood up. I mean, seriously, my best friend is a Greek god. Yesterday was one of the best days in my life, because I found this camp, and learned from the others who you truly are, you know. He said, before nodding his head while tapping his hands on Naruto's biceps. It explained everything, you know, your look, these muscles. Damn, you're really the son of the Prince of Olympus, aren't you? It's complicated than you think, but we will talk about that later. Who is your godly parent? I don't know, but since my old man is trying to stop global warming, I think my mother is a goddess, Daniel stated thoughtfully before sighing longingly. Naruto could only reach out and pat the young man on his shoulder. He knew how hard it was for demigods, especially those who were not yet claimed by their godly parents. He also felt bad that he had never asked Daniel about his family before. Still, there was something he had not yet to understand. Daniel didn't show any sign of being a demigod in the past. While Daniel was an amazing athlete, he didn't have ADHD or dyslexia, two common traits shared by most demigods. Daniel was also very smart, being a student at Harvard University proved that, but he couldn't be a son of Athena with his brown eyes and black hair, because the children of the goddess of wisdom all had stormy cloud eyes and blonde hair, something Aphrodite considered very funny and he couldn't help but agree as well. Anyway, bro, this is my first day at Camp Half-Blood, can you show me around camp? Daniel suddenly spoke up with his usual mood already returning. Sorry dude, you're going to have to ask someone else to do that, I have works to do today, godly duties, Naruto said while shaking his head. Daniel opened his mouth to speak, but before he could say anything, Aphrodite appeared next to Naruto in a flash of pink light, leaving Daniel completely lost for words. He stood there, with his eyes widening as wide as dinner plates, failing horribly to pick his jaw from the ground and stop drooling at the sight of who could be the perfection of the most beautiful and attractive woman he had ever seen in his life standing right in front of him. Naruto couldn't really blame Daniel, though. Good morning, handsome. Did I make you wait? Aphrodite greeted her lover cheerfully before looking at Daniel after receiving a headshake from Naruto. And who is this? Aphrodite, this is Daniel. Daniel, this is Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty. He then clicked his fingers in front of the young man's face, snapping him back to existence while Aphrodite was giggling softly into her hand. Look, dude, it's rude to stare like that, you know. Sorry, my lady. Daniel said as he wiped his drool with the collar of his shirt, causing Aphrodite to wince in disgust. Damn, you're so beautiful. As I have been told so many times, but thanks. Aphrodite smiled sweetly, causing Daniel to smile and sigh longingly in satisfaction before she decided to ask out of curiosity, who is your godly parent? He's not yours. Aphrodite shook her head. I claim every boy and girl of mine the moment they step through the gate of the camp, unlike some gods and goddesses up there. Naruto nodded his head in understanding, smiling at his lover, who cared for her children far more than the other gods. Still, this boy is a bit strange. He doesn't have the scent of a demigod. Yet he is a demigod, she said, tilting her head to the side. Yeah, I am wondering about that too. It's hard to tell who his parent is. Naruto said before turning to his friend, who had been staring at his girlfriend the entire time. I need to go now. I will catch up with you later. Try to catch up with everyone around here, alright? Yeah, I will see you around. Daniel nodded his head dumbly before bowing his head low to Aphrodite. It's an honor to see you, milady. Aren't you such a sweet little boy? Your life here is going to get very colorful, my dear. Aphrodite smiled as Daniel ran away before he could do anything more stupid, realizing it was impossible to control himself in front of the goddess of love. You're not seriously planning to bless him, aren't you? Naruto asked, knowing how dangerous her blessing was. Why not? A friend of yours is also a friend of mine. Aphrodite giggled before grabbing his hand. Anyway, we should get going. It's time for you to meet them. Naruto nodded his head and grabbed Aphrodite's hand, allowing his lover to teleport both of them to the camp for Roman demigods. Camp Jupiter. Line break. In a flash, Naruto and Aphrodite arrived in Sonoma Valley, appearing in front of a giant building of some kind. Aphrodite, Naruto asked as he looked at his lover as she took another form, appearing as a woman whose beauty was truly breathtaking, with curly, shoulder-length chocolate brown hair, eyes that sparkled playfully, going from green to blue to amber, and attractive figure tucked into jeans and a snowy white top. In this form, call me Venus, Venus replied him a sweet smile, making Naruto smile as well. I told you, Naruto, love is universal, so I stay exactly the same. I see. The blonde grinned and nodded his head. So, what are we doing here anyway? Can we teleport straight to the camp? Yes, but since it's the first time you're here, I want you to meet someone first. The goddess smiled, before looking at the house in front of her. Lupa, I am here. Then, Naruto heard light footsteps coming from inside the house, and soon, the Roman wolf goddess standing at 7 feet tall emerged from the shadow. Naruto had to admit, she was one of the most beautiful creatures he had ever seen in his life, with beautiful chocolate red fur and eyes as silver as mist. He had read about Lupa. She was the one who trained Roman demigods in the ways of Rome. A militaristic goddess, Lupa only respected the strong, as any demigod who she judged to be weak was devoured by her and her wolves, while the others would be given the directions so they might find their own way to Camp Jupiter. Greeting, Lady Venus, Lord Naruto. Lupa greeted them with a soft and feminine voice, lowering her head a little as she stopped in front of them. Welcome to Rome. Hey there. Naruto smiled while Venus was waving her hand at the wolf goddess. It's a pleasure to meet you. I don't see anyone here. Have you devoured them all already? Venus asked casually while looking around, making Lupa breath out strongly with her nose before answering. Fortunately, there's no new demigod or legacy today. It wouldn't be a good first impression, would it? She asked, looking directly at Naruto. It's alright. Naruto chuckled while scratching his cheek with his right index finger. Anyway, can you show us the way to Camp Jupiter? I have been dying to meet them, you know. Lupa looked at Naruto as if he had grown a second head, but decided to let it pass for the time being and turn her to look at Venus. Anyway, it's good to meet you too. If you ever need anything, do not hesitate to ask me. She said before turning around and making her way back into the wolf house. Now I will take my leave if you excuse me. With that, she disappeared into the wolf house, leaving without saying any other words. She's a bit cold, so don't mind her. Venus said while smiling and waving her hand around. Come on, let me show you the way every demigod and legacy have to pass to get to Camp Jupiter. This way. Nodding his head, Naruto followed Venus, and because they decided to travel on foot, it took the two quite some time to arrive at Camp Jupiter. His first impression about the camp was a military encampment of some sort. It was about a quarter-mile square, with earthen ramparts on all four sides, the tops lined with sharpened spikes. Outside the walls ran a dry moat, also studded with spikes. Wooden watchtowers rose at each corner, manned by sentries with oversized, mounted with crossbows. Purple banners hung from the towers, with a wide gateway opened on the far side of camp, leading toward the city. A narrower gate stood closed on the riverbank side. Inside, the fortress bustled with activity, dozens of kids going to and from barracks, carrying weapons, polishing armor. Naruto could hear the clank of hammers at forges and smelled meats cooking over fires. Damn, can you really call this a camp? Naruto asked as the two of them approached the camp. This is a war bunker. Seriously, are they preparing for World War III? Mars is different from Ares, but they mostly share the same ideas. Venus explained as she raised her hand. Immediately the sentries lowered their weapons and bowed their heads respectfully to the goddess of love. Not a place for me, I must admit. Naruto nodded his head in understanding before coming to a stop behind Aphrodite when a group of demigods no older than he had been, also fully armed, stepped forward and gathered into lines in front of them. A demigod, obviously their leader, stepped forward in front of Venus and Naruto as he and the rest, including the ones standing around the camp, then fell to their knees. Romans. Venus said loudly, I present to you the Prince of Olympus, Naruto Uzumaki, the god of war, heroes, loyalty and nature. Immediately, the two leaders dropped to their knees and lowered their heads, giving Naruto the respect he hadn't even gotten used to. The two then raised their heads and looked straight at him with strong, battle-hardened eyes, as if they were expecting him to give them the order to start an all-out war against the rest of the world. Please stand up, Naruto said, and the girl tilted her head slightly to the side while the boy remained indifferent. Naruto could see the disappointment in her eyes, as well as in many others. Hey, am I supposed to scream at them or something? The new god asked his lover, who shrugged her shoulders. Stand up, Romans. Naruto ordered with a much firmer tone, and immediately the demigods rose to their feet. Return to whatever you are doing unless you have something to tell me. They immediately parted away and went back to their previous activities. However, regardless of whatever they were doing, it was quite clear to Naruto that every single one of them was looking at him. Naruto, this is Jason Grace, praetor, or leader of Camp Jupiter. Handsome and attractive were the right words to basically describe Jason Grace. He had sky blue eyes, close-cropped blonde hair and a small scar on the corner of his lip. He was also very tall, with an athletic build and having well-muscled and tanned arms and legs. It didn't take it long for Naruto to realize Jason was a son of Jupiter, the Roman counterpart of his father, Zeus. It's an honor to finally meet you, Lord Naruto, Jason said, and Naruto extended his hand forward, making the young man to look at it unsurely for a moment before taking it and shaking hand with the young god. The pleasure is all mine, praetor, he said, before letting go of Jason's hand. It's a nice camp you have here, brother. How is the training? Naruto asked one of the questions he had prepared with Caitlyn the day before, but it was how he called Jason that made the man widen his eyes in surprise. Nonetheless, he answered with a nod of his head, it's hard for me to say, Lord Naruto. While the campers are training much harder than usual, their morale has decreased significantly ever since words about Mars' demise reached them. Naruto nodded his head in understanding. His father, mother, Athena and even Artemis, Aphrodite had warned him about that beforehand. The Romans didn't accept the news as well as their counterparts, and it would take him a lot of time and effort to gain their trust and loyalty, even respect. It's fine, actually, because Naruto had worked for something much harder and much more precious than them his entire childhood. I see. Naruto nodded his head with a smile. Why don't you show me around camp, Jason? I would love to see what you and everyone have here. Sir, it will be my honor. Jason nodded his head firmly and extended his hand forward. Please, follow me this way. So, I heard from Dite last night that you two went to see Camp Jupiter. How did it go? Caitlyn asked while she was using a knife to spread the peanut butter on a slice of bread. It was 6 in the morning and the world-class idol was preparing a normal breakfast for her boyfriend, not that anyone knew that he was a god or anything like that. He had spent the night at Caitlyn's place, something he did every weekend. I don't think any one of them like me, Naruto said, as he leaned back against his chair, putting his hands behind his head. His uncertainty, Caitlyn could hear it in his voice. I mean, me being Greece must have been one of the reasons. The other one, well, obvious, I killed their patron god. Don't worry, Naruto. I am sure that they will come around that and accept you as their god of war eventually. The blonde woman giggled as she made some orange juice. So, any gods and goddesses can turn into their Roman form, or only a selected few can do that? Athena told me all of us can change into our respective Roman form. Naruto answered, well, nearly all of us can, actually, excluding me at the moment. I'm a young and new god, so I still don't have enough godly power. Also, I have not met the necessary requirements to transform like the others yet, like Roman worshippers, temples, etc. He shrugged. Athena also said because I'm a modern god, and isn't affected by the bloody history between Roman and Greek, there's a high chance that I don't and even won't have a Roman form. Is that so? Caitlin smiled as she placed the dishes onto the table. Personally, to tell you the truth, I want to keep me as the way I am now. I mean, it sounds cool to be able to change into a different version of yourself while still being you. The young god of war continued with a chuckle. It had been hard for him to understand that at first, but he had managed. The Roman version of the Greek gods are more skilled in the ways of combat, but seem to care more about honor than personal codes, matching with the Roman culture. Caitlin nodded her head in understanding. Also, even the original gods can have distinct behaviors on their Roman form. Some can be so different in their Roman form that they may become a distinct personality. Ares and Mars were two perfect examples. Ares loved war and violence, while Mars was a dedicated strategist and disliked unnecessary bloodshed, in stark contrast to Ares, almost like Athena if you ask me. I think I get that. Then what about Aphrodite? The blonde asked, will she become a shy girlfriend when she turns into her Roman form? It was hard to imagine a shy Aphrodite, who didn't try to jump his boner every chance she got. Since love is universal, they don't change between the different aspects. Naruto shook his head. At least, that's what she told me. Don't ask me to explain it, cause I was so confused. Oh, believe me, I would never try to lie to my one true love. The two heard a sweet, feminine voice and turned their head to the bedroom to see not Aphrodite, but Venus walking out with a smile on her face, wearing nothing but a pink thong and Naruto's shirt, which all failed to conceal her voluptuous form. Naruto, haven't met Venus before, recognized her, but Caitlin wasn't, but for some reason she was able to tell that this woman was Aphrodite in her Roman form. Morning, handsome. Venus walked over to Naruto, and bent down to embrace him from behind before kissing him on the lips, arms sliding around his neck. She made out with him for a full minute, before breaking the kiss and standing up to look at Caitlin. You girl, she said, her voice had none of her charm's peak power, but it was full of authority, bow your head to me. Ah, what? The blonde idol couldn't help but ask, feeling a bit confused as she did not understand if Venus was really commanding her to do that or she was just teasing. It usually works. Venus said with a finger under her bottom lip, before her expression brightened up, just like how Aphrodite was. Just kidding, relax Kate. I'm still me, she said, dashing over to kiss the girl, and it wasn't a friendly girl kiss either, but one similar to what she shared with Naruto, causing Caitlin, who still hadn't gotten used to such affection even after weeks of sleeping with both Naruto and Aphrodite, to be quite taken aback. Smell good, what are you making? Fortunately, before she could try to break the kiss, Venus did it for her, and moved over the kitchen counter to see what Caitlin was cooking to their boyfriend. Yep, still the same woman, Caitlin said with a nervous smile, causing Naruto to chuckle as Venus turned her head around to wink at them while tasting the bacons Caitlin was cooking. In the end, after Venus had shifted back to her Greek counterpart, Naruto shared a comfortable and loving breakfast with his two girlfriends, with the main focus of their discussion mostly about Caitlin, her daily life among the mortals and career as an idol, which seemed to flourish even more so than before recently, gaining several contracts with famous music studios and even one where she would take on a supporting role in movie of an award-winning film director. Aphrodite claimed that it was the blessing of the gods because she had been hanging around with them, but Naruto knew his mortal girlfriend was just that talented. The Prince of Olympus. Your aim suck, bruh. Naruto mocked, watching the arrow missing the practice dummy entirely, as he had expected even before seeing it left Daniel's hand. Come on fishcake, you know this is my first time holding a bow. The black-haired young man reasoned, waving the bow at Naruto, who smirked, the closest to shooting I have ever done is playing COD on my PS4, so cut me some slack. Well, at least you are nowhere near as bad as Percy Jackson, the son of Poseidon. Yup, you catch on quick. Naruto answered with a nod, as he summoned a bow into his own hand, and allowed a quiver full of black arrow to materialize on his back. Naruto himself had never found the need to use bows and arrows when it felt more natural for him to throw his kunai around, but ever since he became a god of war, the blonde had seen that he could use all the known weapons in the world expertly, no longer needing to learn how to use them beforehand. He was sure that with his aim alone he could give Daniel, and an audience of demigods that wanted to learn from the god of war himself standing behind him, a demonstration. Is he really that bad? If you consider someone that can shoot his arrow into something behind you while aiming in front of you bad, then yeah, he's the worst you can possibly meet. Naruto said sarcastically, making Daniel's cheeks puffed out as he tried to hold his laughter in. The demigods who had seen Percy Jackson in action with his bow, couldn't stop themselves from chuckling at well. I mean, we used to watch those animated movies where the characters shot the bow itself instead of the arrow, and thought it could never happen in real life, right? Well, trust Percy to prove otherwise. Naruto said and raised his bow, notching an arrow before firing it at the dummy, hitting it in the head. See. Follow my movement, and remember to breath. Don't hold your breath. I think I got it. Daniel said, and did his best to mimic Naruto's stance before notching an arrow into his bow. Naruto could tell that the young man was excited, and couldn't help but feel happy for him. Most demigods who learnt about their origins took quite some time to get used to the fact that their parents were gods and goddesses, and all the troubles as well as hardships they had had to overcome were because of the blood that were coursing through their veins. As far as he could tell, Daniel took the fact quite well, and he was always eager when there was something new to learn. Not bad, Naruto said, as Daniel fired his arrow and hit the target in the neck, while in fact he had aimed for its head. However, in real combat, an arrow to the neck was just as effective as an arrow to the head, so he would not judge. Give it a few more tries and I am sure you will be good with a bow in no time. Thanks, bud. Daniel grinned, before he notched another arrow and went back to practice. Justine, Hannah, Claire, Eric. You four-step go on ahead and practice with him. Naruto turned around and told the group of demigods, randomly choosing 4 of them to be the first to practice their archery skill with Daniel. Split into group of 5, and train with each other. Yes sir. The group chorused and raised their bows in the air to salute their new god of war, causing Naruto to grin. Oh how much he wished the Roman demigods would follow him so wholeheartedly like these kids. Chiron, I will leave them to you. Naruto said, turning to the kind centaur teacher who had been watching the entire time with a smile on his face. Yes, I understand. With that, Naruto walked away so that he could examine others' training as well. While it's forbidden for gods to have direct involvement in the lives of demigods, Naruto had figured out that he could do whatever he wants with them and even trains them himself because he was the god of heroes too, and demigods were considered heroes in their books. It's kind of like Artemis who could run around in the wild and hunt down dangerous monsters to safeguard mankind and demigods as much as she wanted to, because she was the goddess of the hunt and wilderness. Even Athena was surprised with how fast Naruto was able to figure that out himself, claiming he was now a rule breaker, beside her sister Artemis. Naruto had answered that he was unpredictable and full of surprises as always, causing the goddess of wisdom to have the urge to hit him with her spear. However, even she had to admit that it's good to have another god around the children, especially one that would train them and push to be better, while at the same time protecting them when the situation asked for it. She did not show it like Aphrodite, but Naruto could see that she was truly concerned for the safety of her children, and genuinely happy when Naruto promised to spend as much time around the heroes as possible, and not run around causing unnecessary wars like Ares. Speaking of Ares, Naruto turned his attention to Cabin 5's training ground, and saw Clarice beating another member of Cabin 11, knocking him off balance with the flat side of her spear. Selena was watching her best friend from the side, and of course being a daughter of Aphrodite in an area with quite a lot of boys, she was the center of attention. Who's next? She asked with a smirk while punching her fists together. Come on now, you can't possibly already lose the will to train with me after that little display. How about a go with me, Clarice? Naruto asked, walking toward them. The other campers were not surprised however, and feeling excited even since Naruto had been training with individual campers the past few days, picking out anyone who needed some serious guidance to help them. This would be the first time he trains with someone who seemed to have no problem holding herself in a fight like Clarice. Finally, Clarice declared, I have been waiting for you to ask me that for days now. Come in here so I can beat you up, Blondie. Yo Clarice, you know he can just blast you with his god's trick now right? Shut up Tim, or else you will be my training partner for the rest of the week. Clarice shouted back to the camper, and he wisely kept his mouth shut like everyone else, knowing well that was the worst thing possible that could happen to them. No godly powers or ninja tricks, promise. Naruto said as he walked into the ring with his hands held up, facing Clarice, who held up her spear and took a stance. The immortal shinobi summoned a kunai in his hand and waited for her to make the first move. As she charged until she was only a feet away with her spear aimed at his chest, Naruto sidestepped and used the flat edge of his kunai to parry her attack, swatted her spear away slightly, just enough to direct it away from him. Not pausing, Clarice shot her spear up and swung a heavy blow at his face, but quick as a flash, he grabbed her arm and twisted it before he leapt over her, hitting her in the back of the head with his elbow. Don't just aim for my face, it leaves you wide open. Naruto advised as Clarice tried to regain her balance, feeling a bit dizzy from that blow to her head. Easier said than done, Blondie, especially when you always have that shit-eating grin on your face. The daughter of Ares replied with a smirk and then threw the spear at Naruto, who easily dodged, but it soon revealed to be a diversion as Clarice charged with him unarmed before taking a small leap into the air to thrust her knee into his chin once she was close enough. Faster than the normal eyes could follow, Naruto turned his head and avoided Clarice's knee thrust at the last moment possible. The daughter of Ares fully expected him to do that, so as soon as she returned to her feet, Clarice attacked him with a series of punches, before kicking her spear off the ground to use to follow with her attacks, becoming a whirlwind of destruction that if Naruto was anyone else, he would be cut to pieces. However, the sparks that flew around him showed everyone that he had parried every single one of her strikes with equal if not even greater speed, before lowering himself down for a straight punch into her gut. Fuck. Clarice cursed out as she stumbled back while holding a hand over her stomach. Am I really that full of opening? Yup. Naruto nodded his head with a chuckle while spinning his kunai around with his middle finger. Those attacks might be useful against mindless monsters that can't read you, but I don't think they will be as effective against experienced fighters. Do we have to fight someone like that now? Clarice asked, but like everyone else, she knew the answer to that question. Don't worry, I will make sure to prepare you guys for the worst. Naruto said, chuckling humorously in order to lighten up the atmosphere. Gather around everyone, let me show you the best way to take down a pissed off girl with a spear. And with that, Naruto continued to train with the Greek demigods for the rest of the day.